On a bright and breezy morning, Chen Zhe was walking as always along the road to the construction site to haul bricks. All of a sudden, a deafening boom exploded beside him, and his consciousness was swallowed by darkness. Chen Zhe, 22 years old, was an ordinary young man to the point of mediocrity. His parents had divorced when he was very small, and his father, Chen, a mere construction worker, had raised him alone. During his school years, his grades were poor, and growing up in a single-parent family made him wish to connect with others, yet reluctant to truly communicate. After graduation, aside from following his father to the construction site to haul bricks and make a living, he spent nearly all his time holed up at home, immersed in novels, anime, and movies. He was in every sense a standard otaku, slightly Chinibu, inwardly passionate, yet not twisted astray. Where am I? What the? No one knew how much time had passed before Chen Zhe finally regained consciousness. A piercing light flooded into his eyes. Instinctively, he tried to raise his hand to shield them, only to realize something horrifying. His arm was far too short. Even turning over was difficult. Only after some time, when his eyes finally adapted to the brightness, did Chen Zhe discover the reason for his condition. Where am I? What the hell? Once his eyes had fully adjusted, he stared at his own tiny hands and tried with great effort to sit up. Yet his upper body did not rise, instead his legs kicked upward. In the end, Chen Zhe confirmed one thing: I've gotten smaller. I've become a baby. What is going on? Am I like Conan, drugged by someone? No, that's not right. I remember a huge explosion before I blacked out. Could it be that I was captured by aliens for experiments? After realizing he had turned into a baby, Chen Zhe tried to shout, but all that emerged were wailing cries. He cried for a long time, yet no one came, and his thoughts began to spin wildly out of control. I'm just an ordinary person, and this makes no sense. Could it be that I am the protagonist? Yes, you are indeed the protagonist. Because of me, the time-space traversal system has chosen you as its host. You are the destined main character. As his imagination ran wild, a voice suddenly resounded within his mind. Who's there? Who's speaking? Where are you? Startled, Chen Zhe shouted loudly, forgetting that he had become an infant and could only produce a series of wailing cries. Stop, stop, stop. You're deafening me. You don't need to shout aloud. Just answer in your head. The voice resurfaced in Chen Zhe's mind. I am the time-space traversal system. With me, you will become the sole protagonist among the myriad worlds. Isn't that incredible? Bow down before me, mortal. Waka kakaka. Listening to such outrageously narcissistic words, Chen Zhe was utterly speechless. Where had this lunatic come from, and why was it in his mind? Could this be his own inner voice? Nonsense. There was no way his inner self was such a Chinibu maniac. Chen Zhe refused to be associated with it. Fine, it was I who turned you into what you are now. Although you've become smaller, you now possess one of the most powerful bloodlines in this world. All you need to do is lie down, and you'll grow stronger. You will become the strongest protagonist in this world. Am I not formidable? Perhaps because Chen Zhe ignored it, the voice in his mind laughed for a while, before continuing on its own. You're the one who turned me into this. Where's this place? What do you mean by what you just said? And have I really become a protagonist? After hearing its words, Chen Zhe instantly transformed into a machine gun of questions. The last question, however, could be disregarded. How could someone like him possibly ask something so foolish? It had to be that Chinibu lunatic in his mind affecting him. The voice fell silent for a beat. I can hear you, you know. You're the one with Chinibu. I can hear everything inside your head. The voice rang out again. I am the time-space traversal system. You may call me Shuguang, for I shall lead you to save the myriad worlds, to become their savior, the dawn that shines upon all realms. Chen Zhe. All right, the truth is that while I was traversing time and space, I ran out of energy. I spotted a massive primal stone brimming with power and tried to devour it. An accident occurred during the devouring process, and well, I ended up crushing you to death. Shuguang's voice in his mind grew smaller and smaller. Chen Zhe. Seeing that he remained silent, Shuguang continued, Don't blame me. I'm compensating you now, aren't I? After you died, I brought you into this world and used the remaining energy of the primal stone to fuse into one of this world's most powerful bloodlines. The Limit Super Saiyan bloodline. The Limit Super Saiyan bloodline. What is that supposed to be? Is this the world of Dragon Ball? But even in Dragon Ball, I've never heard of any so-called Limit Super Saiyan bloodline. Listening to Shuguang's explanation, Chen Zhe could not help but ask, trying to fool him. He had watched all of Dragon Ball. It was his favorite anime, and never once had he heard of any Limit Super Saiyan bloodline. Super Saiyan, however, he knew well. Shuguang fell silent for a moment. I already said I modified it for you. I infused all the remaining energy of the primal stone into your bloodline. That is the Limit Super Saiyan bloodline now, Shuguang explained. Do you not know Broly? According to your world's description, he possesses a Super Saiyan bloodline that can reach the Super Saiyan state without training and at its peak stage at that. As for you, you are now a Limit Super Saiyan. You can reach the extreme of the Saiyan race without training Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3 is the limit of the Saiyan race. Isn't there also 4 beyond it? And God in blue. And beings like the God of Destruction, the Omni King, and so on. Also, what exactly is a primal stone? Is it really that powerful? He asked whatever he did not understand. And hearing you explain it like that, Super Saiyan 3 suddenly feels rather weak. Super Saiyan 3 is already very powerful, Shu Guang replied helplessly. This world is a high-level world. Look outside. Frieza, that so-called emperor of the universe, a prodigy of the frost demon race, is currently still inferior to a Super Saiyan. Shu Guang sighed. As for the primal stone, it is the primordial force of heaven and earth, the purest form of energy, also called a Yuan stone. Oh, Chen Zhe only half understood, and then suddenly froze. Wait, Frieza is outside right now. Frieza outside right now. If he remembered correctly, Frieza normally did not visit planet Vegeta. In fact, planet Vegeta had been destroyed by Frieza not long after Broly and Kakarot, who would later become Son Goku, were born. Since Shu Guang had just mentioned Broly, it likely meant Frieza's current arrival was precisely to annihilate planet Vegeta. It can't really be such a coincidence, can it? What? Oh, you mean whether Frieza is here to destroy planet Vegeta? I don't know, but probably not. Let me take a look. Shu Guang's voice trailed off into silence. After a while it spoke again. Our luck shouldn't be that terrible. I just used my divine sense to check. There's only one Saiyan outside getting beaten up, someone called Bardock. What? Bardock is being beaten? Shu Guang, think of a way to save me. I don't want to die again just after being revived. Terrified by Shu Guang's words, Chen Zhe nearly jumped up. If his memory served him, this was exactly the period when Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. Among the Saiyans, only Bardock, Kakarot's father, had gone out to resist, and Frieza had wiped him out along with planet Vegeta using a single planet-destroying blast. What's wrong? Damn, that's a planet-destroying blast. Is he really here to annihilate planet Vegeta? Only then did Shu Guang react. But aside from time-space traversal, I don't have any other means of escape. Traversing time and space consumes enormous energy. One jump, and I'll be drained again. Hearing Shu Guang's words, Chen Zhe's heart turned cold. After boasting so much, it now claimed it had no solution. And he himself was just an infant, utterly incapable of resistance. Was he really going to die again right after being revived? Outside, as if to confirm his fears, Frieza had already released his planet-destroying blast. Forget it, I'll have to use the energy I have left. My luck is truly abysmal, Shu Guang muttered. If I hadn't crushed you to death and incurred this karmic debt, I wouldn't have been forced to acknowledge you as my host. That primal stone has already cost me dearly. Gate of time and space open. Time-space, traversal initiate. As Shu Guang's words fell, a mysterious power wrapped around Chen Zhe, drawing him into the gate of time and space it had opened. In the last flicker of his consciousness, he saw the most beautiful firework in the universe, the final radiance of planet Vegeta. No one knew how much time had passed before Chen Zhe slowly regained consciousness. When he awoke, he discovered that he was lying at the mouth of a cave surrounded on all sides by a dense forest. An uncanny stillness hung over the place. Even the usual chirping of insects and birds unique to the wilderness was utterly absent. One pallid moonlight filtered sparsely through the leaves and spilled across his tiny body, making the scene all the more sinister. Hey Shu Guang, are you there? Can you hear me? Where's this place? Chen Zhe surveyed his surroundings. The unnaturally quiet, eerie atmosphere made his heart clench with fear, and he could not help but call out to Shu Guang in his mind. If you are there, answer me quickly, I am scared. He kept shouting for Shu Guang within his heart, yet Shu Guang did not respond for a long time. This nearly drove Chen Zhe mad. After all, he was now merely an infant, and nothing about this place felt safe. Having just narrowly escaped death, he found himself in an environment that offered no sense of security at all. His heartbeat grew faster and faster, his consciousness increasingly violent. The air around him began to stir, and as his heart pounded more frantically, the wind rose in tandem, growing ever more turbulent. His mind grew more and more berserk. His tiny body began to swell, flames of aura surged up around him, faint arcs of lightning flickered into existence. His pupils contracted sharply, and his hair bristled and stood on end, flashing between light and shadow. The surrounding trees were caught up by the howling gale. As Chen Zhe changed, the storm intensified, sweeping through the forest. Unbeknownst to him, inside the cave beside him, a coffin let out a harsh creak, as though something inside were pushing against the lid, trying to force its way out. Stop now. Chen Zhe calmed down at once. Just as Chen Zhe was on the verge of losing his sense of self and being completely dominated by that berserk consciousness, Shu Guang finally spoke. Calm down right now. You are not yet able to control the power of a Super Saiyan. If you forcefully use it, your consciousness will be seized by the Saiyan's frenzied desire for destruction, and you will become an idiot who knows only how to destroy it. As Shu Guang's words echoed within his heart, Chen Zhe began to gradually calm down. His body slowly returned to normal, the blazing aura around him dwindled and dispersed, and the violent winds subsided bit by bit. His hair fell back down naturally, and his pupils recovered their ordinary clarity. After a while, everything returned to stillness. Only the crooked, uprooted trees and the ravaged ground remained silently bearing witness to what had just transpired. What just happened to me? Shuguang, what was that just now? After calming down, Chen Zhe asked Shuguang weakly. After confirming that Chen Zhe had indeed calmed down, Shuguang finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Just now your Saiyan bloodline went berserk. As you know, Saiyans in the Dragon Ball world are a battle race that roams the universe filled with savage instincts of destruction and annihilation." Now that Shuguang had appeared, perhaps because he finally had someone to accompany him, or perhaps because he was exhausted from nearly losing control, Chen Zhe no longer felt the same paralyzing fear as at the beginning. He simply lay there quietly listening to Shuguang's explanation. Saiyans are truly a battle race in the Dragon Ball universe. You might not have sensed it from the anime you watched, since they appeared to be ruled and oppressed by Frieza, afraid of him, seemingly unworthy of that title. But in the ancient era, they were genuinely the strongest bloodline in the universe, second only to the gods themselves. Listening to Shuguang's account, Chen Zhe finally understood what had just occurred. In the Dragon Ball world that Chen Zhe knew, the Saiyans of planet Vegeta, ruled by Frieza, had never truly awakened their bloodline. Thus, they did not appear overwhelmingly powerful. At the very least, the fact that they feared Frieza made them seem unworthy of being called a battle race. However, in the Dragon Ball world's distant antiquity, the true Saiyans, the ancestors of the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, had indeed broken through their own limits and given rise to an ancestor who became a Super Saiyan god. A Super Saiyan god is an existence that can stand its ground even against the god of destruction, Beerus. And Chen Zhe's bloodline had been transformed by Shuguang, using the energy of the primordial stone into the purest ultimate Saiyan bloodline. His bloodline could rival that ancestor who transcended all limits. As long as he continued to strive and constantly break through his own boundaries in the future, he would definitely be able to become a Super Saiyan god. For a Saiyan, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires unstable emotions, only when one's physical body has reached the proper standard and one is driven into extreme emotional states can the transformation occur. Because Chen Zhe's bloodline was so pure, his own bloodline was awakened in that moment of utter helpless terror when he was unable to resist at all. This was also a manifestation of the Saiyan bloodline protecting its host. However, the power of a Super Saiyan is far too immense, and Chen Zhe is currently only an infant. If he had forcibly transformed just now, his brain would have been blasted apart by that overwhelming power, leaving him a lunatic who knew only battle and destruction. So that was my bloodline rampaging just now? And the reason you kept ignoring my questions? Did something happen to you? After listening to Shuguang's explanation and steadying his frail body, Chen Zhe continued, "Back when we were traversing time and space, you said meeting me was your misfortune. Does time-space travel harm you?" Hearing Chen Zhe's concerned question, Shuguang immediately became displeased. Meeting Chen Zhe truly had been a stroke of bad luck. Originally, Shuguang had been a free system, roaming and playing across the myriad worlds as it pleased. In its greed to devour a large primordial stone, however, it overreached and ended up bursting the stone's power, which crashed down and killed Chen Zhe, thus forming a karmic bond between them and forcing it to acknowledge him as its host. Although the primordial stone, as the most fundamental crystallization of all worlds, could allow it to evolve for the sake of that one large stone, it had nearly sold itself off completely. Was that easy to endure? The more it thought about it, the closer Shuguang came to bursting into tears. Yet despite how harsh life now seemed, Shuguang restrained its sorrow and answered Chen Zhe's question. "I didn't respond to you just now because time-space traversal consumes an enormous amount of energy. After crushing you to death, I had to protect your soul and drag you into the Dragon Ball world, then help you modify your bloodline. By then I had already used up all the energy I'd gained from devouring that large primordial stone. Then in order to traverse time and space again, so you wouldn't be killed by Frieza, I had to burn my own origin energy this time. I nearly put myself into hibernation. If it hadn't been for your massive rampage just now triggering my alarm system, I would already be asleep." The more Shuguang spoke, the more aggrieved it became. If it were not already bound to Chen Zhe as its host, it would have rushed over to perish together with him out of sheer frustration. Let's not talk about that. Tell me, where are we?" Listening to Shuguang, Chen Zhe felt a wave of embarrassment. It seemed he really had dragged Shuguang into a terrible mess. He hurriedly changed the topic, then suddenly remembered, "Wait, no? If you hadn't smashed me to death in the first place, none of this would have happened." "That is exactly why I said I was the unlucky one," Shuguang replied helplessly. "I have no idea where we are either. Back then, how could I have had time to fix our coordinates? I just opened a random world and dragged you across. Now I have very little energy left. Traversing time and space is out of the question. I am about to enter a dormant state to conserve what remains, then slowly absorb the energy of my surroundings to replenish myself. Shuguang's voice grew softer and softer, as though it could fall asleep at any moment. Seeing this, Chen Zhe hurriedly asked, "Didn't you devour a large primordial stone? Didn't you say that stone contained the most fundamental energy of the myriad worlds and could help you evolve? How can you be out of energy already?" Almost as if roused by his question, Shuguang answered in a drowsy tone like a human on the verge of sleep. "Did you think modifying such a powerful bloodline of yours was easy? You are already an adult. You need to learn to protect yourself." "Hey, what do you mean I'm already an adult and should protect myself? Sure, I used to be an adult, but right now I'm an infant, completely incapable of even lifting a chicken. Hey, Shuguang, don't fall asleep. Don't leave me here all alone." As Shuguang's voice grew fainter and fainter, Chen Zhe could not help but complain, and at last he even cried out loud, his wails breaking into the air like the piercing cries of a newborn. But Shuguang no longer replied. It had most likely already fallen into deep slumber. After crying out for a while, and realizing that Shuguang still showed no reaction, Chen Zhe glanced around, and finally noticed that while during his earlier bickering with Shuguang, he had thought he was alone, the surroundings were no longer empty. Though the forest remained deathly silent, there were now many unseen presences around him. Things he could not see, yet could clearly feel drawing near. Chen Zhe glanced around, and in his eyes there was nothing but desolation. However, as a Saiyan, his instincts told him that there were many things around. Though invisible, he could feel their presence. These entities seemed very interested in him, but perhaps due to his recent outburst they were still in a phase of observation and did not dare to approach. Chen Zhe estimated that this situation would not last long, and he himself was currently in a state of weakness from the recent outburst. Even if he were not in a weakened state in his current infantile form, he had no choice but to be an idiot driven solely by his bloodline's berserk state, which made the situation extremely precarious. "That fool Dawn has not brought me a single good day since I met him," Chen Zhe thought to himself. Now he dared not make the slightest movement. He was unsure what these entities were, but he speculated that they had been attracted by his recent bloodline outburst. They were now lurking and hesitating, likely wary of him. As long as he remained still, he should be safe for at least a short period, probably. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Chen Zhe's heart began to race. What on earth are these things? I can't see them. Could they really be ghosts? Is this a mythical world filled with demons and monsters? Hey, if this is truly a mythical world with such creatures, then I have no means to deal with them. I don't recall any mention of demons in the Dragon Ball universe. The dead who could traverse to the living realm possess physical forms, allowing them to access the living world. But these mythical creatures are formless, and I cannot see them at all. This truly leaves me at a loss. No, there might be a way. Their hesitation to attack indicates that I can harm them. Could it be that I could kill them by becoming a Super Saiyan? In the midst of these creatures, Chen Zhe's mind raced with a strong desire to survive. But I can't transform into a Super Saiyan yet. If I force it, the overwhelming power might turn me into an idiot. He was caught in a dilemma between becoming an idiot or becoming food for these creatures. The creatures did not give Chen Zhe much time to think. As he was lost in thought, the gathering of these creatures caused the surrounding Yin energy to intensify. More and more entities were drawn to the area by this Yin energy, and finally a crow-like creature appearing to possess only a sliver of intelligence and driven mostly by instinct could no longer resist its urge and began to slowly approach Chen Zhe. This left Chen Zhe with no time to contemplate. Forget it, if I have to become an idiot, then so be it. It's better than being eaten alive. Thinking this, he attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan, but after a while there was no change. Could it be that my transformation posture is wrong? I remember that to transform into a Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball, you have to shout loudly. Yes, that's it. I must not have shouted loud enough. With that thought, Chen Zhe began to shout loudly. In reality, he was just a baby wailing, but it worked well. The crow creature that had been slowly flying toward him was startled and retreated. The other creatures also backed away a bit. Initially, Chen Zhe had shouted out of frustration when Dawn did not respond, then out of extreme fear, he had almost transformed into a Super Saiyan. That overwhelming presence was not something they could confront. Though they seemed numerous, if faced with such a powerful entity, they would undoubtedly flee. Chen Zhe called out for a while, but nothing changed. Perhaps it was because he was still frightened by Dawn's interruption. He no longer felt the extreme helplessness and fear he had at the beginning. Or perhaps it was because he had almost transformed not long ago and was still in a weakened state. After all, he was merely an infant now. His physical condition due to the bloodline transformation might be comparable to that of an ordinary adult Saiyan from planet Vegeta, but the regular adult Saiyans from planet Vegeta could not transform into Super Saiyans, not to mention that he had almost exceeded the threshold. Thus, with his current physical condition, Chen Zhe could not transform into a Super Saiyan. His physicality simply did not allow it. Watching Chen Zhe wail, without any change, these creatures finally could not hold back and charged towards him. This human brimming with vital energy is like a rare treasure. Eating him would be worth more than a century of cultivation. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Seeing these entities rushing toward him, Chen Zhe felt utterly powerless. As an infant, he had truly done his best. Perhaps he was about to die, but surprisingly Chen Zhe's mood calmed down. He gazed at the bright sky revealed by the trees he had destroyed during his outburst, illuminated by the moonlight, and began to mutter to himself, "Had dawn, you fool. You keep saying I'm the protagonist destined to become the light of all realms, yet now I'm about to become food for these creatures. This protagonist is truly doomed before he even starts his journey. Oh well, I was supposed to die at your hands anyway. Now it's just a little delayed. I wonder how my father will react when he finds out I've died. Probably won't be too sad. After all, I only bring him burdens. The moon tonight is so bright, a full moon indeed, so round." Boom, boom, boom. This sudden sound caused those creatures charging forward to stop abruptly, their bodies frozen in place, as if hit by a binding spell. Some weaker spirits were utterly scattered by the shock. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Zhe's heart pounded like a drum being struck, and he felt as if his heart were about to leap out of his chest. Breathing became difficult, his canine teeth began to protrude, hair on his skin started to grow, and his body felt like it was about to explode, forcing him to scream out in frustration, but he could not make a sound. This feeling was driving him to madness. Roar. With a tremendous roar, a black, giant ape about 15 meters tall stood up. Chen Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him with this roar, as if all his pent-up frustrations had been released. Now Chen Zhe felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. Roar. Another roar erupted, accompanied by a powerful energy wave. Boom. As the energy wave struck the ground, it was as if the earth had been bombarded by missiles. Roar. Once again, with a mighty roar, another area of forest vanished, and with it those creatures that had rushed forward. Indeed, this black giant ape is Chen Zhe. Tonight is the night of the full moon, and due to the sight of the full moon, Chen Zhe transformed into a giant ape. Now Chen Zhe felt an endless well of strength within him. He began unleashing energy blasts from his mouth, using his fists and body to destroy everything around him. He needed to unleash his power. He could not afford to stop. Because aside from the initial roar that had brought him comfort, he now found himself once again in a dilemma. The overwhelming power awakened the primal urges within his Saiyan bloodline, and he began to release his strength. He knew what he was doing, but he could not stop, for if he did not vent this power, it would completely turn him into an idiot. Roar. Boom. Chen Zhe's roar intertwined with the rumble of the earth being destroyed, transforming the originally silent forest into a frenzy. Chen Zhe was destroying everything around him, but his consciousness was slowly being pushed back by the wild nature belonging to the Saiyans. This level of venting was not enough. He needed to fight. He needed a battle that could unleash him completely. A battle where he could vent all his power and all his pent-up frustrations. Not enough, not enough. Roar. Another huge roar erupted, accompanied by a ki blast that shot towards the mountains beside Chen Zhe. The massive peak was shattered by the ki blast, and just as the mountain was obliterated. Roar. A sound that was neither human nor beast emanated from the ruined peak. The voice was not loud, resembling the dissatisfaction of being awakened from sleep, yet it also seemed like a rebuke whispering in his ear, heavy and filled with authority, as if a king was speaking, demanding attention. Roar. Upon hearing this roar, Chen Zhe also let out a loud roar. Almost completely controlled by his wild instincts, Chen Zhe wasted no time and struck towards the cave from which the roar had come. Whispers of a king. Saiyans only know how to fight, to obey. A true Saiyan would never submit to anyone. The warrior race is not self-proclaimed, but carved from countless bloody battles. Even the Saiyans on planet Vegeta accepted Frieza's rule only after they had fought, and even after accepting it, they were compliant in appearance, but not in spirit. Let alone Chen Zhe, his bloodline had been modified with original stones, the most primal and pure lineage of the ultimate Saiyan. In ancient times, Saiyans were truly born for battle. No one could make them submit, not even a god. Chen Zhe's fist caused the mountain to collapse. However, after shattering the small mountain, his fist was caught, revealing the scene inside the mountain. Inside the mountain, there was nothing special, just an open coffin. Even if there were, they had long been destroyed by Chen Zhe. The one who caught Chen Zhe's fist was the person who emerged from the coffin, if one could still call him a person. The person had disheveled hair and tattered clothes, making it possible to identify him as male based solely on his physique. After all, hiding in a coffin didn't leave much time or tools for grooming. A pair of eyes emitted a crimson glow, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "You disturbed my sleep," the man said slowly. "I don't even know how long I have been asleep, and here you are, a beast of such caliber in this world." His voice was measured and unhurried, showing little emotion beyond mild surprise. Each word seemed so natural, and his disheveled appearance did not make him look the least bit disheveled. His tone and aura conveyed one thing: he was a big shot. Roar. In response, Chen Zhe unleashed a ki blast. After his fist was caught and unable to advance an inch, he decisively leapt back and fired a ki blast as a welcome gift for the awakened man, demonstrating his hospitality. Seeing the incoming ki blast, the man showed no particular reaction. He simply raised his hand and swatted it away. Boom. The ki blast was swatted aside like a ball, crashing to the ground with a loud explosion. How enthusiastic. Since that's the case, I haven't exercised in a long time, I'll take this as a warm-up exercise for waking up early. The man exclaimed, stretching lazily after swatting away the ki blast. Roar. The man also let out a roar, and behind him a pair of fleshy wings began to manifest, resembling those of a bat or a dragon from Western mythology. I haven't transformed into this state in a long time. I didn't expect a beast like you to exist. I hope you can entertain me. Saying this, the man flapped his wings and charged at Chen Zhe, while Chen Zhe felt as if the entire space-time around him had been frozen. This feeling was somewhat akin to the dawn when he was transported through time, yet different. He could only stand still and watch as the man's fist came towards him. Boom. Chen Zhe was sent flying by the man's punch, his massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. Although he was sent flying by a single punch, it did not inflict any injuries on Chen Zhe. He sat up from the ground, shook his head, and gazed at the man not far away. At this moment, Chen Zhe was completely dominated by the primal instincts of the Saiyan. He narrowed his eyes. Roar. Another ki blast shot towards the man, who dodged it, but following the ki blast came Chen Zhe's fist. Boom. The man was caught off guard and hit by Chen Zhe's punch, flying out and sliding across the ground, creating a massive crack. However, Chen Zhe did not stop his attack. His enormous body unleashed an incredible speed, chasing after the still-moving man, continuing to swing his fists. Boom. This punch was caught, and Chen Zhe was grabbed by the man's arm and thrown out, crashing directly to the ground. Hey, you really are powerful. I haven't encountered a beast of your caliber in a long time. You managed to injure me when I wasn't paying attention, the man said after tossing Chen Zhe away and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Not bad, not bad. It seems I need to take you seriously now. Don't die on me. Saying this, the man charged at Chen Zhe with a speed that was unbelievable. Chen Zhe didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by a punch. Before he could land, the man kicked him into the air, then kicked him back down to the ground, turning him into a punching bag, being hit back and forth. Roar. Chen Zhe felt like a punching bag, his entire body aching immensely, as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. This feeling of being utterly powerless drove Chen Zhe to madness. He let out a tremendous roar, all his strength transforming into raging flames, and the sudden burst of energy caught the man off guard, sending him flying and giving Chen Zhe a moment to breathe. The man flew back, hovering in the air while watching Chen Zhe. At this moment, Chen Zhe's aura began to flicker between blue and gold, and the brutal energy radiating from him also started to rise. At this moment, Chen Zhe had no other thoughts except to completely tear the man apart. As Chen Zhe's aura became increasingly violent, the flames around him began to shift towards gold, with a hint of visible blood color intertwined within the gold. What kind of beast is this? How can it be so powerful? As Chen Zhe changed, the man's expression shifted from playful to serious. Since the 5 realms of heaven, God, Buddha, earth, and demon began to separate from the human realm, how can such a powerful beast still exist in the human realm? In the man's perception, Chen Zhe had reached a level comparable to his own, and there were not many beings of this level in this world. At this moment, Chen Zhe's aura was not any less than his, and if it continued to rise, even if he used his trump card, he might not be able to defeat Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe gave him the feeling that if he did not use his ultimate move, the outcome between him and Chen Zhe would be 50-50. Moreover, Chen Zhe's aura was still climbing. If it continued to rise, he might not be able to take down Chen Zhe even with his ultimate move. Where did this beast come from? Have I slept too long, and the realms of heaven, God, and demon have already opened channels to the human realm? The man's expression grew grim as he pondered. But even so, I have never heard of such a beast. Without giving the man much time to think, Chen Zhe charged at him once more. This time his speed was nearly equal to the man's, and the man could not dodge and had to take Chen Zhe's punch heat in. Boom. Another loud sound erupted. This time the man did not directly take Chen Zhe's punch. As Chen Zhe unleashed his power, his strength intensified, and his speed increased, sending the man flying. Chen Zhe immediately followed up with several continuous ki blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions continued. Chen Zhe quickly turned and punched backward. The man dodged Chen Zhe's punch, landing a punch on Chen Zhe instead, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhe rolled on the ground and whipped his massive tail like a whip towards the man. However, the man quickly dodged Chen Zhe's tail and continued his assault on Chen Zhe. Because of the brief distraction caused by the tail, Chen Zhe had already reacted and landed a punch against the man's fist. What I wanted to say, I specifically opened a separate chapter to increase the word count. Tomorrow I start work, As a production worker with no special skills, this is my first attempt at writing a novel. Previously, I only read novels. Recently, I resigned and spent a month at home feeling bored, and after reading novels, I got the illusion that I could do it. I enjoy reading infinite flow novels, so I tried to write this one. I can't say how well the content is written. In these 4 days, I've completed 4 chapters, each over 2,500 words. Combined, that's over 10,000 words. It's just a hobby. I don't know how to earn from writing novels. I'm just looking for some fun. This novel has no structure. I write whatever comes to mind. Once I start working, I may not have time to update regularly, but I will try my best to continue updating daily. If anyone enjoys this book, please give me some motivation. I won't ask for too much, but a recommendation vote should be fine, right? Just give me a little surprise for some motivation. If I get recommendation votes every day, I'll update daily. I can't promise more than that, but I can guarantee 1 update a day. Alright, I've added a few hundred words to the count. Although it may not be useful, I still hope that anyone who enjoys this book can give me some feedback, even if it's just one person. I will continue to work hard on my writing. Thank you. Boom. With a tremendous sound, the man's fist collided with Chen Zhe's, unleashing a powerful force that tore the earth within a radius of 500 meters, throwing all the soil into the air. The ground around them, except for the spots where they stood, sank at least 5 meters into an arc. The two faced off with their fists for a moment. The man was sent flying, and Chen Zhe also fell to the ground, resulting in both sustaining serious injuries from each other's overwhelming power. The man flew backwards but did not hit the ground. Instead, he flapped his fleshy wings and soared into the sky, locking eyes with Chen Zhe from a distance. His arms hung limply, clearly broken inside, and his body bore wounds deep enough to see bone. Unable to hold back, the man spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to his race, his blood was unusual. This spurt of blood indicated that he was on the verge of severely injuring his foundation. Suspended in midair, the man emanated mysterious power around his body. Chen Zhe noticed this time it was the very force that had immobilized him earlier. It was similar to the time-space power of Dawn, but it lacked the ability to traverse space. This was the power of time. Although Chen Zhe's rationality was nearly gone, the Saiyan's battle instincts during combat were far more terrifying than his clarity. As the power of time manifested around the man, Chen Zhe's Saiyan instincts went into a frenzy, warning him that he must stop him. Driven by instinct, Chen Zhe prepared to rise and attack the man once more. However, the man saw through Chen Zhe's intentions, manipulating the power of time to affect Chen Zhe, making his movements appear as if they were in a slow-motion gag from an old movie. If it were during his peak, the influence of the power of time on him would have been minimal, much like the first time he encountered the man, able to immobilize him only when he was unaware. After he unleashed his power, it would have almost no effect. However, now, under his severe injuries, he lacked the strength to break free from the power of time. The man controlled the power of time to slow down the time around Chen Zhe, preventing any interference, and then used the power of time to quicken his own movements. The man unleashed his trump card, which gave him absolute confidence in his invincibility against opponents of the same level. As the man wielded the power of time, the space around him became increasingly mysterious. Then the power of time around him began to become chaotic, creating a sensation that the surrounding space was about to shatter. As the power of time surged, the man's wounds began to heal as a result of the time power. Under the influence of the power of time, it was uncertain whether a moment had passed or a long time had elapsed. Chen Zhe saw that the man's injuries had completely healed. Aside from a slight paleness, he bore no difference from when Chen Zhe first laid eyes on him. However, it was not over yet. The power of time accelerated further, and the time within the man's surrounding space became completely chaotic, causing the river of time to flicker in and out of existence. Suddenly, Chen Zhe saw 2 figures emerging from the flickering river of time. One came forward along the river of time to this moment, while the other came backward against the current. Both figures looked exactly like the man across from them. One was dressed in ancient robes, elegant and refined, while the other wore a fashionable white coat from the 21st century, exuding calmness and authority. To differentiate, I will refer to the man as the present figure, the ancient-robed man as the past figure, and the coat-wearing man as the future figure. Is this the beast? The ancient-robed man pointed at Chen Zhe and asked, what species is he? Even you now have to resort to such means to deal with him. Hearing the ancient-robed man's question, the man replied, I don't know what species he is. He awakened me from slumber. His power is formidable, and I've never heard any information about this beast. I wonder if the 6 realms have connected once more. You from the future, do you know his origins? The man asked the coat-wearing figure, while the ancient-robed man also turned to look at him. The coat-wearing man gazed at Chen Zhe. At this moment, Chen Zhe was still affected by the power of time. He was gravely injured, with almost no part of his body unscathed. He bore wounds from being used as a sandbag by the man at the start, and after such a prolonged battle, dawn was approaching, the moon was about to vanish, and his strength had begun to wane. Coupled with the pressure of his injuries and the aftermath of his explosive struggle against the man, Chen Zhe was now nearly at his limit. The only thing sustaining him now was the pride of the Saiyan warrior race. Saiyans are born to fight and die for battle. This is the fate of a warrior race. The coat-wearing man looked at Chen Zhe, who was staring back at him. From Chen Zhe's transformed giant ape form, the coat-wearing man saw a fierce battle intent in his crimson eyes. The coat-wearing man averted his gaze, not making eye contact with Chen Zhe. Out of Chen Zhe's sight, the corner of his mouth twitched. The coat-wearing man heard the responses of the man and the ancient-robed man, and said it's still too early for the 6 realms to connect. I truly know who this fellow is. He's a rogue, yet a madman in battle. The dawn is approaching. He's no longer a threat. The coat-wearing man spoke to the ancient-robed man and the other man about Chen Zhe, and time slipped by unnoticed. Chen Zhe began to change. A dawn broke, the moon disappeared, and his strength was long depleted, reverting him back to an infant. Having transformed back into an infant, Chen Zhe fell into a coma, due to his consciousness resisting being completely overtaken by primal instincts compounded by his severe injuries, leaving him completely unaware of the outside world. After an unknown passage of time, the man and the ancient-robed man also listened to the coat-wearing man's words about Chen Zhe. They then saw the infant version of Chen Zhe, and the 3 fell silent. Are you sure he can help us break through to the ultimate level? Change that outcome? The man asked. I don't know, but I want to take a gamble. Let's consider this an opportunity for ourselves, a chance to break through the ultimate limit of this world. All right, then let's proceed. Let's each offer all our blood essence without harming our foundations. That should suffice. The man and the ancient-robed man spoke in unison. Very well, then let's begin. Let's give him our blood essence, said the coat-wearing man. With that, the 3 began to condense their blood essence. The ancient-robed man and the man each condensed 5 drops, while the coat-wearing man condensed 6. You are indeed stronger than us. It seems that even you believe this is the only opportunity. We truly have no other choice. The man said. The ancient-robed man remained silent, and the coat-wearing man did not respond, but the man did not mind. Ever since he learned of that future outcome from the coat-wearing man, he had little hope left for this world. He could not believe the future. The coat-wearing man spoke of his subconscious denying it, yet the coat-wearing man's strength shattered his last fantasy. As the 16 drops of blood essence from the 3 merged into Chen Zhe's mouth, due to the man's race, their blood was truly the source of their power. This immense power was not something the still infant Chen Zhe could bear. Therefore, all that tremendous power was absorbed by the slumbering dawn. This was the man's original blood possessing his primal power, namely the power of time. As the power of time merged, the slumbering dawn instinctively began to mobilize the power of time, and as the power of time was activated, the power of space also stirred. Dawn's consciousness, still in slumber, began to become vaguely aware, and in the concurrent operation of the power of time and space, a portal to time and space opened, enveloping Chen Zhe as he traversed through. In the haze, Dawn heard a voice. I am the ancestor of zombies. Today, I assist you, and in the future, please remember me. The half-awakened Dawn controlled the temporal power contained within Jiang Chen's blood, eliminating the negative factors attached to it. 15 out of the 16 drops of his blood were absorbed as energy by the Dawn, while the last drop was used to transform Chen Zhe's body. Although Chen Zhe possessed the bloodline of a limit Saiyan in his infant state, he could only unleash his power during life-threatening situations, or like this time by sheer luck on a full moon night. At all other times, his life was not guaranteed. However, both of these power surges caused significant damage to Chen Zhe's body, injuring his foundation and leaving indelible hidden wounds. The overexertion undoubtedly inflicted severe harm on his physique. Within the time-space tunnel, Chen Zhe was enveloped by the forces of time and space, and his body began to change. Due to Jiang Chen's blood, he started to grow. With the power of Jiang Chen's blood, combined with the assistance of the time-space force, the hidden injuries in his body were eliminated, restoring his severely wounded foundation from the battle with Jiang Chen. Chen Zhe finally grew up. He was 16 years old. Chen Zhe's appearance did not change much from his past life, but due to his current identity as a Saiyan, he had become more rugged. His face was sharply defined, his gaze more piercing, and his body muscular without appearing greasy. He had the true physique of someone who looked slim in clothes yet fit when undressed. Coupled with the naturally spiky hairstyle of a Saiyan, he exuded a sense of charm and reliability. In summary, if Chen Zhe had looked like this in his past life, he would never have fallen to the point of carrying bricks. Back to the main point. After Chen Zhe reached 16, the last drop of Jiang Chen's blood was used up. The Dawn opened the time-space portal once more, sending Chen Zhe out of the tunnel, creating a projection to serve as an alarm clock. It was clear that the Dawn was genuinely concerned about Chen Zhe. This time, due to the temporal power attached to Jiang Chen's blood, the Dawn was in a semi-sleeping state, meaning its consciousness fell asleep again. However, Chen Zhe was able to use a portion of its power, specifically the spatial power. Since Jiang Qin's temporal power was the origin of rules, a part of the time's essence, the Dawn also allocated a portion of the spatial essence power to Chen Zhe. This power was the last life-saving measure left for Chen Zhe after the Dawn's brief awakening, allowing him to have a chance to traverse time and space when faced with deadly danger, combining the temporal essence of Jiang Qin's blood. The Dawn was deeply concerned for Chen Zhe, even to the point of losing sleep. It felt that Chen Zhe's recent luck was truly unfathomable. First, in his past life, he was directly killed by the Dawn, and then a karmic bond was formed, compelling the Dawn to resurrect Chen Zhe and recognize him as its host. Furthermore, because it acknowledged Chen Zhe as its host, it helped him transform into a powerful Saiyan bloodline. However, it wasn't long before he could fully grow, he was almost annihilated by Frieza. This forced the Dawn to take Chen Zhe through time and space to escape, ultimately leaving it in a state of sleep to absorb energy. You would think that after taking Chen Zhe through time and space, he wouldn't put himself in a position to almost die again. Originally, the powers from Jiang Qin's blood would allow it to awaken, but in the end it had to allocate power to repair Chen Zhe's injured foundation and body. To help Chen Zhe recover, the remaining power of Jiang Qin's blood could awaken it, but there was no surplus power to assist Chen Zhe. Given Chen Zhe's current unfortunate state, lacking an escape card was undoubtedly dangerous. Therefore, the Dawn combined the remaining power with its own spatial essence to leave Chen Zhe a way out. For the sake of such an unfortunate host like Chen Zhe, the Dawn itself was dragged into the mess. Indeed, karma is karma. Back then, before meeting Chen Zhe, it was carefree, yet now that it recognized him as its host, it faced such a tragic fate. Truly, one cannot look back at the past, it brings tears to the eyes. The above is a true reflection of the Dawn's thoughts upon awakening. How bitter it is. Boom. A loud noise echoed in Chen Zhe's mind, resonating deeply. Chen Zhe was startled and jumped up. Who is it? Which bastard is trying to kill me? Are you looking for death? Before Chen Zhe could finish cursing, he noticed the projection left for him in his mind. Chen Zhe, my host, time is short, and I won't explain much. This world is one I sensed before my slumber, a world with the original stone. You can find the original stone to awaken me. I don't know exactly which world this is, but I beg you for one thing. Please, absolutely do not get killed. The Dawn's final words were delivered with such urgency that Chen Zhe felt as if his head was about to turn to mush. My head almost exploded from the noise this guy made. Seriously, what do you mean by me seeking death? I'm clearly a victim here. Chen Zhe shook his head, feeling wronged by the Dawn's last words, telling him not to seek death. Clearly, he was also a victim. First, he was killed by the Dawn, then he almost got wiped out by Frieza. If it weren't for his luck this time, he would have almost died again. Although he didn't understand why he traversed worlds once more, he remembered that he had been driven to fight by the Saiyans' wild battle instincts. None of this was voluntary on his part. If one were to speak candidly, he was the one being manipulated in all these events, while the Dawn was the one causing all the trouble. All of this stemmed from the Dawn's greed. If it weren't for the power you helped me transform, if it weren't for you saying you would help me become the protagonist, if it weren't for... Chen Zhe grew increasingly agitated, his voice dwindling to a whisper. If it weren't for you saving me once again, I swear. I swear. As he continued, his voice faded further. Truthfully, while all of this had left his life hanging by a thread, these experiences were thrilling. These were scenarios he had never even dared to imagine during his bland life of over 20 years, only able to witness them in anime, novels, and movies. Each time wishing he could be the protagonist. Yet now this was his reality, albeit nearly leading to his death. However, the Dawn truly granted him the power to become the protagonist, providing him with thrilling experiences that one could only dream of and giving him the chance to realize his adolescent fantasies. Forget it, Dawn, just you wait. For wronging me, I will settle the score with you once you awaken. Now let's see where I am. What kind of world is this? The Dawn always opened the time-space portal in remote areas. No matter which world, it was the power of time and space was the highest form of power, let alone the function of traversing time and space. As the saying goes, an innocent man is not guilty, but possessing precious things brings trouble. Recently, Chen Zhe seemed to be plagued by misfortune. More people meant more chances for danger. Thus, the Dawn deliberately chose a desolate place to drop Chen Zhe, leaving a projection for him to calm down. So now Chen Zhe found himself in a deserted location devoid of any signs of civilization. There were no villages or shops, and he had no one to ask for directions. The Dawn had mentioned there was an original stone here. If he obtained it, it could awaken the Dawn. But now Chen Zhe couldn't even tell north from south. As he pondered this, Chen Zhe could feel the veins in his head throbbing again. He genuinely wanted to grab the Dawn and give it a good beating. Dawn, you bastard. When you awaken, I will make you understand what cruelty is. Clearly, Chen Zhe had not grasped the Dawn's good intentions. If he knew that he was in this situation because of the Dawn's deliberate arrangement, he would probably wish for the Dawn to sleep indefinitely. But Chen Zhe was unaware, so he randomly chose a direction and began walking ready to explore this world, marking his true arrival in another realm. Across the vast, desolate wasteland, a gale howled. Then in the distance, a towering tornado spiraled toward him. As it drew near, a solitary figure emerged from its eye, flickering like a mirage within the raging vortex. Upon closer inspection, the figure stood utterly unclothed. Indeed, that figure was Chen Zhe. "Shu Guang, you wretched scoundrel. I'll beat you senseless the moment you wake up." Chen Zhe gritted his teeth, tugging self-consciously at the crude apron woven from desert grasses and thorny shrubs tied around his waist. "I'll make you suffer, not once but tenfold, 100-fold, for what you've done to me. Just wait, you'll pay dearly." Chen Zhe had set out into this strange new world driven by equal parts curiosity and trepidation. Yet the very first step he took sent a chill of foreboding down his spine. Still, he refused to believe it. This must be a dream, a hallucination born of Shu Guang's intervention, muddling his mind into sludge. Then a gentle breeze brushed against his bare skin, its whisper unmistakable. "Yes, you are indeed naked. And yes, anyone who sees you will instantly conclude without doubt that you are a shameless exhibitionist." At that moment, Chen Zhe's despair was absolute. From the instant Shu Guang revived him to his transformation into a colossal ape, he had existed in an infantile state. Thus nakedness had troubled him not at all. Even moments earlier, his subconscious had failed to register it, until that fateful breeze swept past, carrying away both his hope and his dignity. Chen Zhe nearly self-destructed from sheer mortification. His power stemmed entirely from fortuitous encounters. Yet in his prior life, he had been nothing more than an utterly ordinary man. Consequently, he wielded this newfound strength with little control, making him quite literally a man who walked amid roaring gales, a living typhoon's eye. Yes, the storm was his doing, at first an uncontrolled surge of energy, later a conscious, deliberate force. And this spectacle left him too humiliated to face another soul. With nothing else at hand, he could only raise dust with the storm to veil himself. Yet his vision, now supernaturally acute, guaranteed he would spot any onlooker long before they saw him. Then he would close in and seize their clothes. Dignity be damned. His dignity had already vanished on that accursed breeze. Now all that remained was his chastity, and he intended to protect it at all costs. Yet he walked for hours without encountering a single living being, not even a plant sturdy enough to serve as makeshift clothing. Only recently had he stumbled upon a sparse thicket of desert shrubs, whose barbed stems interwoven with wind-tossed grasses became the raw material for his pitiful apron. Had it not been for the Saiyan race's innate physical resilience, and the further enhancement bestowed by Jiangchen's blood, he would never have dared wear such a prickly contraption. Unseen by Chen Zhe, a ripple shimmered across the barren ground nearby, as if water disturbed by a stone. From beneath the sand emerged a child no older than 3, clad in a diaper and wearing a mouse-shaped mask, gazing silently at Chen Zhe. "Wow, what immense power! Who is this guy? So flamboyant, even more so than me." The child paused in thought, then frowned gravely. "Is he trying to steal all my thunder? Oomph, I won't let that happen. This is my battlefield. Behold, hidden dragon in action." Chen Zhe, the man who walked as the true eye of the hurricane, had sensed the child the moment he appeared. After wandering this endless wasteland for so long, through terrain utterly devoid of villages, towns, or any sign of civilization, the mere sight of another human was astonishing. A child. Unthinkable. And Shu Guang had said this world held primordial stones, meaning it was anything but ordinary. Sure enough, the child raised his hands, commanding the surrounding sands, which coalesced into a serpentine eastern dragon of earth and grit surging straight toward Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe watched the earthen dragon charge, then bent his knees, drove powerfully through his legs, tightened his core, and drew his fists back behind him. At the last possible instant, he launched himself upward, meeting the beast midair with a full-force punch aimed squarely at its head. Boom! The earthen dragon shattered under the impact, exploding into a storm of flying debris. With lightning reflexes, Chen Zhe seized the child, still stunned, still clutching his mouse mask and diaper, by the scruff of his tiny neck. At last, an indigenous inhabitant. He needed answers. Where was he? What kind of world was this? Gazing at the dazed child before him, Chen Zhe felt a pang of guilt. True, the child's presence here was unnatural. True, he commanded sand and stone. But he was still just a child. His voice softened. "Little one, don't be afraid. I'm no villain. Can you tell me where we are? How could you possibly shatter my hidden dragon in action with just one punch? What will I say to them now? My reputation among them will surely crumble." The child ignored Chen Zhe's question entirely, muttering to himself instead. Chen Zhe's heart leapt. There were others, and by the child's words, more than one. He pressed gently, "What's your name, little one?" Could you take me to meet the others you mentioned? I'm starving and desperately need proper clothing. Will you guide me there? You pervert. You're trying to steal my diaper, aren't you? A sharp crack echoed. The ground beneath Chen Zhe's foot splintered. Yet he clenched his jaw, suppressing the urge to pummel the mouse-masked child into oblivion, repeating inwardly, innocent words, innocent words. He's just a child. I won't stoop to his level. No, I won't. Inhale, exhale. Chen Zhe breathed deeply, forcing down the impulse to teach the boy manners, then spoke with deliberate gentleness. No, I'd never steal your diaper. I'm an adult. Adults don't wear diapers. I only wish to know where you came from. I simply need clothing, food, water. I haven't eaten in over a day. Perhaps it was Chen Zhe's soothing tone, or perhaps the fissures spreading across the earth beneath his feet, that finally silenced the child's provocations. This is the heart of the Sahara Desert, barren, uninhabited, rarely visited. As for me, I hail from VV Academy. The child, sensing Chen Zhe's patience nearing its breaking point, answered honestly. VV Academy. The heart of the Sahara. That sounds strangely familiar, especially the name VV Academy. Chen Zhe fell silent, lost in thought. VV Academy rang a deep, resonant bell, but the memory eluded him, slipping just beyond reach. He set the riddle aside, for now. First, he needed to understand why the child was here, and secure clothing, food, and water. Gently he asked, the heart of the Sahara. Then why are you here? Would you please take me to VV Academy? To eat, to find clothes? No, I can't return yet. I have a mission, but what is it? As the child sank into contemplation, Chen Zhe felt the veins on his temple begin to pulse again. Just as his temples throbbed anew, the child suddenly slammed his right fist into his left palm, eyes wide with revelation. I heard rumors of the Black Moon Cavalry's base being here. I came to find them. I have come to seek collaboration with the Black Moon Iron Riders to join forces against Lucifer and his 12 fallen angels to thwart Lucifer's schemes. The child said, Black Moon Iron Riders. VV Academy. Could it be that this is that world? Upon hearing the term Black Moon Iron Riders, Chen Zhe suddenly realized, so this is that world. Upon hearing the term Black Moon Iron Riders and the mention of VV Academy by the child, Chen Zhe finally understood which world he was in. If he was not mistaken, this was the world of his favorite comic, Stealing Stars in September. This comic was once known as the #1 comic in the country. If this truly was the world of Stealing Stars in September, then the child had just used the power of Earth element by manipulating sand and stones. Coupled with his unique attire and childish demeanor, it was clear that this was no mere child. This was the old man Pajun, who had transformed into this state due to the side effects of his seventh sense, often making people want to sacrifice him. It must be true. Chen Zhe thought about his tone and words just now. He began to ponder whether he should respect the elderly or love the young. So I can't take you back to VV Academy right now. How about I take you to the base of the Black Moon Iron Riders instead? The child, no, Pajun said. But inside he thought, this will perfectly divert the trouble, haha. I truly am a genius, haha. Chen Zhe was unaware of Pajun's thoughts, but seeing the gradually rippling expression on Pajun's face, he knew that Pajun was definitely not thinking of anything good. No, I just want to find a set of clothes to wear and enjoy a hearty meal. I'm not interested in accompanying you to the base of the Black Moon Iron Riders. Chen Zhe said. He really wanted to visit the Black Moon base to see his favorite character from childhood, but not now. Looking at Pajun's expression, he knew this guy wanted him to be a shield. Although he wasn't afraid now that Chen Zhe knew he was in the world of Stealing Stars in September, he understood what the original stone that Shu Guang mentioned was all about. The entire origin of the story of Stealing Stars in September stemmed from the ancient Xilan kingdom 9,000 years ago. 9,000 years ago, a meteorite fell to Earth, granting humanity various powers, which they called the Seventh Sense. If Chen Zhe's guess was correct, that meteorite from 9,000 years ago was indeed the original stone that Shu Guang referred to. At first, humanity regarded this as a divine blessing and peace reigned. However, later, due to human greed, war broke out, leaving only the strongest forces to form the ancient Xilan kingdom, which eventually fell to rebellion and destruction. Was it 10 or 20 years ago? Chen Zhe couldn't recall. A group of archaeology enthusiasts accidentally discovered the ruins of the ancient Xilan civilization and thus gained extraordinary abilities, but with side effects. As they used the seventh sense, their bodies began to shrink. An irreversible shrinking until they completely disappeared. Therefore, they deeply studied the ancient Xilan civilization. After learning, they discovered that they had unleashed the demon that led to the fall of the ancient Xilan kingdom 9,000 years ago. The demon would bring about doom to the world just as it had destroyed the ancient Xilan civilization. Their companion K betrayed them, taking away 12 ice coffins they had unearthed together in the ruins. These were the descendants of the ancient Xilan civilization prepared by the ancient Xilan kingdom for the impending apocalypse. Only those 12 could use the seventh sense without any side effects. And those in the 12 ice coffins were now the Black Moon Iron Riders, while VV Academy was founded by those archaeology enthusiasts who came together out of passion. The reason Chen Zhe didn't want to meet the Black Moon Iron Riders right now was that first, if he remembered correctly, the leader of the Black Moon Iron Riders was also the traitor K among the archaeology enthusiasts. He betrayed them because he had been possessed by the demon unleashed during his first entry into the ruins, and Chen Zhe was unaware of his specific strength. Secondly, the original stone had long since scattered into countless fragments. What those people referred to as the Seventh Sense was developed using shards of the original stone, now called elemental stones. Chen Zhe did not know if there were elemental stones in the Black Moon base, but he remembered that there were still some elemental stones in VV Academy, and the male protagonist of this world and his companions developed their seventh sense using the elemental stones from VV Academy. Thus, Chen Zhe wanted to go to VV Academy to see if using the elemental stones, that is the original stones, could awaken Shuguang. Awakening Shuguang was his primary goal. Everything else could wait. After all, he was now in this world, and he would eventually meet the protagonist, so there was no rush. However, if he didn't let Pajun take him to VV Academy now, and by chance let this old man escape, he would really have no idea where VV Academy was. At that point, searching for these original stones in this world would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. So Chen Zhe stubbornly said, "I just want to go to VV Academy right now, but I can tell you for sure that the base of the Black Moon Iron Riders is indeed here, but they will not cooperate with you." "How do you know? Who exactly are you?" Pajun's expression finally changed from rippling to serious upon hearing Chen Zhe's words. He stared at Chen Zhe, no longer joking, but in a serious tone. He said, "I've never heard of someone like you. With your strength, you shouldn't be so obscure, yet I've never come across any information related to you, or anything similar. Are you a person of Lucifer? Did he train you as a fallen angel with elemental needles?" Hearing Pajun's words, Chen Zhe felt delighted. He enjoyed scaring Pajun like this, especially since he had just made him feel disgusted. Thus, with a sense of dark humor, he said with a smile, "Oh, do you think I'm a fallen angel? So what if I am? And what if I'm not? Do you think you can escape? Damn it, this is really bad. I don't know how strong this guy is, but he shattered my hidden dragon with a single punch. His strength must not be underestimated. How can I escape now?" Pajun fell silent upon hearing Chen Zhe's words. Chen Zhe watched Pajun's constantly changing expression with a smile, feeling overjoyed. This old man had initially pretended to be young and made him feel disgusted, and now seeing Pajun's changing face, Chen Zhe was feeling absolutely elated. "It seems you are an enemy, not a friend. Then I can only use my ultimate move," Pajun said, gravely staring at Chen Zhe after a long silence. Chen Zhe feigned indifference, but he was already prepared to withstand whatever ultimate move Pajun unleashed, saying, "All right, let me see your skills. Use whatever ultimate move you have, I'll take it." "All right, are you ready?" "I'm going to unleash my ultimate move now," Pajun said seriously, slightly crouching, as if brewing a powerful attack. Chen Zhe looked at Pajun's stance, his expression slightly serious. Although he had shattered Pajun's hidden dragon with a single punch, that was after charging up. Moreover, he had been having a streak of bad luck lately, and needed to ensure his safety regardless of Pajun's strength. "Are you ready? Watch my ultimate move. There's a flying saucer behind you." As Pajun spoke, the ground beneath him transformed like a water surface, opening a large hole, and he began to drill down into it. He was trying to escape again. Chen Zhe waited for a long time, and upon hearing Pajun's words instinctively looked back. But in an instant he realized that Pajun's body had already drilled into the ground. Chen Zhe burst into action, rushing over with all his might, and finally reached into the hole just before the ground closed, grabbing Pajun's leg and pulling him out like a turnip. As expected, he should not have believed this old man's words. This was a shameless old man. Fortunately, he was quick enough this time, otherwise this old man would have escaped, and he would have no idea when he would meet another person to walk out of this desert. Chen Zhe grabbed Pajun's leg and pulled him out of the ground, then swung him around, letting Pajun truly experience what it meant to be a whirlwind. Muttering, "Run, keep running." I actually believed the nonsense from this old man. Pajun, dizzy from being swung around, involuntarily opened his mouth, and Chen Zhe's vigorous motion sent snot and saliva flying everywhere to the point where Chen Zhe disgustedly threw him onto the ground. Looking at the snot-covered Pajun lying on the ground, Chen Zhe held back his disgust and asked, "Why don't you run some more, you old man? I almost believed your nonsense. Stop playing dead. I know you've awakened your sixth sense. This is just to make you uncomfortable. It won't harm you. Now hurry and take me to VV Academy." Pajun, lying on the ground, remained unmoved, still wearing a disgruntled expression. Suddenly the ground beneath him opened up into a hole, and he fell into it, sealing the entrance. However, Chen Zhe was prepared this time. As Pajun fell, he grabbed him first and plunged into the hole alongside him. In the hole, Pajun looked at Chen Zhe, and Chen Zhe looked back at him. Their eyes met, and Pajun awkwardly said, Can I say that I only suggested moving underground because it's too hot outside. You see, it's much cooler down here. Yes, continue. Chen Zhe replied expressionlessly. He knew this old man was not to be trusted, and as expected, he was right. However, he did not lie about the coolness underground. Looking at Chen Zhe's impassive face, Pajun said again, "So can you let me go? Your spikes are hurting me." Chen Zhe continued to gaze at him, unmoved. He wanted to see what other tricks this old man could pull. Don't say that. Look, neither of us is wearing clothes. It's inappropriate, and people will feel shy. Pajun suddenly said, bashfully pretending to be demure, which disgusted Chen Zhe immensely. The veins on Chen Zhe's forehead began to throb, so he decided to give this shameless old man a warning. Boom. Chen Zhe gathered a chi blast in his palm and shot it upwards, causing a loud explosion. They saw the sky again. Pajun looked at the sky shocked. Although he had only used earth manipulation to dig down 10 meters, Chen Zhe's strike had penetrated through, creating a chasm 5 to 6 meters wide. This display of strength was truly terrifying. If this man were an enemy, he could not be allowed into VV Academy. Bringing him in would spell disaster. You might as well kill me. I will never take you to VV Academy. Lucifer's scheme will not succeed. Pajun said seriously, genuinely prepared to risk his life. As the principal of VV Academy, regardless of his usual antics, he had never shied away from significant matters, even if it meant losing his life this time. But if you want to kill me, I won't just sit back and wait. Let me see what kind of strength you possess. Go all out, unleash your seventh sense. After saying this, Pajun unleashed all his strength, transforming from the appearance of a 3-year-old child into that of an 18-year-old youth. Chen Zhe understood that Pajun was now serious. Those who have developed their seventh sense at VV Academy, when using it, will experience side effects. While using it casually isn't too bad, fighting with it fully activated is akin to fighting with one's life on the line. Each use ages the user at least 1 year. With each attack, they would become even younger until they eventually vanished. Chen Zhe did not expect the unfocused Pajun to suddenly become so resolute. He initially just wanted to poke fun at Pajun due to his antics, but to his surprise, Pajun decided to go all out to protect VV Academy upon realizing escape was futile. Seeing Pajun fully unleashing his seventh sense, Chen Zhe hurriedly said, "Hey, you old man, this is a misunderstanding. I'm not a fallen angel, though I was just joking. I'm not one of Lucifer's subordinates. I was just messing with you." Messing with me? I'm going all out, and you tell me you were just messing with me. Do you think I'll believe that? It doesn't matter. If you can take my attack, I'll believe you. Prepare yourself. Watch closely. Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. Pajun didn't stop due to Chen Zhe's words, but instead launched his assault. Regardless of whether Chen Zhe is a subordinate of Lucifer or not, now that he fully activated his seventh sense, Pajun must test Chen Zhe's strength. Chen Zhe was indeed terrifyingly strong, having created a large pit over 10 meters deep and 5 to 6 meters wide, with just one strike, and he appeared utterly unconcerned, as if it was a casual blow. Pajun's attack, Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, was his strongest move. If Chen Zhe could withstand it, it wouldn't matter if he was affiliated with Lucifer. If he was, then he would just be killed. He wouldn't reveal the location of VV Academy. If not, that would be even better. He could save his own life, as someone who could withstand his full force seventh sense attack wouldn't need to deceive him. Moreover, since he used his seventh sense, the side effects were already in play. After all, it was just one attack, and he might as well use it, or at least he would feel better about it. Looking at Pajun unleashing his full force attack, Chen Zhe's expression turned serious. This wasn't the earlier Hidden Dragon in the Abyss where a single 20-meter sand dragon appeared. Now, there were several 50-meter sand dragons attacking him, and with Pajun's enhanced earth manipulation, these sand dragons were denser, possessing the hardness of marble and even granite. Some were made of rock, rivaling diamond in toughness. As the multiple 50-meter-long 3 to 4-meter-wide sand dragons charged towards Chen Zhe, he had to brace himself. It truly felt like they could move mountains. Seeing these sand dragons rushing towards him, Chen Zhe unleashed a barrage of chi blasts, shattering the weaker sand dragons. However, 6 of them still came crashing down on Chen Zhe's position, yet they failed to hit him as he had jumped to the side the moment they attacked. Damn, his speed is impressive, but I won't let you escape so easily. Take this. Pajun, seeing Chen Zhe evade his attack, was surprised, but did not cease his assault, continuing to command the sand dragons towards Chen Zhe. You old man, you don't keep your word, do you? Didn't you say you'd stop if I took your attack? Chen Zhe shouted angrily at Pajun as the sand dragons continued to charge at him. Pajun, unfazed by Chen Zhe's anger, continued manipulating the sand dragons. He casually replied, "Didn't you just evade? Look, there are still so many left. To take it means to take all of it. Evading doesn't count as taking it." Chen Zhe was left speechless by this argument. He resolved to let his strength speak for itself. Although these sand dragons were a bit troublesome to him, they were merely a minor inconvenience. He realized that whether Pajun believed him or not, he would continue to attack, just to test his strength. Since that's the case, let's do this. I want to see how strong my body has become. I haven't truly fought since my rebirth. Chen Zhe began to feel annoyed by Pai Jun's relentless pursuit with Hidden Dragon in the abyss. No Saiyan would simply take hits without fighting back. After being chased for too long, Chen Zhe's Saiyan blood began to awaken his combat instincts. Other than the time he fought Jiang Chun, which didn't count since he was overtaken by his Saiyan wildness this time, he felt the warrior nature of the Saiyan blood, with his own rationality intact, igniting the desire to experience the thrill of battle. Chen Zhe's blood began to boil, and he felt a surge of excitement. In his past life, he had been a rather introverted person for over 20 years. Due to his single-parent family background, he never had deep interactions with others, let alone conflicts or fights. Thus, the Saiyan's thirst for battle ignited a sense of novelty in Chen Zhe regarding fighting, causing him to let out a manic roar while standing still. This time, he did not dodge the sand dragon summoned by Pai Jun. Instead, he stood his ground, leaped quickly, and smashed his fist into one of the 6 sand dragons flying towards him. A real man must feel the impact of every punch. Although Chen Zhe had never fought before, he relished the feeling of delivering bone-crushing blows. He used energy blasts to clear out minor foes, leaving the rest to his fists, crushing them punch by punch. Boom. Chen Zhe's fist struck a sand dragon. As the number of sand dragons decreased, Pai Jun's control became more refined and the density of each sand dragon grew more solid. The remaining 6 sand dragons now had a hardness that exceeded that of diamond. The sand dragon struck by Chen Zhe began to shatter slowly. Although its hardness had surpassed that of diamond, Chen Zhe's body was even tougher. In the world of Dragon Ball, Saiyans are renowned for their combat abilities, each possessing immense physical strength. In fact, in the entire Dragon Ball universe, the body serves as the foundation of combat. True strength lies in one's physical prowess. Because in the Dragon Ball world, no matter how powerful an energy blast may be, its ultimate medium is the body, as energy is generated from the body's vitality. Only with strong physical attributes can one produce more energy and harness greater power. Chen Zhe's body was already stronger than that of an average Saiyan due to the modifications from Dawn. Not to mention, his body had been further enhanced by Jiang Chen's blood, and Jiang Chun was the ancestor of all zombies, renowned in Chinese mythology for their physical strength. With both factors combined, Chen Zhe himself had no idea where his physical limits lay. Regardless, when he struck the sand dragon, which was harder than diamond, his fists only suffered minor abrasions. Pai Jun was left speechless as he watched Chen Zhe shatter another sand dragon with just one punch, sustaining only minor injuries. Chen Zhe was stronger than he had imagined. However, Chen Zhe paid no mind to Pai Jun's thoughts. After shattering the sand dragon, he leveraged the force from the impact to dodge the attacks of the remaining 5 sand dragons, landing on the ground, then leaping again towards another sand dragon. Another hard collision allowed him to break that sand dragon as well, but this time his punch inflicted significant damage. The bones in his left hand were exposed. This injury was severe. Yet such pain did not deter Chen Zhe. Instead, it exhilarated him. Yes, this is it. The thrill of hard collisions and the joy of feeling flesh against flesh. Come on, bring it on. Chen Zhe was eager to shout aloud, unafraid of his injuries, undeterred by pain. He continued to evade the remaining 4 sand dragons whose hardness had already doubled that of diamond. But Chen Zhe found an opportunity, and at the cost of a broken right hand, shattered one, while he kicked 2 more apart. Only one remained, the strongest sand dragon currently under Pai Jun's full control. Having vented enough, Chen Zhe did not recklessly charge in for another heating clash. Instead, he continued to dodge. While he enjoyed the sensation of hard impacts, he knew the importance of strategy. The last sand dragon's hardness was now comparable to his own strength. He could smash it in a frontal confrontation, but he would also suffer severe internal injuries from the recoil, as force acts reciprocally. After shattering 5 sand dragons at the cost of a broken hand and a leg injury, Chen Zhe thoroughly released his excitement and began to search for the last sand dragon's weak point, specifically the middle joint connecting its body. Boom. After dodging several times, Chen Zhe struck the last sand dragon's lower jaw, the connection between its body and head. This time, instead of using his body for the attack, he unleashed a charged energy blast, shattering the final sand dragon. Huh. Now I've taken your best shot, right? If that wasn't it, then bring it on again. After destroying the last sand dragon, Chen Zhe stood firm, letting out a breath towards Pai Jun. He was curious to see how this old man would justify himself. If he tried to talk his way out of it, Chen Zhe would ensure that he experienced what a windmill felt like. But Pai Jun did not respond. Instead, he continued to stare in amazement at Chen Zhe, genuinely shocked by him. Watching Chen Zhe shatter a sand dragon with a single punch made him doubt whether he had inadvertently activated a false 7th sense. He tried to replicate Chen Zhe's action and punched his own sand dragon, but his fist was still swollen. This proved that his situation was not the issue. He was not being delusional. Chen Zhe had truly shattered a sand dragon with a single punch. If such a person were an enemy, he compared his own sand dragon's size to Chen Zhe's. Indeed, one must be sincere in their endeavors. then one might find that the world is rather beautiful. No, I believe you now. You really aren't a fallen angel, are you? Although Pejun believed Chen Zhe's words, he still asked for confirmation. Pejun deactivated his seventh sense, reverting to a childlike form, but this time, he appeared even smaller, looking only about a year old with noticeable fatigue on his face. He had activated his seventh sense with a determination to fight, and such a massive burst of power had taken a toll on his body. Normally, activating the seventh sense once would make him a year younger, but this time his desperate attempt to go all out caused him to regress 2 years from 3 years old to 1. This meant he could only activate the seventh sense 2 more times, once to revert to infancy, and once to disappear entirely. Thus, he believed Chen Zhe's words, as Chen Zhe's strength made it unnecessary for him to deceive him. More importantly, Pejun realized that he might not be able to overcome Chen Zhe. If Chen Zhe truly wasn't Lucifer's fallen angel, then continuing to fight would only create an adversary that posed a threat to VV Academy potentially greater than Lucifer himself. Thus, he had to accept Chen Zhe's assertions. I am not a fallen angel under Lucifer, I was just messing with you. Who told you, you old coot, to annoy me and always think about running away? Chen Zhe replied exasperatedly. He truly did not expect Pejun to concoct such a wild scenario and confront him. Had he known, he would have refrained from teasing Pejun. His current aim was to check out VV Academy and validate whether his suspicions were correct, that the elemental stones capable of awakening the seventh sense were indeed raw stones. If his assumptions were right, he could awaken Dawn. Moreover, he had only just encountered Pejun, a living person, after such a long time. He had already walked for a day, feeling both exhausted and famished, not to mention the intense battle he had just fought with Pejun. His body also required energy to recover. For instance, after the battle with Pejun, his injuries had begun to heal, making him feel increasingly hungry. He felt as though he could eat an entire adult cow by himself. Listening to Chen Zhe, Pejun said little. He was genuinely fatigued, on the verge of falling asleep, an after effect of activating the seventh sense. So he pointed directly at a direction without further ado and said, walking in that direction for about 1 to 2 hours will lead you to a trade route. You can flag down a vehicle there to take you to the town after that. Hey, don't fall asleep, not now. Wake up, you old rascal. Why do you always falter at the most critical moment? Chen Zhe listened to Pejun's words. Gradually the voice grew fainter. He'd assumed the old man still had something more to say, yet after that single utterance silence fell. What kind of ending was this? A cliffhanger. Chen Zhe shook Pejun vigorously, but the old man remained utterly unresponsive, deeply soundly asleep. Exasperated, Chen Zhe sighed inwardly. Fine. At least I know the general direction now, no longer wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. First I'll find that town Pejun mentioned, grab a proper meal and rest. Honestly, I'm half tempted to just abandon this doddering old fool right here and let him fend for himself. He glanced once more at Pejun, snoring peacefully, drool already glistening at the corner of his mouth, and truly entertained the notion of leaving him stranded in the barren desert. Yet in the end, he hoisted the unconscious elder onto his shoulder and strode resolutely toward the direction Pejun had indicated. Not out of kindness, absolutely not, merely because he still needed this wretched old man to guide him to the VV Academy. Thus Chen Zhe marched forward carrying Pejun. Time slipped by, unmeasured, until suddenly a helicopter descended upon the very site where Chen Zhe and Pejun had clashed. 2 figures disembarked. The first was towering, broad-shouldered, deeply tanned, and radiating raw power. His long golden hair was bound into a topknot, his expression stern and unyielding. The second appeared far more ordinary. A youth of 15 or 16 with pale gold bangs veiling his eyes, and a striking albeit weathered face marred by a prominent scar. This place clearly bore the marks of recent combat. Look at the residual earth element traces. It's unmistakably Pejun's work. The scarred youth said to his burly companion. Could it be that VV Academy's people have already tracked him here? And I have no idea, and frankly it's none of our concern. Let's return at once. The giant replied. We must report to Brother October. We've finally uncovered Sister September's whereabouts. Say, February, why on earth are you meddling in matters outside your jurisdiction? Do you fancy experiencing Brother October's affectionate discipline? And in February stared blankly at May. The deadfish gaze unmistakable. As he deadpanned, May, are you seriously dim-witted? VV Academy's agents are practically knocking on the gates of our Black Moon base. As a sworn member of the Black Moon Cavalry, shouldn't I at least assess the situation firsthand? Indeed, these two were none other than May and February, elite operatives of the Black Moon Cavalry. The towering figure was May, the scarred youth February. So what if they've come? Do you honestly believe VV Academy could best us in battle? May shrugged indifferently. Besides, this falls outside our purview. At most we'll mention it to Mr. K upon our return. Let him decide how to proceed. This time we've finally unearthed Sister September's trail, sure to lift Brother October's spirits. He hasn't smiled properly since she vanished years ago. May continued. True enough. But May, how did you manage to utter something so profoundly logical? February paused, genuinely astonished as he studied May. Since when did you grow clever? Did someone replace you with an imposter? Get lost, you're the fake one. I've always been sharper than you. May retorted, already striding toward the helicopter. If you don't board now, I'll leave you behind to choke on desert dust. Wait, hold on. February sprinted after him, leapt aboard, then smirked. You. Smarter than me. That'll never happen in this lifetime. Oh, so you want to fight? Try me. I'll hurl you out right now, and you can jog all the way back. May roared, incensed. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Without me, would you have ever located Sister September's trail? Sneak attack. Take this. February shot back instantly, and landed a solid punch. May, stunned, but refusing to yield, retaliated without hesitation. Within the ascending helicopter cabin, the two engaged in a chaotic flailing bout. Fists flying, feet kicking. More slapstick than strategy. Arg, February, you cheat. You're biting my thigh? May shrieked, just as February clamped down hard on his leg. Huh, who told you to deploy bioweapons? Pull that stinking foot away now. February mumbled through gritted teeth still latched onto May's thigh, then yelped in pain as May sank his teeth deep into his forearm. Amid their scuffle, a thunderous boom rocked the aircraft, sending them both sprawling. February scrambled upright, locking eyes with May, his voice suddenly grave. May, who's piloting this thing? Me, obviously. There's only us two aboard. What's wrong? May, distracted by the fresh bite marks on his thigh, answered absently, only to freeze mid-sentence as the helicopter lurched violently downward. Instantly, he realized the cockpit was unmanned. They were plummeting, seconds from catastrophic impact. May, you imbecile. Get to the controls now. We're going to crash. February screamed, terror sharpening his voice to a razor's edge. May lunged into the pilot's seat, hands flying over the controls, fumbling, correcting, overcorrecting, until at the very brink of disaster, he wrestled the shuddering craft back into stable flight. Phew, too close. You idiot, May. This is your idea of brilliance. Nearly killed us both. Breathing heavily, February sneered. If you hadn't been distracted, this wouldn't have happened. You're the fool, piloting while provoking a brawl. Nonsense. You're the one who's incompetent. How dare you interrupt the pilot mid-flight? Base is just ahead, still itching for a fight. I'll oblige you the moment we land. Bring it on. When we get there, I'll sick my Warhawk on you. NN Warhawk. Since when did you acquire an eagle? Humph. That's my dog. NNO. And what's your Warhawk called? NN Wonkai. Chen Zhe, of course, remained blissfully unaware that the Black Moon Cavalry had discovered the site of his battle with Pajun. Even if he'd known, he likely wouldn't have cared. He had no desire to cross paths with them just yet. More urgently, he'd finally reached the caravan road Pajun had described, hitched a ride into town, and now stood famished, ready to feast and rest, only to realize with dawning horror that he'd forgotten something vital: money. And Pajun, the doddering old fool, had none either. After walking 3 hours in the direction Pajun had pointed, Chen Zhe spotted a highway. He waited beside it, and within 10 minutes, fortune smiled, a vehicle approached. The driver took in Chen Zhe's disheveled appearance, his youth, and the childlike figure of Pajun slumped beside him, and assumed they'd been robbed. Chen Zhe offered no correction. Noticing Chen Zhe wore only a makeshift apron, the driver kindly lent him one of his own shirts, oversized yet infinitely preferable to bare skin. Chen Zhe accepted it gratefully, and when the driver dropped him off, he refused payment entirely, departing without a backward glance. Truly, kindness still thrived in this world, and in thanks to that stranger's generosity, Chen Zhe hadn't needed coin, so he'd walk straight into a tavern, ravenous and ready to eat. A Saiyan's appetite was legendary. Starved for hours and burning energy to heal his wounds, Chen Zhe devoured dish after dish, nearly emptying the kitchen's entire stock. The tavern itself was audaciously confident, or simply fearless. It was the largest in town, owned by Legay, a local magnate whose influence stretched across every underworld channel. Rumor claimed he'd recently secured patronage from a figure of immense, almost mythical power, making him untouchable. Thus sated and refreshed, Chen Zhe sat back, only for a waiter to approach, tray in hand, awaiting payment. After Chen Zhe had eaten his fill, the waiter approached to collect the payment. Hello, sir, your total comes to 187,900 yuan. Since you ate quickly and in large quantities, we had to hire more temporary chefs and dishwashers, which increased our costs. Therefore, we kindly ask you to cover a bit more, rounding it up to a total of 200,000 yuan. Hey. Chen Zhe looked up in confusion at the smiling waiter, and it suddenly dawned on him he had no money. Since his rebirth, Chen Zhe had truly never known peace. He was either fighting or fleeing for his life. In his previous world, if it hadn't been for the essence of his former self sustaining him, he would have starved long ago. Now in this world, he had been wandering in the desert, already starving, and after battling Pajun, he couldn't resist the urge to order a mountain of food upon seeing this restaurant in town. He was famished. Only after he had eaten his fill and was eager to lie down and rest did he remember that he had just arrived in this world and had no money. But it was fine if Pajun, as the principal of VV Academy, should have money. So while the waiter looked at him with a strange gaze, Chen Zhe stripped Pajun of his clothes entirely, checking every inch of his body, even under his diaper, only to find that this old man had no money either. I really don't know how you became a principal when you don't even have any money. Chen Zhe scolded, grabbing the still unconscious Pajun. To the waiter standing beside him, Chen Zhe looked even more like a pervert. Did I really eat that much? No, I mean, can I come back later to pay? Or can I leave this guy here as collateral? Chen Zhe awkwardly said to the waiter, lifting Pajun to indicate he could be left behind. What? You want to skip out on the bill? Do you know whose territory this is? It's not easy to dine and dash here. The waiter, maintaining a professional smile, replied to Chen Zhe. No, how could I skip out on the bill? It's just that I really don't have any money right now. I'll come back to pay later. I'm just leaving this guy here as collateral. Ahem. Chen Zhe continued to speak, awkwardly feeling embarrassed as it was his first time trying to skip a bill. He felt like he was losing face in front of the waiter. I'm sorry, sir, but we operate legally here and do not accept hostages as collateral. Moreover, given your attitude towards this child, I suspect you might be a human trafficker. The waiter looked at Chen Zhe suspiciously, thinking he might be a pervert. If you really decide to skip out on the bill, I've already called the police to handle it. Oh, by the way, I'll tell them you're a human trafficker. If I don't know where this human trafficker came from, but doesn't he know this is Boss Li Ji's territory? The waiter thought to himself. Yes, this Boss Li Gu was the most powerful person in this town, where bandits roamed freely in the desert. The best business here was human trafficking, and as the most powerful person in the town, he was a true local tyrant. Not only did he control the town's public safety, but he also held the largest market for human trafficking, with more than half of the underground forces under his manipulation. Although he was the most powerful person in the town, there was still the official government above him. So in public, he would first send people to the police station pile on a bunch of charges, and then claim they were to be executed, ultimately swapping them out to sell. Everyone in the town knew about Li Gu's operations, but no one dared to speak out. The officials thought Li Gu was just a radical, but no one cared as there were so many bandits in the desert. Radicals were better at deterring those bandits. Moreover, Li Gu was not someone easy to deal with, so both sides were wary of each other. Naturally, Chen Zhe was unaware of the waiter's thoughts and had no knowledge of the boss Li Gu. Thus he awkwardly said, how about I stay and work off my debt? Or when this guy wakes up, he has money and he'll pay you once he's awake. Chen Zhe held Pajun up in front of the waiter again, believing that Pajun definitely had money, he just didn't know where it was hidden. After all, VV Academy was a well-known detective academy with countless applicants, and its tuition was exorbitant. As the principal, Pajun couldn't possibly be broke. Even if Pajun really had no money once he woke up, he could have someone from VV Academy come to redeem him. I've already called the police. I'll wait for them to come and handle it. For now, you stay here and wait for the police to arrive. Don't even think about running away. The waiter finally dropped his professional smile and called over several tall men with arms as thick as Chen Zhe's thighs surrounding him. Seeing this, Chen Zhe felt helpless. Although these people looked intimidating, they were just ordinary folks. To him now, they were merely decorations. If he truly wanted to leave, these ordinary people wouldn't be able to stop him. But to be honest, it was his fault for not being able to pay, so he felt they weren't doing anything wrong. He couldn't bring himself to beat them up and leave. After all, he had been an ordinary person in his previous life, and being surrounded now made him quite uncomfortable. Of course, Chen Zhe was unaware that these people were engaged in human trafficking and were planning to find some random charge to sell him and Pajun. If he had known, he would probably have beaten everyone up here and then. Well, he didn't really know what else he could do. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, and when faced with such matters, he could only call the police. In Huaxiao, there would be someone to handle the follow-up and give the people an explanation. Here, although there was a government, it wasn't the same as the one from his previous life, nor was it the same as the country he once lived in. The local law enforcement officer was the biggest behind-the-scenes boss of human trafficking. So even if Chen Zhe knew their intentions, he would only be able to beat them up and wouldn't know what else to do. He certainly wouldn't be able to take them all down. Chen Zhe believed that as an excellent flower growing healthily under the red flag and a future successor of the motherland, he could not engage in such activities. Don't be like this guy really has money. Don't be fooled by his current appearance. He is the principal of the famous detective academy, VV Academy. As Chen Zhe noticed the big men surrounding him and saw someone approaching the entrance, he hurriedly said to the departing waiter, you have to believe me, do you know about VV Academy? If you don't know, it's fine. When this guy wakes up, you can have him contact someone from VV Academy to come and pay to redeem him. I'm really not trying to skip out on the bill. However, the waiter ignored Chen Zhe's pleas and walked to the restaurant entrance. At that moment, the restaurant staff and someone who appeared to be the manager gathered at the door, forming two lines, as if to welcome an important guest, their smiles radiant like blooming spring flowers. "Welcome, boss, to our restaurant." The two lines of waiters and the restaurant manager respectfully greeted a short, chubby man in his 40s with a fierce look between his brows as he entered the restaurant. "Go tell the kitchen to use all their strength to prepare their best dishes. I want to treat an esteemed guest." The man ignored the restaurant staff's greetings and said directly to the manager, "If you mess this up, you all can get lost." After giving his orders, the man did not even glance at the restaurant manager before walking out again, heading towards a car parked outside that was once his favorite, which no one else was allowed to sit in, and he went to open the door with a flattering expression. The man stood respectfully beside the vehicle that once only he could sit in, his face full of flattery as he opened the door to invite the passenger to step out. The reverence and sycophancy in his demeanor left everyone who recognized him both inside and outside the restaurant in disbelief. Even though the person in the vehicle seemed lost in thought, seemingly unwilling to exit, the man dared not express even a hint of dissatisfaction. Regardless of the incredulity of those around him, the man was indifferent to their opinions, respectfully opening the door and waiting for the esteemed guest to disembark. This spectacle caused all who knew the man to feel a sense of unease, prompting diners to prepare to settle their bills and leave. Even the most powerful person in this town, Li Gu, treated such an individual with utmost respect, a person they could not afford to provoke. Remaining here and accidentally inciting the ire of such a big shot would indeed invite unwarranted disaster. Standing beside the car, Li Gu also noticed the changes within the restaurant, finally realizing the situation. How could such an esteemed guest dine with these lowly individuals? No wonder the guest had not alighted. It was clear that he had not made the necessary preparations. Li Gu thought to himself and acted accordingly. He humbly apologized to the esteemed guest in the vehicle, and seeing that the guest remained lost in thought and did not acknowledge him, he respectfully stepped back, daring not to show any dissatisfaction, fearful of displeasing this prestigious guest, before gently closing the car door. After respectfully closing the car door, Li Gu entered the restaurant, anxious that his actions might upset the esteemed guest inside the vehicle. To save time, he unusually declared, "This time, I must attend to a distinguished guest due to personal reasons, and I, Li Gu, kindly request everyone to leave. This esteemed guest is of great importance to me and even to the entire government, so I hope you can understand. To compensate for your losses, I, Li Gu, will treat you all. Your expenses will be covered by me." Li Gu's words were well articulated, but the underlying message was clear. The guest in the vehicle was indeed of high status, and everyone present, including Li Gu himself, and even the government of this country, could not afford to offend him. Thus he hoped everyone would leave promptly to avoid inciting the guest's anger. Li Gu's almost implicit expulsion caused everyone to begin exiting the restaurant. As a result, Chen Zhe found himself no longer encircled. This was his first experience dining without paying. To be honest, it was a first in both his past and present lives, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. If Chen Zhe were still an ordinary person like in his last life, he would have followed the crowd and simply left upon being told that someone else would cover his expenses. Such an opportunity might have even made him feel a bit pleased inside. However, in this life, he was not an ordinary person, and leaving without a second thought left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. This feeling was vague and indefinable. He just felt he should not depart so easily. Chen Zhe remained still, and Li Gu did not come to urge him. It was mealtime, so the restaurant was relatively crowded, and it was impossible for everyone to leave at once. Hence there were others waiting as well, and Chen Zhe was not alone. While waiting for the restaurant's patrons to exit, Li Gu was also inside the establishment. At that moment, the restaurant manager finally had the chance to approach Li Gu and quietly report about Chen Zhe nearly depleting the kitchen's supplies. He feared that if he did not speak up, soon Li Gu might ensure he would not see the next sunrise. "Boss, you didn't notify me in advance, so the fresh ingredients in the kitchen are almost consumed by that person over there. Now the remaining fresh ingredients are simply insufficient to prepare another lavish meal for the guests." The restaurant manager spoke cautiously with his head bowed, his voice trembling, not daring to meet Li Gu's gaze, while pointing subtly at Chen Zhe, hoping to divert Li Gu's attention. "I don't care how you resolve this, just ensure that everything I need is arranged by 10 o'clock. Otherwise, you know well what the consequences will be." Li Gu glanced at Chen Zhe and continued addressing the restaurant manager without acknowledging his words. Running a restaurant is fundamentally about having guests dine, and it is to be expected that guests consume the ingredients. If the restaurant lacks supplies, that is the responsibility of the manager. Li Gu only cared about the outcome, not the process. Moreover, the manager's words seemed to imply that Li Gu had failed to inform him beforehand. If it weren't an inappropriate time, he would have ensured that this manager would not see the next sunrise. Who was Li Gu? When had a mere restaurant manager dared to speak to him in such a manner? Did he truly believe that Li Gu had not notified him? Even if the manager did not mean it that way, Li Gu perceived it as such. Perhaps he had been preoccupied with securing a connection with the esteemed guest outside and had neglected these trivial matters. Now these people actually dared to contradict him. It seemed he needed to make an example of someone. Li Gu looked at the restaurant manager, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, though he skillfully concealed it. This was not the right time for making an example. If he angered the guest in the vehicle, his own outcome would undoubtedly be dire. However, Chen Zhe noticed the glimmer of ferocity in Li Gu's eyes. His Saiyan-like acute perception sensed the fleeting killing intent emanating from Li Gu, even though it was not directed at him. Chen Zhe could not help but glance at Li Gu again. This man certainly did not seem like a good person, and the earlier killing intent confirmed this. Therefore, his eagerness to disperse the crowd must be linked to some ulterior motive. Yet, Chen Zhe chose not to concern himself with it. He had not left simply because he felt uncomfortable taking advantage of a business that was open to the public. Now, having seen the fleeting glimmer of ferocity and killing intent in Li Gu's eyes, he was certain that Li Gu was not a benevolent character, and he felt no pressure in dining on the meal of such a person. As the crowd began to thin out, it was evident that they were hastening their departure because Li Gu himself was the one urging them to leave. Those people could not afford to offend Li Gu, let alone the guest he mentioned, who even the government of this country could not provoke. Thus those individuals hurried out as fast as they could. Aside from a few nobles who held themselves above the rest and felt they should not force their way through the crowd, the remaining ones were simply unable to exit quickly. Now that the front of the line had mostly cleared, those nobles no longer maintained their airs and hurried toward the exit, eager to leave. With the last wave of people moving toward the door, Chen Zhe also began to head out. At this point, he felt no discomfort, although not a Robin Hood figure. Dining on the meal of a man who clearly did not seem like a good person posed no psychological burden for him. However, just as Chen Zhe stepped out the door, the vehicle's door swung open, revealing a young man around 20 years of age, seemingly stepping out of a painting. His naturally wavy waist-length, light blue hair, and red pupils which resembled rubies were mesmerizing. His attire was not extravagant, just a white overcoat that reached his knees. Yet when he stood there, it felt as if the entire world existed to behold him, his aura radiating a confidence, as if he controlled everything within it. To summarize, he stood at 6 feet tall with an aura that felt like it was 9 feet wide. Behind him stood a young man with half his face obscured, his white hair contrasting sharply with his dark pupilless eyes, exuding an air of do not approach that starkly contrasted with the young man in front. Li Gu, seeing the two descend from the vehicle, hurried over and with utmost respect addressed the young man with light blue hair, saying, "My lord, thank you for your patience. I have cleared the area and you may now enter and wait for a moment. Your dinner will be delivered shortly." The young man with light blue hair shook his head, not responding to Li Gu, and instead walked directly in front of Chen Zhe. The young man with light blue long hair shook his head at Li Gu's words, not responding, and instead walked up to Chen Zhe. "Hello, nice to meet you. I am Xian Yue, but you may now call me Lucifer," said the young man with light blue long hair, who was indeed Xian Yue, now more appropriately referred to as Lucifer, as he introduced himself to Chen Zhe. "Hello, Lucifer. My name is Chen Zhe. Are you looking for me? What is it about? It seems we don't know each other." Chen Zhe pretended not to know who Xian Yue was and curiously asked. In fact, from the moment Chen Zhe saw him, he had suspected that he was indeed Xian Yue, or rather Lucifer, as this world only had Xian Yue with such an aura. Now Xian Yu's self-introduction further confirmed Chen Zhe's suspicion, but Chen Zhe was unaware that Xian Yue had encountered him by chance, drawn by the broken army he was carrying, or if he had come specifically for him. If he had only come because he saw the broken army in Chen Zhe's hands, then Chen Zhe wouldn't need to be overly wary. After all, the fallen angels under Lucifer had considerable interactions with VV Academy, and seeing Mr. Broken Army, the principal of VV Academy, unconscious and casually held by a stranger, it was reasonable for an opponent to come and inquire for any reason. In fact, given Broken Army's current state, it would not be impossible for any other major boss to come and eliminate him, thus taking down the leadership of VV Academy, which would truly be a significant blow to the Academy. However, Chen Zhe did not worry about Xian Yue doing anything to Broken Army, for although Xian Yue had now changed his name to Lucifer and had become the most dangerous boss in this world, Chen Zhe knew the reason behind Xian Yu's transformation into Lucifer. Despite being misunderstood by everyone, he remained the gentle one towards his younger siblings, the great person who was willing to be misunderstood and sacrifice himself to help the world survive the apocalypse foretold in the ancient Shalon prophecy. If he had come not because of Broken Army, but because of Chen Zhe himself, then Chen Zhe would have to treat this matter with caution. Since Chen Zhe had just arrived in this world, not even a day had passed, and Xian Yue had specifically come to intercept him, then Xian Yu's 8th sense would indeed be too formidable. In this world, meteors formed from original stones granted certain people godlike powers known as the 7th sense of power, brought by the meteors, which was incredibly strong. Theoretically, the 7th sense is the strongest power that humans can possess, and each person can only awaken one type of 7th sense. However, there are always exceptions. A small number of people with special circumstances can possess two unique powers. They awaken the seventh sense, but also have another power similar to it, which is called the eighth sense. As far as Chen Zhe knows in the story Stealing Stars in September, there are only 3 people who possess the eighth sense. One is K, the demon prophesied by ancient Xilan, who was released from the ruins of ancient Xilan. Chen Zhe couldn't recall how he acquired his eighth sense, which is called body fusion, allowing him to devour and fuse with others, gaining a part of their abilities. This means he can devour people whole. In simpler terms, he can eat them. The second is Zhang Yue, who is probably still soaking in the nutrient solution at the Black Moon base. Zhang Yue, also known as Ice Zhang Yue, possesses the seventh sense of ice manipulation, being the Ice Sovereign. However, before she was sealed, her blood fused with Xian Yu's blood, resulting in a mutation that unlocked her eighth sense, time and space manipulation. Yes, Zhang, you can open the door to different dimensions and traverse through them. Though it's merely traversing different dimensional spaces, not different worlds, it is still incredibly powerful. The last one is Xian Yu himself, now known as Lucifer, and it is precisely because he unlocked the eighth sense that he transformed into Lucifer. Xian Yu's eighth sense is called Future Prediction, which he acquired during a mission arranged by K. Indeed, he can see everything that will happen in the future. He sees the coming apocalypse and wishes to prevent it. Knowing all the reasons, he decided to bear all the pressure alone, ultimately becoming the almost universally reviled figure, the demon of the ancient Xilan prophecy, who would bring the apocalypse, Lucifer. So if Xian Yu could find Chen Zhe within a day of his arrival in this world, then his eighth sense would indeed be extraordinarily powerful, bordering on omniscience. If someone like him started to plot against Chen Zhe, it would be hard to foresee the outcome. Yes, I specifically came to find you. I would like to ask for your help. Xian Yu, disregarding Chen Zhe's pretense, directly stated, although we previously did not know each other, this is our first meeting, but I still request that you help me once again. Xian Yu's demeanor was calm, even somewhat humble, especially in his request for Chen Zhe's assistance, which astonished Legay, who was ready to obey his orders, and the masked man who had been following him. However, regardless of how shocked Legay and the masked man were internally, they did not show it. Legay was too afraid to. While the masked man understood that everything Lord Lucifer did was right, he did not need to know why, only to follow Lord Lucifer's arrangements. Chen Zhe frowned upon hearing Xian Yu's words. He knew that the most troublesome matter he feared had indeed happened. Xian Yu had specifically come to find him. This is not a place to talk. Let's go somewhere else to discuss your purpose and the meaning of what you said. Knowing he couldn't escape, Chen Zhe spoke to Xian Yu. Chen Zhe realized that if his suspicions were correct, he could not evade Xian Yu. He had just arrived in this world, and Xian Yu was able to find him. Even if he managed to evade this time, as long as he remained in this world, Xian Yu would be able to locate him. Chen Zhe was genuinely wary of Xian Yu's eighth sense. It was simply too formidable. Yes, please, the 3 esteemed guests, this way. I will arrange the best room for you where you can talk without interruption. Legay, standing behind Xian Yu, immediately walked up to Chen Zhe, and Xian Yu then led the way. Xian Yu, Chen Zhe, and the unconscious Broken Army, as well as the masked man, followed Legay back into the inn. Now the inn was devoid of anyone except for the staff. Legay led Chen Zhe, Lucifer, and the masked man to the topmost private room of the inn, and respectfully said, the 3 esteemed guests can discuss matters here, and no one will disturb you. If you are hungry, you can call for me. I have arranged for food to be prepared. After saying that, Legay respectfully withdrew, showing no hint of his usual assertiveness in front of outsiders, but the 3 of them did not acknowledge Legay. Now you can tell me how you found out about me, and why you specifically came to see me. Share your purpose. After Legay left, Chen Zhe coldly asked Xian Yu. He was genuinely curious, and wanted to test whether Xian Yu's eighth sense was as formidable as he imagined. Alright, in fact, I do not know you. The reason I came here is that my eighth sense saw a different future. The future has become unclear. Xian Yu said calmly, his tone gentle, like a breath of spring. However, Chen Zhe could still sense the uncontrollable joy in his words, and the turning point of the future is right here, so I came here. I cannot see the future clearly anymore, so it has become full of possibilities, and the apocalypse is just one of them. As for why I stopped you, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. With that, Xian Yu stood up and bowed to Chen Zhe, then continued, the reason I stopped you is that I saw the broken army you were carrying, and my seventh sense does not work on you, so I believe you are the one who can change the future. As for why I stopped you, it is because I saw the Mr. Broken Army from VV Academy in your hand, and my seventh sense had no effect on you. Xian Yu said, standing up and bowing to Chen Zhe. Listening to Xian Yu's narration, Chen Zhe finally felt relieved. It seemed that Xian Yu's eighth sense was not against the heavens. The reason Xian Yu came here was that today, when Chen Zhe first arrived in this world, Xian Yu's eighth sense, foreseeing the future, activated. This time his eighth sense showed him countless futures constantly shifting, ultimately coalescing into a fog. He could no longer discern how the future would develop. However, Xian Yu's eighth sense revealed that the point of transformation in the future originated from here, prompting him to come risking discovery by K to find the source of this future change. The reason he was with Li Gu was that Li Gu was his spy monitoring the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, or rather KS movements. Moreover, Li Gu was familiar with the terrain. Since Xian Yu had not seen who changed the future, having Li Gu a local could lead him to the answers more quickly. However, Xian Yu felt as if there was some hidden destiny at play. Upon arriving here, he thought he might encounter his younger siblings reflecting on past events and the current foggy future. What could be so special about this place that rendered the future into a haze? Lost in thought, he didn't notice that as he regained his senses, he saw Chen Zhe holding the Broken Army. After all, Broken Army was the principal of VV Academy, and Xian Yu knew this well, as he was one of those who unearthed them from the ancient Shilon ruins, so he recognized him. Though Broken Army was somewhat eccentric, his strength was not to be underestimated, especially when he went berserk. His earth element power was formidable, with few able to contend against it. The fact that such a powerful Broken Army was being held by Chen Zhe puzzled Xian Yu. In his memory, no one could hold Broken Army like Chen Zhe, so Xian Yu decided to test Chen Zhe using his seventh sense, brainwave control. Indeed, there was no effect. Those who could resist Xian Yu's brainwave control were almost non-existent, and those who could were likely among the strongest in this world. And Chen Zhe appeared at a special location at a special time as someone capable of holding the unconscious Broken Army. Thus, Xian Yu set his sights on Chen Zhe. After his seventh sense proved ineffective, Xian Yu was nearly certain that Chen Zhe was the one who had altered the future, leading to the scene where Xian Yu stopped Chen Zhe. So all this is because of that old coot Broken Army that you noticed me? Chen Zhe asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Is it because of Broken Army that he is being noticed? In an instant, Chen Zhe felt that it would be better to leave that old coot in the desert to fend for himself. Well, you could say that. Are you willing to help me? Xian Yu was momentarily taken aback by Chen Zhe's question and then asked. Not willing. Chen Zhe answered without hesitation. I don't have the energy to help you change any future, nor do I have the ability. I'm very weak, and I can't be of help to you. Change the future. Upon hearing Xian Yu's words, Chen Zhe was unwilling to think further. He truly believed he was not strong. Since his rebirth, he had mostly been escaping for his life. In this world, he had only defeated Broken Army, and although Broken Army was strong during the apocalypse, he merely cleared out some stronger lackeys. He couldn't even enter the real main battlefield. Despite the side effects of his seventh sense, why would Chen Zhe help Xian Yu change anything in the future? Chen Zhe's primary goal now was to go to VV Academy to find the element stone, which was the original crystal fragment, to see if he could awaken Dawn. If he succeeded, he would consider helping. If not, he would just let Dawn escape. Although Chen Zhe had the heart of a protagonist, listening to Xian Yu's words made him feel immense pressure. He didn't dare take on this burden. After all, he was just an ordinary person. What if he failed? According to Xian Yu, the world would face the apocalypse. He was just an ordinary person who couldn't bear such a weight, so he thought of escaping. Chen Zhe's response was not surprising to Xian Yu. The current situation seemed peaceful, at least on the surface. Who would believe him if he spoke of an apocalypse? Even if one believed what Xian Yu said, given Xian Yu's title as Lucifer, everyone would think that the one bringing about the apocalypse was him. This was unavoidable, and Xian Yu wouldn't explain further. Although Chen Zhe had rejected him, he continued, There's no need to rush to refuse. Although the future has turned into a haze I cannot see through, before it became unclear, I still saw you involved. Otherwise, the future wouldn't have turned into a mist. So, does this mean I ultimately participated? Chen Zhe felt a bit dazed, but he could understand. Stealing stars in September had once been his favorite comic. Perhaps he would not be able to resist if he saw a beloved character being harmed. You can understand it that way. I won't disturb you any longer. If I stay longer, I'm afraid my younger siblings will come looking for me, so I bid you farewell. After saying this, Xian Yu prepared to leave. He stood up, bowed to Chen Zhe again, and spoke to the masked man beside him. Ying, let's go. The masked man, known as Ying, said nothing, but walked to Xian Yu's side. Xian Yu placed his hand on Ying's shoulder, preparing to leave. Wait, you have the elemental needles that can help people develop their seventh sense, right? Could you give me some? I could use them. Just as Xian Yu was about to leave, Chen Zhe called out to him. Xian Yu stopped at Chen Zhe's call. Although he was curious about what Chen Zhe wanted the elemental needles for, he didn't ask too much. Instead, he gave Chen Zhe 12 elemental needles before letting Ying lead him away. Ying, one of the 12 fallen angels, possessed the seventh sense of teleportation. As long as he knew a location and imagined it in his mind, he could instantly move there regardless of visibility. Generally, Xian Yu would keep him by his side. He was Xian Yu's personal driver. After receiving the elemental needles, Chen Zhe didn't care whether Xian Yu had left or not. He began studying the elemental needles he held. After fiddling with them for half a day, he still couldn't figure them out. This shouldn't be the case. These elemental needles must have been transformed from the elemental stone. Why isn't Dawn reacting? Could it be that my technique is wrong? Must the needle be inserted into my body for Dawn to sense and absorb it? Thinking this, Chen Zhe used the elemental needle to pierce his own body. He wasn't afraid of the side effects of the elemental needle. What mismatch could lead to death or damage fallen angels? As long as Dawn could absorb it, these were no problems. Even if Dawn didn't absorb it with Chen Zhe's physical quality, the side effects of the elemental needle were nothing to him, a mere drizzle. Moreover, he wouldn't experience any side effects. Ordinary people could absorb the elemental needle's energy to awaken their seventh sense, and with Chen Zhe's Saiyan physique, he would have no problems, which is why he felt no fear about the elemental needle. Then the elemental needle that pierced Chen Zhe's body transformed into a force that merged into his being. However, Chen Zhe did not sense any signs of Dawn awakening. As the elemental needle pierced him, Chen Zhe's injuries also recovered slightly due to the energy from the needle, but as for the seventh sense, Chen Zhe felt nothing. Not even piercing my body worked. Could it be that the energy of the elemental needle is too weak for Dawn to notice? This was the only possibility. A single needle that couldn't even fully heal Chen Zhe's injuries was unlikely to awaken Dawn. Moreover, if it couldn't even activate Chen Zhe's seventh sense, how could it awaken Dawn? No wonder all the so-called 12 fallen angels beside Xian Yu had such mediocre strength. Except for a few with special seventh senses during the assault on the Black Moon Iron Cavalry. Apart from initially defeating the Black Moon Iron Cavalry's weaknesses and taking down 5 of their members, the rest were all taken out by the one known as October from the Black Moon Iron Cavalry. Chen Zhe suspected that the energy dosage of the elemental needles might be insufficient, so he inserted the remaining elemental needles into his body, eager to see if there would be any reaction. A muffled explosion resonated within Chen Zhe's body as the energy from the 11 elemental needles, a total of 12, erupted, beginning to alter his physical form. For an ordinary person, such an internal explosion of power would lead to certain death. Even if one managed to endure it, they would suffer severe after effects. It was evident that only someone with an extraordinary physique could survive such an ordeal. So this is what it means to develop the seventh sense. Chen Zhe pondered, finding an element that resonates with oneself and forcibly integrating it into the body, allowing the energy to transform oneself and create a resonance to manipulate the compatible elements. Feeling the transformation of his body due to the elemental needles, Chen Zhe reflected, no wonder ordinary people can rarely awaken the seventh sense. As Chen Zhe sensed the changes in his body, he finally understood why those who successfully awakened the seventh sense were so rare. The so-called seventh sense is formed from the forced transformation brought about by the energy of the original stones. This transformation requires an exceptionally strong physique. An ordinary person's physical constitution is too weak, and forcing such a transformation would lead to a fatal outcome due to the overwhelming energy. Even if one managed to endure the transformation process through sheer willpower and awaken the seventh sense, they would still suffer significant aftereffects due to their inherent physical limitations. If one's will falters, and one cannot suppress the energy of the seventh sense within, they would be backfired by the very seventh sense they had acquired, resulting in a violent eruption of suppressed energy. If one cannot contain this internal chaos, the outcome would be catastrophic, leading to death. This is what is referred to as being a fallen angel. Those who successfully develop the seventh sense possess exceptional mental and physical strength. Typically, those who achieve this have first awakened their sixth sense. So what exactly is the sixth sense? Understanding why some can awaken the seventh sense, while others cannot, Chen Zhe contemplated how can the sixth sense elevate a person's physical capabilities so dramatically. A 10-fold to a 100-fold difference. This is too much. What is the sixth sense? Why does awakening the sixth sense lead to such a significant enhancement? Chen Zhe recalled what Xian Yu said. He would definitely be part of the future that changes this world. The transformation of the body and the fusion of energy require time, so Chen Zhe contemplated earnestly during the transformation process, as it concerned his very life. If he could figure out why awakening the sixth sense could lead to such a vast enhancement, and how to awaken it, Chen Zhe would certainly do everything he could to enhance his strength through the sixth sense. For him, developing the sixth sense was even more crucial than exploring the unknown seventh sense. For Chen Zhe did not believe that with his current strength, he could participate in the future events Xian Yu spoke of. If he remembered correctly, the greatest crisis in the post-apocalyptic world was due to the demons released from the ancient Shalon ruins seeking to guide their homeland, Kalankaya, to collide directly with Earth. Chen Zhe was nowhere near strong enough to achieve the level of a Saiyan capable of destroying planets with a single punch. His current physical constitution could not withstand such power, so he was seriously contemplating how to develop the sixth sense. Those who awaken the sixth sense possess a physical constitution 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than that of ordinary people, allowing them to endure the transformational process of absorbing the energy from elemental needles or stones ultimately obtaining a seventh sense suited to themselves. The seventh sense can be forcibly developed using elemental stones or needles, but the sixth sense requires certain opportunities to trigger its awakening. The protagonist Lu Xing in the original story awakened his sixth sense purely due to the protagonist's halo inexplicably activating it, which provided no reference value for Chen Zhe, leaving him still at a loss. Wait a minute. Chen Zhe suddenly realized something. Wasn't I supposed to see if the elemental needles could evoke a reaction from Dawn to see if I could awaken him? How is it that this energy is now transforming my body and helping me develop my seventh sense? Because of the energy explosion from the elemental needles flowing throughout his body at first, Chen Zhe did not realize it, thinking that Dawn could absorb this energy only through his body. But after a significant amount of time had passed, it became clear that Dawn showed no intention of absorbing the energy brought by the elemental needles. Instead, the energy merged into Chen Zhe's body, beginning to alter him, indicating that the energy from these elemental needles was aiding Chen Zhe in developing his seventh sense. Wait, if my guess is correct, isn't the seventh sense supposed to be formed by integrating with an element that resonates with oneself, thereby creating a resonance? But I used 12 different elemental needles. How can this lead to my seventh sense being developed? Chen Zhe felt a bit flustered. Who could tell him what was going on? He carefully sensed the changes in his body, finally exhaling a breath and calming his mind. It turned out that this energy, or rather the elemental needles, were transformed by Xianyu into attributeless elemental energy. The elemental needles did not have specific elemental classifications. Xianyu had altered them into pure elemental energy. When inserted into the body, this attributeless energy would automatically adapt to the user's physique and resonate with the elements compatible with the user, thereby starting to transform the user's body. In simple terms, using elemental needles to develop the seventh sense means the needles adapt to the user, whereas using elemental stones to resonate with specific elements to awaken the seventh sense requires the user to adapt to the elements. Although developing the seventh sense with elemental needles is not as powerful as directly using specific elemental stones to awaken a resonant seventh sense, the energy transformation from elemental needles is more violent. The advantage is that the use of elemental needles does not require targeting a specific element, making them more accessible. And making it accessible to more people is Xianyu's goal. Although a 9,000 chance could lead to many deaths, causing Xianyu to be seen as the demon responsible for the apocalypse, having more people possessing the seventh sense increases the chances of survival when the true apocalypse arrives, providing more strength to prevent its occurrence. That is Xianyu's purpose. Digressing back to the main topic. After sensing the state of his body, Chen Zhe finally felt at ease and began to test how his seventh sense manifested. He was genuinely curious about which elements would resonate with him. After a brief experiment, Chen Zhe understood what his seventh sense was, a skill that might seem useless to others, but was the most suitable divine ability for him. Chen Zhe's seventh sense was confirmed after his initial feelings. It was a true divine ability best suited to him. Cell control. Indeed, Chen Zhe's seventh sense enabled him to control his own cells. For others, aside from being a punching bag, it had little utility, and if one's physical constitution was inadequate, they wouldn't even qualify as a punching bag. It seemed like a rather useless seventh sense, but for Chen Zhe, it was a divine ability. The Saiyans' combat foundation comes from their own powerful bodies, and the generation of qi stems from their cells. Moreover, the Saiyan bloodline has a remarkable effect. Every time they recover from the brink of death, their combat power increases, becoming even stronger. And Chen Zhe's seventh sense, cell control, allows for rapid cell division, enabling swift recovery from injuries. This means that as long as he isn't instantly killed, Chen Zhe can continue fighting as long as he has energy. Coupled with the inherent traits of the Saiyan bloodline, as long as Chen Zhe isn't killed instantly or completely exhausted, he will grow stronger with each battle. Chen Zhe's stamina would also be replenished due to the newly generated cells. This method of almost exhausting one's physical potential could easily lead to physical collapse, but with the ability of cell control, Chen Zhe no longer feared it. Not only in battle, but also during regular training, he could use his seventh sense to push his potential to the limit. Chen Zhe was quite satisfied with his seventh sense, cell control. Indeed, the seventh sense allows me to forcibly transform my body using the power of the original stone. Chen Zhe felt the changes in his body after developing his seventh sense, and said with satisfaction, "This is indeed the most suitable for me." Cell control refers to the ability to control one's own cells, and as a Saiyan, Chen Zhe's greatest strength lies in his physical power. The foundation of a Saiyan is rooted in their body, and Chen Zhe's seventh sense enables him to better understand himself and train his body effectively, avoiding hidden injuries. According to the information Chen Zhe gathered over more than 10 years from anime, novels, and movies, practitioners of physical training often leave behind hidden injuries. If this seems too illusory for Chen Zhe's past life, many athletes he learned about from the internet suffered from ailments later in life due to excessive training in their youth. This scenario closely resembles Chen Zhe's past life. Regardless of the circumstances, it highlights one fact: hidden injuries are the greatest enemy of physical cultivators. Thus, generally speaking, those who cultivate their bodies, no matter how strong they are, will inevitably suffer from hidden injuries, which are unavoidable for physical cultivators. Some hidden injuries may result in ailments, while others could lead to death. For instance, if Kakarot from Dragon Ball had not been saved by Trunks from the future, he would have succumbed to heart disease caused by overexerting his body due to the sudden manifestation of hidden injuries. A person capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan who could unleash enough power to destroy a star with a single punch would die from heart disease without any remedy. Can you believe that this legendary Kakarot would meet such an end? One could argue that the ability of cell control is undoubtedly the most powerful divine skill for physical cultivation, bar none. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Zhe kept his seventh sense activated and maintained a state of full awareness, controlling his cells to continuously divide and reorganize. While this method of training lacked external pressure, making the effects less apparent, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, since Chen Zhe had just unlocked his seventh sense, he was testing his own limits. How long he could maintain full activation in battle. This was an instinct deeply embedded in the genes of a warrior from a combat-oriented culture to understand oneself and know one's limits, enabling him to enjoy the thrill of battle with confidence. Knock knock. Chen Zhe had not been experimenting for long when he heard a knock at the door, followed by the voice of the restaurant owner, the most powerful person in the town, Li Gu, coming through. "My lord's dinner is ready. Would you like it delivered?" His words were exceedingly respectful, and his demeanor was very cautious. Anyone unaware would never associate him with the notorious Li Gu. Had it not been for Chen Zhe sensing his murderous aura moments ago, he would have thought this was merely a well-meaning man with a somewhat fierce appearance. "Come and arrange a place for me to stay and have the food delivered to my accommodation." Upon hearing the knock and Li Gu's words, Chen Zhe ceased his experiments with his seventh sense. After closing it, he felt a surge of hunger. Even after recently having eaten, he felt hungry again. Li Gu heard Chen Zhe's request, then pushed the door open and entered. He saw only Chen Zhe and the unconscious Pajun. Lucifer and Nightingale were not present, which left him visibly stunned. He cautiously looked at Chen Zhe, hoping for a response. Lucifer, accompanied by Nightingale, had suddenly appeared before Li Gu a month ago, asking him to keep an eye on the movements of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, without the need for excessive detail. Just a general idea would suffice, as Li Gu could not afford to monitor too closely. Initially, Li Gu had refused. Who was he? He was the undisputed local emperor in this town. Who could command him to do anything? Thus, Li Gu ordered his minions to draw their guns and point them at Lucifer and Nightingale. He wanted these two naive youngsters to understand what it meant for flowers to bloom red. Then a terrifying incident occurred. All of Li Gu's subordinates turned their guns on themselves. Even Li Gu's own body no longer responded to his control, as he found himself aiming the gun at himself. Then bang bang bang, the gunshots rang out. Except for Li Gu, all the surrounding subordinates felt a loss of control and pulled the trigger on themselves. At that moment, Li Gu realized that had he not still been of use, he would likely have ended up like those subordinates, committing suicide. Thus, Li Gu provided an answer from the depths of his heart. He chose to follow his instincts. That experience deeply impressed upon Li Gu the terrifying nature of Lucifer. The fear he felt in the presence of Lucifer was something he would never forget. It was that moment that led him to decide to assist Lucifer for the sake of his own life. The result was that Lucifer treated him well, allowing him to become not just the local emperor, but also someone the entire national government dared not provoke. Thus, Li Gu felt both respect and fear toward Lucifer. Suddenly, seeing Lucifer absent made him anxious. He feared that Lucifer would perceive him as useless and abandon him. If that happened, Li Gu's good days would come to an end. Rest assured, they have merely left, and it has nothing to do with you. Right now, all you need to do is help me find a place to stay. Chen Zhe reassured Li Gu, understanding his thoughts, and also have the prepared food delivered to the accommodation you arranged for me, so it doesn't go to waste. Hearing Chen Zhe's first sentence, Li Gu visibly relaxed. However, the latter part of Chen Zhe's request made the corners of Li Gu's mouth twitch. Just moments ago, while Chen Zhe and his companions were conversing in the private room, Li Gu had learned how much food Chen Zhe had consumed while preparing food. If it weren't for the need to welcome Lord Lucifer, Li Gu himself would have said it was on the house. Now Chen Zhe wanted him to send food to the accommodation he arranged, which made Li Gu wonder, do you have money? Of course, Li Gu did not express his thoughts. He dared not. Although he didn't know why, he sensed that the Lord Lucifer he feared so much treated this seemingly teenage boy with great courtesy. Thus, this boy was not someone he could provoke. All right, my lord, please follow me. The food will be delivered to your residence shortly, Li Gu answered respectfully, walking ahead to guide Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe ignored Li Ge's thoughts. Even if he knew them, he wouldn't care. After all, Li Ge was just an ordinary person, and he wouldn't bother to quibble with him. In the beginning, Chen Zhe might have felt this was bullying. However, after sensing the murderous aura emanating from Li Ge, he no longer thought so. Li Ge was not a good person, so Chen Zhe felt no pressure in directing him to do tasks. However, while he wouldn't hold Li Ge's actions against him, Chen Zhe also had to guard against any dangerous thoughts Li Ge might harbor. Chen Zhe knew that some people, especially those with ill intentions, often have many schemes. To prevent unnecessary trouble, when Li Ge drove Chen Zhe to a secluded villa away from the town, Chen Zhe stopped Li Ge from leaving and pointed to a distant desert cliff, saying, "Ah, that cliff is too obstructive, it blocks my view of the scenery. What do you think we should do about it? I will have someone handle it immediately, but since it is a natural formation, it may not be possible to remove it. How about we change locations, my lord?" Listening to Chen Zhe, Li Ge immediately replied respectfully, "Oh, that would be too troublesome. Actually, I quite like it here, it's peaceful. Aside from that unsightly cliff, everything is quite nice. I am someone who enjoys tranquility." Chen Zhe said casually, "It seems I have to take matters into my own hands." Before Li Ge could comprehend what Chen Zhe meant, he saw a sphere of light forming in Chen Zhe's hand, which he then hurled toward the cliff, followed by a tremendous explosion. "It seems I have to take matters into my own hands." As Li Ge was still trying to comprehend what Chen Zhe meant, he saw a sphere of light condensing in Chen Zhe's hand, which he then hurled towards the cliff, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Cough, cough. Following the loud bang was a fierce wind, sending sand and stones flying everywhere, causing Li Ge and his accompanying subordinates to cough uncontrollably. The shockwave from the massive explosion nearly knocked Li Ge off his feet. Had it not been for a subordinate supporting the vehicle and shielding him from behind, he would have certainly fallen hard. Since Li Ge became the local tyrant of this town, years of a lavish lifestyle had long left him once strong and robust, hollowed out by indulgence in wine and pleasure. Even with a subordinate behind him to support him, Li Ge did not fall, but once the wind and sand settled, he inadvertently collapsed to the ground. This time his subordinates did not rush to help him up, as they were equally stunned, instinctively reaching for their firearms at their waists, as if that would provide them a sense of security, even though against someone capable of causing such a scene, guns were utterly useless. What lay before Li Ge and his subordinates was an endless expanse of desert where the cliff they once saw was now completely gone, replaced by a massive pit. Chen Zhe's display this time far surpassed that of Lucifer, making Li Ge realize the extent of Chen Zhe's power. When Lucifer had first appeared before Li Ge, he had exuded an eerie terror capable of controlling others and forcing them to take their own lives. This strangeness instilled in Li Ge a sense of fear of the unknown. However, Chen Zhe's actions, now casually tossing out a sphere of light that produced a force comparable to a missile explosion, had directly obliterated a naturally formed cliff. This most straightforward display of power made Li Ge understand that if he did not comply or angered Chen Zhe, it would be easy for Chen Zhe to deal with him. Li Ge had no idea how Chen Zhe produced such a powerful sphere, but he knew that once he displeased Chen Zhe, there would be no escaping. Now standing in the villa arranged by Li Ge for Chen Zhe, the former naturally formed cliff was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Li Ge's reaction, Chen Zhe was quite pleased with his labor's outcome, though he was only dissatisfied that his power was not gained through his own cultivation, resulting in a lack of refinement. Chen Zhe's original plan was to destroy the cliff without leaving a pit, thus creating a flat desert landscape before him. Wang Weiss, the lone smoke in the vast desert rises straight, the setting sun over the long river is round. Li's the desert sand is as white as snow, the moon over Yanshan is like a hook. These verses describing the desert scenery, which Chen Zhe learned in his past life, filled him with anticipation for the landscape, especially after seeing the beautiful desert dusk on his way to the town. In his past life, Chen Zhe was a homebody whose greatest wish was to travel around to see the grasslands, the sea, the desert, and this beautiful world. However, in his previous life, Chen Zhe spent almost every day working at a construction site, striving merely for basic necessities, so he had never been anywhere. Never to the seaside, never to the grasslands, and certainly never to the desert. Now with Chen Zhe's power, the ordinary desert was no longer a desperate situation for him, so he found the desert scenery quite beautiful. Otherwise, he would have gone mad during the time from being transported to the desert by dawn until arriving in this town. However, regardless of what Chen Zhe was thinking at this moment, Li Ge was already a bit skeptical about life due to the fear instilled by Chen Zhe. Is this something a human can achieve? Li Ge silently questioned himself. He had not fully regained his composure. Although he was an informant for the Black Moon Iron Cavalry under Xian Yue, and had long known that there were many special individuals in this world with extraordinary abilities whom he referred to as superhumans. However, he had always believed that no matter how powerful humans might be, they could never surpass firearms until he encountered Lucifer. Now he was even more shaken by Chen Zhe's direct display of strength. Clap, clap. Chen Zhe clapped his hands, bringing Li Gu and his subordinates back to their senses. Li Gu realized he had unconsciously fallen to the ground and struggled to get back up. Now, he dared not even look at Chen Zhe. Although Li Gu knew that anyone capable of having an equal conversation with the feared Lord Lucifer would certainly not be much weaker than him, the so-called equality required having sufficient power to instill such a feeling. Yet he still found it hard to believe that this seemingly teenage boy Chen Zhe could possess enough strength to have an equal conversation with Lord Lucifer. Li Gu thought that Chen Zhe must have some sort of backing that made Lord Lucifer wary, which was why Lucifer maintained an equal stance towards this adolescent. However, the power that Chen Zhe displayed shocked him and extinguished any thoughts he had of trying to manipulate Chen Zhe due to his young age. Li Gu realized he might have misunderstood. Perhaps it was not that Lord Lucifer was wary of the forces behind Chen Zhe, but rather that it was Chen Zhe's own power that warranted such equal dialogue. Indeed, Li Gu felt that as an ordinary person, he should not entertain thoughts of escaping Lucifer's control. In fact, life was quite good now. Since following Lord Lucifer, Li Gu not only became the local tyrant of this town, but as long as he did not go too far with his offenses, he could now be considered the unofficial king of the entire nation, all thanks to Lord Lucifer's grace. Yet human desires are insatiable. Alright, this is much more comfortable. Sitting in an air-conditioned villa eating ice-cold watermelon with nothing to worry about, looking at the scenery in this endless desert is truly a great joy in life. Don't you think? Chen Zhe smiled as he looked at Li Gu and his subordinates who had regained their composure. Although Chen Zhe smiled, the old fox that was Li Gu understood the implications of his words and realized Chen Zhe's meaning. Don't disturb me if there's nothing going on, and especially don't bother me if there's something. I just want to be a carefree person. Yes, indeed, Lord, you are correct. I will immediately arrange everything you need. If there is anything lacking, please let me know, my lord. Li Gu immediately responded respectfully upon hearing Chen Zhe's words. My lord, rest assured, I Li Gu guarantee that whatever you need, I will do my utmost to arrange it for you. I will strive to meet all your requirements to the best of my ability. After hearing Li Gu's assurances, Chen Zhe maintained a non-committal attitude, then waved his hand, indicating that Li Gu and his subordinates could leave. Receiving Chen Zhe's signal, Li Gu quickly bowed respectfully to Chen Zhe before hurrying away with his subordinates in the vehicle. Only after distancing themselves from Chen Zhe did they dare to let out a long sigh of relief. Chen Zhe's attitude made Li Gu thankful that he had not tried to deceive Chen Zhe due to his young age too early. Anyone capable of subtly reminding him not to stir trouble would certainly not be as easy to deceive as he appeared. Now Li Gu even began to suspect whether Chen Zhe's youthful appearance was a disguise, and that he might actually be an ancient monster. After all, having come into contact with the special powers described by Lord Lucifer, Li Gu had witnessed how terrifying these powers could be, and he now treated all those who possessed such powers with utmost caution. Otherwise, how could one explain Chen Zhe's deeds and words? Directly blowing up a naturally formed cliff and claiming it was to improve the view. Li Gu certainly did not believe that. It was absolutely not something a mere teenager could accomplish to blow things up and then threaten him not to cause trouble. Of course, Chen Zhe was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Li Gu's mind. Even if he did know, he would merely be pleased and praise his own acting talent. In truth, Chen Zhe was not one for such convoluted schemes. The actions and words he executed were merely those of protagonists from novels he read in his past life. He simply intended to improvise, and unexpectedly it turned out quite successful. After sending away Li Gu and his little brothers, Chen Zhe walked into the villa prepared for him by Li Gu carrying the still unconscious Pajun. The villa was spacious, but apart from Chen Zhe and the unconscious Pajun he was carrying, there was no one else. Clearly, this villa was meant for Lucifer, as he generally preferred to sit alone. Chen Zhe was only allowed to stay here because Lucifer had left. In Li Gu's view, if Chen Zhe requested a place to stay, given his demeanor towards Master Lucifer, the location must not be subpar. Moreover, individuals like Lucifer and Chen Zhe likely preferred quiet places to avoid disturbances. Therefore, since Lucifer had left, arranging for Chen Zhe to stay in the place originally intended for Lucifer would likely not draw any ire from him. The place Li Gu arranged for Lucifer was the best villa in the town, and with the town being this small, even Li Gu, as the local tyrant, could not find anywhere better. Considering Lucifer's attitude towards Chen Zhe, if Chen Zhe discovered that his accommodations were inferior to those of Master Lucifer, Li Gu would likely face dire consequences. Although if Master Lucifer found out that the place he arranged for Chen Zhe was not as good as his own, such an embarrassment might make him remember Li Gu with displeasure. He would certainly not choose to oppose Chen Zhe because of Li Gu. Just like Li Gu himself, although his little brother would make him happy by embarrassing his rival, if the opponent asked him to eliminate that little brother in exchange for a favor, he would publicly refuse, but privately ensure that the little brother met with an unexpected demise. Even though Chen Zhe didn't mind Li Gu after witnessing Chen Zhe's destructive power, was thoroughly impressed by his own wise decision. However, Chen Zhe was unaware, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The reason he had Legay arrange a place for him was simply that he realized one thing: he had no place to stay. Chen Zhe had just arrived in this world today and had no place to live. He had been worried about where to sleep after being kicked out of the hotel, as he had no money. Although with Chen Zhe's current strength, even if he went days without food or sleep, he would merely feel a bit lethargic. However, as an ordinary person in his past life, still working on construction sites, Chen Zhe retained the habit of needing to sleep at night. If he didn't sleep, he would feel a bit off the next day, even if he seemed energetic. But that was a remnant from his time working on construction sites. Now that Chen Zhe was no longer working there, he felt quite exhilarated. Not long after Chen Zhe moved into the villa and took a shower, Legay arranged for someone to bring over the prepared food. After Chen Zhe had eaten his fill again, he began to experiment with his seventh sense. Chen Zhe wanted to test the limits of his seventh sense, wondering if, like Pajun and the others from VV Academy, he would suffer from side effects that caused his body to shrink. Chen Zhe had just managed to transform from an infant state to his current youthful state. If there were side effects of shrinking, he would absolutely refrain from using the seventh sense, self-control, unless it were absolutely necessary. As the duration of Chen Zhe fully activating his seventh sense continued to extend, he finally discovered that he did not have the same shrinking side effects as those from VV Academy. However, constantly maintaining the seventh sense and continuously splitting cells consumed a vast amount of his energy. While fully activating the seventh sense indeed allowed Chen Zhe to rapidly recover from injuries during combat and continue fighting at full capacity without sustaining hidden wounds. However, this state was not as Chen Zhe initially envisioned. Cell control didn't simply allow for rapid injury recovery to maintain peak condition. As long as he wasn't overwhelmingly outmatched and killed instantly, he could continuously push his limits using the Saiyan characteristics until he exhausted his enemies. The reality was that while cell control did allow Chen Zhe to grow stronger in battle, using his Saiyan traits, each injury served to temper his body and cells. Nevertheless, if he continued to fight at full power with the seventh sense activated, the energy consumption would be too rapid. Cells are the foundation of a human. Our rapid consumption and recovery require enormous energy, adhering to the law of energy conservation. In other words, while my seventh sense is powerful, ultimately, it's just a supportive skill. Upon grasping the crux of the issue, Chen Zhe felt a bit disappointed, as he initially believed it was a divine skill. In truth, Chen Zhe's seventh sense, cell control, was indeed quite powerful. Even if it was a supportive skill, it was a divine skill among supportive skills, especially for physical cultivators. Without saying much, just the ability to repair hidden injuries alone could make other physical cultivators envious. Not to mention, it also allowed Chen Zhe to better understand his own body, enabling him to grasp his current strength more swiftly. It was just that Chen Zhe had initially set his expectations for cell control too high. Indeed, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. However, Chen Zhe quickly regained his spirits. After all, Saiyans relied on their own strength to fight, and everything else was merely supportive skills, so he wasn't sad. But what if he thought about it, and still felt a bit sad? Ultimately, Chen Zhe called Legay once more to arrange for food to be sent over. Feeling an overwhelming hunger due to the significant energy consumption, Chen Zhe declared that he would turn his sorrow into appetite. Legay, upon receiving Chen Zhe's call, felt despair, as not long ago Chen Zhe had just indulged in a lavish meal. Recently, because Chen Zhe had him deliver food, he had sent over an even larger portion than the lavish meal Chen Zhe consumed. How long has it been since then? 3 or 4 hours. Chen Zhe had him send over an equal portion again, no even larger than before. Legay thought that if it weren't for the reminder of the cliff ruins in front of Chen Zhe's residence to keep calm and not overdo it, he might have gone to ask Chen Zhe for money. Having understood what his seventh sense was like, Chen Zhe also realized why Pijun and the others from VV Academy experienced side effects when activating their seventh sense, while the Black Moon Iron Riders did not. It was simply due to excessive energy consumption. The reason VV Academy's members shrink when fully activating their seventh sense is merely that the energy from the elemental stones within their bodies, which is insufficient to allow Pijun and the ordinary individuals in VV Academy who have activated their seventh sense to use it at full power, due to the significant energy conversion required. Thus, the deficit must be drawn from the user's body. The most direct manifestation of this energy deduction is the physical energy depletion, essentially using their bodies as fuel. This is why those in VV Academy shrink each time they fully activate their seventh sense. The reason the Black Moon Iron Riders do not experience such side effects is simply that they are descendants of the ancient Shilon from 9,000 years ago. When the meteorites formed from the original stones fell to Earth 9,000 years ago and shattered, the energy of the original stones melded into the world. At that time, the ancient Shilon people essentially bathed in the energy of the original stones. Even the air they breathed was saturated with the energy of the original stones, gradually transforming them. This transformation was not drastic, but each generation of newborns became completely inseparable from the energy of the original stones. Thus, when the Black Moon Iron Riders use their seventh sense, they do not face issues of energy absorption and conversion. Their bodies can absorb as much energy as the elemental stones can, and they can convert as much energy as they absorb because they are already integrated with the elemental stones. In simple terms, there is no middleman taking a cut. And Chen Zhe, in fact, is similar to the Black Moon Iron Riders. He can fully utilize his seventh sense without side effects because his body was transformed by the original Stone of Dawn. If we were to compare Chen Zhe, the Black Moon Iron Riders, and the original stone differ like a biological son and a godson. Chen Zhe is the biological son of the original stone, while the Black Moon Iron Riders are merely the grandsons of the original stone. The reason why it is said that Chen Zhe is the biological son of the original stone is that he was directly revived and transformed using the original stone by Dawn, making him a first generation. In contrast, the members of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry are able to withstand the powers of the fused original stones because of the accumulation over generations. Although Chen Zhe can be considered the biological son of the original stone, he now feels what it means to be a grandchild. Chen Zhe, though he has no physical shrinking side effects from fully utilizing his seven senses, experiences extreme energy consumption due to his seventh sense, self-control. Prolonged use of all seven senses leads to excessive energy depletion, causing him to feel weak and powerless. He must absorb energy or eat to restore the strength within his cells to avoid weakness. This can be considered a unique side effect of his special seventh sense, while it seems the Black Moon Iron Cavalry does not suffer from. It appears that the energy of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry is converted at a 1:1 ratio, while Chen Zhe's seventh sense, self-control, acts directly on his physical cells. Additionally, being a Saiyan, he relies on his body in battle, which accelerates his energy consumption. Saiyans are indeed known for their explosive combat abilities, and prolonged battles are not particularly suited for them. Super Saiyans are a product of the Saiyan's power explosion, and Chen Zhe, due to his seventh sense, can unleash his full power without reservation. He can even burn himself out, completely enhancing his combat power by 5 to 10 times. However, the thought that the members of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, these grandchildren, do not have such side effects, while he as the biological son suffers from energy depletion side effects, leaves Chen Zhe feeling quite displeased. Delta. It seems that in the future, when I encounter the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, I should have a proper communication with them, Chen Zhe maliciously thought, while waiting for Legay to bring food. Not long after, Legay arranged for someone to deliver a massive amount of food. If an ordinary person could eat it, this food would be enough for 50 people to consume in a day. Legay did not linger after delivering the food. He arranged everything and then took his leave. Legay now dares not stay too long with Chen Zhe, as he suspects that beneath Chen Zhe's youthful appearance lies the soul of an ancient creature. Legay fears that if he inadvertently displeases Chen Zhe during their time together, Chen Zhe might turn him into air. Legay doesn't dare to speculate on the thoughts of an ancient creature. Facing someone like Chen Zhe, he now adopts an attitude of avoidance as much as possible. They all just know how to scare him. Lucifer leads one to self-destruction, while Chen Zhe directly blew up a naturally formed cliff into thin air. Too formidable, too formidable. It's best to slip away. Chen Zhe doesn't mind. It's better that Legay doesn't wish to linger in his presence. After all, Chen Zhe is not adept at communication. You can't expect a recluse to have great interpersonal communication skills. As long as Legay listens, everything else is irrelevant. After all, it's not a big deal. After Legay left, Chen Zhe looked at the food prepared for him, which could be described as a mountain of food. If all piled up, it would be the size of a small hill. Chen Zhe felt very satisfied with Legay's current reliable attitude and his lack of unnecessary words. However, Chen Zhe didn't think much of the amount of food. Saiyans have large appetites, and considering Chen Zhe's current high consumption, it was merely enough to fill his stomach. Indeed, in the future, my image will be that of a glutton. Characters with such a persona give off a low impression. I am the protagonist, damn it, the biological son. Wah. As Chen Zhe ate, he complained. Although he felt that his current persona was collapsing and was hard to accept, he still thought, it tastes great. After eating his fill, Chen Zhe checked the time. It was past 5 in the morning, and the sky was beginning to brighten. Thus, he decided not to rest. Chen Zhe once again used his seventh sense, but this time, not to fully activate all 7 senses. Instead, he utilized the 7th sense to feel his own power, employing the 7th sense, self-control, to quickly master his current strength. As previously mentioned, Chen Zhe's power comes from fortuitous encounters, and since he was an ordinary person in his past life, his control over his current power is akin to using brute force to achieve miraculous results. For example, the Ki Blast, which derives from the Bodis energy, was mastered by Chen Zhe when he transformed into a giant ape due to the Saiyan instinct. Although he can use the Ki Blast now, his ability to regulate its power and utilize the Ki is truly abysmal. For instance, the cliff he destroyed to intimidate Legay was initially intended to be merely destroyed. However, one key blast turned it into a missile, resulting not only in the cliff's destruction, but also creating a large crater on the ground. While the intimidation effect was enhanced, it was completely different from Chen Zhe's original intention. Therefore, he needs to utilize his seventh sense to more effectively master his ki. At the very least, he shouldn't find himself saying to someone, "This time, I'll give you a lesson and spare your life," only to accidentally obliterate them with a ki blast, turning them into air. That would be truly embarrassing. Ki, as referred to in the Dragon Ball world, is a form of energy that originates from the body, generated from within. Every object in the world possesses energy and can generate ki. However, animals generally produce more ki than plants, and plants produce more ki than inanimate objects like soil and stones. Chen Zhe is currently utilizing the power of his seventh sense to more effectively control his ki. At this moment, he possesses the bloodline of an extreme Saiyan transformed by Dawn, a lineage that allows him to grow stronger naturally even without training. Much like Broly from the Dragon Ball world, who despite being restricted by his father can still overpower Kakarot, and Vegeta, who are Super Saiyans through their own training. However, Chen Zhe's power is even stronger than Broly's, and he cannot fully control the power gained from this growth. Broly can completely control his transformation into a Super Saiyan to overpower Kakarot and Vegeta because he has been mentally altered by the power, relying on instinct during battle. Saiyans are a warrior race, and instinct is their most potent state. In fact, if Chen Zhe were also driven by instinct, his explosive combat power would surpass Broly's. It's just that Chen Zhe's extreme Saiyan bloodline is superior to Broly's innate Super Saiyan bloodline. But if Chen Zhe were to act solely on instinct like Broly, would he still be Chen Zhe? Although there are no strict hierarchies regarding bloodlines in the Dragon Ball world, bloodline limitations do exist. For instance, pure-blooded Saiyans like Kakarot and Vegeta possess a stronger combat awareness compared to their descendants. Even though the setting suggests that the hybrid offspring of Earthlings and Saiyans possess higher potential, neither of Kakarot's two sons has surpassed him. Vegeta's son, Trunks from the future, has only managed to match Vegeta at best. He still falls short of Kakarot, the protagonist. Even Kakarot and Vegeta, the pure-blooded Saiyans, exhibit differences in their bloodlines. In the Dragon Ball lore, despite Kakarot, a low-level warrior, consistently overpowering the higher-level warrior Vegeta, it is solely due to their differing growth environments and mindsets. During Dragon Ball GT, the possessed Vegeta, transformed into a golden great ape, was able to overpower Kakarot in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Even when Kakarot finally transformed into Super Saiyan 4, it took a prolonged battle to defeat the golden great ape Vegeta, even though the setup states that transforming into an ape only increases power by 10 times, while transforming into a Super Saiyan increases power by 50 times. A more intuitive understanding is that Vegeta's transformation into a great ape retains his own intellect, while initially Kakarot's transformation into a great ape is entirely controlled by instinct. It is only when he transforms into Super Saiyan 4 that he can manage to maintain his rationality during the great ape transformation. Moreover, the disparity in bloodline is most evident here. Kakarot's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is facilitated by his deep love for his granddaughter Xiao Fang, which allows him to finally gain control over his intellect after transforming into a great ape. If I remember correctly, Kakarot treated his two sons, who were controlled by Baby, with punches and kicks, giving them a proper taste of their father's affection and making it clear to them that no matter what, your father is still your father. Yet it was through his love for his granddaughter Xiao Fang that his furious self regained rationality. At this thought, Chen Zhe couldn't help but mutter, "Damn the curse of generational affection." In contrast to Kakarot's struggles, Vegeta casually lets instinct take over for a moment, then swiftly regains control of his intellect and transforms into Super Saiyan 4. This comparison clearly illustrates the significance of bloodline. The world of Dragon Ball is undoubtedly one where bloodline surpasses effort. Digressing, Chen Zhe, utilizing his seventh sense, cellular control, can now unleash his physical power more rapidly, at least reaching the limits of what his current cellular structure can withstand. In comparison, if Chen Zhe could fully control his power, he should possess the strength that Vegeta had upon arriving on Earth in Dragon Ball. However, currently, without full control, Chen Zhe's power is merely at that of a low-level fighter, highlighting the vast difference. Therefore, Chen Zhe is now stimulating his seventh sense, feeling the limits of his body and sensing the energy it generates, attempting to control this energy, which, although belonging to him, is currently unstable. Additionally, Chen Zhe is trying to see if he can comprehend the flight technique. If he masters the flight technique, Chen Zhe will be able to fly. And flying is something he could only dream of in his past life as an ordinary person. Though he could fly in an airplane in his past life as a homebody, Chen Zhe never had the opportunity to do so, nor was there any need for him to take a flight. Moreover, even if Chen Zhe had flown before, flying in an airplane doesn't compare to the thrill of flying on your own. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Chen Zhe remembers that during the battle with Cell, Kakarot was defeated by his son Gohan. As a result, Kakarot's younger son Goten learned under his older brother Gohan's guidance, and the flight technique was taught to Goten, while Gohan was instructing his future wife. How was the flight technique learned again? Recalling the plot from Dragon Ball, Chen Zhe remembers that the flight technique is merely about controlling one's energy. As long as one understands what energy is and can control it, flying becomes quite easy. However, the speed of flight depends on one's mastery of that energy. In simpler terms, the flight technique involves controlling one's own energy, enveloping oneself in it, and using that energy to propel oneself. Thus, when characters fly in Dragon Ball, they are always surrounded by a fiery aura of energy. Indeed, in the end, it all comes down to first controlling one's own energy. Chen Zhe sighed and thought, but speed can wait. Let's first see if I can control myself to fly. With that in mind, Chen Zhe began attempting to control his energy in the villa's yard, trying to lift himself off the ground. Controlling his energy is quite simple for Chen Zhe. This is a benefit gained after being controlled by the Saiyan's primal instincts following his transformation into a great ape. Chen Zhe spread his energy throughout his body and then tried to use that energy to lift himself up. Soon Chen Zhe managed to lift himself using his energy. Although he still cannot perfectly control all of his energy, as an extreme Saiyan, even partially unleashing his power is significant enough to make it easy to use energy to fly. Chen Zhe was thrilled to be floating using his energy. It's his first time flying. This is something he could never have imagined before, but currently Chen Zhe can only manage to float. To fly freely, he needs to refine his control over energy further. However, this isn't difficult for Chen Zhe. As an ordinary Saiyan, he has maxed out his understanding of combat-related skills, not to mention his own capabilities. Once Chen Zhe mastered controlling his energy to float, he began attempting to fly around, and after a few tries he was soaring freely in the sky. The flight technique, initially a hallmark skill of the Crane School in Dragon Ball, later became a standard for every Z fighter. Those who cannot perform the flight technique or fly aren't worthy to call themselves martial artists. For those who do not understand energy, the flight technique is exceptionally challenging and considered a secret skill. However, for those who grasp the concept of energy and can skillfully manipulate it, the flight technique is merely a skill that can be mastered quickly with earnest study. Having mastered the flight technique, Chen Zhe felt elated to fly freely in the skies. It was only around 6 in the morning, and he had learned and mastered the flight technique in less than an hour. Since it was still early, Chen Zhe, brimming with excitement, initially planned to fly out and experience the thrill of soaring through the skies, but reconsidered and opted not to. Although this world contains many extraordinary powers, and even some places that can be described as apocalyptic, overall this world is still quite similar to the world Chen Zhe knew in his past life. Those extraordinary powers have not yet fully revealed themselves to ordinary people, and the lives of the common folk have yet to connect with those possessing the seventh sense, the superpowered individuals. Although the world government is aware that there are individuals with the seventh sense, and the VV Academy is somewhat affiliated with them, effectively making it a quasi-official organization, the government deliberately keeps these superpowered individuals separate from ordinary people. At least for now, most ordinary people are unaware of the existence of superpowered beings. However, even though Chen Zhe is reluctant to fly freely to avoid trouble, he can still enjoy flying around the villa. The villa arranged by Legay is spacious enough, and those who know this as Legay's territory won't come here, so there are no people around, allowing Chen Zhe to enjoy himself. After flying for a short while, Chen Zhe's control over the flight technique became more than just a fleeting thrill. Chen Zhe discovered that using the flight technique to control his flight allows him to master the skills of energy manipulation more quickly. While the technique is easy to learn for those adept in energy manipulation, mastering it for free flying and combat in the sky requires significant skill. Fighting in the air is entirely different from fighting on the ground, especially in terms of leveraging power. When fighting on the ground, one can utilize the ground beneath their feet to exert their strength, but in the air there is no solid surface to leverage against. Air is not a solid substance, making it far more challenging to gain leverage. Thus, Chen Zhe is not only using the flight technique to hone his control over energy, he is also slowly exploring the techniques necessary for aerial combat. Without mastering these, he would simply become a live target in the air. Chen Zhe repeatedly practiced controlling his swift flight, then quickly stopping in midair, remaining still, and then dashing out swiftly again, continuing to stop rapidly. Since he had just eaten an hour ago, Chen Zhe's energy is abundant. Moreover, he has noticed that his seventh sense seems to allow him to store excess energy in his cells. This means I can fight as long as I have energy, just as I wanted. I knew my seventh sense was a divine skill, ha ha ha. This way I can continue fighting as long as I have energy, right? I always said my seventh sense is a divine skill, ha ha ha. Realizing that his seventh sense could store energy in his cells, Chen Zhe couldn't help but laugh heartily. It settled then. He'll eat more to fill my entire body with energy first. As long as I'm not instantly killed, I'll be the one laughing until the end, the most dazzling one. With this thought, Chen Zhe lost interest in further cultivation. He wanted to fill his boda's cells with energy before considering anything else, so he walked into the villa with a silly grin. As he pondered, Chen Zhe couldn't help but start laughing again, his neurotic laughter echoing throughout the entire villa area. Ahem, keep it low-key, yes low-key. I mustn't raise any flags, raising them will surely bring bad luck. Ugh, what a jinx. After his neurotic laughter, Chen Zhe snapped back to reality, regretting his earlier behavior that was no different from raising a flag. He lightly slapped his face twice to calm himself down, feeling utterly embarrassed. What are you doing? Just as Chen Zhe was slapping his face, a voice asked. No one's here, right? Did I hallucinate from not sleeping all night? Hearing the voice, Chen Zhe looked around. Hey, what are you looking at? Look down, I'm right in front of you. Oh, so it's you old geezer, you're awake. Seeing Pei-jun, Chen Zhe coughed awkwardly, then casually greeted him. Wait a moment, I'll order some food, and then we'll head to VV Academy. You haven't told me what you were doing just now. Why were you slapping your own face? And laughing so loudly that I woke up because of you. Pei-jun seized on Chen Zhe's earlier face-slapping antics and complained about his silly laughter. What does it have to do with you? You old geezer, mind your own business. I have things to do, don't bother me. Chen Zhe ignored Pei-jun's question and replied lightly before contacting Li Ge to prepare breakfast again. Chen Zhe certainly chose to ignore Pei-jun's question. Was he supposed to tell Pei-jun about his earlier state? Ugh, that's black history. Those who know must be silenced. There's no way he would voluntarily tell that big-mouth Pei-jun. Pei-jun was not bothered by Chen Zhe's silence. After realizing Chen Zhe wouldn't answer his question, he asked another. You call me an old geezer, so it seems you know me. You should know quite a bit, but I don't know who you are. Logically, a powerful person like you shouldn't be unknown to me, as I'm the principal of VV Academy, which is world-renowned for its detective training and intelligence gathering. Pei-jun sat down on the sofa opposite Chen Zhe, adjusting himself into a comfortable position as he continued. However, I haven't seen any information about you in VV Academy's records, not even anything similar. Chen Zhe listened to Pei-jun's words without responding, opening a can of drink as he gestured for Pei-jun to continue appreciating this rare, serious side of him. A light sphere like yours with such great power must be your seventh sense, right? Pei-jun's expression turned serious as he looked at Chen Zhe, saying, if I'm not mistaken, your seventh sense must be the light element of the 8 elements. If that's the case, it explains why you want to go to VV Academy. Gathering the 8 elements grants divine power, and VV Academy, including myself, possesses 3 of the 8 elements. With your own, that makes 4. In other words, if you have a way to merge 4 elements, you'll possess demigod power. So your goal is me along with Wen Chu and Wu Chu, right? With that, Pei-jun maintained a serious expression, his eyes fixated on Chen Zhe, as if trying to see through him. Upon hearing Pei-jun's words, Chen Zhe felt a bit amused that Pei-jun regarded his energy sphere as the light element of the 7th sense. However, he held back his laughter. If he laughed, he would blow his cover. He still wanted to see what else this old man had imagined. To avoid laughing, Chen Zhe neither confirmed nor denied Pei-jun's speculation and gestured for him to continue. Pei-jun kept staring at Chen Zhe, noticing that Chen Zhe seemed to be holding back something, looking quite pained. Although he felt a bit puzzled since Chen Zhe gestured for him to continue, Pei-jun said, since your goal is the 8 elements, you should know about the prophecy. We can give you the elements, but you must help us counter the prophecies coming. Otherwise, even if we team up with Wen Chu and Wu Chu when you arrive at VV Academy, you won't have it easy. And since the prophecy hasn't come yet, if you want us to give you the elements, you need to show some sincerity. Pei-jun looked at Chen Zhe seriously and said, so as the principal of VV Academy, I officially invite you. I hope you can join VV Academy. After saying this, Pei-jun stared at Chen Zhe, his expression still serious, waiting for Chen Zhe to give an accurate answer. Pei-jun hoped Chen Zhe would join VV Academy for 2 reasons. First, someone as powerful and suddenly appearing as Chen Zhe would be like a moving time bomb, if left unchecked, potentially causing unknown trouble. Second, Pei-jun felt that Chen Zhe didn't seem like a villain, or rather he appeared to be a compassionate person. At least from the time Pei-jun met Chen Zhe until now, during Pei-jun's comatose period, if Chen Zhe had intended harm, Pei-jun would have died countless times already. Or rather, Pei-jun had fallen into a coma in the desert. If Chen Zhe had ignored him, given Pei-jun's state at that time, he wouldn't have survived in the desert. Chen Zhe did not respond to Pei-jun, but faced him seriously. Well, if one ignored Chen Zhe's lips that had begun twitching uncontrollably. Alright, I can't hold it in anymore. Ta-ha-ha. Chen Zhe looked at Pei-jun's serious little face and couldn't help but burst into laughter. You old geezer, your serious face is just too funny, ha-ha-ha. Pei-jun, sitting opposite, was momentarily confused by Chen Zhe's laughter, wondering if it was necessary to be so serious for once. Hearing Chen Zhe's words, Pei-jun felt that if he could take Chen Zhe in a fight, he would definitely want to beat this neurotic guy up. Accepting the fact that he couldn't beat Chen Zhe, could only helplessly say, "Stop, don't laugh anymore. I'm serious. Do you want to join VV Academy?" Jun truly wished he could slap the face of the guy in front of him. Watching Chen Zhe still not stopping, the veins on Jun's forehead began to throb. He finally started to understand how others felt when facing him. After laughing for a while, Chen Zhe finally stopped. Honestly, he didn't know why, but teasing this old geezer Jun made him feel very happy, as if his whole body was refreshed. This obsession wasn't good, so Chen Zhe decided to tease Jun a bit more. With his laughter finally subsiding, Chen Zhe looked at Jun with a smile and asked, "Are you really planning to invite me to join VV Academy? Don't you fear inviting a wolf into your home?" Jun thought for a moment after hearing Chen Zhe's question, then solemnly replied, "I trust my judgment. Just by not leaving me to die in the desert during my coma, I can tell you're not a bad person. So will you join VV Academy? Moreover, even if you are a villain with intentions to wipe out VV Academy, it's fine. Once you're in VV Academy, you will be easier to guard against than hiding in the shadows. If not, then even better, as VV Academy would gain a strong ally. Alright, I accept your invitation. Moreover, even if you are a villain with the intention of taking out VV Academy in one fell swoop, it doesn't matter. Once you arrive at VV Academy, it will be easier to defend against you than if you were hiding in the shadows. Furthermore, VV Academy is not to be trifled with. If you truly intend to eliminate everyone, a 3-10 advantage would certainly increase your odds. If not even better, that way VV Academy would gain another strong member." Of course, Jun did not voice these thoughts. Although he currently appeared as a child and often seemed frivolous, anyone who dared to underestimate him would incur great losses. After all, Jun was a man in his 50s or 60s. It would be reckless to issue an invitation without proper planning. As the saying goes, the old become wise. "I accept your invitation. I can join VV Academy, but I have one condition. VV Academy must not interfere with any of my decisions, and I want all the spirit stones in VV Academy." Upon hearing Jun's words, Chen Zhe finally dropped his playful demeanor, and after a moment of contemplation responded seriously, "Of course, in exchange I will serve as the main combat force for VV Academy whenever needed. It is impossible to give you all the spirit stones, and besides, you have already unlocked your 7th sense. The spirit stones are of no use to you." Jun immediately rejected Chen Zhe's request without a second thought. As crucial items for unlocking the 7th sense, the spirit stones could not be entirely given to Chen Zhe. These stones were a vital foundation for VV Academy. Each stone merged with someone who awakened their 7th sense represented an increase in combat strength for the Academy. Thus, exchanging spirit stones for Chen Zhe's power, even if he was formidable, would not be worth it. Furthermore, in Jun's view, Chen Zhe had already developed his 7th sense, making the spirit stones irrelevant to him. "Don't rush to refuse. You might want to consider this. What you've seen of my strength is merely the tip of the iceberg. I cannot unleash my full power yet, but if I could just think about it." Upon hearing Jun's rejection, Chen Zhe was not surprised. He had anticipated the refusal when he proposed his conditions, but he wished to see if he could awaken the dawn with the spirit stones. Attempting to awaken it with elemental needles had failed. Chen Zhe believed it was due to the insufficient quantity of the needles, which did not meet the energy standards necessary for the dawn's awakening. Thus, the energy of the needles had only helped him unlock his 7th sense. Therefore, Chen Zhe planned to try again with spirit stones, which contained several times, even dozens of times, the energy of a single elemental needle. Moreover, Chen Zhe did not want to fall out with VV Academy. That would be too troublesome. He actually held a favorable view of most characters in the series stealing stars in September, aside from a few he disliked. Thus, instead of resorting to violence to seize the stones, he preferred to negotiate terms. Regardless of Chen Zhe's thoughts, Jun was left astonished by what Chen Zhe had said. If Chen Zhe's ability to directly shatter his strongest moves was not even his full power, then perhaps his conditions were worth considering. Just then, as Jun was contemplating, the doorbell rang. Chen Zhe also received a call from Liga. "Sir, the food has been delivered. Would you like to dine now?" "Yes, please take it to the dining hall. I will be there shortly." Chen Zhe instructed Liga over the phone, then hung up and said to Jun, "Let's go have breakfast. We can think while we eat. I'm not in a hurry. Once you've made your decision, we will head to VV Academy." After speaking, Chen Zhe walked towards the dining hall. He was genuinely not in a hurry. Regardless of whether Jun agreed to his terms, he would still go to VV Academy, so there was no need to rush. Jun followed Chen Zhe into the villa's dining hall, where Liga had already arranged all the food on the table. Liga stood in the dining hall waiting for Chen Zhe. Although he did not want to be there, he dared not leave without Chen Zhe's permission. Jun, accompanying Chen Zhe, was stunned by the scale of the breakfast before them. Have you ever seen a whole roasted camel served as breakfast? And not just any camel, but an adult one. Not to mention the various breads, chicken, duck, fish, meat, rice, noodles, and vegetables piled high like a small mountain. Is this really what you call breakfast? This breakfast is too extravagant. Jun exclaimed, shocked by the sight before him. Can you even finish all this? Liga, who overheard Pujuan, felt a deep sense of agreement. Having received Chen Zhe's order for breakfast early that morning, Liga felt as if he wanted to die. Just last evening, Chen Zhe had arrived in this town, already partaking in a lavish meal worth 200,000, followed by a dinner for 50 around 10 o'clock, and then a midnight snack sufficient for 50 people to eat for a day. How many hours had passed since then? Now Chen Zhe was asking him to prepare an even larger breakfast. Liga truly wanted to know how Chen Zhe managed to consume so much. How could Chen Zhe eat all this? Or is it that all superpowered individuals are like this? Such big eaters. Liga thought about how terrifying it would be if Lord Lucifer could eat like Chen Zhe. No, I must not think that it is blasphemy. Shaking his head vigorously, Liga quickly extinguished the thought that had just surfaced. While Liga did not realize he had narrowly escaped a calamity, the seventh sense of Xianyu, brainwave control, could monitor the thoughts of those who had been marked. If Liga had dared to continue thinking, he would have been in serious trouble. Regardless of Liga's thoughts, Chen Zhe did not notice his reactions. After hearing Pujuan's question, Chen Zhe merely curled his lip, showing no intention of responding. Instead, he directly sat down at the table, determined to show Pujuan whether he would waste food and whether he could finish it. For the next hour, Pujuan was immersed in astonishment at Chen Zhe's appetite. The speed and quantity at which Chen Zhe ate led Pujuan to deeply suspect that if Chen Zhe were indeed brought into VV Academy, the academy might go bankrupt from his consumption. Having finished breakfast, Chen Zhe asked, "After considering for so long, what have you decided?" Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Chen Zhe picked his teeth with a toothpick while addressing Pujuan, who was still in a daze across from him. As for Liga and the others, they tidied up and left after Chen Zhe finished eating. When Liga heard Chen Zhe dismiss him, it felt like a great relief. He was utterly stunned by Chen Zhe's appetite and speed of eating. In fact, Liga felt worse. He was the one who had to prepare all this food. Given Chen Zhe's rate of consumption, Liga believed he would need to recruit a large number of chefs to cook around the clock to meet Chen Zhe's demands. Pujuan had not yet recovered from his shock. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have laughed at anyone who claimed that a person could consume enough breakfast for 100 people in one sitting, and all within an hour. Now, having witnessed it himself, Pujuan could only say that this was beyond human capability. Seeing that Pujuan was still in a daze, Chen Zhe patted him and asked again, "Old man, have you thought it over yet?" "Oh, all right, I've thought it over. I still hope you can join VV Academy, but giving you all the spirit stones is impossible. I can only give you a portion." Having been roused from his daze by Chen Zhe's pat, Pujuan replied, "In that case, let's set off now. Our destination is VV Academy." "Agreed, let's depart immediately. Destination VV Academy." Hearing Baojuan's assent, Chen Zhe shot to his feet and declared, "I'll go greet that fellow just now while you contact VV Academy to arrange pickup. We can leave at once." Upon learning that Baojuan would provide spirit stones, Chen Zhe immediately strode toward the study to make a call. First to inform Liga, then to have Baojuan coordinate VV Academy's reception. Chen Zhe cared little whether Baojuan offered a portion or the entirety of the spirit stones. Once at VV Academy, if Shu Guang proved capable of absorbing their energy, the quantity would no longer be Baojuan's decision. Should Shu Guang truly draw upon that power, Chen Zhe might at most pledge joint resistance against the prophesied apocalypse. By then, the spirit stone's energy would already be fully absorbed, the deed irrevocable. VV Academy, faced with an ally as unyielding as boiled pork, would likely refrain from pressing the matter too far. Yes, this was Chen Zhe's calculation. His moral compass had shattered the moment he entered this world. If Xuanyue, wielding the eighth sense, had foreseen Chen Zhe's inevitable entanglement in the apocalypse, then what truly was face? He chose shamelessness. Though reluctant to be drawn in, he trusted Xuanyue's words implicitly. Since entanglement was unavoidable, and given the present opportunity to secure spirit stones from VV Academy without provoking rupture, it was only natural to go with the current. Baojuan stood bewildered by Chen Zhe's rapid-fire maneuvers. He realized this man's thought patterns leapt even faster than his own, so fast in fact that even Baojuan's notoriously agile mind struggled to keep pace. "Wait, you're not reconsidering. Did you even grasp my meaning?" Watching Chen Zhe actually dial Liga to cancel lunch and prepare a private aircraft for immediate departure, Baojuan blurted, "I said I'd give you only a portion, not all, of the spirit stones, and you must join us in confronting the apocalyptic prophecy." I heard you clearly. Is anyone coming to pick you up? What's VV Academy's address? I'll have them arrange flight tickets." Chen Zhe, having heard Baojuan's terms, responded perfunctorily before turning to ask him directly. Never mind. No need for such trouble. I'll escort you to VV Academy's base myself. Its location is deliberately fluid. Only I can guide you there. Others couldn't find it even if they tried." Seeing Chen Zhe's dismissive demeanor, Baojuan relented. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Zhe acknowledged the reply with a non-committal hum, then resumed, speaking into the phone, "No need to trouble yourself. Our departure is self-arranged. I may return only after some time. Do please stock up on provisions accordingly." Having issued his instructions, Chen Zhe ended the call. Though bound for VV Academy, he intended to return regularly to Ligay's desert residence, the first sanctuary he'd found upon arrival and an ideal site for refining his control over Qi unimpeded by human proximity. Precision in Qi manipulation could only be tested through Qi Gong Dan, explosive projectiles whose raw power rendered them perilous in crowded locales like VV Academy's usual grounds. The desert, however, granted him liberty to assess his cultivation progress without restraint or risk of collateral harm. Baojun stared speechless as Chen Zhe rushed over post-call, eager, impatient, practically vibrating with anticipation. Wasn't he, after all, the headmaster of VV Academy? Logically, VV Academy was his home. Yet why did this man beside him seem more fervently eager to reach it than its own master? In the end, Baojun led Chen Zhe toward VV Academy. But how precisely did they travel? Baojun activated his seventh sense, Earth Mastery, and plunged them both beneath the surface. Like subterranean navigation itself, the earth flowed beneath them while they remained motionless, carrying them forward as if borne upon the planet's own pulse. At first, Chen Zhe fretted over oxygen, but after prolonged submersion yielded no signs of hypoxia, he observed closely and deduced that Baojun's Earth Mastery could extract breathable air directly from the soil. No wonder. So that's how earth and water-based techniques work. No suffocation after all. Chen Zhe murmured the realization softly to himself. Hearing his voice but catching only fragments, Baojun, who led the way, glanced back. What did you say? Nothing at all. I didn't say anything. You misheard. Chen Zhe replied, unwilling to admit his earlier doubt, surely a source of ridicule for Baojun. Is that so? I distinctly heard you speak. Were you perhaps awestruck by my Earth Mastery? Baojun, unsatisfied with the evasion, chuckled knowingly, certain Chen Zhe was merely feigning indifference. Chen Zhe's temples throbbed at Baojun's insufferable quip, but he bit back his fury. This man still held the path open. Now was no time for retribution. I've struck gold. As expected, I remain the most dazzling, the most formidable. No need for worship. I'd blush. Merely standard procedure, don't overthink it. Sit down. Seeing Chen Zhe offer no rebuttal, Baojun beamed with smug theatrical modesty. Clearly stunned into silence, he sighed inwardly. Of course I'm the central protagonist. Here, let me raise the stakes. Are you brimming with anticipation? Anticipation. Don't make me laugh. Just focus on navigating. Chen Zhe roared, veins pulsing at his temples. Don't be shy. Behold, my 360-degree spiral. Full throttle advance. Subtle yet profound. Ascension unleashed. Baojun, electrified by Chen Zhe's outburst, grew even more animated, convinced this was mere youthful coyness, desire burning beneath reticence. And so he launched into an extravagant subterranean display of Earth Mastery artistry. The sudden dizzying acrobatics caught Chen Zhe off guard, leaving him reeling. Once stabilized, he retaliated, instantly launching a Qi Gong Dan straight at Baojun, declaring, your performance was magnificent. I've nothing else to offer but this firework, a token of my ardent admiration and a celebration of your brilliance. Boom. The Qi Gong Dan slammed into Baojun, halting their descent. Chen Zhe strode forward to where Baojun stood dazed and smiled, a dangerous smile, as he asked, does this firework sufficiently convey my reverence? Does it adequately express the searing intensity of my passion? Shall I ignite an even grander one, to match my overwhelming emotions? Heh, heh, no need for such fervor. Heh, heh, rational fandom, stay calm. Baojun stammered, unnerved by that chilling grin, his words tumbling out incoherently. No, I'll navigate properly. I swear. I fear my passion remains inadequately expressed. A nameless, urgent impulse surges within me. Unreleased, it gnaws at my composure. Chen Zhe ignored Baojun's plea entirely. Right then, all he craved was to land a solid blow. Please don't strike me now. I'll resist instinctively, and full activation of all 7 senses will plunge me into unconsciousness. Then we'll be trapped here, buried alive. Terrified for his life, Baojun pleaded desperately. As Baojun spoke, a single drop of water splashed onto Chen Zhe's nose. He glanced upward, only to see the earth and ceiling growing damp, the wet patch spreading steadily, threatening imminent collapse. Understanding dawned. With grave solemnity, Chen Zhe fixed Baojun with a piercing gaze and asked, old man, I have a question. Do you know exactly where we are right now? Be precise. Think carefully before answering. Where are we? Let me see. We're currently beneath the western coast of the Indian Ocean. Why? What's wrong? Relieved to see Chen Zhe's expression shift from wrath to gravity, believing the beating averted, Baojun exhaled and answered. Chen Zhe said nothing in reply. Instead, he pointed wordlessly upward. Chen Zhe did not answer Pajun's question, but instead pointed to the top of his head, indicating Pajun to look up. Pajun looked in the direction of Chen Zhe's finger and was taken aback. while we are underwater. It's about to collapse. What should we do? What should we do? I don't know water manipulation. That skill belongs to that old lady Wen Chu, and I can't do it. What should we do? Chen Zhe watched as Pejun muttered and spun around him in circles, the veins on his forehead starting to throb again. If he had known how deep the water was, and if Pejun weren't there, he might have drowned in the seawater. He would have definitely let this fool die here. Aren't you good at earth manipulation? Just dive down again. Have you forgotten how we got here? Seeing that Pejun was still going on and on while spinning in circles, Chen Zhe couldn't help but grab him and shout. After being shouted at by Chen Zhe, Pejun came to his senses and exclaimed, "Right. Although I can't manipulate water, I can still dive deeper into the ground. Ha ha ha, the heavens won't forsake me. Watch my earth manipulation, here we go." Pejun became excited again, breaking free from Chen Zhe and activated his seventh sense, diving deeper into the ground. Sigh, I lost to this old fool. Why did I let him take me at the start? How foolish was I to have expectations of him? Chen Zhe watched as Pejun began to get reckless again, rolling his eyes towards the sky. Along the way, whenever Pejun was about to get too reckless, Chen Zhe would toss out a firework to express his admiration for Pejun and stated that if Pejun had more flashy performances, he would not only send out admiring fireworks, but also give him a spiral ascension gift pack. Because Chen Zhe was too enthusiastic, Pejun finally calmed down and focused on leading the way. It must be said that when Pejun was earnest about using earth manipulation to travel, his speed was impressive. Chen Zhe felt that only 2 or 3 hours had passed when Pejun announced they had arrived at their destination. Arrived? So soon? Is your base over here in the Sahara? Chen Zhe asked curiously upon hearing Pejun say they had arrived. So fast. This guy Pejun has been reckless all the way here, and suddenly he was so efficient that Chen Zhe felt like he was dreaming. Yes, we have arrived. I have already notified Lian Zheng and the others to come pick us up. Our base is not in the Sahara Desert. It's in Hua country in East Asia, far from the Sahara. Pejun replied to Chen Zhe, but as he spoke he began to get lost in his own world again. Isn't it incredible that we arrived here so fast? Ha ha ha, this is my strength, isn't it impressive? Wow, ha ha. Watching Pejun lose himself in his thoughts and giggling again, Chen Zhe was completely speechless. Has this old fool not learned anything? And that laugh, he sounds like a fool. Pejun brought Chen Zhe to a relatively inconspicuous corner on the surface and said, "Let's go now. I will take you to our academy in Hua country, so you can meet everyone, and then we'll go to our real base to get you the element stone." Chen Zhe didn't say anything in response to Pejun's words and followed him into the public VV Academy. Since they had already reached VV Academy, Chen Zhe wasn't in a hurry to get the element stone. After all, he would eventually have to interact with these people, so it was good to get to know them now. Following Pejun into this world-famous detective academy, it truly lived up to its reputation as a prestigious school. Although Chen Zhe didn't know much about it, yet he could see that it was indeed large and the environment was excellent. Chen Zhe wasn't sure how it compared to universities from his past life, especially since he never attended university due to family reasons, but he could definitely see that the environment was good. The entire academy was filled with flowers, trees, and beautifully decorated teaching buildings. Entering here felt like stepping into a fairy tale. Chen Zhe followed Pejun and noticed a fair number of people coming and going, but they didn't seem to look like students. Perhaps seeing the confusion on Chen Zhe's face, Pejun explained VV Academy is a world-renowned detective academy different from ordinary schools. Those who come here are detectives and such. Upon hearing Pejun's explanation, Chen Zhe realized that the visible academy was actually just a facade. The people here possessed knowledge of powers unknown to ordinary people, meaning their lives were separate from those of ordinary humans. The purpose of these people coming to VV Academy was to gain superpowers, specifically to unlock their seventh sense. VV Academy also planned to select some capable and reliable individuals from among them to enter the real base to help them unlock their seventh sense in preparation for the impending apocalypse foretold in the prophecies. So this public academy is just a filter to find qualified candidates. Chen Zhe couldn't help but ask. Yes, you can understand it that way. So once you join VV Academy, you'll be a teacher here, Pejun replied. Huh, me a teacher? Are you serious? Chen Zhe was stunned to hear that he would be a teacher upon joining VV Academy. Chen Zhe had never attended university in his past life and had no idea what university courses were like. Moreover, because of family reasons, he had poor grades in school, so hearing Pejun say he would be a teacher made him feel mixed emotions. Of course, why else would you come here if not to be a teacher? Do you want to be a student? Pejun retorted upon hearing Chen Zhe's surprise. After looking at Chen Zhe for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "You can't possibly want to be a student, right? Although at your age being a student wouldn't be inappropriate, but you want to be a student just to flirt with little girls. We are kindred spirits." Chen Zhe, hearing Pejun's words, directly punched him, sending Pejun crashing into the ground. He then dusted off his hands and said to Pejun, who was still lying on the ground, Why don't you understand the principle of not making trouble for yourself? You really are asking for it. Uh, uh. Pajun, who was buried in the ground, made a faint sound indicating he could still be saved. Seeing this, Chen Zhe pulled Pajun out of the ground and asked, so tell me, what would I teach as a teacher? I must remind you I don't know how to teach, so if I teach them incorrectly, don't blame me, I won't be responsible. Although Chen Zhe felt complicated when he first heard he would become a teacher after being interrupted by Pajun, he now felt a bit excited. It seemed like being a teacher could be quite interesting. He could teach the students and let them experience the special attention he received from teachers due to his poor grades in the past. After all, if they ended up failing, he wouldn't be responsible. Thinking about this made Chen Zhe a bit impatient. While Chen Zhe and Pajun were having their friendly exchange in a nearby room, 5 people were watching a large screen showing the friendly interaction between Chen Zhe and Pajun. You see, this is the strong person Pajun told me about when he contacted me. One of the people watching the screen, a beautiful woman with white hair pinned up with a hairpin, appeared mature and composed. Pajun looks younger now. Oh, he said it was because he unlocked his 7th sense. And he used his 7th sense to deal with this young man, yet he was defeated. Now he has agreed to join VV Academy with the condition that he needs the element stone. What do you all think? From his attitude towards Pajun, he doesn't seem like a villain and doesn't harbor any malice towards VV Academy. Of course, it's too early to draw conclusions. Let's go greet them. After all, Pajun is our principal. Let's go out together to welcome our esteemed principal and the little friends she has brought. As the red-haired loli finished speaking, the group in the room exited, heading towards the location of Pajun and Chen Zhe on the screen. On the other side, Pajun did not immediately respond to Chen Zhe's question, instead rolling on the ground to express his dissatisfaction. This scene drew the attention of passers-by who began to point and whisper. Slap. Chen Zhe grabbed the rolling Pajun, feeling utterly powerless to critique his shameless behavior. He had no choice but to hold Pajun and quickly run to a less crowded spot before asking the still struggling Pajun, you're already in your 40s, aren't you embarrassed? By the way, didn't you say you had notified someone to come pick us up? Where are they? Before Pajun could respond, a light chuckle from a girl came from behind Chen Zhe. Our principal's little friends are a bit impatient. We just came to pick you up. Chen Zhe turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a mature woman dressed in a robe resembling a kimono from his past life alongside a red-haired loli holding a folding fan and a yellow-haired loli. There was also a tall man with a slightly balding head along with a smaller man with forgiving colored hair sitting on his shoulders. This group walked straight towards Chen Zhe and Pajun. The one speaking was the red-haired loli with the folding fan. Upon seeing their appearances, Chen Zhe immediately recognized who they were, but he did not show it. If he revealed that he knew them during their first meeting, it would be difficult to explain. Given Chen Zhe's strength, without an explanation, he would definitely be suspected of being a spy sent by Lucifer. That would lead to a lot of trouble, although Chen Zhe did have some connections with Xianyu. If he were to explain, he couldn't just say, I recognized you from the comics I read in my past life. You are all characters from those comics. It's better not to explain. That would only complicate matters. This is just asking for trouble. So Chen Zhe nonchalantly asked in confusion, who are you? Hearing Chen Zhe's question, the mature woman replied, hello, welcome to our VV Academy. We are the ones Pajun mentioned who came to pick you up. I am Lian Zhen. After answering Chen Zhe's question, Lian Zhen began to introduce herself and the others, pointing at the red-haired loli and the yellow-haired loli beside her. This is our academy's teacher Wen Chu, and the one next to her is her sister, also a teacher at our academy, Wu Chu. Hello, I am Wen Chu. Nice to meet you, the red-haired loli said gracefully, lightly covering her face with the folding fan. Hearing Wen Chu's words, Chen Zhe responded, hello, I am also very pleased to meet you. Kid, don't be fooled by this old woman's facade. Oh, don't let her gentle demeanor fool you. She is not easy to deal with. Looking at Wen Chu's gentle demeanor, Pajun quietly reminded Chen Zhe. Although he spoke softly, everyone present was not ordinary. So, sister, that old man is exposing our ages, calling us old women. Wen Chu did not directly retaliate against Pajun, but softly spoke to the yellow-haired loli beside her. Old man, are you itching for a fight? Boom. The short-haired loli, hearing her sister's words, immediately approached Pajun and used her 7th sense, lightning manipulation, to give him a full-body electric therapy massage. Just listening to Pajun's soul-wrenching screams made it clear how comfortable it was. The yellow-haired loli giving Pajun the electric therapy massage was Wu Chu. Although she was currently dealing with Pajun, she acknowledged that Lian Zhen was introducing herself to Chen Zhe, so she merely glanced at Chen Zhe and nodded as a response. Haha, I'm sorry, my sister's temper is like this, please bear with it. Looking at Wu Chu's merely nodding response, Wen Chu apologized to Chen Zhe, still covering half of her face with the folding fan, maintaining a ladylike demeanor. Although Wen Chu appeared very ladylike, Chen Zhe understood that she was actually a scheming individual. Wu Chu, on the other hand, was the hot-tempered one, often used as a pawn by her scheming sister. So Chen Zhe paid no mind to it. These two are Zhu Min and Lu Siyuan. Hello, I am Zhu Min, said the tall man with a smile, though Chen Zhe felt this guy was somewhat simple-minded. I am Lu Siyuan, hello. The small, forgiving colored-haired man sitting on Zhu Min greeted Chen Zhe as well. After hearing their introductions, Chen Zhe began to introduce himself to the group from VV Academy. Hello, I am Chen Zhe, and I hope we get along well in the future. Alright, now that we all know each other, follow me. I will take you to our base. After everyone finished their introductions, Lian Zhen said to Chen Zhe, leading the way. Chen Zhe followed the footsteps of Lian Zhen and the group towards the tallest building of the academy. During this not-so-long journey, Lian Zhen kept finding topics to talk to Chen Zhe, while Chen Zhe memorized the layout of the academy. As Chen Zhe was observing VV Academy, Lian Zhen, leading the way, discreetly signaled to the red-haired lowly Wenchu. This was something they had agreed upon before coming here. One person would engage Chen Zhe in conversation to distract him, while the others observed his reactions, serving as a form of assessment. After all, due to Chen Zhe's strength, they had to treat him with caution before determining if he was friend or foe. Before long, Chen Zhe followed Lian Zhen and the group into the academy's tallest building. Lian Zhen led Chen Zhe into the elevator, first pressing the button for the first floor, then the button for the top floor, followed by several other buttons. After a flurry of button presses, and as the elevator went up and down for about 5 minutes, just when Chen Zhe began to feel a bit impatient, the elevator doors finally opened. Haha, it was designed to be a bit complex for secrecy, Lian Zhen said to the somewhat impatient Chen Zhe with a hint of apology. It's fine, but next time I come in ill, just have Pajun bring me directly. This is too troublesome, and I can't remember. Chen Zhe shook his head, indicating it was no problem, but he felt a headache watching Lian Zhen's operations, thinking how much more painful it would be if he had to enter the VV Academy base by himself in the future. Lian Zhen didn't know how to respond to Chen Zhe's words, only managing an awkward smile, before saying, "I'll take you to meet the founder of this academy, and then I'll take you to the place where we store the elemental stones." Hearing Lian Zhen's words, Chen Zhe expressed some surprise. He couldn't understand why, despite being a first-time visitor to VV Academy and the academy not even being sure if he was friend or foe, they would dare to take him to meet the founder, Dr. Amy. After all, due to the after-effects of the seventh sense, Dr. Amy was practically like an embryo now. If Chen Zhe had the intention to take her down, she would have virtually no defense capability. Now only Lian Zhen was left to take Chen Zhe to meet Dr. Amy. As for the others, they had already parted ways when Lian Zhen led Chen Zhe into the tallest building. The reason for the separation was that the old fool Pajun had provoked Wu Chu again. Because Pajun was the principal of VV Academy, it was to maintain the academy's dignity. Wu Chu took Pajun, who was once again convulsing from the electric shock, to an isolated place to give him an unforgettable full-body electric therapy massage. Meanwhile, Wen Chu was cheering for her younger brother, saying that they had to consider the academy's reputation, so she suggested changing locations to Wu Chu. As for Zhu Min and Lu Siyuan, they followed along just to ensure Pajun didn't die on the spot and to mediate the situation. This group of senior members left, and despite their presence, VV Academy did not collapse or get eradicated. Instead, it became a world-renowned detective academy, which is truly commendable indeed. On the other side, Chen Zhe followed Lian Zhen's footsteps into a room that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie from his past life. The room was filled with many tubes connected to nutrient tanks filled with green liquid, but only the central tank contained a person. Or rather, it looked like an embryo that had only developed its head and limbs, just barely taking on a human shape, as if it were still inside a mother's body. The embryo was connected to tubes at its back and brain, resembling the aliens submerged in nutrient tanks from the sci-fi films Chen Zhe had watched in his past life. Of course, Chen Zhe knew that this embryo submerged in the nutrient tank was not an alien, but the current founder of VV Academy, Dr. Amy. Dr. Amy was the leader of the archaeological enthusiasts who discovered and opened the ancient Xilan ruins half a century ago. She was also a person with an extraordinary seventh sense. Chen Zhe, having read comics, knew that Dr. Amy's seventh sense was incredibly powerful. It was called Extreme Healing Technique. The name itself made it clear that this was a powerful auxiliary seventh sense capable of saving a person as long as they were not dead, and even if they were dead, provided a certain amount of time had not passed. True living dead flesh and bones. It was precisely because Dr. Amy's seventh sense was so extraordinary that she now appeared in this embryonic form due to the overuse of her powers. Now submerged in the nutrient tank, Dr. Amy could only rely on the tubes connecting her to the computer in the room to communicate with others. Initially, Chen Zhe thought this was the case until Dr. Amy greeted him, making him realize how wrong he had been. "Hello, nice to meet you. Lian Zhen must have told you that I am one of the founders of this academy, Amy." Dr. Amy's voice resonated directly in Chen Zhe's mind. At the same time, a special force surged into the depths of Chen Zhe's spirit. Feeling Dr. Amy's voice echoing in his mind, and that special force surprised Chen Zhe, but he quickly thought it must be natural. Because Chen Zhe was a Saiyan, his intuitive sensing was incredibly strong. When Dr. Amy's voice rang in his mind, Chen Zhe sensed it was a direct telepathic conversation. At the same time, knowing what Dr. Amy's true seventh sense was, Chen Zhe understood what it meant. Dr. Amy's ability for telepathic conversation was not her seventh sense, but likely her eighth sense, telepathy. Similar to a movie Chen Zhe had watched in his past life, X-Men featuring Professor X's abilities. Perhaps Dr. Amy's development was not as powerful as Professor X's, but it was still considered a very potent eighth sense. No wonder I always found it strange when Shen Yu attacked the Black Moon base. What could disrupt Shen Yu's perception of the seventh sense, allowing the people of VV Academy to escape? It also explains the emergence of Shao Tsangyu. After hearing Dr. Amy's greeting, Chen Zhe thought to himself, indeed there must be a reason these guys have managed to hold off on fighting for so long. Dr. Amy, of course, was unaware of Chen Zhe's lengthy thoughts after her greeting. After all, if she didn't want to offend him, she wouldn't actively use her eighth sense to probe into his thoughts. The force that Dr. Amy emitted with her eighth sense was not meant to probe into Chen Zhe's thoughts. It was merely a pure spiritual force. That force had no other effect. It allowed Dr. Amy to roughly sense the goodness or evilness deep within a person. Dr. Amy did not care about Chen Zhe's background, but she wanted to know his essence, which was the purpose of bringing him to her. She intended to use her eighth sense to ascertain Chen Zhe's essence. If he was good, it would be a joyous occasion. If he was evil and came to VV Academy with malicious intent, then Dr. Amy would risk disappearing completely to directly use her eighth sense, mental suggestion, using her eighth sense to suppress the darkness within Chen Zhe and guide his goodness. After all, she knew from Pajun's reports about Chen Zhe's strength. This way she could maximize her benefits, trading her life, which was nearing its end, for a powerhouse like Chen Zhe would be worth it. Of course, Dr. Amy was unaware that her eighth sense would actually be ineffective against Chen Zhe, just like Shen Yu's seventh sense. Brainwave control. This type of ability was something Chen Zhe was basically immune to. Not to mention that Dawn was deep within Chen Zhe's mind. Even the Saiyan's primal instincts, which he couldn't fully control, yet could not be influenced by the supernatural powers and stealing stars in the moonlit sky. That said, Chen Zhe did not stop the profound spiritual force emanating from Dr. Amy. Because Chen Zhe discovered that the force Dr. Amy emitted had no adverse effect on him. In fact, it was beneficial. Although this force could not control Chen Zhe, it could strengthen his spiritual power, helping him suppress the primal instincts of the Saiyan that he could not yet fully control. Thus, Chen Zhe relaxed his mental defenses, allowing the spiritual power Dr. Amy emitted to enter the depths of his heart. Once inside Chen Zhe's inner depths, Dr. Amy saw the suppressed Saiyan primal instincts and recognized his struggle against them. Dr. Amy could sense that the Saiyan primal instincts under Chen Zhe's suppression were incredibly violent, and she realized this was why he could suppress them. The primal instincts had not truly erupted. Seeing Chen Zhe firmly suppressing the wildly violent Saiyan primal instincts, Dr. Amy understood that even if Chen Zhe was not a good person, at least he was not an evil one. Chen Zhe was an extreme Saiyan modified by Dawn using the original stone, the purest Saiyan bloodline. Logically, Saiyans with such pure bloodlines should be able to control their primal instincts, yet Chen Zhe could not fully control his. This was because although Chen Zhe was a Saiyan with a pure bloodline, it was modified directly by Dawn, while his soul was just an ordinary one. The reason pure-blooded Saiyans could control their primal instincts was that they were a warrior race. Those Saiyans fought from birth until they became aware fighting was essential. The mental strength of a Saiyan raised in constant battle was not something Chen Zhe, who lived in an era of peace and had never even killed a chicken, could compare. The gap between them was like that between an egg and a stone, with Chen Zhe's mental strength being the egg and the Saiyan's primal instincts being the stone. Thus, when the Saiyan primal instincts emerged, Chen Zhe's body would activate its protective mechanism to prevent his consciousness from being completely destroyed by the primal instincts, forcibly bringing his awareness offline when he couldn't control them. Chen Zhe guided Dr. Amy's eighth sense to suppress his Saiyan primal instincts. Sensing the brutality of Chen Zhe's Saiyan nature, Dr. Amy cooperated with him. Dr. Amy could feel that the power was beyond their ability to resist if Chen Zhe truly unleashed it. Then, without waiting for the prophecy, the demons that escaped from the ancient Sylvan ruins might be destroyed by Chen Zhe's power, potentially annihilating this world. At the same time, Dr. Amy realized Chen Zhe's intention in guiding her to feel this power. Do not doubt my purpose. If I truly harbored ill intentions, destroying the VV Academy and even annihilating this world would be a matter of minutes. These were Dr. Amy's own thoughts, unknown to Chen Zhe. If he had known, he would have said, I just feel that your power can assist me, preventing me from becoming a fool, so I utilized it without much thought. Dr. Amy intensified her eighth sense's output, feeling Chen Zhe's guidance, and understood his plan. With the combined effort of Chen Zhe and Dr. Amy, Chen Zhe drawing from Dr. Amy's eighth sense finally felt that if he transformed into a giant ape again, he could barely control his consciousness, preventing the Saiyan primal instincts from overwhelming him. Although Dr. Amy's eighth sense was rather weak against Chen Zhe's Saiyan primal instincts, it was still developed through raw stone. Belonging to the same source as Chen Zhe's power, even if it was merely derived from fragments of raw stone, it couldn't resist. However, as a catalyst, Chen Zhe could mobilize his will using this shared power to suppress the inner brutality of the Saiyan. If Chen Zhe could control his consciousness after transforming into a giant ape, then during that period, as long as his weakness, the tail, was not discovered, he would be invincible in this world. This could be considered Chen Zhe's trump card. Huff, feeling that the brutal Saiyan primal instincts within him had been completely suppressed for the time being, Chen Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. This deep-seated comfort led Chen Zhe to exhale a breath of pent-up frustration. After expelling the foul air from his heart, Chen Zhe restrained his joy and spoke solemnly to the now seemingly smaller Dr. Amy, thank you very much for your help. I owe the VV Academy a favor this time. If you ever need my assistance, I will surely not decline any help I can offer. Indeed, this time, Chen Zhe owed Dr. Amy a significant favor. Earlier, to help Chen Zhe completely suppress his Saiyan primal instincts, Dr. Amy had exerted too much power using her eighth sense. Dr. Amy, who was already near the state of a fetal embryo, was now almost at her limit. She could no longer utilize her seventh sense, the ultimate healing technique. Her eighth sense, telepathy, could only be used for communication now. It was impossible to engage in battle or delve into people's hearts. Unless Dr. Amy were to expend her last bit of life to utilize it, attempting to use her seventh and eighth senses now would lead only to her demise. Thus, Dr. Amy's assistance warranted Chen Zhe's promise. I accept this favor of yours. Now I am tired. Lianjun, please take him out. Dr. Amy, appearing significantly weakened in the nutrient chamber, first acknowledged Chen Zhe's promise, and then instructed Lianjun, who stood beside her. Seeing Dr. Amy suddenly become very weak after greeting Chen Zhe, Lianjun had already placed a hand on his large blade. However, since Chen Zhe had not responded to Dr. Amy, keeping his eyes closed with an ever-changing expression on his face, Lianjun refrained from making any rash moves. Now, upon hearing Chen Zhe's words and Dr. Amy's command, Lianjun finally relaxed. To be honest, Lianjun felt immense pressure looking at Chen Zhe, who had just closed his eyes with a fluctuating expression. This was because while Chen Zhe was utilizing Dr. Amy's eighth sense to suppress his Saiyan primal instincts, the occasional uncontrolled aura he emitted made Lianjun's hair stand on end, feeling like prey facing a hunter with a firearm. This sensation almost drove Lianjun to contact Pajun and others for assistance. However, seeing that aside from the terrifying aura, Chen Zhe made no other moves and Dr. Amy did not issue any warnings, Lianjun finally suppressed his fear and refrained from calling for help. Now, hearing Dr. Amy's weak words, Lianjun couldn't help but ask, "Doctor, what is this?" Before he could finish, Dr. Amy interrupted him, shaking her head at Lianjun and indicating for him to take Chen Zhe outside. In response, Lianjun could only helplessly suppress his curiosity, bowing to Dr. Amy and sheathing his blade. Then he led Chen Zhe, who also bowed to Dr. Amy, out of the room. After Chen Zhe and Lianjun closed the door behind them, Dr. Amy murmured to herself, "I wonder where this person's power comes from, so strong and brutal. If it goes out of control, it would be another disaster." Now that the time for the ancient Sylvan prophecy draws near, suddenly having such a powerful, yet brutal individual appears, I truly should not have opened that ruin back then. It is indeed a time of tribulation. After leaving Dr. Amy's room, Lianjun glanced at Chen Zhe, opening his mouth as if to ask what had just happened, but ultimately refrained. Chen Zhe, although he noticed Lianjun's expression and understood that Lianjun wanted to ask about what just occurred, did not take the initiative to speak. Thus, they remained silent, and eventually Chen Zhe could no longer withstand the atmosphere of silence, asking Lianjun, "Mr. Lianjun, where did your large blade come from? I remember you didn't have it when you picked me up." "No need to be so formal, just call me Lianjun. I took out my large blade after you met with the doctor." Walking ahead, Lianjun replied to Chen Zhe's question. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Zhe still did not understand, but did not know what else to say. Chen Zhe had not seen such a large blade in Dr. Amy's room, and he was very certain that he hadn't misremembered. Seeing Chen Zhe respond with an "oh," and then fall silent again, perhaps due to the awkwardness of their prolonged silence, Lianjun spoke again. "Actually, this is just a bit of technology we found from the ancient Sylvan ruins. Molecular recombination technology." Listening to Lianjun's explanation, Chen Zhe recalled this technology. Molecular recombination technology involves breaking down items into molecular states, and then storing them in a specially designed device. This device can instantly assemble the stored molecules into the predetermined item. This technology comes from the ancient Sylvan civilization, which existed 9,000 years ago. The protagonist of this world, Jiu Tian, is currently using this technology to steal fragments of the ancient Sylvan ruins, acting as an international thief. As their conversation continued, Chen Zhe followed Lien Jun into a large room, which was designed with doors that did not align with the ground, but rather resembled a cellar. This is where the VV Academy stores elemental stones. You can go inside and sense the elemental stones that match you. Standing at the doorway, Lien Jun said to Chen Zhe. Hearing Lien Jun's words, Chen Zhe jumped into the room and began to sense the elemental stones, trying once more to see if he could awaken the dawn. Meanwhile, Lien Jun watched as Chen Zhe jumped into the room, closing his eyes and attempting to resonate with the elemental stones, pondering in his heart. I heard that Pajun guy say Chen Zhe has developed his seventh sense. For someone who has developed the seventh sense, elemental stones are essentially useless. I wonder what he is trying to do. Pajun once said that Chen Zhe has unlocked the seventh sense and that element stones are useless to those who possess it. I wonder what on earth he is doing. Lien Jun thought, turning over Chen Zhe's origins in her mind. Chen Zhe was encountered by Pei Jun in the depths of the Sahara, and it was rumored that the Heiyu Iron Cavalry's base might also be located there. From Pei Jun's reports, Lien Jun understood that Chen Zhe possessed the seventh sense, a power that manipulates spheres of light, and those spheres were not to be trifled with. Moreover, there was no sign that Chen Zhe suffered the side effect of bodily shrinkage after using the seventh sense. Chen Zhe's physical strength was astonishing. When Pei Jun unleashed his full seventh sense technique, Potential Dragon, Chen Zhe shattered nearly all of it with sheer corporeal force. And Chen Zhe knew Pei Jun. According to Pei Jun, Chen Zhe recognized him and even knew of VV Academy. When Dr. Ai witnessed Chen Zhe and the savage aura that erupted from him, she remained silent. Dr. Ai even helped Chen Zhe suppress that brutal force which suggested that Chen Zhe was not inherently evil. Lien Jun, know the core figures of VV Academy, all knew that Dr. Ai had developed the eighth sense. Dr. Ai's eighth sense could perceive the heart. No one could conceal the goodness or darkness of their inner self before her. All these clues forced Lien Jun to speculate that perhaps Chen Zhe too was a child recovered from the Gushilan ruins. After Kei betrayed them and the newly discovered Gushilan ruins were excavated, this child had been unearthed. While still sealed within an ice coffin, Kei injected into him a violent and potent force. Unable to control that force, the child was tormented constantly and ultimately fled from Kei's grasp. He then met Pei Jun and came to VV Academy seeking aid. Chen Zhe's request for element stones might have been intended to use their power to awaken the eighth sense and then take vengeance on Kei. The more she pondered, the surer Lien Jun became. Chen Zhe's strength was formidable despite his tender age. His youthful appearance was not the result of the seventh sense's side effects, but his true age, an age that belied the ability to defeat Pei Jun. It was very likely due to that brutal force Kei had injected into Chen Zhe's body. What a pitiable child. Distracted by her conjectures, Lien Jun watched Chen Zhe concentrating on sensing the element stones and could not help but pity him inwardly. Chen Zhe, who had bounded into the room, knew nothing of Lien Jun's thoughts. All his attention was focused on the element stones before him. He sensed for a long time and finally realized. None of the element stones seemed to resonate with him, let alone fuse with him. This outcome had not occurred to Chen Zhe. He had assumed that having been fashioned from primordial stone himself, he was like a direct scion of the primal ore. The element stones appeared to be refined from fragments of primordial stone, which would make them his brethren. If element stones were energies refined from the same source, would they not answer when their elder called? He imagined that if he merely stood there, those element stones, being distilled from the same primordial source, would eagerly come to him. Wasn't that the premise of so many novels he had read? Energies of the same root attract one another. At worst, Xu Guang had said it could absorb ambient energy while dormant to awaken itself, though that process was slow. Perhaps a century at least. Now that Chen Zhe had found element stones, he believed that merely holding one would allow Xu Guang to draw energy and awaken. But the present situation diverged from his expectations. It seemed those element stones, these younger brothers refined from primordial fragments, did not recognize him as their elder at all. They paid him no heed, let alone voluntarily approach to fuse. This was far from the fantasy settings in his novels. It was not mystical at all. And Xu Guang himself seemed to have overslept. What happened to the promise that it could still absorb surrounding energy? Were you reserving only the ability to absorb energy I myself had taken in? Damn it, Xu Guang. Are you just using me as a tool? I refuse to be a tool. I Chen Zhe am on strike. Chen Zhe had his reasons for thinking this way. The last time he used the element needle, it had been in his hands, yet he sensed no sign that Xu Guang intended to draw energy on its own. He had to impale himself with the element needle, and because Shu Guang complained of insufficient energy, Chen Zhe ultimately developed the seventh sense himself. If Shu Guang could truly absorb energy autonomously, then Shu Guang should belong to Chen Zhe's body existing within his mind. If Shu Guang were drawing power, Chen Zhe ought to sense abundant energy all around him, yet he did not feel any of it. Are you seriously expecting me to eat them, to let Shu Guang absorb them? Eat stones. Stones this big. That's a little much. What a ripoff. Chen Zhe stared at the element stones encased in energy fields emitted by three machines not far away, their brilliance like stars, and felt his mouth twitch in disbelief. The smallest of those element stones were about the size of his fist, the largest were as big as basketballs. If they could only be absorbed by ingestion, how on earth could he eat them? Chen Zhe decided Shu Guang could stay asleep. He did not need to awaken. So I'll have to think of another way. He looked helplessly at the element stones shrouded by the energy fields of the three machines. Eating stones was out of the question. Never in this life would he eat a stone. He would have to find some other method to resolve the absorption problem. If none presented itself, then Shu Guang might as well sleep peacefully. Chen Zhe felt utterly helpless. Although he tried to console himself, Chen Zhe's initial excitement gave way to an unavoidable sense of disappointment. Sighing at the element stones before him, Chen Zhe decided that since he could not absorb them, he would not linger in this underground chamber any longer. He used a skywalking technique to fly over to Lianzhen and said, "Let's go. Take me out so I can familiarize myself with the academy and tell me what I should do as a teacher after joining VV Academy." Lianzhen, waiting at the doorway and seeing Chen Zhe's disappointment while musing over his background, comforted him. "You need not be disheartened." Pajun said, "You've already developed the seventh sense. Element stones naturally have no effect on those who possess it." Having witnessed the entire process, Lianzhen presumed Chen Zhe's sorrow stemmed from his inability to resonate with the element stones, and so she tried to soothe him. After all, Chen Zhe looked only about 16 and was not unattractive, though after becoming a Saiyan, he carried a sunny, boyish aura. That temperament, combined with Lianzhen's own suppositions, easily stirred a maternal tenderness in this single mature woman. "You intend to use element stones to develop the eighth sense. The eighth sense cannot be awakened merely by element stones." Lianzhen, moved by a surge of maternal warmth, embraced the forlorn Chen Zhe and comforted him like a mother soothing a child. "You are already extraordinary. Even Pajun is no match for you. Pajun is the signature of our VV Academy, so there's no need for you to be so upset." Chen Zhe, suddenly held in Lianzhen's arms, was bewildered. What was happening? How had he been embraced? He did not struggle to free himself. Lianzhen's words and the care and consolation behind them left Chen Zhe momentarily at a loss. Chen Zhe felt somewhat at a loss because of Lianzhen's words along with the concern and comfort embedded within them. He wanted to break free, yet for some reason he felt a lingering attachment to this warm sensation, particularly when Lianzhen was comforting him. Something Chen Zhe had never experienced before. In his past life, his father Chen Quan would never have consoled him in such a way. Whenever Chen Zhe made a mistake, Chen Quan would simply slap him. As a child, Chen Zhe often got hit by his father due to academic issues while enduring endless scoldings. Their relationship was, how should one put it? It was one of those situations where neither of them spoke, yet in that world they were all each other had. In his past life, during festivals, Chen Quan had never taken him to visit any relatives. Chen Zhe had never seen any relatives visit their home. So now, being held by Lianzhen felt unfamiliar. Inexplicably, Chen Zhe sensed a slight sting in his nose, a strong urge to share all his recent experiences. All the grievances he had been harboring, the fear of being alone in this world, poured out to Lianzhen, and this unprecedented feeling suddenly frightened him. This sensation was something Chen Zhe had never felt before. The warmth of an embrace from the opposite sex, or rather a maternal figure, was something his father Chen Quan could never provide. Chen Zhe's parents had divorced when he was very young, and at that time, he had yet to form any memories, thus he had no impression of his mother. As a child, he went to school alone. His father Chen Quan was never available to pick him up. Due to family circumstances, Chen Zhe had always been introverted and reticent, with very few same-sex friends, let alone friends of the opposite sex. In his past life, Chen Zhe was a recluse. After dropping out of high school, aside from helping his father Chen Quan at construction sites, he stayed at home. He had nearly no interaction with the opposite sex throughout his life. The only exception was during an exam, when a female classmate borrowed a pen from him. For various reasons, Chen Zhe's feelings were now quite complex, and before he realized it, tears streamed down his face. "It's okay, just let it out if you want to cry. Ooh, don't bury everything in your heart. Crying will make you feel better." Lianzhen, sensing Chen Zhe's tears, gently patted his back while speaking softly to him. Listening to Lianzhen's gentle words, Chen Zhe couldn't help himself anymore. In Lianzhen's embrace, he cried loudly. Due to the room's emptiness, the sound of Chen Zhe's crying echoed throughout. He didn't even know why he was crying this time, but being held by Lianzhen made him want to. He thought about why he had been crushed to death. And what would happen to his father Chen Quan after his death? Two people who relied on each other were now separated by death. Just revived the joy of discovering he had become a Saiyan clashed with the fear of being annihilated by Frieza. After narrowly escaping the fate of being casually destroyed by Frieza, he found himself alone, like a helpless infant, surrounded by monsters. Although he didn't know how he ultimately escaped the predicament, he was left all by himself. As a complete recluse who had never ventured beyond his doorstep, arriving in this utterly unfamiliar world filled him with terror. Despite appearing optimistic and seemingly indifferent to these various reasons now in Lien Zhen's embrace. Hearing Lien Zhen's words, Chen Zhe couldn't hold back any longer. He wanted to cry out all the grievances and fears he had buried deep within. Chen Zhe didn't know how long he had been crying. He only felt a significant relief after letting it all out. Why is it wet? After crying, Chen Zhe felt his face pressed against a damp piece of clothing. Then recalling what had just happened, Chen Zhe suddenly stepped back a few paces, breaking free from Lien Zhen's embrace. Looking at the wet patch on Lien Zhen's clothing, Chen Zhe felt embarrassed. Who knew why he had suddenly lost control of his emotions? I'm sorry, Mr. Lien Zhen. I didn't mean to and am really sorry, so I'll just head out now. Chen Zhe truly didn't know what to say. The more he explained, the more chaotic it became. He awkwardly apologized to Lien Zhen before running out, feeling as if he was fleeing in disgrace. He really is just a child. This kid must have endured a lot of grievances. Watching Chen Zhe flee, Lien Zhen couldn't help but chuckle softly. This time I absolutely cannot let that old man Pajun harm this child. Tan Lang was led astray by that old fool. This time I will take care of this child myself. Not far from this room, in another room, Dr. AI Mi utilized the last remnants of her 8th sense to observe the scene between Chen Zhe and Lien Zhen. Seeing the fleeing Chen Zhe, she murmured to herself, it seems this person really is just a child. He isn't nearly as mature as he pretends to be. At least that's a good thing. Chen Zhe, of course, was unaware of Lien Zhen and Dr. AI Mi's thoughts. If he had known, he would have certainly bolted back to Liga. He felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in, but fortunately no one else had seen it. Since he had memorized the route, upon entering, Chen Zhe dashed straight into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Getting to this underground base was quite troublesome. To prevent enemies from sneaking in, they designed a password that made Chen Zhe's head hurt. However, leaving was simple. Just like a regular elevator, pressing the button for the desired floor would suffice. After all, entering required precautions and complicated passwords, but if exiting were too troublesome, there would be no time to escape if someone invaded. Upon exiting the building, Chen Zhe took a deep breath, then inhaled again deeply. He had been regulating his emotions in the elevator, fearing that others might witness his earlier embarrassment. Once he calmed down after just a few steps, he spotted Pajun hiding not far away in the greenery. Chen Zhe approached Pajun sneaking up from behind, and seeing Pajun's secretive demeanor, he curiously asked, "Hey old man, what are you up to?" Pajun was startled by Chen Zhe's sudden voice. Without looking back, he immediately attempted to use earth manipulation to escape underground. Fortunately, Chen Zhe was quick on his feet, catching Pajun and lifting him up. Seeing that it was Chen Zhe, Pajun let out a sigh of relief and said discontentedly, "What are you doing? Don't you know that scaring people can kill them? I was just curious about what you were doing. Why are you acting so sneakily? Aren't you the principal of VV Academy? Why are you being so cowardly in your own base?" Seeing Pajun acting so cowardly made Chen Zhe even more curious. Were the people from Xianyu or Heiyu's Iron Riders attacking? But he hadn't seen any signs of battle. Hearing Chen Zhe's question, Pajun cautiously scanned the surroundings, finding no one else, then beckoned Chen Zhe to hide in the greenery. Driven by curiosity, Chen Zhe also slipped into the greenery, eager to find out why Pajun was being so cautious. "Kid, I need to tell you something. You must not tell anyone if this concerns my personal safety," Pajun said seriously as he watched Chen Zhe enter the greenery. What could be concerning Pajun's personal safety? This issue seemed quite serious. Pajun was the principal of VV Academy, currently within the base. What could possibly make him so cautious here? Seeing Pajun's serious expression, which didn't appear to be feigned, Chen Zhe became serious as well. "This matter is. I was only speaking to you because I see you as a person of worth, but this matter concerns my personal safety." As Pajun's tone grew increasingly serious, Chen Zhe's expression also became more solemn. "That is, didn't that fool Wu Chu want to fight me? They were all taken down by my earth manipulation technique, and I managed to escape, but now they are angrily searching for me. Unfortunately, I tricked them several times using the dummies created by my earth manipulation. Ha ha, it cracks me up. Just like that. Just like that." Chen Zhe nearly toppled over when he heard Pajun's triumphant laughter, because the serious expression that had once adorned Pajun's face was now fluctuating unpredictably. Now Chen Zhe didn't know what expression to use to convey his current feelings. Although being caught by that Wu Chu would be disastrous, who am I? The principal of VV Academy. How could that guy Wu Chu possibly catch me? Looking at Pajun, who was still basking in his own glory, Chen Zhe felt an itch in his fists, unable to hold back. Pajun, are you trying to court disaster again? Do you know that I just saw you looking so serious and thought something significant was happening? What a waste of my expression. Just when Chen Zhe could no longer hold back and was about to make intimate contact with Pajun using his fists, he inadvertently spotted 4 figures walking toward them. These 4 figures were precisely Wu Chu, Wen Chu Ju Min, and Lu Si Yuan, who were searching for Pajun. It seemed that they were drawn in by Pajun's raucous laughter. Chen Zhe gazed at Wu Chu, who was now surrounded by crackling electricity appearing as if he would explode upon contact. Then he looked at Pajun, who was completely oblivious to the disastrous fate about to befall him, still boasting about how wise and powerful he was and how he could toy with Wu Chu and his companions. Chen Zhe gave up on the plan to make intimate contact with Pajun's face using his fists. Observing the menacing Wu Chu approaching, he felt that being a bystander was perhaps more entertaining than stepping onto the stage himself. Looking again at Pajun, who showed no awareness of the danger, Chen Zhe really wanted to ask him, "Don't you realize that there's a force behind you that is about to explode? Old man, I finally caught you. Let's see where you can run this time." Wu Chu's voice echoed ominously in Pajun's ear, accompanied by a massive bolt of lightning. Wow. Completely unaware of Wu Chu's arrival, Pajun was directly struck speechless by the massive lightning, and Wu Chu seized the opportunity to grab him. Then, facing the twitching Pajun, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Throughout this process, to prevent Pajun from escaping again, Wu Chu utilized his 7th sense, thunder manipulation, causing Pajun to feel as if he were on the brink of death. Seeing this, Chen Zhe, who had been standing quite close, silently began to shift his footsteps away. "Hey, isn't that little Chen Zhe? What are you doing here? Didn't you go with Lian Zheng to sense the elemental stones? Where's Lian Zheng?" Just as Chen Zhe was silently distancing himself from Pajun, Wen Chu's voice rang in his ear. It turned out that while Chen Zhe was enjoying the spectacle of Pajun being beaten, Wen Chu and his companions had also arrived. "Hello, Mr. Wen Chu. I've completed my task of sensing the elemental stones. Mr. Lian Zheng, should still be at the base I left first." Upon hearing Wen Chu's question, Chen Zhe paused for a moment before replying. When he mentioned Lian Zheng, Chen Zhe recalled the moment he had cried in Lian Zheng's arms, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. "Oh, I see. Speaking of which, little Chen Zhe, didn't you already develop your 7th sense? Why do you still need to sense the elemental stones?" Wen Chu didn't press further on the awkwardness in Chen Zhe's response, instead asking him another question. This question piqued the curiosity of everyone from VV Academy when Chen Zhe mentioned needing the elemental stones. Because for those who have not yet developed their 7th sense, but wish to, elemental stones are extremely important, often regarded as treasures of opportunity. However, for someone like Chen Zhe, who had already developed his 7th sense, they were indeed useless, so everyone was very curious about Chen Zhe's request. But since Chen Zhe had just arrived at VV Academy, asking without reason seemed a bit presumptuous. However, now that Chen Zhe had joined VV Academy, he could be considered one of their own, and he had sensed the elemental stones before, so at this moment, he was merely asking out of curiosity. It wouldn't give Chen Zhe the feeling that VV Academy was trying to block him. When Chen Zhe heard Wen Chu's question, he didn't feel anything special. He just thought Wen Chu's manner of addressing him was a bit. "Just as Lian Zheng said, you are still a child." After a moment of hesitation, Chen Zhe finally replied, "Actually, I want the elemental stones to use them as a source of energy. I have a friend who needs a tremendous amount of energy to awaken, and I wanted to see if the elemental stones could help him wake up." Chen Zhe had no intention of hiding this. The elemental stones, refined from the original stone fragments, indeed possess immense energy. This energy can help people develop their 7th sense, and can also be used as a source of power. At the VV Academy base, the 3 machines encasing the elemental stones serve both to protect the stones and to extract their energy for use as the Academy's power source. Chen Zhe's desire to use the elemental stone's energy to awaken the light within him was not unreasonable. "Oh, I see." But to Wen Chu, this wasn't how it seemed. He didn't press the matter further, as everyone has their own secrets. What an insincere child. Wen Chu silently rated Chen Zhe as insincere in his heart. After hearing Wen Chu's acknowledgement, he continued watching Wu Chu teach Pajun a lesson without further response, and Chen Zhe also refrained from saying more. After a while, perhaps because Wu Chu had tired of beating him, he released Pajun, throwing him to the ground, and ignoring him, then walked over to Wen Chu and said, "Sister, I'm hungry. Let's go eat first. After we finish eating and regain our strength, we can continue teaching this old fool a lesson." Chen Zhe twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Wu Chu's words. Here we go again. Looking at the now twitching Pajun on the ground, who bore the marks of being electrified, he was hardly recognizable. Chen Zhe believed that Pajun's ability to survive until now was truly thanks to his 6th sense, giving him recovery capabilities far beyond those of ordinary people. Otherwise, given Pejun's penchant for courting disaster, it's a miracle he has made it this far. Well, that's true, but it's getting late, and it's time for dinner, so let's go. When Shu agreed with her sister Wu Chu's suggestion after glancing at the already darkening sky, and then called everyone to go eat dinner together. Looking at everyone preparing to go have dinner, it seemed that none of them intended to check on Pejun, who was still lying on the ground and twitching. Chen Zhe looked at the group that had walked a short distance away, then at Pejun lying on the ground, debating whether to include him. Well, after all, Pejun was the first person he encountered upon arriving in this world. Little Chen Zhe, aren't you coming to dinner? After walking a ways, Wen Chu noticed Chen Zhe still standing in place, and couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing Wen Chu calling him, Chen Zhe pointed at the still unresponsive Pejun on the ground, and asked, should we bring Pejun along? Oh, don't worry about that old fool. He'll recover and come over by himself later, no need to mind him. Before Wen Chu could respond, Wu Chu answered Chen Zhe's question on behalf of her sister, and the others showed no dissent. It seemed that Pejun had offended not just Wu Chu this time. Even Zhu Min and Lu Xiyuan, who initially went to mediate, had no intention of acknowledging him. This ability to court disaster is truly impressive. Well then fine, let's go eat dinner. Alright, let's go then, time for dinner. Since everyone said so, Chen Zhe decided not to dwell on it any longer. After all, it was already dark and there weren't many people left in the academy. Even if there were people around, given Pejun's current position, he was in a relatively hidden corner, so there was no concern about him affecting the academy's image. Thinking about it, it seems that Pejun really does have a bit of the role of a mere tool as the principal. Chen Zhe followed Wen Chu and the others to the cafeteria of VV Academy, where he also encountered Lian Jun, who had come out of the base for a meal. Seeing Lian Jun, Chen Zhe felt too awkward to meet her gaze, and throughout the meal, he kept avoiding her eyes. However, Lian Jun didn't seem to feel any awkwardness. During the meal, she even helped Chen Zhe with a lot of food, smiling as she watched him eat. The gentle yet loving gaze along with her eager expression made Chen Zhe suddenly feel what it meant to be under tremendous pressure. Although he felt quite embarrassed by Lian Jun's actions, deep down, he had a special feeling and couldn't bear to disappoint her kindness, so he could only bury his head and eat. The four people around Wen Chu also noticed the interactions between Chen Zhe and Lian Jun, looking at them with strange expressions, but they said nothing. Dinner continued in this bizarre atmosphere. Chen Zhe also sensed the change in the atmosphere at the dining table, so he began to eat faster, and the sounds of his eating grew louder. Slow down, no need to rush, don't choke. Here, have some soup, it tastes really good. Seeing Chen Zhe devour his food, Lian Jun, worried he might choke, handed him a bowl of soup. Watching Chen Zhe eat like this, Lian Jun's gaze became even more affectionate. Oh dear, this poor child must be very hungry, huh? Don't worry, you definitely won't go hungry here. If Chen Zhe knew that Lian Jun thought he looked like he had been starved, he would definitely. Well, he thought he would still endure it. Ever since he had cried in Lian Jun's arms, Chen Zhe felt awkward whenever he saw her, and he didn't know how to express his feelings towards her. Especially now with Lian Jun feeding him, if he rejected her, seeing her serious expression made Chen Zhe feel even more pressure. After being reborn as a Saiyan, it was the first time Chen Zhe felt that eating was a torment. Usually Saiyans had a good appetite. However, this time, Chen Zhe couldn't taste the food he was eating at all. He just wanted to quickly finish the food in front of him and break this bizarre atmosphere. Unfortunately, despite Chen Zhe eating quickly, Lian Jun's speed in serving food was not slow either. After all, she was someone who had awakened her sixth sense. With a physical quality 100 times stronger than an ordinary person, even in his ordinary state, Chen Zhe could barely keep up with her speed. Also, due to the special nature of Lian Jun and Wen Chu's group, the cafeteria where they dined was different from an ordinary one with ample food supplies. So when Pejun recovered and entered the cafeteria to eat, he saw the bizarre scene before him, the kitchen continuously delivering food to the dining area, while Lian Jun quickly placed the freshly delivered food in front of Chen Zhe, who exaggeratedly devoured it. Wen Chu, Wu Chu, Zhu Min, and Lu Xiyuan were gathered around the table watching this scene, the reason being that all the food was being swallowed by Chen Zhe, and they could only watch. What is going on here? Pejun's questioning voice finally broke the bizarre atmosphere. He had seen Chen Zhe's exaggerated appetite before. The amount Chen Zhe was eating now was barely even a base layer. If everyone else hadn't eaten and was just watching Chen Zhe eat, they would surely starve. Hearing Pejun's voice, the people at the table all looked towards him, but no one answered his question. They simply stared at him in silence. Especially Lian Jun. Pejun felt that a murderous aura was beginning to gather in her eyes. Sorry for the interruption. I'll leave right away. Feeling uncomfortable under the stairs, Pejun, perhaps due to just having been dealt with by Wu Chu, became especially cautious. Sensing the murderous intent in Lian Jun's eyes, Wen Chu and Wu Chu, feeling the displeasure of having their fun interrupted, decisively prepared to slip away. Wait, you come back. No, wait for me. I need to talk to you about something. Oh, let's go together. When Pejun's voice reached Chen Zhe's ears for the first time, he felt that the sound of this old man was simply celestial music. He hurriedly called out to the departing Pejun, and in the moment Pejun was caught off guard, Chen Zhe burst forth with his fastest speed, dragging Pejun and running outside. After running a considerable distance with Pejun, Chen Zhe only stopped when he sensed that he was far enough from Lianjun. The method of sensing qi was something Chen Zhe had attempted to cultivate while practicing the flight technique from the anime Dragon Ball he had watched in his past life. Indeed, Saiyans are truly a warrior race. Once one has a concept, the skill of utilizing qi is incredibly easy to grasp. Exhaling a breath, Chen Zhe casually threw Pejun onto the ground and said to the still bewildered Pejun, "I'm going back to the Sahara now. You can return to VV Academy yourself. Contact me if anything comes up. Bye." After saying that, he ignored the still dazed Pejun and directly used the flight technique to soar into the sky, determining the direction before flying towards the Sahara Desert. Although Chen Zhe had not left any contact information, he believed that unless he didn't want to be found, VV Academy would still be able to find a way to reach him. Besides, Pejun knew that he was staying at Li Guest's place. Thus, Chen Zhe decided that VV Academy would come to find him if they needed him, and if not, he would just hide in the Sahara Desert to cultivate. Chen Zhe was genuinely a bit afraid of encountering Lianjun, and although he didn't know what that feeling was, he felt he couldn't provoke her, only hide. Watching Chen Zhe fly away, Pejun, who was left on the ground still in a daze, blinked, and then finally reacted, "I just wanted to go have a meal and heal my wounded heart, so what in the world is this situation? Who am I? Where am I? Make things clear before leaving, you bastard." Wait a minute, did you just fly away? Isn't his seventh sense supposed to control that massive energy ball? Could it be that I got it wrong? No, if it wasn't the seventh sense who could gather such a powerful energy ball. Moreover, I remember that this guy didn't fly when he was fighting against me. After cursing Chen Zhe countless times, Pejun finally realized that Chen Zhe seemingly flew away directly. Pejun recalled that the last time he fought Chen Zhe dodged his sand dragon by jumping between the sand dragons rather than flying. Forget it, I'll leave this problem for Dr. Amy and the others to deal with. Thinking about it gives me a headache. Pejun thought to himself and decided to abandon further thought about it. This problem would be left for others to solve. With this in mind, Pejun also determined the direction and used the earth manipulation technique to return. After a few minutes, he returned to VV Academy and shared his findings with the others. It's certain that this guy has awakened his seventh sense. Just now when he lifted me, I could sense the fluctuations of the seventh sense. After recounting Chen Zhe's transformation, Pejun expressed his opinion and asked Lianjun, "I can assure you that he couldn't fly before. Could it be that he really developed his eighth sense using the elemental stone? Lianjun, you were with him. Oh, what do you think?" "No, he didn't resonate with the elemental stone while in the basement. You all know that the elemental stone is useless for those who have awakened their seventh sense." Lianjun replied, sharing her thoughts. "He hasn't resonated with the elemental stone," Lianjun replied to Pejun's question, adding her own assessment. "Moreover, I don't believe he poses any threat to VV Academy. I sense he is a good-hearted boy." Once you and the others nodded in quiet agreement upon hearing Lianzhen's words. Though they appeared carefree and irreverent, they had been observing Chen Zhe covertly. After all, VV Academy was renowned as a prestigious detective institution. Lowering others' guard and discerning their true nature in moments of unconscious vulnerability. This was a skill they possessed without effort. Pejun blinked, momentarily bewildered by Lianzhen's response, and even more so by the unanimous nodding around him. Did I miss something? Lianjun glanced at Pejun, then at Wenxiu, and exchanged a silent, knowing look. One only the two of them could decipher. Didn't you tell Pejun that Dr. Amy has already met this boy Chen Zhe? Wenxiu, catching the glance, subtly raised his folding fan to half cover his face and returned an equally wordless reply, "No, I never had the chance." Pejun bolted off immediately after his latest stunt, then kept getting beaten up afterward. There simply wasn't time. Understanding Wenxiu's unspoken message, Lianjun fixed Pejun with a blank, expressionless stare. This man hasn't had a single day of being remotely easy to handle. After a brief internal grumble about Pejun, Lianjun finally relayed to him the news that Dr. Amy had already met Chen Zhe. The others also shared and synthesized their observations of Chen Zhe, made discreetly while he remained unaware. Their collective conclusion was clear: Chen Zhe bore no ill will toward VV Academy. Though other hidden facets of his character remained unknown, he would undoubtedly prove pivotal when the apocalyptic prophecy of Goxelan unfolded. With those two certainties established, everything else faded into insignificance. So long as Chen Zhe stood ready to fight, when the end times arrived, his intentions were secondary. Once the discussion concluded and night deepened, most departed, leaving only Pejun and Lianjun behind. As Pejun turned to leave, Lianjun called out, "Pejun, wait. There's something I'd like to ask you." "What is it? Can we discuss it tomorrow? I'm utterly exhausted tonight. I need rest. Otherwise I'll develop wrinkles." Pejun didn't pause, continuing toward the door as he spoke. Li Yanzhen's brow darkened with a visible vein of exasperation. A wrinkled old man. Really? Wait, no? Right now he is just a brash young boy. Wrinkles. Not a chance. With a sharp metallic ring, a massive blade slammed down directly before Pujuan, still striding toward the doorway. The distance between blade and man was, as Chen Zhe might have said in his past life, exactly 0.01 centimeters. But the blade's mistress will fall in love with me in precisely 1 incense stick's time. Snap. Wrong. Love was out of the question. But had Pujuan not awakened his sixth sense and summoned overwhelming survival instinct in that instant, Li Yanzhen's blade would have struck him without mercy. Haha. What do you need? I'll answer anything. Absolutely everything. Facing the gleaming edge, Pujuan offered a conciliatory smile. Let's just put the blade away first. Accidents happen. Seeing Pujuan finally willing to speak seriously, Li Yanzhen sheathed her blade. After all, brandishing a weapon at the Academy's principal would reflect poorly if witnessed. Pujuan muttered under his breath, I don't believe you for a second. Yet as Li Yanzhen lowered the blade, Pujuan, now standing rigid as though awaiting execution, watched her falter, suddenly awkward and hesitant. Just get on with it. If you're going to kill me, make it quick. Pujuan cried, voice cracking, unable to bear Li Yanzhen's silence after blocking his exit. What is wrong with this day? First Wuziu tries to beat me senseless. Now you're threatening me with a sword. In the principal of VV Academy, not a single one of you shows even the barest shred of respect due to your principal. Hey. Ahem. Tell me, how exactly did you first encounter this boy Chen Zhe? And where in the Sahara does he reside? Seeing Pujuan verge on tears, Li Yanzhen coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment, then asked as naturally as possible. You detained me just to ask this. Didn't I already explain it at the start? Was it truly necessary to corner me alone for this? And what was that awkward hesitation just now? Pujuan seethed inwardly at Li Yanzhen's question, until he caught the lethal glint returning to her eyes from his prolonged silence. His primal survival instinct overrode all protest. He recounted once again the full story of how he had met Chen Zhe. I'm uncertain of his current residence, but when I regained consciousness, he was staying at accommodations arranged by a man named Li Ge. Having finished, Pujuan gazed expectantly at Li Yanzhen, his eyes silently pleading there. You have it. May I go now? That's everything I know. Can I leave? I desperately need rest. This day has left me utterly drained body and soul. Ugh, stop staring at me like that. You may go. Li Yanzhen recoiled, thoroughly repelled by Pujuan's desperate gaze. The moment Li Yanzhen granted permission, Pujuan bolted for the door, finally free of this female demon. Must run. Slow down and shall call me back. Li Yanzhen paid no mind to Pujuan's retreat. Instead, musing aloud, she murmured, the Sahara Desert. Li Ge. That name rings a faint bell. Where have I heard it before? Leaving VV Academy's deliberations behind, let us turn to Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe had fled VV Academy with Pujuan, hoping to evade Li Yanzhen, intending to return to Li Ge's place. Yet mid-flight he recalled a sobering truth: he didn't know the way back. They'd arrived via Pujuan's Earth control art, traveling directly through the Earth's depths. Indeed, in his past life, Chen Zhe had been hopelessly directionally challenged. Even revisiting a location once required multiple walks and familiarity with landmarks to avoid getting lost. And this time Pujuan had brought him underground straight to VV Academy. Chen Zhe realized with dawning horror he was utterly lost. In his haste, Chen Zhe had simply flown in the opposite direction of VV Academy, completely forgetting his chronic navigational incompetence. Remembering his condition, Chen Zhe stubbornly pressed onward, determined to find his bearings by sheer persistence. Then another realization struck: the Sahara Desert lay in Africa, while VV Academy resided in Huagua, East Asia. Between them stretched countless nations, mountains, and rivers, far beyond his solo flight capabilities. With grim certainty, Chen Zhe accepted the truth: he couldn't fly back on his own. He descended instead toward the nearest city's lights. Stop her. Don't let her escape. That's my museum's crown jewel, the Ziwei star gem of the Goxelan Kingdom. We must capture her, or my company collapses. To avoid attention, Chen Zhe landed atop a skyscraper, only to spot on a neighboring rooftop a lithe, agile figure. The figure darted effortlessly across rooftops, pursued by a group dressed in security uniforms. From the pursuers' shouts, Chen Zhe instantly identified the quarry, a thief who stole Goxelan artifacts. And given the context, the graceful fugitive evading capture could be none other than Jiuyu Tian, the world's legendary phantom thief, and its destined protagonist. Jiuyu. I didn't expect to meet her here, meaning Lu Xing must also be nearby. Perhaps I can stay with them for a while. Jiuyu, what an unexpected meeting. That implies Lu Xing is close by too. And if memory serves, the Ziwei star she stole is insured by Lu Shi Insurance, owned by Lu Xing's father. Watching Jiuyu vanish into the distance, Chen Zhe reflected on the story he remembered from his past life, then glanced down at his empty pockets. Should I follow Qi Xiaosha's example and crash at Lu Xing's place? After all, Lu Xing will eventually enroll at VV Academy, making us de facto allies, right? Yes, Chen Zhe was penniless. Since arriving in this world had yet to earn a single coin. In the Sahara, Legay had arranged everything at VV Academy. Expenses were non-existent. And having arrived only days ago, Chen Zhe hadn't even begun earning money, leaving him to ponder where he'd spend the night. No, that would be too abrupt. Besides, I don't even know where Lu Xing lives. Am I doomed to sleep on the streets tonight? Chen Zhe rested his chin on his palm, deeply conflicted. Perhaps I should return to VV Academy. At least I want sleep rough. Wait, which direction is VV Academy in? After hours of indecision and finding no shelter, Chen Zhe resolved to retrace his path. Yet his innate sense of direction betrayed him. Once more standing atop the building surrounded by towering identical skyscrapers, he couldn't recall which way had come. In that glittering steel and glass metropolis, warmth felt impossibly distant. A cold night wind swept past, leaving his silhouette achingly solitary. Why did his nose suddenly sting? Ah, woo. Chen Zhe sat up on a park bench, stretching his stiff, sleep-deprived limbs. So I ended up sleeping rough after all. Protagonist. My memories hold not a single moment of smooth fortune. He grumbled, stretching both physically and psychologically. Since his rebirth, Chen Zhe felt as though every ounce of luck had been spent, fulfilling the bleak truth. My life holds no poetry, no distant horizons, only the grim reality of the present. Much better now. By this hour, Gio, you should have purchased Lu Xing's house. Time to crash there. Never again will I sleep on the streets. Wah. Ignore the last two lines. Exhaling slowly, Chen Zhe ceased stretching and prepared to track Lu Xing by following the residual aura Jiu Yu had left behind. You wonder if he sensed Jiu Yu's aura. Why did he still sleep on the street? Well, Chen Zhe's mischievous streak surfaced. He preferred remaining inconspicuous, mimicking Qi Xiaosha's guise as an ordinary person. Truthfully, he simply dreaded complications. Had he followed Jiu Yu last night, he wouldn't have slept rough, but he would have clashed with her. And given Jiu Yu's current strength, she stood no chance against Chen Zhe. Track her down. Fight. Then demand lodging. This sequence felt uncomfortably villainous. Lately, Chen Zhe's luck had run dry, and villains rarely fared well in the end. Better to play it safe. One night on the street. Tolerable. Stability mattered more. Following Jiu Yu's fading aura, Chen Zhe arrived before a villa. Before him stood the villa, and within he sensed Jiu Yu's presence along with 4 others. Those 4 must be Lu Xing and his 3 companions Dazhuang, Xiaofei, and Baozi. Time to make my entrance. So thinking, Chen Zhe pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Coming. Just a moment. A soft click and the door opened, revealing a blue-haired youth in a maid's uniform holding a broom. How did Chen Zhe recognize him as male? Because he knew. This was Lu Xing, one of the world's central figures destined to become the demon sovereign. May I ask who you are? Whom are you seeking? Lu Xing studied the unfamiliar youth before him, searching his memory. No recollection whatsoever. So he's not a creditor. Honestly, without prior knowledge of the story, Chen Zhe might not have recognized him either. A delicate, youthful figure in a maid's outfit, clean-cut, serene save for the questionable hairstyle, giving off unmistakable gentle maiden vibes. Truly handsome young men in feminine attire rendered female counterparts obsolete. Cough. Though Lu Xing's appearance was both expected and startling, Chen Zhe nearly burst into laughter. Yet shelter outweighed decorum. Composing himself swiftly, Chen Zhe adopted a look of urgent concern and asked, "Are you Lu Xing? Why have you become a woman? Did something tragic happen? Tell me. If you're struggling, I'm here to help. Why would you do such a thing?" Lu Xing stared, utterly flustered. Who is this person? Does he know me? But why do I have no memory of him whatsoever? Chen Zhe suppressed a smirk, watching Lu Xing's confusion deepen. Desperate to avoid another night on the street, and completely lost, Chen Zhe abandoned all pretense of dignity. Lu Xing, why aren't you speaking? Could the surgery have gone wrong? Did it affect your mind? What happened to you? Why would you do this to yourself? Who are you? How do you know me? And I am not transgender. Lu Xing practically shouted the final line, mortified by Chen Zhe's relentless assumptions. Chen Zhe responded not with words, but with a baffled, lingering gaze, fixed on Lu Xing's maid attire, as if silently asking, if you're not transgender, why wear this? Cinderella, what's happening? Who's at the door? Don't block them outside. Invite them in. It's terribly rude. A clear, bright voice chimed from within. As Lu Xing prepared to argue, the voice interrupted. A voice Chen Zhe recognized instantly. Jiu Yu, Lu Xing's creditor. But that nickname. Cinderella? Cinderella. Yeah. Chen Zhe let out a theatrical, exaggerated sound of disdain, his expression dripping with judgment. It conveyed one unmistakable sentiment: pervert. Lu Xing's temples throbbed visibly, but bound by Jiu Yu's command, he stepped aside and ushered Chen Zhe inside. Sigh. His creditor was Xiao Shui, and though he longed to pummel this stranger, duty demanded obedience. Painful. Chen Zhe followed Lu Xing indoors, surprised to find the villa far more spacious inside than its exterior suggested. Its decor was elegant and warm, imbued with the comforting essence of home. No wonder Jiu had chosen it. Hello, may I ask who you are? Are you here to see someone? Xiao Shui, Jiu asked from the living room sofa as Chen Zhe entered. Hearing her question, Chen Zhe unleashed the emotional performance, head carefully rehearsed. His acting debut had arrived. I'm Lu Xing's distant cousin on his mother's side. My mother is the younger sister of the elder sister of his grandfather's father's cousin. We haven't spoken in years, but recently my mother mentioned that my uncle, Lu Xing's father, is now wealthy and urged me to seek employment under him. I am Lu Xing's uncle. My mother sent me here to follow Lu Xing's father, who is also my cousin, to seek a job. She said that my cousin agreed, so I came. When Chen Zhe spoke these words, he felt not a hint of guilt, controlling his emotions and expressions throughout, an essential skill for an actor. After all, Lu Xing wouldn't be able to contact his father Lu Chuanfeng to verify this. Having shed his integrity, Chen Zhe felt completely unperturbed. Getting lost in this completely unfamiliar world and encountering someone who could barely be considered familiar, Lu Xing, was in a way a stroke of luck amid misfortune. Staying at Lu Xing's house for a while wasn't a bad idea. When Lu Xing entered VV Academy, he could take care of him. After all, Lu Xing wouldn't suffer any loss. Wait, when did I ever have such an uncle? I've never heard my dad mention you. You look even younger than me. Chen Zhe faced Lan Shui, the alias of Jiu, now sitting on the sofa, who hadn't answered yet. Lu Xing, unable to hold back, asked Chen Zhe, "Are you sure you're not a scammer? If you are, then let me tell you, my dad's company has gone bankrupt, and I have no money for you to swindle, so don't waste your effort." After Lu Xing asked before Chen Zhe could respond, he seemed to recall something and began to speak to Chen Zhe again. Chen Zhe looked at Lu Xing, who wore a serious expression and couldn't help but silently complain, since when did Lu Xing become so talkative? When Qi Xiaosao was crashing here, he didn't talk this much. It seems the recent atmosphere isn't right, nothing is going smoothly. However, thankfully I was prepared. Lu Xing, how could you think that? I truly am your uncle, it's just that we haven't been in touch for a long time, so you might have forgotten. After all, you were very young back then. What a mess. Did I hear something wrong? I was very young at that time. Lu Xing, hearing Chen Zhe's words, looked at himself, then at Chen Zhe, who now appeared to be about the same age, perhaps even younger. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? If I was too young to remember, how could this guy who looks even younger than me remember it? Upon hearing Chen Zhe's words, not only did Lu Xing label him a fraud in his heart, but even around him, Lu Xing's three little friends and Lan Shui looked at Chen Zhe with strange expressions. What's wrong with you all? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me? Perhaps due to Chen Zhe's heightened sensitivity after becoming a Saiyan, he immediately sensed the change in atmosphere around him. No, nothing's wrong. Come sit down and continue telling us, we are listening. Hearing Chen Zhe's retort, Lan Shui, seated, was the first to react. She invited Chen Zhe to sit down and asked Lu Xing to fetch a glass of water, signaling Chen Zhe to continue, appearing eager to listen. Seeing Lan Shui's actions, Lu Xing went to pour a glass of water for everyone, and along with his three little friends, they all sat on the sofa looking like they were ready to hear a story. Although Lu Xing and his friends thought Chen Zhe was a scammer, they had no intention of directly kicking him out. Due to his family running a security company, Lu Xing often trained with the security guards when he had nothing else to do. Lu Xing's father had a single requirement for his company members: run fast. As long as one could run fast enough, they could intercept and catch thieves more quickly, and also train their physical reflexes and endurance. Therefore, Lu Xing's physical fitness was quite good. Lu Xing's three little friends, Baozi, Xiao Fei, and Dezhuang, also trained alongside Lu Xing, so they weren't worried about Chen Zhe the scammer causing any trouble. Instead, they wanted to see what tricks he could pull. As for Lan Shui, although she appeared to be just an ordinary girl, now her true identity was the great thief Jiu Tian, and she was once known as Jiu of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry. Having developed her sixth sense, she considered Chen Zhe a normal person to be a superhuman, so she was even less worried about what tricks he might try. Hence the group looked at Chen Zhe as if they were watching a show. Go ahead, keep boasting, the stage is set for you. Let's see how much more you can brag, and how could you be a scammer at such a young age? Chen Zhe took the water Lu Xing handed him, took a sip, and looked at those who appeared eager to hear a story, feeling another wave of complaints rising in his heart. Clearly, when he was reading comics in his past life, crashing at Qi Xiaosao's place seemed easy, so why had it all turned smart when it came to him? Although things weren't progressing as smoothly as had hoped, Chen Zhe had been well prepared due to his recent streak of bad luck. Since you've all prepared the stage for me, then I won't hold back. It's time for me to perform. My name is Chen Zhe. I heard my cousin opened a security company, so my mother sent me to seek a security job with him. Don't underestimate me for being young. I can fight very well. For example, I could take on 10 of you, Lu Xing. Moreover, in this atmosphere of being watched, Chen Zhe spoke confidently, showing no sign of stage fright, even using Lu Xing as his unit of combat strength. Lu Xing was so infuriated that he almost wanted to stand up and challenge Chen Zhe. What do you mean by saying you can take on 10 like me? Come on, let's see if you really can. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Although Lu Xing was greatly provoked, he was still held back by his three little friends. Young master, calm down. Let's hear what he has to say first. What if he is really your uncle? That would be a huge offense. The short, round-faced guy with glasses beside Lu Xing whispered in his ear as he was being restrained. Yes, young master, what Baozi said makes sense. Calm down or perhaps you really can't beat him. Look at the muscles on him, young master, think twice. The skinny guy on the other side of Lu Xing, hearing what Baozi said, also advised Lu Xing. Young master, Xiao Fei is right. I also think you might really be unable to beat him. Let's wait until we confirm he's a scammer before we all go at him. Among Lu Xing's three little friends, the tall and strong one also advised Lu Xing, saying yes, De Zhuang is right. Young master, let's hear him out first. Hearing what the big guy said, Baozi and Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. You three. Lu Xing, restrained, felt veins popping on his forehead. Is this how you comfort someone? Bang, bang, bang. Lu Xing finally vented a bit of his pent-up frustration on Baozi, Xiao Fei, and De Zhuang, giving each a light thump on the head. Cinderella, how can you act like this? How can you hit a guest? Have you forgotten my rules? Apologize immediately. Originally listening to Chen Zhe's story, Lan Shui interrupted Chen Zhe with a frown upon seeing Lu Xing's actions towards his three little friends. Oh, yes. One must be polite to guests. I'm sorry. Taken aback by Lan Shui's words, Lu Xing was momentarily stunned before recalling Lan Shui's rules. Seeing her gradually turning dangerous, he quickly apologized to his three little friends. In this house, the hierarchy goes from high to low as follows: Xiaoxue Xiaoxu's cat, Xiaonao, Lu Xing himself. The guest status is equal to Xiaoxue, so if it weren't for owing $1 billion, he would definitely rise up against it. I apologize, I'm sorry for what just happened. I'm speaking on behalf of my maid, please don't take it to heart. After Lu Xing apologized to his three little friends, Lan Shui turned to Chen Zhe and said apologetically, signaling him to continue. It seems you all don't believe me, so let me mention something only Lu Xing knows, something you personally told me. Chen Zhe, seeing them still in a story-listening posture, felt that he had set up enough groundwork, and it was time to showcase his real skills. You once told me this yourself as a child. Although I am your uncle, we are of similar age, so you told me about that time when you felt like you had a dream that was almost real. Do you still remember the cheese star? You should still have that brooch in your collection, right? Actually, it wasn't a dream. Chen Zhe said with a serious expression, addressing Lu Xing. Upon hearing the name cheese star from Chen Zhe, Lu Xing's expression changed drastically. How do you know about this? Don't say it. Before Baozi and Xiao Fei could react, Lu Xing rushed over to Chen Zhe, reaching out to cover his mouth. Meanwhile, the excited Lu Xing didn't notice Lan Shui sitting on the other side, whose mouth twitched slightly upon hearing cheese star and the mention of the brooch. Chen Zhe didn't expect Lu Xing to be so agitated upon hearing this dark history. However, with Chen Zhe's strength, how could he possibly be caught by Lu Xing? Seeing Lu Xing rush over in such excitement, Chen Zhe seized Lu Xing's hand that was attempting to cover his mouth, twisted it back, and pressed Lu Xing down to the ground. Looking at the subdued Lu Xing, Chen Zhe feigned confusion and said, Lu Xing, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Young master, you must release him or we won't hold back. Lu Xing's three friends shouted at Chen Zhe, seeing Lu Xing's plight. Seeing Lu Xing charge at Chen Zhe, his three friends quickly tried to grab Lu Xing. However, Chen Zhe's speed was too quick, and in an instant he had subdued Lu Xing. The three friends looked as if they were about to rush over to beat Chen Zhe, but were afraid of accidentally hurting Lu Xing. On the side, Lan Shui was also startled by how quickly Chen Zhe subdued Lu Xing and prepared to secretly intervene to rescue him. However, relying on her enhanced perception after activating her sixth sense, she sensed that Chen Zhe meant no harm and discreetly sat back on the sofa. With an expression of a frightened, ordinary girl, she was mentally prepared to enjoy the show. Chen Zhe heard the remarks from Baozi and the others, but was not concerned. Instead, he subtly observed Lan Shui across from him. Though Lan Shui's actions were concealed, Chen Zhe, who was already aware of her true identity, noticed and saw that she was now prepared to watch the drama unfold. He couldn't help but praise his own acting skills internally. It seems I've deceived this girl now. I just need to keep Lu Xing in check, and this wave will be stable. Thinking of this, Chen Zhe almost couldn't contain his emotions and laughed out loud, causing his grip on Lu Xing's hand to tremble a bit, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and steadied himself. I am now a professional actor trained professionally, so I absolutely cannot laugh, though I can hold it in. How did you come to know about this? I've only told my dad about this. Just as Chen Zhe was giving himself a pep talk to calm his emotions and not laugh out loud, Lu Xing, still pinned down by Chen Zhe, persisted in questioning him. The story of the cheese star and the brooch was a dark history from Lu Xing's childhood, and he was certain that after his father told him the so-called truth about the cheese star, he had never mentioned it to anyone. This dark history was something even his closest three friends, Baozi, Xiao Fei, and De Zhuang, were unaware of. Could it be that this guy in front of him who looked even younger than himself was indeed his cousin? Did he learn about this from his big-mouthed dad? Oh really? You only told my cousin. I remember you told me directly, so I must have remembered it wrong. Chen Zhe replied expressionlessly to Lu Xing's words, suppressing his emotions to avoid revealing any flaws. Can this matter prove that I am your cousin? Let me go first, it hurts. Lu Xing, still pinned by Chen Zhe, shouted back. Hearing Lu Xing's shout, Chen Zhe released his hold, allowing Lu Xing to get back up and sit on the sofa again, where his three friends immediately surrounded him with concern. It was evident that Lu Xing had a strong bond with his three friends, and their concern was genuine. However, seeing Lu Xing rubbing his wrist, which had just been held down, Chen Zhe couldn't help but tease him. Lu Xing, your physical condition isn't up to par, after just that you're still rubbing it. Once I teach you cultivation, you'll have to toughen up. Chen Zhe said this, while selectively forgetting how strong his power was compared to an ordinary person, even though he had controlled his strength. However, Chen Zhe's control over his own strength had never reached a level of complete freedom, and this time, he had shaken a little so. Look for yourself. Don't your conscience hurt when you say that? Lu Xing pointed at his swollen wrist and roared at Chen Zhe. A cough. Let's talk about whether this can prove that I am your cousin. Seeing Lu Xing's swollen wrist and his furious expression, Chen Zhe awkwardly coughed and changed the topic. Watching Chen Zhe shamelessly divert the topic, Lu Xing compared the gap in strength between himself and Chen Zhe. Forget it, he wouldn't dwell on this issue. Not wanting to dwell on Chen Zhe's shamelessness, Lu Xing considered seriously. Although he didn't remember, the person who knew about this dark history at least had to be acquainted with his big-mouthed dad. And he mentioned that his dad's company had gone bankrupt. If he were a scammer, he would have retreated by now. Yet this guy hadn't left, he even beat him up and was here trying to prove himself. Perhaps he truly was his cousin. Could it be that I was too young to remember back then? Or was it because I got knocked on the head a few times during that cheese star incident? As he thought of this, Lu Xing couldn't help but recall his youthful self and felt so ashamed that he almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. Why was I so foolish back then? Such an obvious scam, and I actually believed it. All right, will you give me a clear answer, or do I need to say more? The item that was stolen was the Ceylon crown. Your father had placed it in the secret chamber of your grandfather's castle. That castle's secret chamber is said to be able to withstand peace bullets, and the cause of the cheese star incident is because your father's design password involves your palm print and saying it in a happy tone for love. Chen Zhe noticed that Lu Xing remained silent, and although he thought his acting was good and the reasoning solid, upon careful consideration, there were still flaws. So Chen Zhe immediately continued speaking to disrupt Lu Xing's train of thought. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Zhe's words, Lu Xing, without waiting for Chen Zhe to finish, reached out again, wanting to cover Chen Zhe's mouth. This time Chen Zhe did not directly subdue Lu Xing, but dodged instead. He didn't bring up Lu Xing's dark history again, and looked at him asking, can you still prove it? Do you still want to say something? Fine, I believe you, but my dad's company really has gone bankrupt, and I can't arrange a job for you now. Chen Zhe had an expression that said, if you deny it, it'll continue to spill your dark history. Lu Xing conceded, as he had thought earlier, he and his dad were the only ones aware of this matter. The guy in front of him must know his father, perhaps he really was his cousin. But I came here from my hometown, which is very far away. Since arriving here, I've run out of travel and living expenses. Hearing Lu Xing's words, Chen Zhe immediately put on a pitiful expression as he looked at Lu Xing. Also, I'm quite capable of fighting, which is why my cousin agreed to arrange a security job for me. Seeing Chen Zhe looking all pitiable, Lu Xing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, but still said helplessly, don't look at me, this house belongs to Xiao Shui, and I still owe her money. You might as well ask her if she's willing to take you in. Hearing Lu Xing's words, Chen Zhe looked at Lan Shui with teary eyes full of pity. Why, you look so pitiful, then I'll hire you to be my bodyguard now. Once again, it was a beautiful morning. Chen Zhe sat in the yard of the Xiaoshui villa watching Liu Xing, who was exercising on the lawn looking like a salted fish. This was the 7th day Chen Zhe had stayed here. Ever since he successfully moved in by playing the victim, he was hired by the owner of this villa, Lan Shui, to act as a bodyguard responsible for her personal safety and for training Liu Xing the maid to improve her physical fitness for the household chores. That said, Chen Zhe knew that Lan Shui was doing all of this for that idiot Liu Xing, as Chen Zhe was pretending to be Lu Xing's cousin, which was why Lan Shui took him in. Otherwise, with Lan Shui's current identity, there was no need for a bodyguard, especially given her secret identity as the notorious thief Jiu Yixin. Hiring a bodyguard would just invite trouble. Having paid off a debt of 100 million yuan for Liu Xing, there was no stipulation on when Liu Xing had to repay it, and since Liu Xing had nowhere to go, she took her in. Although it was said to be because she needed a maid, how could the great thief Jiu Yixin need an outsider as a servant in her own home? A typical tsundere princess who acted tough but had a soft heart. Sai, how did that guy Liuxing get so lucky to meet a girl like Xiaoxua? Looking at Liuxing, who was doing weighted push-ups, Chen Zhe couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He wished he could have a girl like Xiaoxua. Just one would be enough, though after all, I am the main character. While other main characters have multiple wives and concubines gentle and virtuous, or it's under a queen's tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. And what about me? As the main character, I either almost died from bad luck or ended up homeless after getting lost and being taken in. Being taken in should be a happy thing, but knowing the plot, I understood Xiaox's intention in taking me in to help develop Luxing's sixth sense using me as a tool. I also have my pride. Hey, I can't do it anymore, I need to rest. Just as Chen Zhe was lost and thought Liuxing, who had been doing weighted push-ups on the lawn, could no longer hold on, and collapsed onto the grass panting and shouting at Chen Zhe. Why do I need to do this training? I don't understand what Xiaoxua is thinking, or what good is this for me? Seeing Liuxing, who was exhausted and complaining while lying on the ground, Chen Zhe couldn't help but sigh again. People are just infuriating. Liuxing really didn't understand Xiaox's intentions. This was to enhance his physical abilities and create an accident that would help him develop his sixth sense. I suppose Xiaoxua thought that I developed my sixth sense when I subdued Liuxing, which is why she asked me to train him. Liuxing was really unaware of her own blessings. Oh, what should I do? Liuxing, you will bear the brunt of my anger. Liuxing looked at Chen Zhe, whose expression changed after she finished complaining and was now approaching her with an angry demeanor, her mind filled with question marks. What is wrong with this guy? Did he lose his mind? Initially, Liuxing was reluctant to acknowledge Chen Zhe as her cousin, but during these days of living together, after her constant probing, Liuxing finally believed that Chen Zhe might really be her cousin because he knew all about her dark past with the cheese star. Although her father was a blabbermouth, he would never casually talk about such things unless it was truly a relative. And this relative had to be trustworthy and someone with a good relationship, otherwise if this matter got out it would severely damage her father's company's reputation. The son of the underwriter helped the thief steal the insured items. How can clients believe your company can safeguard their insured possessions? So after seeing Chen Zhe's strength over the past few days, and analyzing what he said, Liuxing imagined a reason for why this cousin would come to see her father. It must be that her father recognized this cousin's strength, which was why he wanted to hire him as security for the company. With such formidable strength, he would definitely instill a greater sense of safety and reliability in clients, which would positively impact the company's business. However, the plan was beautiful, but an unexpected event occurred. The great thief Jiuishan caused her father's company to go bankrupt, and her father fled. Due to debts, she became Xiaox's maid to repay them, which also left this cousin, who looked younger than her, homeless. Moreover, according to Chen Zhe, this cousin had previously lived in a secluded mountain. This cousin, although appearing young, was the biggest mountain king in that mountain, a strong man who could fight tigers and elephants. According to Chen Zhe, he originally didn't want to come, but his mother, who should be called grandmother, forced him out under the pretext of experiencing the outside world. She said he couldn't return home for a year. So having imagined this plot, Liuxing felt a bit guilty towards Chen Zhe, especially since Chen Zhe was now Xiaox's designated trainer. Now looking at Chen Zhe, who was approaching her with an angry expression, Liuxing, although unsure of what was wrong with him, instinctively sensed the overwhelming malice radiating from him. Cousin, what are you doing? Put down the hammer. It turns out Liuxing was indeed one of the main characters in this world. Her ability to sense malice was truly accurate. Because the thing she feared most happened, Chen Zhe, who was walking towards her, casually picked up a hammer meant for Luxing's training and control. Seeing Luxing's terrified face, Chen Zhe gently said to her, who was still lying on the ground, Liuxing, my dear niece, it has been so long since we last met. I noticed your physical condition has declined too much after just this little bit of training you became this weak. You should know that you could do this when you were a child. Chen Zhe continued to coax her, feeling the need to vent his jealousy by putting Liuxing through a rigorous training session. Now you are so weak, let me help restore your strength. Now I will follow you at the same speed. Let's run around this neighborhood with weights. If I catch up to you, then he. Chen Zhe didn't say what would happen if he caught her, but he rolled the hammer in his hand with a malicious grin. The meaning was evident. Gulp. Is it really necessary to be this harsh? Uncle, I am your niece. Looking at the hammer, although small, it was said to weigh 50 pounds, designed to train her control. Liuxing felt her throat, already dry from exercising, becoming even drier, as she couldn't help but swallow weakly, saying, Cousin. Chen Zhe remained expressionless, completely unfazed. Blood is thicker than water. Looking at the still innocent Chen Zhe, Liuxing displayed a strong survival instinct. If you don't get up, he'll start attacking. Even though Luxing's survival instinct was strong, Chen Zhe declared, jealousy has twisted my heart. Nothing you say matters. I won't listen. Get up and let's run under the morning sun, Liuxing. This is the youth of your uncle and you. Seeing Liuxing still lying on the ground, Chen Zhe wasted no time and struck her with the hammer. Although Liuxing knew he wouldn't really harm her, being hit would definitely hurt, like hell, something she had personally experienced during Chen Zhe's training. Uncle, tell me what I did wrong, and I will change. No, you did nothing wrong, dear niece. I just want you to understand that this is youth. Ouch, that hurts so much. Uncle, can we negotiate? Can you be gentler next time? I always end up crying from the pain. I'm your nephew, don't you feel sorry for me? Finally, it was noon lunchtime. Lu Xing rubbed his sore body and complained to Chen Zhe, who was sitting beside him. Lu Xing had been training with Chen Zhe since 9 in the morning. Before that, he would wake up early to clean and prepare breakfast. From 11:30 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon, this was the time when Lu Xing as a maid cooked lunch and had his meal. After all, he was still Xiaox's maid. Although Xiaoxue wanted to help him develop his sixth sense, his duties as a maid could not be neglected. Hearing Lu Xing's complaints, Chen Zhe immediately made a heartbroken expression and replied, I feel for you. When it hurts you, it pains me too, but this is my duty, so you'll just have to bear it. You cry hard, and I'll feel sorry for you. Hearing Chen Zhe's words, Lu Xing felt a black line appear on his forehead, left speechless. This truly was his uncle, and he found himself unable to refute his words. Therefore, Lu Xing could only turn his anger into appetite and began to feast on the sumptuous food on the table. Cinderella, you seem quite dissatisfied with my arrangements. Do you have any objections? Seeing Lu Xing's resentful expression, Lan Shui said lightly to him from across the table. Sitting across the table, Lan Shui had just woken up, still wearing pajamas with a bear print. Her pink hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her eyes were half open, giving off a lazy vibe. Lu Xing, you big fool. I specially arranged for your uncle to train you so you could unlock your sixth sense, and you're still not satisfied. No, master, I have absolutely no objections. Your arrangements are perfect, your arrangements are my direction, and I will always obey your commands. Upon hearing Lan Shui's words, Lu Xing immediately stopped eating, instinctively stood up, and quickly responded. Even if I'm not satisfied, I can't say it. You people only know how to bully me. If it weren't for one being my uncle and the other being my creditor, I would definitely overthrow your brutal rule and make you feel my pain. And this damn reflex. When did I develop this? Damn. Well, that's more like it. You must understand that I'm doing all this for your own good. Look at how weak you are. How can you perform well as a maid? Although Lan Shui knew Lu Xing's inner thoughts were definitely not as he expressed upon hearing his quick response, she still put on a facade, claiming it was all for his benefit. And also, Chen Zhe, you need to train Lu Xing well. You can't go easy on him just because he's your nephew. Otherwise, if he can't handle his maid duties, you'll have to take over. After speaking to Lu Xing, she turned to remind Chen Zhe. Although Lan Shui appeared to be lacking sleep, her words jolted Chen Zhe awake. All right, I promise to complete the task. I will train Lu Xing well. Upon hearing Lan Shui's words, Chen Zhe immediately guaranteed. To avoid wearing a maid outfit himself, I'm sorry, Lu Xing. Ahaha, well, thank you, master. Lu Xing, who stood up reflexively to answer, heard Lan Shui's words and forced a smile that looked worse than crying, thanking her. So does that mean I still have a way out? Lu Xing suddenly felt that life was bleak. No need to be polite. After all, I am your master. All right, I'm done eating. You'll continue training with Chen Zhe in the afternoon. I'll head upstairs to rest. You guys take your time eating. After speaking, she wiped her mouth with a napkin, dragging her weary body towards the stairs, and headed to the room on the second floor to rest. After Lan Shui went upstairs to rest in the living room. She just woke up at lunchtime, and now she's going to rest again. I can't believe how lazy she is. So why did I end up with such a master? How am I going to live my life in the future? Watching Lan Shui go upstairs after a while, when he could no longer hear her footsteps, Lu Xing sighed and muttered to himself. Hearing Lu Xing's words, Chen Zhe glanced at Lan Shui's room without a hint of expression. He really knew why Lan Shui looked so tired. Because around midnight last night, after Lu Xing had fallen asleep, Lan Shui transformed into Jiyue Tian and went out, returning only around 5 in the morning. She must have gone to Dr. Hugh or stolen fragments from the ancient Shilan ruins again. But none of that concerned him. What he needed to do now was train Lu Xing well, so he wouldn't have to wear a maid outfit like Lu Xing. With that thought, Chen Zhe said to Lu Xing, who was still lamenting his tragic fate and felt that life was bleak, all right, Lu Xing, finish your meal quickly and then continue training. I don't want to wear a maid outfit like you. Yes, I'll clean up the dishes now and then continue training. Uncle, you sigh, forget it. Lu Xing, regaining his senses after hearing Chen Zhe's words, replied weakly. Initially, he wanted Chen Zhe to go easy on him, but upon recalling Xiaox's earlier words, Lu Xing understood that it was impossible for Chen Zhe to hold back. Ding dong, young master, open the door. We have important good news to tell you. Hurry up and open the door. Just as Lu Xing finished cleaning the dishes and was preparing to accept his tragic fate, the villa's doorbell rang, accompanied by the shouting of his friend, Baozi. Coming. Stop ringing the doorbell. Xiaoxiu, it just went to rest. If you wake her up, I'll be in big trouble. Hearing the doorbell and Baozi's calls, Lu Xing hurriedly went to open the door, shouting at Baozi, who was still pressing the doorbell. If he woke Xiaoxiu, there would be no good outcome for him. He understood very well what kind of personality his master had. Young master, good news. Look at this. Lu Xing opened the door, and as soon as the three friends entered, Baozi pulled out a newspaper and pointed to a news article signaling Lu Xing to take a look. Following Baozi's indication, Lu Xing saw the headline of the news in the newspaper boldly stating reward of 3 billion for capturing Jiuyuetian. 3 billion. So much. Lu Xing exclaimed, quickly snatching the newspaper from Baozi's hands and carefully reading the news about the 3 billion reward for capturing Jiuyuetian. What do you think, young master? If we succeed this time, we'll be rich. Seeing Lu Xing reading the newspaper intently, Baozi couldn't help but say. Hearing Baozi's words, Lu Xing was also filled with excitement, and then, as if remembering something, his expression grew even more animated. Ha ha ha, this is truly heaven helping me. I already know what Jiuyuetian's next target is. When the time comes, we can ambush her. As long as we capture her, I can escape my current miserable life. As long as I capture Jiuyuetian and get that 3 billion, not only can I pay off my debt to Xiaoxue, but I can also make Xiaoxue become my servant. Then I'll let her truly experience my current feelings. Young master, what's wrong with you? Young master, what is Jiuyuetian's next target? Don't tell me the young master has lost his mind. What to do now? Seeing Lu Xing lost in his own fantasies, Baozi and the others anxiously questioned. Bang. That's what you get for talking nonsense. Lu Xing gave Baozi, who was rambling, a playful knock on the head, then mysteriously said to his three friends, I already know what Jiuyuetian's next target is. Based on my research on Jiuyuetian's thefts, I can assure you that her target this time is this gem, which is no less than the Zue star, the tear of the goddess. This 3 billion reward, I must have it. This bounty of 3 billion is mine for the taking. Chen Zhe looked at Lu Xing and his three little companions, his face brimming with excitement after Lu Xing revealed that he already knew the target of Jiuyuetian. Lu Xing and his three companions were completely immersed in their fantasies as if they had already captured Jiuyuetian and claimed the bounty of 3 billion, now contemplating how to spend it. Ahem, it's still broad daylight. If you're going to dream, save it for the night, Lu Xing, my dear nephew. It's time to train. Just as Lu Xing and the others were fully lost in their imaginary world, nearly drooling, Chen Zhe gently cleared his throat, pulling them all back to reality. It's still broad daylight and you're already daydreaming. Who is the notorious thief, Jiuyuetian? It's just your master Xiaoxue. Do you really think you can catch her? You might as well wash up and go to sleep. Dream at night, and anything can happen in dreams. Lu Xing noticed Chen Zhe looking at them with a caring yet condescending gaze, immediately losing his calm. He excitedly said to Chen Zhe, Uncle, how can you say that? I can definitely catch Jiuyuetian and claim that 3 billion. By then, why would I need to do these pointless training sessions? Just wait. Once I catch Jiuyuetian, I will definitely make Xiaoxue my. After Lu Xing's enthusiastic declaration, the other three chimed in, but they only dared to agree with the first half. As for the latter part about Xiaoxue, they actually thought Xiaoxue was quite nice. She treats us to lavish meals every time. What are you saying? Cinderella, what do you mean? Just as Lu Xing and his friends were debating with Chen Zhe, a melodious female voice suddenly echoed from the staircase on the second floor. The voice was not loud, even carrying a hint of laziness, but to Lu Xing's ears it was as shocking as thunder on a clear day. Because he was very familiar with this voice, it was Xiaoxue's voice. Upon hearing Lan Xue's words, Lu Xing froze. If Xiaoxue heard what he just said, he would be finished. He needed to remedy this quickly. Chen Zhe glanced toward the staircase where Lan Xue was coming down, noticing that she had changed out of her bare pajamas and into casual clothes suitable for going out. Lu Xing turned stiffly, looking at Lan Xue as she emerged from the staircase, stammering, I didn't say anything. Really, I didn't say anything. Lan Xue looked at Lu Xing's expression with a hint of suspicion, observing him closely, making him stiffen, as if he were ill, his body twitching slightly, before she casually asked, Really? I thought I heard you say something about me being your something. Your demeanor is quite suspicious. Speak up, what is it? Confess, and you may receive leniency. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhe noticed that Lu Xing, who was already nervously twitching, was now drenched in cold sweat from Lan Xue's words. His eyes darted toward his three little companions, and Chen Zhe, hoping one of them would step up and help him out of this predicament. Chen Zhe, seeing the look Lu Xing gave him, shrugged his shoulders behind Xiaoxue's back, returning Lu Xing a helpless glance. Chen Zhe thought to himself, I am also living under someone else's roof. How can I help you? A dead friend is better than a poor Taoist. I owe you for the food, as long as I don't expose you, it's already good enough. Lu Xing's three little companions, seeing Lu Xing's glance, were completely puzzled. What is wrong with the young master's eyes? Why is he twitching so much? Did something get in his eyes? Lu Xing, witnessing this, was nearly in despair. What should I do if I am caught talking bad about my creditor behind their back? I'm in urgent need of help here. Cinderella, what's wrong with your eyes? They look even more suspicious. Tell me, what were you about to say? Are you talking bad about me? Lan Shui, observing Lu Xing's silence and the twitching at the corners of his eyes, looked even more suspicious, her tone beginning to turn dangerous. If you don't speak up, I will ask Chen Zhe. He will tell me. If I find out you were talking bad about me behind my back, then you will have 2 extra hours of training every day. Hearing Lan Shui's words, Chen Zhe replied, I can say it. Yes, Lu Xing was indeed talking bad about you. Make him do extra training. Seeing Chen Zhe's eager expression, Lu Xing's heart sank. He was on edge, suddenly struck with inspiration. He quickly said, what I meant was, of course I want you to be my lady Xiao Shui. After all, I am your little maid. Plus, Xiao Shui, you are so kind, gentle, and lovely. However, Lan Shui, hearing Lu Xing's answer, still looked doubtful, observing him with suspicion. She didn't recall her maid ever praising herself like that. After a moment of scrutiny, she finally said to the visibly nervous Lu Xing, I'll let you off this time, but if I find out you were talking bad about me behind my back, then you can expect extra training. Phew, I finally escaped a calamity. I must not let my guard down next time. Seeing that Lan Shui had finally stopped pressing him about his words, Lu Xing sighed, inwardly secretly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Chen Zhe watched Lu Xing narrowly escape and felt a tad disappointed. Lu Xing, why must you be so naive? If you had been a bit tougher, I could have made you do extra training. You could improve your physical fitness, and I would be happy. It would be a win-win situation, wouldn't it? However, since Lan Shui was not pursuing the matter anymore, Chen Zhe wouldn't create trouble for himself by exposing Lu Xing's shortcomings, although he certainly felt a little tempted. Lu Xing, who had secretly wiped off cold sweat, finally noticed Lan Shui's outfit, and eager to change the subject, curiously asked her, by the way, Xiao Shui, weren't you going to rest? Now you're going out. Oh, you almost made me forget. I suddenly want to go out and clear my mind. Chen Zhe, as my bodyguard, will accompany me. Do you want to join us? I'll give you half a day off. Hearing Lu Xing's question, Lan Shui decided not to pursue the previous topic any longer, and instead followed Lu Xing's lead to ask him and his 3 companions. Really? This is truly a blessing from heaven. I was going to ask this capricious master for a day off, but now I don't need to ask for leave at all. Tonight I'll be on the lookout for Jiu Tian. 3 billion, wait for me, I'm coming. Although Lu Xing thought this way, the other 3 were all excited to hear Lan Shui's words. Xiao Shui is truly a rich lady. Of being with her means we can have fun without spending a dime. Baozi exclaimed, great. Xiao Shui, I want to go. I want to be your bodyguard. You can rest assured, with us around, no one will come within a meter of you. Oh, I feel so embarrassed to make you spend money again, said Xiao Fei. If the young master is going, then I'll go too. Sorry to trouble you, Xiao Shui. You too. Hearing Baozi and Xiao Fei, Lu Xing's temples throbbed, and he felt like he might explode like a volcano about to erupt. Have you forgotten our purpose? What are we here to do? Bang, bang. After giving Baozi and Xiao Fei each a knock on the head, Lu Xing turned seriously to Lan Shui and said, no, we have other matters today. This is crucial to my future life. It's very important. So I won't be going. Seeing Lu Xing so serious, Lan Shui became curious and asked him, what is it? Why is it so important? Would I tell you that this matter is about staking out the notorious thief, Jiu Tian? Once I catch her and claim the bounty, I'll hire you as my servant. I'm not that foolish. You're not going to say. Then do you still want your holiday? Do you believe I will cancel your holiday right now and let Chen Zhe give you extra training? Upon hearing Lan Shui's threat, Lu Xing immediately grabbed his 3 little companions and ran toward the door, saying as he ran, if you can't go back on your word about my holiday, I'm leaving first. Oh, I won't tell you we're going to stake out Jiu Tian. I won't tell you. We're going to stake out September sky. Quack, quack, quack. Long after Lu Xing had dragged his 3 companions away, the villa still seemed to echo with Lu Xing's foolish voice. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Chen Zhe and Lan Shui were struck dumb, their heads filled with black lines, as if a crow had flown over them. Although Chen Zhe knew Lu Xing had such a personality from reading comics, experiencing Lu Xing's stupidity in person was still enough to make him mentally complain, aren't you just exposing everything? Damn it. No wonder there's a nickname for him, silly star. Indeed, there's no wrong name, only a wrong nickname. Huh. Forget it, let's not dwell on this idiot. Come on, Chen Zhe, let's go out and have a look. After being struck by Lu Xing's foolishness and remaining speechless for a while, Lan Shui finally regained her senses, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and spoke to Chen Zhe, who was still dazed from mental complaints about Lu Xing. That idiot Lu Xing is so pure that he's just left with stupidity. I must have been out of my mind to let him be my maid. With someone like him, even the famous inventor of the true fragrance theory is stronger than him. Going to stake out September sky. I'm right here. Where are you planning to stake out? While Chen Zhe continued to complain about Lu Xing, he had no idea that Lan Shui was also mentally complaining about Lu Xing. If he had known, he would definitely have given Lan Shui a thumbs up. It was as if heroes were of one mind. Oh, I'm coming. I'll change my clothes just a moment. Hearing Lan Shui call him, Chen Zhe snapped back to reality, stopped his mental complaints about Lu Xing, and quickly responded. He rushed back to his room and in less than 3 minutes he had swiftly changed into his clothes and shoes following behind Lan Shui. The outfit Chen Zhe put on was the standard bodyguard attire commonly seen in movies and TV shows: a white shirt, black suit, black leather shoes, and a pair of sunglasses. Although Chen Zhe was not very old as a Saiyan, he stood at over 1.7 meters tall and had a well-proportioned figure, making him look like he was around 1.8 meters. Now dressed like this, he indeed bore quite a resemblance to a professional bodyguard. This bodyguard uniform was specially tailored for Chen Zhe by Lan Shui, who said that just as the maid had her uniform, the bodyguard should have his own outfit as well. So she had a few sets custom-made for Chen Zhe, which made Lu Xing, who wore maid outfits every day, green with envy. Not bad. You look quite the part. All right, let's go. Satisfied with Chen Zhe's appearance in the tailored bodyguard outfit, Lan Shui nodded approvingly, and then beckoned Chen Zhe to head to her Maserati. Speaking of which, this was Chen Zhe's first outing since arriving in this world. During the days he had stayed here, he had been cooped up at home. This was because Lan Shui was acting like a homebody, rarely stepping outside. As for Lu Xing, as Lan Shui's maid, he could only go to nearby shops and supermarkets to buy daily necessities and food. Without Lan Shui's permission, he couldn't go anywhere. Not to mention these past few days he had to train with Chen Zhe, so he had hardly stepped out at all. Since Chen Zhe had mentioned that he lived in a mountain almost isolated from the world and had no driver's license, it was Lan Shui who was driving. Although Chen Zhe was also a homebody, he hadn't had a smooth experience for a long time, either almost getting into trouble or getting lost, leaving him feeling rather depressed. Being able to go out this time to relax felt quite nice, especially with a beauty like Lan Shui accompanying him. Though she was his employer, and Chen Zhe had no special feelings for her, having a beautiful woman by his side felt quite pleasant. It was indeed a feast for the eyes. However, as they drove, Chen Zhe started to feel that something was off. Where was Lan Shui driving them? The road seemed to diverge more and more. They had reached a deserted area. Xiao Shui, where are we going? Why does it seem to be going more off course? Unable to hold back, Chen Zhe asked Lan Shui, who was driving. Hearing Chen Zhe's question, Lan Shui also stopped the car, turned around, and stared intently at Chen Zhe, who was sitting in the back seat. Her muscles tensed, prepared to act at any moment, appearing as if she was facing a formidable enemy, and she asked sternly, "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in approaching Lu Xing, or rather approaching me?" Hearing Lan Shui's question, Chen Zhe momentarily didn't know how to respond. He thought he had done something wrong, and that Xiao Shui wanted to fire him, so he hurriedly replied, "Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Didn't I say I'm Lu Xing's cousin? What do you mean by that? You don't want to fire me, do you?" "Please don't, Xiao Shui. If I did something wrong, just tell me. Don't fire me. I have nowhere to go now." Hearing Chen Zhe's words, Lan Shui remained unmoved and once again said seriously to Chen Zhe, "Stop lying. I've investigated, and Lu Xing doesn't have a cousin at all. Moreover, I found out that there's no identity information about you in this world. Now tell me, are you sent by Mr. K, or are you a lackey of Lucifer? What is your purpose in approaching me?" Upon hearing Lan Shui's question again, Chen Zhe finally understood that Lan Shui was suspecting him. Knowing that Lan Shui was suspicious of him, Chen Zhe was not surprised. He had been prepared for exposure. Although the story he crafted was quite good, it had many loopholes and could only deceive for a while at most, just fooling Lu Xing. Moreover, even thieves have a sensitive perception. When a stranger suddenly appears in their circle of life, they are bound to investigate that person's identity to see if they are an undercover agent sent by the police. Let alone someone like Lan Shui, a master thief who steals extraordinary treasures, especially remnants of ancient Sylvan relics from 9,000 years ago. And these ancient Sylvan relics are directly related to a catastrophe that could bring about the apocalypse. So when Chen Zhe moved in, Lan Shui was a bit suspicious of him. However, although she was suspicious, she couldn't be sure, so she didn't alarm him and accepted Chen Zhe, who came to stay. While she couldn't confirm Chen Zhe's identity, a spy under her nose was much easier to deal with than one hiding in the shadows. In the days since Chen Zhe moved in, using the excuse that she needed Chen Zhe to help train Lu Xing, she kept him under her watch every day. Then she contacted her partner, Dr. Q, to investigate Chen Zhe's identity. With the skills that allowed Lan Shui to become a world-class thief stealing ancient Sylvan relics worldwide, Dr. Q's expertise was absolutely reliable. Based on what Chen Zhe had deceived Lu Xing with after these days of investigation, Dr. Q found no information related to Chen Zhe. Last night, Lan Shui went out precisely because Dr. Q's investigation results came in confirming that everything Chen Zhe said was a lie. The place Chen Zhe claimed to be was non-existent, nor were the people and events he mentioned. Upon learning this investigation result, Lan Shui had originally planned to continue observing what tricks Chen Zhe was up to due to Lu Xing's influence, but after hearing Lu Xing's words during her midday break, she changed her mind. With that fool Lu Xing out, it was the perfect opportunity to confront Chen Zhe directly. Otherwise, having someone like him lurking beside her was always a hidden danger. Understanding that Lan Shui was suspicious of him and not intending to fire him, Chen Zhe immediately calmed down, although the two situations seemed indistinguishable. Oh, it seems you have investigated me, but don't worry, I'm not sent by Cain, nor am I one of Lucifer's people. Realizing Lan Shui's intention, Chen Zhe felt that he had nothing to hide, and he directly laid it out to Lan Shui, who was in the driver's seat staring at him. If I have to say, I belong to VV Academy, so don't worry. I'm not your enemy, and have no ill intent towards you. Lan Shui, still seated in the driver's seat and staring at Chen Zhe, did not relax upon hearing his answer, but continued to press. You're from VV Academy. What's your purpose in secretly approaching me? You're also eyeing the ancient Sylvan relics, aren't you? You guys from the VV Academy are also trying to get your hands on the ancient Shalon ruins, right? Hearing Lan Shui's slightly sarcastic words, Chen Zhe replied that he had indeed never thought about those ancient Shalon ruins. In his past life, Chen Zhe had read the comic Stealing Stars in September and knew that Lan Shui was currently stealing these ancient Shalon relic fragments precisely because they contained the map of the ancient Shalon ruins. Because he was aware of the plot, Chen Zhe knew roughly where this ruin was located, right in the current Persian Gulf. If he had really been interested in that ruin, he would have gone long ago. But precisely because he knew the plot, Chen Zhe had no interest in this so-called ancient Shalon ruin, the underground palace. Because there was nothing in that underground palace, even if there were valuable things, they would have long been taken by Lucifer. After all, Lucifer was the prince of the ancient Shalon kingdom from 9,000 years ago, one who could directly inherit the throne. Even as a weapon to prevent the apocalypse, he came to the present 9,000 years later of his own volition. The so-called ancient Shalon ruins were merely his own backyard. Anything useful could simply be taken. Thus what Lan Shui and the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, and even the people from VV Academy were doing now was merely a deliberate guidance from Lucifer solely to temper the will of September, which was Lan Shui. Because Lucifer's eighth sense, foresight, had already seen the scene of that apocalypse. Everyone would perish and September would become the only savior capable of preventing the apocalypse, facing her lover alone, who was possessed by the demon that brought about the end. October. It was precisely because Lucifer saw such a cruel future that he erased September's love for October in order to prevent the arrival of this apocalypse. He discarded the identity of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, Xianyu, becoming the enemy of everyone, the fallen angel who brought disaster and death, Lucifer. In summary, everything Lan Shui was doing now was merely Lucifer's training and test for her. Of course, even though he knew all of this was Lucifer's scheme, Chen Zhe would never say so. Who knew if Lan Shui would believe him after saying that? Moreover, even if Lan Shui believed it, she would ask Chen Zhe how he knew all this. Chen Zhe couldn't possibly say, I know because I read the comic and you are just a comic character, your entire fate is predetermined. Who knows if Lan Shui could handle such a blow after hearing that? The current Lan Shui was just a slightly stronger little girl compared to ordinary people. She was not the September who had experienced much self-inflicted harm, separation, and death. Chen Zhe didn't want to accidentally cause Lan Shui, who was the savior of this world, to suffer a mental breakdown that would give him something to cry about. Because he had seen Lan Shui these past few days, Chen Zhe suddenly realized something. At the climax of the comic, September, who became a god, directly extracted everyone's seventh sense and the power of all elemental stones in this world, using this power to reverse time and space. The elemental stones and the power of the seventh sense extracted by September were essentially the power of raw stones, a conglomeration of all raw stone fragments in this world. If Chen Zhe didn't want to eat stones, then this was his only opportunity to absorb all the raw stone power in this world. So in order to prevent Lan Shui from misunderstanding and driving him away, it was essential to build a good relationship with her so that in the future he wouldn't have to eat stones. Thus, in response to Lan Shui's sarcasm, Chen Zhe decided to confess part of the truth to her. Well, just a part concerning himself. No, I have not thought about the ancient Shalon ruins. They hold no appeal for me. As for whether the VV Academy is interested in that ruin, I do not know. Lan Shui, seated in the driver's seat, looked at Chen Zhe, who had fallen silent because of her words, and the sarcasm at the corner of her mouth became even more pronounced. Hearing Chen Zhe remain silent for a long time before saying such a line, the sarcasm was openly exposed. You really are forgetful. You just said you belong to the VV Academy, and now you're slapping your own face. So tell me, who exactly are you? What is your purpose in getting close to me? This car is rigged with explosives. If you don't speak, you'll be stuck here forever. After saying this, Chen Zhe saw Lan Shui, who had been sitting in the driver's seat, suddenly erupt in a strong white light. Molecular restructuring. When Chen Zhe opened his eyes again, Lan Shui was no longer in the driver's seat. She had already gone outside the car. At the same time, Chen Zhe also discovered that the car door could no longer be opened. After knocking on the car, he found that the material of the car had changed, becoming extremely hard. From the outside, one would see that what was keeping Chen Zhe inside was no longer the Maserati driven by Lan Shui. Instead, it had transformed into a complete iron cage made entirely of solid steel resembling a Maserati model, but entirely integrated into a steel prison. Despite this, after Chen Zhe knocked around a bit, he discovered that this cage seemed unable to hold him at all. A single energy blast could shatter this prison. It wasn't even as hard as that last sand dragon produced. When that guy Beijun opened all 7 senses, its hardness was comparable to the one he shattered with a kick. Well, it was just a bit harder than diamond. While Chen Zhe was knocking around, Lan Xue's slightly triumphant voice also came from outside the car. This is the masterpiece developed by Dr. Q using the technology discovered in the ancient Xilan ruins. The hardness of this alloy is even greater than that of diamond. You definitely cannot escape. If you don't clarify who you are and what your purpose is, then heh. Hearing Lan Xue's triumphant words, Chen Zhe felt no ripples in his heart and even wanted to laugh. Are you so sure this thing can trap me? Then stay away. After I get out, I will tell you who I am. While Lan Xue was still feeling triumphant, she didn't take Chen Zhe's teasing tone seriously. Perhaps this guy didn't even know how hard diamonds were. Diamonds are one of the hardest substances in nature, 10 times harder than steel. There are very few substances in nature that are harder than diamonds, almost none at all. Wanting to get out of this cage? Dream on. If you can get out, then I will be your maid and serve you tea, Lan Xue said proudly to Chen Zhe in response to his bold words. However, if you cannot get out, then you must tell me who you are and what your purpose is. Hearing Lan Xue's words, Chen Zhe was indeed surprised. Was there such good fortune? He quickly agreed. All right, it's a deal. You stay away first. I don't want my maid to get hurt, and then can't serve me tea. Hearing Chen Zhe's confident words, although Lan Xue had great confidence in this cage invented by Dr. Q, she still moved a little farther away. It was just to give Chen Zhe this guy a face, allowing him to face reality thoroughly. Sensing that Lan Xue was 50 meters away from him, Chen Zhe condensed an energy blast in his hand and pressed it against the roof of the car. Boom. In Lan Xue's incredulous gaze, the roof of Dr. Q's masterpiece, claimed to be harder than diamond, was directly blown into pieces by Chen Zhe. The imprisoned Chen Zhe directly walked out from the blasted roof, completely unharmed. Even his clothes were neat and tidy, as if that enormous explosion had nothing to do with him at all. Why? You. Who are you? Watching Chen Zhe come out unscathed, Lan Xue was so shocked that she started to stutter. Could it be that he had already developed the 7th sense? But even if he had developed the 7th sense, it was impossible to shatter that steel cage in one go. That was steel harder than diamond. Looking at Lan Xue's stunned expression, Chen Zhe thought about what she had said earlier. Chen Zhe pondered for a moment about how the domineering CEO in the novels of his past life would handle such a situation. Straightening his appearance, wearing a faint smile, Chen Zhe slowly walked up to her, gazing at Lan Xue, and gently said to her, "Hi girl, you are now my maid." Quack, quack, quack. The most dreaded moment is when the air suddenly falls silent. Faced with the dazed expression of Lan Xue, Chen Zhe felt as if a crow had flown over his head. As Chen Zhe broke free from, no, not from an egg, but from the so-called steel cage harder than diamond, and uttered that extremely embarrassing line. Lan Xue before him showed no reaction. Her entire being appeared to be stunned, staring blankly at Chen Zhe. Seeing Lan Xue, who looked dazed and stiff as if she had been frightened, Chen Zhe couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her eyes, hoping to snap her back to reality. "Hey Xiao Xue, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? I was just joking. You don't have to be my maid. If you're fine, just say something." After Chen Zhe finished speaking, it seemed Lan Xue didn't hear him at all, still wearing an expression akin to that of someone with impaired intelligence. No way. Is she really scared? Even stunned? That can't be. Lan Xue's psychological endurance shouldn't be this weak. Even if I broke open her so-called steel cage, which is harder than diamond, she shouldn't react like this. After all, she knows about the 7th sense, whose effects are unpredictable with all kinds of peculiar abilities. When she was part of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, her companions all developed their 7th sense, so she shouldn't be acting like this after I broke her steel cage. Even if we disregard everything else, as a world-renowned international thief, her psychological endurance shouldn't be this poor. Unless she's pretending. Just as Chen Zhe realized that Lan Xue's current state might be a deliberate act to lower his guard. In front of Chen Zhe, Lan Xue, who had appeared to be mentally impaired, suddenly launched an attack while he was distracted. Molecular recombination. Once again, a bright light flashed before Chen Zhe's eyes. Though this strong light had minimal effect on him, it still caused the unprepared Chen Zhe to instinctively cover his eyes with his hand. In that instant, the originally dazed Lan Xue underwent a transformation in the bright light. Her originally smooth pink hair turned into long blue hair, and her casual outfit morphed into a fitted black combat suit suitable for movement. With the change in Lan Xue's attire, her aura also underwent a dramatic transformation from a lively and cute girl to a cool and capable beauty. This appearance was her other identity, Thief September's outfit. Lan Xue used the molecular recombination bracelet invented by Dr. Hue to directly change into September's appearance in the bright light. Taking advantage of Chen Zhe's distraction and his instinctive cover, she quickly jumped up holding a dagger in her left hand, aiming directly for Chen Zhe's heart, seizing the opportunity perfectly. In reality, while the strong light emitted by the molecular recombination bracelet affected Chen Zhe, the impact was not significant. Because Chen Zhe could sense September's aura without the need to see, allowing him to perceive her movements and engage in battle. This was a basic skill that every Z fighter in the Dragon Ball world possessed. Although Chen Zhe was not a Z fighter and had not been taught this skill, he had self-taught this practical combat skill. Sensing September's dagger stabbing towards him, although such an attack would not harm him in the slightest, Chen Zhe still sidestepped regardless of whether this attack would cause him harm. He chose to evade any attack he could to avoid potential mishaps, which was a principle he set for himself. Even though Chen Zhe was a Saiyan and Saiyans tend to be reckless, he understood that being overly reckless could lead to dire consequences. Just like Vegeta in the original Dragon Ball, who after transforming into a Super Saiyan defeated Android 20 and felt invincible, nearly got killed by Android 18. And Gohan, who clearly could have wiped out Android Cell in a second, chose to toy with him recklessly, leading to his father Kakarot being killed. These are bloody lessons. Being too reckless can lead to disaster. Moreover, with his recent streak of bad luck, the chances of mishaps were even higher. As September lunged at Chen Zhe with the dagger, seeing that she had missed, she prepared to attack again, when Chen Zhe swiftly grabbed the hand holding the dagger, rendering her unable to move. With her hand captured, September tried to break free, but found Chen Zhe's strength overwhelming, making it impossible for her to budge. Realizing she couldn't escape, September quickly turned and lifted her right leg, aiming a kick at Chen Zhe's head. Seeing September's incoming kick, Chen Zhe raised his left hand to block it, then grasped her left hand with his right hand, applying slight pressure. Having her kick blocked, September prepared to attack Chen Zhe again with her other leg, but felt a surge of immense power from her captured left hand, causing her wrist to hurt and the dagger to fall to the ground, interrupting her attack. Seeing September's dagger fall to the ground, Chen Zhe gently pushed, sending the pain-stricken September, who was off balance, crashing to the ground. Xiao Shui, don't show such murderous intent. Do you have to aim for vital points? Are you convinced now? Do you want to continue? To avoid hurting September, Chen Zhe didn't use much strength. Looking at the disheveled September on the ground, he squatted down and smiled as he asked. September gazed at the grinning boy before her. If she weren't aware that she couldn't defeat him, she would have loved to bite him. However, because of Chen Zhe's overwhelming suppression, just now September understood that the boy before her was incredibly strong, definitely not someone she could contend with. Thus, September refrained from any further aggressive actions and instead asked calmly, "Who exactly are you? Given your strength, you wouldn't need to act like this to get something from me. What is your true purpose?" Hearing September's question again, Chen Zhe felt a headache coming on. Why is this question being asked again? She has been asking this since the beginning. I have no ulterior motive. I simply got lost and just wanted a place to stay. But looking at September's serious expression, Chen Zhe knew that if he didn't provide an explanation, his quest for a place to stay would come to an end and he would end up sleeping on the streets again. He couldn't attack her and he couldn't directly force Lan Shui. Chen Zhe wasn't that kind of person, so he could only helplessly say to September, who was still sitting on the ground, I truly have no ulterior motives. I'm also part of VV Academy. I just got lost and wanted a place to stay. Seeing September still looking skeptical, Chen Zhe ultimately decided to reveal a bit of his background, half-truthfully, knowing that people from VV Academy would likely investigate him. If Dr. Hugh could investigate that there was no identity information about him in this world, it was needless to say that the people from VV Academy could do so as well. By half-truthfully telling Lan Shui this once, he would have a basis for anything that may come up with VV Academy later. Alright, actually, I just joined VV Academy not long ago. I'm not from your world. I come from another world. If you don't believe me, look, I even have a tail. Saying this, Chen Zhe waved the tail he had hidden and disguised as a belt in front of September, leaving her dumbfounded. Chen Zhe ultimately decided to come clean with September because he didn't want to fall out with her. These were characters he had admired in comics. You could say Chen Zhe was a sycophant, only kneeling to the protagonist, or you could say he was too kind-hearted, lacking decisiveness. Regardless of how you put it, in his past life, Chen Zhe was just a homebody, and now he had crossed over into this comic world. He loved encountering his favorite characters. He couldn't bring himself to be adversarial. Simply put, because of the love in his heart, he wouldn't misuse the powerful strength he possessed. Chen Zhe was just an ordinary middle schooler. Even now that he possessed great power, he could do as he pleased. Do as he pleases. He couldn't do it. Perhaps realizing the vast gap in strength between herself and Chen Zhe, Lan Shui ceased her attempts to resist and simply sat on the ground listening to Chen Zhe's narration. This is how it is. You saw it yourself. I did not deceive you. So would you consider not firing me? After finishing his words, Chen Zhe, in front of the attentive Jiao Yue, further demonstrated the truth of his claims by controlling his tail and giving it a shake. After hearing Chen Zhe's words, Jiu took a long time before finally standing up from the ground. However, Chen Zhe's story seemed too fantastical, making it feel particularly unreal. To confirm, she grabbed the tail that Chen Zhe was waving in front of her as evidence of his honesty. Let go. My tail is considered my weakness. Although it doesn't affect me much now, being grabbed by you makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Chen Zhe, caught by the tail, momentarily stiffened. Though it was brief, that instant of rigidity in a real battle could become a fatal flaw. Although Chen Zhe had long been aware that the Saiyan tail was their greatest weakness, he had been training himself to manage it from the very start. However, since Chen Zhe had only just recently transformed into a Saiyan relying on his seventh sense, self-control, he was able to ensure that he merely stiffened momentarily. This was not like in the original Dragon Ball, where a young Kakarot was caught by Krillin during the World Martial Arts Tournament due to his weakness, the tail. He had become powerless and nearly lost the match. Facing Jiu, who had stood up and seemed to be investigating whether his tail was real or not, Chen Zhe suddenly spoke in a pitiful tone. Look, Xiao Shui, I've even told you about my weakness. In light of my honesty, please continue to keep me. Otherwise, I will really end up on the streets. Perhaps due to Chen Zhe's candor, or perhaps because she felt sympathy seeing him in such a pitiful state. After hearing Chen Zhe's words, Jiu, who had released his tail, looked seriously at the now pitiful Chen Zhe and said, If what you say is true, then I can keep you. However, please explain why you know so much about me and Lu Xing. Although Jiu now trusted Chen Zhe's words to some extent, she understood that having been a thief for so long, she needed to be wary of others. What Chen Zhe said and demonstrated, his tail, which ordinary people do not possess, already proved that he was not from this world, but rather from another dimension. Jiu could accept this, as she had heard about the legend of the Ice Moon from K when she was still part of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry. The Ice Moon not only possessed the powerful ability to manipulate ice through her seventh sense, but also a formidable eighth sense, dimensional travel. Since Tsang Yu could traverse different dimensional spaces, it was acceptable that beings from other dimensions might accidentally arrive in her world. However, Chen Zhe claimed he was not from this world and had only just arrived. During their first meeting, he had also presented himself as Lu Xing's cousin. Moreover, he not only knew about Lu Xing's childhood, but was also fully aware of the plans devised by himself and the Black Moon Iron Cavalry concerning the ancient Shilon crown. Chen Zhe had anticipated Jiu Yu's question, knowing from the moment he decided to reveal his true self that it was an unavoidable issue. Thus, Chen Zhe began to spin a tale once more, this time a mix of truth and half-truths that people like Jiu, being insiders, would not be able to unravel. That's because I can actually see parts of the future and the past. After I arrived in this world, I saw in the future that this world will soon face an apocalypse. With this thought, Chen Zhe began his performance once more in front of the seriously observing Lan Shui. When I saw Lu Xing with you, I sensed that the two of you have a crucial role in the future of this world. Moreover, your destinies are intertwined. Following the thread of fate, I saw the point where your fates first intertwined, and that point was the incident on Qi's star. Who would have their fate intertwined with that idiot? Stop spouting nonsense. Chen Zhe was abruptly interrupted by the blushing Lan Shui. While Chen Zhe was performing, she had transformed back into her Lan Shui persona, as her Jiu disguise was simply too flamboyant. Although they were already far from the city center, the explosion caused by Chen Zhe was still quite loud. If someone happened to see it, a horde of reporters would surely swarm in, creating a mountain of trouble. However, is this the main point? By the way, why are you blushing? Aren't we discussing how I know so much about you and Lu Xing? Does what you just said relate to this? The focus should be on my answer to your question. It's because I can see parts of the future and the past that I know about you. Although he said this, seeing Lan Shui's blushing and shy appearance made Chen Zhe once again think to himself about Lu Xing, that foolish guy. What a stroke of luck. However, if Shi Yu saw Lan Shui's current state, she would definitely want to tear that foolish Lu Xing apart, as Shi Yu also held the title of Jealous Queen. Thus, Chen Zhe decided that to prevent Lu Xing from being excessively tortured by Shi Yu, he would arrange extra training for Lu Xing once he returned. However, this idea was merely in Chen Zhe's mind. Arranging extra training for Lu Xing had one prerequisite, that Lan Shui had to be willing to take him in. Looking at the still shy Lan Shui, and in order to avoid ending up on the streets, Chen Zhe cautiously asked, Xiao Shui, considering my honesty, could you? Upon hearing Chen Zhe's voice and seeing his cautious demeanor, Lan Shui finally snapped back to reality, cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, and said, Okay, I believe you. However, if you can tell me about my past which aligns with what I remember, then I will continue to hire you as my bodyguard. Yes, Xiao Shui, let me recount it to you in detail. Hearing Lan Shui's words, Chen Zhe immediately felt relieved and happily replied, then began to recount everything he knew about her past. For instance, her disguise as the fairy sister on Qi's star to deceive the naive little Lu Xing, her partnership with Shi Yu in the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, how she earned the title Smiling Death, and her brothers and sisters in the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, who possessed various seventh sense abilities. All these details were presented as insights from his understanding of Lan Xue's fate, spoken out loud by Chen Zhe. As Lan Xue listened, she grew increasingly astonished, for some of what Chen Zhe spoke about could be investigated, but others were secrets that only those involved would know. This made Lan Xue even more inclined to trust Chen Zhe's words, otherwise he would not have been able to know some things that even Zhou Yu herself was unaware of. Alright, I believe you. I will continue to take you in. Let's pretend nothing happened. You are still Lu Xing's foolish cousin, and I will continue to hire you as my bodyguard. Seeing Chen Zhe, who was afraid she would not take him in, and kept talking about Song Yu's origins and abilities, Lan Xue couldn't help but interrupt him. Alright, fine. You can have your way, but I remember you said that if I let you out of your prison you would be my maid and serve me tea. Hearing that Lan Xue had finally decided not to kick him out, Chen Zhe immediately spoke to her. However, as he spoke, he recalled the words Lan Xue had proudly stated when she first imprisoned him, causing him to inadvertently make a dying gesture. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lan Xue erupted like a volcano, shouting at Chen Zhe, "You're fired. Go sleep on the streets. La la la, oh la la la." In the evening, while preparing dinner, Lu Xing hummed a cheerful tune. His entire being seemed to float with joy. A person busied himself in the kitchen, showing no signs of having just been dismissed from the Fengbao Museum. The Fengbao Museum, the very place that housed the gemstone known as Tears of the Goddess, was also the museum where Lu Xing and his three little friends had excitedly gone for an interview that day. It was evident that although Chen Zhe's appearance had disrupted Lan Xue's plans, and had Lu Xing stood up several times, in the end, she still went ahead to steal the gemstone. Tears of the Goddess, after all, that gemstone was also part of the ancient Xilan relic map. This ultimately meant that Lu Xing did not receive the 30 billion reward and was dismissed again, further damaging the already declining reputation of Liu's insurance company. Several days had passed since the day Chen Zhe confronted Lan Xue. Ever since that day, Lu Xing had been stood up, and in the end he failed to keep the gemstone, Tears of the Goddess, and was dismissed. For the past few days, Lu Xing had been listless like a lost soul, but today he suddenly seemed so cheerful, which piqued Chen Zhe's curiosity. Could it be that Lu Xing has a tendency for masochism? Lu Xing, my dear nephew, what happened to make you so happy? Tell your uncle about it. Seeing Lu Xing occasionally break into a silly smile, Chen Zhe couldn't help but be curious and asked Lu Xing, "Ha ha ha, uncle, I have good news. My girlfriend Diana is back, and she wants to meet me tomorrow morning." Without any hesitation, Lu Xing happily responded to Chen Zhe's question, his words filled with joy. "Her family is quite wealthy, so I can finally pay off my debts to Xiaoxue, and I'll be free. Then I won't have to wear this damn maid outfit and call that willful Xiaoxue master every day. Just think of me, a tall man dressed in a maid's outfit, acting all feminine, looking like a pervert. I have to please that willful Xiaoxue for everything, and every day I have to clean up after her cat. I've nearly lost my dignity as a man. Now it's finally good, I'll soon be free. I must." As Lu Xing fell into another daydream, drooling at the corner of his mouth, looking dazed, Chen Zhe couldn't help but twitch his lips. Hearing Lu Xing's words, Chen Zhe recalled that there was indeed such an event in the original story, but the outcome was not as Lu Xing hoped. Diana, Lu Xing's girlfriend, could be considered his childhood sweetheart. Her father was an oil tycoon, a true global wealthy man. As Lu Xing's father, Lu Chuanfeng, wanted to attract more high-quality clients, he leveraged connections to send Lu Xing to a prestigious international school. The children who could attend that school had parents each worth at least hundreds of millions. Although Lu Xing was a bit foolish, he was warm and friendly to others. Perhaps he was still young then, and Diana was the girlfriend he met and charmed at that time. Later, when Diana's father went to the United States for development, Diana followed him, and they lost contact except for occasional letters exchanged. They had not seen each other since. If Chen Zhe remembered correctly, it may be that Diana had grown up and become more sensible, or perhaps the years of separation, or even the influence of differing living environments had made Diana forget Lu Xing, her boyfriend, and find a new one. This time Diana returned to the country to meet Lu Xing, intending to confront him. Lu Xing would not gain the freedom he hoped for. On the contrary, he would be ridiculed and suffer a tremendous emotional blow. As Chen Zhe thought this, he looked at Lu Xing, who was still foolishly smiling, and couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. Chen Zhe patted Lu Xing on the shoulder, shook his head in sympathy, said nothing more, and walked out of the kitchen. After being patted on the shoulder by Chen Zhe, Lu Xing came back to his senses and looked at Chen Zhe, feeling a bit confused. However, seeing that Chen Zhe was unwilling to say more, he didn't think much of it. Perhaps it was just because he was leaving and he felt reluctant. But when he left, he would take Chen Zhe with him. After all, he was his cousin. Moreover, it was also because of his father's reasons that he fell into Xiaoxue's clutches, and Lu Xing was sure he wouldn't forget him. Thinking this, as Lu Xing anticipated his imminent escape from Lan Xue's grip, he began humming an incomprehensible tune, happily preparing for what would be his last dinner. Chen Zhe, having left the kitchen, certainly did not know Lu Xing's inner thoughts, but if he did, he would feel quite relieved. Lu Xing truly lived up to his nickname. Foolish Star Lu Mao. Though he was a bit foolish, he was adorably so comforting to those around him. At this moment, Chen Zhe was contemplating how to help Lu Xing overcome this hurdle, while also enhancing his strength. Although Lu Xing had a thick skin, being dumped by his girlfriend while being unaware of it, and being left by her with her new boyfriend, was still a great emotional blow. This could be seen as direct betrayal. No matter how thick-skinned one was, the pain would still be felt, especially since Diana was Lu Xing's first love, making the impact even greater. Though Chen Zhe knew Lu Xing could get through this on his own, sometimes pain could be transformed into strength. Lu Xing had been too lazy lately, and Chen Zhe had no good excuse to train him. Due to Chen Zhe's confrontation, Lan Shui no longer needed to use training Lu Xing as an excuse to monitor Chen Zhe, so she hadn't paid attention to whether Lu Xing had been training. This was just the right opportunity to train Lu Xing, well, lest he end up risking his life in the impending apocalypse by drinking the blood of hell. Having lived with Lu Xing for so long, not to mention Chen Zhe already had a fondness for Lu Xing's character, even if it was fake, being called uncle by Lu Xing every day made it hard for him not to consider him. Speaking of which, Lu Xing had it quite rough. Throughout the entire comic, he was dumped by his girlfriend Diana in the early chapters. Later, as he faced his feelings for Lan Shui, he was further disturbed by Lan Shui's other identity, September Sky, leaving him in turmoil and indecision. Just when he found out that Lan Shui and September Sky were the same person, freeing him from confusion, another unfortunate rival, October, appeared. In the end, neither of them ended up with the girl, and they were reduced to children, which was utterly pathetic. Indeed, Lu Xing is just a tragic figure. All of this is due to insufficient strength, so he must be trained quickly. While Chen Zhe was lost and thought Lu Xing had already prepared dinner and was calling him to eat. Today, as Lan Shui had to go to Dr. Hu to collect data and arrange the next plan to steal the fragments of the ancient Shilon relic, she made an excuse to go out and wouldn't return for dinner, leaving just Chen Zhe and Lu Xing. After dinner, watching Lu Xing still humming an unknown cheerful tune while cleaning up the leftovers, Chen Zhe was planning a training scheme for him in his mind. At some point, Chen Zhe began to feel that he shouldn't interfere too much in the major events of this world. For instance, during the final apocalypse, he could help Lu Xing or other plot characters to enhance their powers, even defeating the final boss with ease. However, if he personally intervened to eliminate the Yeto recover Muir V, the demon prophesied to bring about the apocalypse, it would cause significant changes in this world. These changes could either be for the better or worse, filled with uncertainty. This feeling was not present when Chen Zhe first arrived in this world. It only began to emerge recently. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Chen Zhe understood that the longer he stayed in this world, the stronger this feeling would become, until he could only remain a bystander. Any actions that interfered with the operation of this world would lead it to an unknown direction. This made Chen Zhe somewhat uneasy. The unknown feeling urged him to quickly help Lu Xing enhance his strength. Perhaps this was the reason Xian Yu said that after Chen Zhe appeared, his eighth sense could only see a veil of mist. Ding dong. The next morning, as the doorbell rang, Lu Xing, dressed in a maid outfit, hurried to the door and respectfully addressed the person outside. However, "Young master, what's wrong with you? Calling us master so respectfully all of a sudden is quite unusual." The person at the door was not the one Lu Xing was currently thinking about, but his three little friends, Xiao Fei, Zhuang, and Bao Zi. Upon opening the door, Lu Xing, who was not paying attention, heard the teasing voices of Bao Zi and Xiao Fei and realized he had made a mistake. Recalling how respectful he had just been and what he had said, he suddenly blushed like a monkey's behind upon hearing Bao Zi and Xiao Fei. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, he immediately struck each of them on the head. "Young master, I clearly didn't say anything. Why did I get hit too?" De Zhuang, who was inexplicably caught in the crossfire, said with grievance, looking at Lu Xing's still reddened face. Hearing De Zhuang's words, Lu Xing paused for a moment, but quickly pretended he hadn't heard and nonchalantly stopped his actions, inviting them into the house. Inside the living room, Lu Xing and his three friends sat on the sofa chatting idly. Bao Zi and the others came to visit Lu Xing today, just for a casual drop-in, noticing Lu Xing occasionally glancing at the front door, looking rather distracted. Remembering Lu Xing's earlier respectful demeanor when he opened the door, the three couldn't help but grow curious. Clearly, he had thought Lan Shui had returned. However, Bao Zi and the others couldn't recall a time when their young master had been so respectful towards Xiao Shui without any particular need. In private, Lu Xing had often complained to them about Xiao Shui's behavior, criticizing her for being willful and firmly declaring he wanted to escape her clutches. His current distracted demeanor was definitely abnormal. Something was amiss. Did the young master have feelings for Xiao Shui? Was he really thinking of himself as Cinderella trying to capture the princess Xiao Shui's attention? There's a story to see. Not that there's a story to unfold. You guys haven't had breakfast either, right? I'll go prepare breakfast. When Uncle Chen Zhe wakes up, he will want to eat. If you haven't eaten, I'll make more. Waiting until 8:30 in the morning, Lan Shui still hadn't returned. Lu Xing, who had been eagerly anticipating, asked his three friends with a dejected face when he realized she hadn't come back. After finding out that none of them had eaten breakfast, he listlessly walked to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, leaving the three friends sitting on the living room sofa. Once Lu Xing went to prepare breakfast, Bao Zi and the others sat on the sofa board and soon began discussing Lu Xing's earlier behavior. Do you think young master's behavior just now is because of the last time with the tear of the goddess? Has he completely given up on capturing Jiu Tian and decided to be a maid for good? Looking at Lu Xing, who was listlessly busy in the kitchen, Bao Zi covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Xiao Fei and to Zhuang sitting beside him. Upon hearing Bao Zi's words, Xiao Fei, who was sitting to his left, glanced at Lu Xing in the kitchen and then mimicked Bao Zi's manner, quietly sharing his opinion. I don't think so. Didn't you see young master's current demeanor? I think it's because young master might have developed feelings for Xiao Shui, which is why he's so distracted now that she hasn't returned. Hearing their discussion, De Zhuang, who was sitting to the right of Bao Zi, voiced his thoughts. I think young master may just not have rested well, which is why he looks so unenergetic. How could that be? When young master hit us just now, he didn't seem like someone who hadn't rested well at all. My head is still hurting. Hearing De Zhuang's words, Bao Zi immediately retorted, and Xiao Fei, sitting to his left, shared a look of agreement. Just as they were discussing, Chen Zhe also got up and walked out of his room, coincidentally overhearing their conversation. He casually remarked, "You all guessed wrong. Your young master is waiting for Xiao Shui to come back so he can borrow money from her to get a haircut to meet his girlfriend." "Ah, it's Uncle Chen Zhe. Good morning, Uncle Chen Zhe." Upon hearing Chen Zhe's voice, the three snapped back to reality, greeting him before asking, "Girlfriend?" "Uncle Chen Zhe, when did young master get a girlfriend? How come we don't know? He's never mentioned it before." Chen Zhe stretched lazily, feeling comfortable all over, and upon hearing the questions from Bao Zi and the others, he replied, "Oh, that's a long story. Let me wash up first, and I'll chat with you later." After finishing his wash, Chen Zhe sat on the sofa waiting for Lu Xing's breakfast while narrating the story about Lu Xing and Diana to Bao Zi and the others. Not long after the story concluded, Lu Xing emerged from the kitchen with breakfast, inviting Bao Zi and the others, as well as Chen Zhe, to eat. The breakfast Lu Xing prepared was not very lavish. Each person got a fried egg, a piece of bread, a sandwich, and a glass of milk. Since Chen Zhe had been here for a while, although he consciously controlled his food intake, he still ate quite a bit to maintain his energy, so Lu Xing had specially made him a large bowl of noodles. During their meal, Bao Zi, who had learned the reason behind Lu Xing's current lack of energy, encouraged Lu Xing, who still looked dejected, waiting for Lan Shui. "Young master, we all know. When Xiao Shui returns, if you're embarrassed to say it, we can help you out." Lu Xing, looking dejected, was puzzled by Bao Zi's words. "What do you know? What do you mean?" "Don't worry, young master. It's just asking Xiao Shui for a leave of absence and borrowing money to see your girlfriend. Knowing you're shy and might not be able to say it, we can help you out later." "How did you?" "Uncle Chen Zhe, you told them, didn't you?" Reacting instinctively to Xiao Fei's words, Lu Xing wanted to ask how they knew, but quickly realized and turned to Chen Zhe, who was finishing his sandwich and fried egg and now eating noodles, with a reproachful look. That expression seemed to accuse, "Uncle, how could you disclose my private matters like that? This is quite embarrassing." Feeling uncomfortable under Lu Xing's accusatory gaze, Chen Zhe hurriedly replied, "Don't look at me like that. Is there anything embarrassing that Bao Zi and the others don't know? Even the fact that you're wearing a maid outfit every day doesn't make them laugh at you, does it? I was just afraid you wouldn't be able to say it and wanted to get you some external support." Hearing Chen Zhe mention his maid outfit again and recalling the dapper security uniforms specially tailored for him by Xiao Shui, Lu Xing's expression grew even more mournful. "Exactly. Uncle Chen Zhe is right. Young master, what's so difficult to say to us? If you don't say it, how will we know and help you? Young master, are you treating us as outsiders?" Bao Zi expressed strong agreement with Chen Zhe, and Xiao Fei and De Zhuang also nodded repeatedly. The three of them had been Lu Xing's best friends since middle school, always following him and even working at Lu Xing's family company, calling him young master until now. Now Lu Xing was actually hiding from them that he was borrowing money from Xiao Shui. If it weren't for the fact that they were currently broke, they would have lent him the money already. Seeing Bao Zi's words and the expressions of Xiao Fei and De Zhuang, Lu Xing had to concede, "All right, I was wrong. But as for helping, just don't cause any trouble when the time comes." Ding dong. Just as Lu Xing finished speaking, the doorbell rang once more. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell again, Lu Xing hurriedly dashed to the door, and although his movements were swift, as always, he would first ensure he could see clearly before saying the words he had prepared in advance. Taking a moment to calm his excited emotions, Lu Xing opened the door with a calm expression, and what greeted his eyes was none other than Lan Shui, whom he had been longing for. Upon seeing Lan Shui, Lu Xing instantly became incredibly respectful, slightly bowing to her as he stood at the door, saying with a hint of flattery, Welcome back, master. And what's going on with you? Seeing Lu Xing's demeanor, Lan Shui exclaimed in disdain, feeling a chill run down her spine as she looked at him. Master must have worked hard, right? Let me help you carry your things upstairs. Please come in first. Ignoring the disdain in Lan Shui's words, Lu Xing took the bag and box from her hands and invited her into the house. The flattering smile on his face had not faded since he first opened the door to see Lan Shui. In order to change his hairstyle and get a day off to meet Diana, Lu Xing had once again decided to throw away his pride. Oh, what's wrong with him? Did he take the wrong medicine? Following Lu Xing into the house, Lan Shui watched as he eagerly took her luggage and brought it to his second-floor room, muttering to herself in disbelief. While pondering why Lu Xing was acting this way, Lan Shui completely failed to notice the four figures on the sofa in the living room: Bao Zixao, Fei Zhuang, and Chen Zhe. He got fired from the company. He wants to change his hairstyle to meet his girlfriend, but he has no money left. Hearing Lu Xing's situation, the trio on the sofa responded to Lan Shui's question, each taking a turn to speak. The sudden voices startled Lan Shui, who had been lost in thought. I told you to keep your mouth shut. Bang. As soon as the trio finished speaking before Lan Shui could respond, Lu Xing's friend Zhuang was hit on the head by a box thrown by Lu Xing, who was walking in front of Lan Shui, leaving Baozi and Xiao Fei dumbfounded. Why did you only hit me? It wasn't entirely my fault. Baozi and Xiao Fei said something too. De Zhuang, struck by the box, immediately protested his innocence. It's because you started it. Lan Shui ignored their antics, and with a questioning look turned to Lu Xing and asked, Cinderella, is what they said true? Hearing Lan Shui's question, Lu Xing became embarrassed, his face flushed, unable to look her in the eye as he stammered a yes. Yes, it is. That's why I want to ask you for a day off, and of course if you could lend me some money. His voice grew quieter with each word, and if Lan Shui hadn't been listening carefully, she might not have caught what he said. To be honest, it was quite embarrassing for a grown man to ask a creditor for money and a day off just to meet his girlfriend after not seeing her for a long time. Even though Lu Xing had resolved to lose his face, he still felt a burning shame. All right, as long as you help me move all the things, I'll lend you the money and grant you a day off. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Lan Shui agreed calmly while presenting him with a condition. You little brat, how could you already have a girlfriend? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Really? That's great. You're the best, Xiao Shui. I'm going now. Upon hearing Lan Shui agree to his request, Lu Xing was overjoyed and rushed toward the door. Knowing Xiao Shui, he had prepared himself for Lan Shui to refuse and was ready to cling on stubbornly. This result was beyond his expectations, truly a cause for celebration. It seemed he had many misunderstandings about Xiao Shui in the past. As Lu Xing prepared to carry Lan Shui's luggage into the house, he excitedly ran to the door, but upon seeing the scene before him, he was left dumbfounded, standing at the entrance, as if petrified. Indeed, that guy Xiao Shui hadn't changed at all. She was still the same person with a terrible personality and no friends. What stood before Lu Xing now were 3 entire large trucks. Staring at the scene in front of him, after a moment of silence, Lu Xing felt like a volcano ready to erupt, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fire. For the sake of reclaiming my manly dignity. His 3 closest friends, seeing Lu Xing like this, were all invigorated, murmuring to themselves, the young master is angry. A miracle is about to happen. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui beside the 3 heard their words and had already prepared for Lu Xing to backtrack. She glanced at Chen Zhe, who was sitting on the sofa and had not spoken a word. If Lu Xing were to backtrack, she would have her uncle throw him out. Chen Zhe, who had caught Xiao Shui's glance, felt a bit confused and completely did not understand what she meant. The reason Chen Zhe had remained silent was that he was afraid Lu Xing would notice him and ask for help. Knowing the plot, he already knew that Lan Shui would trick the foolish Lu Xing. Having lived here for some time, Lu Xing had been the one preparing meals and taking care of him, treating him like a senior. If Lu Xing asked him for help, he would indeed feel embarrassed to refuse. But he wanted to see just how far Lu Xing could go. Moving all the luggage from 3 large trucks before 11:30 was no easy task. Young master, you can do it. Is the young master flying? The young master is Superman. Indeed, Lu Xing did not give up due to Lan Shui's difficulties, but instead unleashed his immense potential, swiftly moving Lan Shui's luggage with the cheer of his 3 friends ringing in his ears. Huff, 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 finally finished moving. Indeed, Lu Xing was worthy of being one of the protagonists of this world, although it was partly due to the training Chen Zhe had given him during this time. By around 10:30, he had moved all the items from the 3 large trucks. Xiao Shui had returned around 9, meaning he had completed it in just an hour and a half. Wow, you're amazing. You finished already. Here, this is $5,000 to lend you. Seeing Lu Xing finish so quickly, Lan Shui was also filled with surprise, but she kept her word, handing him $5,000 while speaking to the exhausted Lu Xing. Huff. Forget it, there's no time to go to the salon anymore, it's too late. I need to rush for my appointment. Looking at the money Lan Shui handed over and glancing at the time, Lu Xing waved his hand and spoke to Lan Shui with disappointment. I see, then let me help you. I'm great at cutting hair. Seeing Lu Xing's dejected expression, Lan Shui happily said to him, Hee, let me show you how it's done. How could you already have a girlfriend? Upon hearing Lan Shui's words, Lu Xing perked up with excitement and said to her, Really? Xiao Shui, you're truly a good person. His expression was that of someone who was ready to hug her leg. Snip, snip. All right, it's done. After a flurry of activity with the scissors on Lu Xing's head, Lan Shui happily said to him, then looked at her work satisfied. As Lu Xing looked in the mirror at the broom-like hairstyle on his head, he broke down in tears, shouting in despair, You've ruined my image. No, I think it looks very handsome. Seeing Lu Xing in despair, Lan Shui innocently replied, What kind of aesthetic do you have? Is this considered handsome? Hearing her words, Lu Xing pointed at his broom-like hairstyle and retorted. But Lan Shui picked up her cat, Xiao Now, and seriously said to Lu Xing, This is the trendy pineapple hairstyle this year. A look at my Xiao Now. Seeing the hairstyle that matched the cat, Lu Xing broke down, even more tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Xiao Shui, can we change it again? Realizing he couldn't win against Lan Shui, Lu Xing directly employed his shameless tactics, flattering her as he spoke to the sulking Lan Shui sitting on the sofa. Unable to tolerate his tone, Lan Shui handed him a hairstyle design book, Xiao Shui's hairstyle designs, and told him to find a suitable one for himself. Looking at the various hairstyles of Xiao Now in the album, straight, curved, slanted, Lu Xing couldn't help but shout loudly at Lan Shui, What kind of nonsense is this? You're deliberately messing with me. These are all the masterpieces of yours truly over the years. How dare you call them nonsense hairstyles? Upon hearing Lu Xing's outburst, Lan Shui instantly became furious. Watching them argue, Chen Zhe checked the time and calmly said to Lu Xing, who was still quarreling with Lan Shui, Lu Xing, the date is about to start. Upon hearing Chen Zhe's reminder, Lu Xing also checked the time and stopped arguing with Lan Shui, directly running toward the door while saying to Lan Shui, If I get dumped by my girlfriend, I won't let this go with you. Actually, I think the young master's hairstyle is quite impressive. Watching Lan Shui sulk in silence after Lu Xing's parting remark, desperate for someone to vent her frustration upon, Lu Xing's three friends, brimming with self-preservation instinct, timidly offered this feeble compliment. Hearing their words, Lan Shui's expression finally softened from gloom to delight. She beamed at the trio and declared, You truly have discerning eyes. Unlike that clumsy Cinderella. To celebrate my move here today, I'll treat you all to a grand feast. Wonderful. Wonderful. Xiao Shui is the best. Truly Lu Xing's most unscrupulous friends. They'd betrayed him without hesitation, turning on him the moment their own interests were served. Chen Zhe shook his head as he watched the three cheer, then dismissed them from his thoughts entirely. As for the promised feast, he assumed, without concern, that his portion would certainly be included. Indeed, Lan Shui's stated reason for moving in was merely a pretext to visit Dr. Q. Though she had already resided in Lu Xing's villa for some time, Lan Shui insisted these past days had only been a trial stay. The official move commenced today. Yesterday, she'd spent the entire day packing, which explained the three massive cargo trucks brimming with her belongings. Once Lan Shui and the others faded from his attention, Chen Zhe turned inward, pondering how best to rapidly elevate Lu Xing's strength, ensuring he wouldn't suffer the same tragic fate foretold in the original chronicle of the coming apocalypse. Though reluctant to admit it, Chen Zhe had over his extended time in this world genuinely benefited from Lu Xing's kindness and hospitality. And given how Lu Xing unfailingly addressed him as uncle, day after day, it seemed only fair he earned that title in earnest. Lu Xing now stood on the very threshold of awakening his sixth sense, a revelation Chen Zhe had just confirmed while observing Lu Xing haul furniture. Otherwise, how could one person possibly unload the contents of 3 full cargo trucks in under 90 minutes? Chen Zhe could not fathom why Lu Xing's sixth sense was blossoming so swiftly. He detected nothing extraordinary about him. No latent anomaly, no prior feats of self-transcendence before their meeting. Yet the evidence lay undeniable before him. This seemingly ordinary youth possessed physical prowess surpassing even seasoned practitioners. His raw vitality, amplified further in moments of explosive exertion, verged perilously close to shattering the human limit, the very threshold of sixth sense awakening. This remained an enigma, one Chen Zhe provisionally attributed to the ineffable workings of protagonist aura beyond mortal comprehension. He did possess a method to accelerate Lu Xing's growth, instructing him in the Dragon Ball universe's energy-based martial system, learning to harness and wield qi in combat. It was at present the sole proven path Chen Zhe knew to rapidly fortify Lu Xing's power. His dilemma lay precisely here: should he impart the art of qi manipulation, or more profoundly introduce Lu Xing to the Dragon Ball universe's entire energy paradigm? In the original Steel Star September, Lu Xing's seventh sense manifested as cloud-walking mastery, the ability to command airflow, termed by the ancient Shilon prophecy as the most mysterious of the 8 elements ether. This seventh sense bore striking resemblance to Dragon Ball's kick-combat methodology. Though diverging in foundation, one drew upon internal chi cultivated within the body, the other resonated with external currents directing ambient energy flows. Thus, should Chen Zhe teach Lu Xing the principles of chi control, mastery would likely come swiftly. Yet this Dragon Ball paradigm clashed fundamentally with the power architecture of the Steel Star September world. Such a collision between two distinct cosmic systems yielded consequences utterly unknown to Chen Zhe, consequences whose nature, beneficial or catastrophic, he could not foresee. Only recently Chen Zhe had sensed that excessive interference in this world's natural course might divert its trajectory into uncharted futures, futures where Jiyue might never ascend to true divinity as foretold in the original narrative. And should Jiyue fail to achieve true divinity, Chen Zhe would lose access to her divine power, power essential for absorbing the energies of elemental stones and scattered primordial stone fragments across the globe. Unless, of course, he chose to literally devour stones. But clearly Chen Zhe had no intention of doing so. Even with his Saiyan appetite and prodigious digestive capacity, he refused to test whether his stomach could metabolize elemental stones. More critically, this was not a matter of digestibility. It was simply not something any rational being would attempt. Yet withholding instruction would leave Lu Xing stranded, forced to advance at the glacial pace of the original chronicle, utterly outpaced by the apocalyptic tempo. He would once again gamble his life recklessly, drinking the blood of hell, not for glory but in desperate pursuit of the strength needed to shield everyone he cherished. All the tragedies of the original timeline would inevitably replay. Moreover, Chen Zhe could not guarantee that this altered world, even untouched by his hand thus far, would unfold identically to the original. Nor could he be certain Lu Xing would survive drinking the blood of hell as he had done before. After all, Xianyue himself had confessed his eighth sense could no longer perceive the shifting threads of fate, and the original chronicle itself contained a grim divergence of future where Lu Xing and his comrades perished utterly and Myoer V reigned unchallenged over Earth. Chen Zhe could not predict whether he would remain a passive observer, or even could remain passive, awaiting the original ending. Ah, this is maddening. Teaching invites uncertainty, withholding invites uncertainty, though every path leads only to uncertainty. I'm on the verge of total collapse. After hours of agonized indecision, Chen Zhe felt his mind fracturing. He violently shook his head as if flinging away every thought, hoping absurdly that emptiness might grant him relief from the torment. Lan Shui, watching nearby, noticed his erratic motion, and curiosity flickered in her gaze. What's wrong with this interdimensional stranger? Why is he shaking his head wildly for no reason? Is this a custom in his world, or has his brain simply short-circuited? Though deeply intrigued, Lan Shui made no move to ask him directly. Ever since learning Chen Zhe hailed from another realm, she had maintained a quiet, mutual non-interference, neither intruding upon his life nor allowing him to intrude upon hers. She continued sheltering him, but remained skeptical of his claims, uncertain whether his words held truth, and even less certain whether this outsider harbored benevolent intent toward her world. The one certainty she held was his overwhelming power, far exceeding her own. That very power was in fact her chief reason for keeping him close. When faced with someone who could crush you effortlessly, your consent mattered little. Though Chen Zhe wrestled internally, his acute perception instantly registered Lan Shui's gaze upon him. If indecision consumed him, perhaps counsel from another perspective might offer clarity. With that thought, he approached Lan Shui and asked, voice low and earnest, Xiao Shui, I must pose a question. Suppose an action yields wholly unpredictable outcomes, regardless of how it is undertaken, and I cannot discern whether those outcomes will be favorable or dire. Then, should I still proceed? Lan Shui's pulse quickened as Chen Zhe turned toward her. Did he notice me watching him? Or does this interdimensional being possess mind-reading abilities, capable of hearing my innermost thoughts, even my silent insults? Her mind raced as he drew near, until his question struck her like a sudden gust, leaving her momentarily stunned. Then she replied hesitantly, Why do you ask this? What are you planning to do? Phew, thank the heavens. He lacks telepathy. That would have been disastrous. Chen Zhe watched Lan Shui visibly exhale, then absently touched his own face. Surely nothing's amiss. Yet sensing her distraction, he set it aside, and fearing she might underestimate the gravity of his query, repeated sternly, That need not concern you. Simply answer the question. It is of utmost importance. You fine? Let me think. She nearly snapped back, until his uncharacteristic solemnity gave her pause. This question, she realized, truly mattered to him. After a thoughtful pause, she met his gaze and said, You say the outcome remains unknown no matter how you act. So how can you possibly judge whether it will be good or bad? Life itself is woven from uncertainty. Only through action do we unveil consequence. Whether blessing or burden, revelation demands engagement. You must act to know. Only by doing can one understand and achieve results. After hearing Lan Xue's words, Chen Zhe pondered deeply, and after a long while he solemnly said to Lan Xue, "Yes, thank you, Xiao Xue, I think I understand now. I will work hard with you all. I have something to do outside, so you don't need to wait for me for the feast." Without waiting for Lan Xue's response, Chen Zhe hurriedly left the villa. Honestly, this guy is so inexplicable. Didn't he say he didn't know the way? Why is he running out by himself? Looking at Chen Zhe, who didn't hear her words and had already run out of the villa, Lan Xue was completely bewildered. Could it be that the brains of people from other worlds are different from hers? What exactly has he understood? It feels like we're not even on the same wavelength. After thinking for a while and failing to make sense of it, Lan Xue decided not to dwell on it. Whatever he wants to do is his business, it has nothing to do with her. He's such a grown man, he won't get lost. Oh wait, it seems he was taken in because he got lost. Whatever, it doesn't matter. If he gets lost, that's even better. It has nothing to do with her. After all, she took him in because she couldn't defeat him. Now it would be best if he just leaves and never comes back. But that idiot Lu Xing is indeed a bit worrying. Looking at Chen Zhe's departing figure, Lan Xue, now calm after Chen Zhe's interruption, couldn't help but think of Lu Xing, who had left not long ago, and shook her head vigorously. Why would I care about that idiot Lu Xing? What could happen to him? He's probably busy being lovey-dovey with his girlfriend right now. But that hairstyle I helped him with. Am I being a bit too excessive? What if my actions cause Lu Xing to break up with his girlfriend? Xiao Xue, what are you muttering about? Didn't we say we were having a feast? What is Uncle Chen Zhe up to now? I just saw him leave. Just as Lan Xue was endlessly troubled, Baozi, noticing she had been talking to herself since Chen Zhe left, couldn't help but ask her. Oh, I don't know what he's up to. I'm going to change my clothes and head out to buy some groceries. It's too late for lunch, so you all can eat something casually first. They'll treat you to a feast tonight, and I'll cook myself. Hearing Baozi's voice, Lan Xue snapped back to reality and said to the three of them, then disregarding their reactions, headed upstairs to change clothes. While Lan Xue silently hoped Chen Zhe would get lost again and not return, Chen Zhe had already left the villa area of Lu Xing's house, catching up to Lu Xing, who had just left not long ago and was following closely behind him. After hearing Lan Xue's words, Chen Zhe had already decided to help Lu Xing train to enhance his strength to face the impending apocalypse. Since helping or not helping, or even just being a bystander, would change the future trajectory of this world and make the future uncertain, then it would be better to make an effort and try to change it. To attempt to rewrite that future. Though the apocalypse was averted, it was September who sacrificed his feelings to become a true god, while Xian Yu perished, and both October and Lu Xing lost their primordial spirits and turned into children to restore September. In another future, Murvi had won the war with everyone perishing on the battlefield. Before Murvi could celebrate, a greater disaster struck, leaving humanity in a desperate struggle for survival. Ultimately, regardless of whether it turned out good or bad, it could never be worse than the second future. I have already died once, and having encountered this rare glimmer of hope and inadvertently arrived in this world I love, do I still have to live as an ordinary homebody like in my past life? Since there is an opportunity to make up for regrets, there is no need to dwell on the unknown. Chen Zhe decided to ignore that feeling in the dark. If worse comes to worst, he would just flip the table and transform into a giant ape, unleashing his power directly on that bastard Murvi. From the moment Chen Zhe sensed that feeling in the dark, he also felt the limits of power in this world. If he turned into a giant ape, he could directly annihilate this world. Thus, Chen Zhe speculated that this might be the reason he is restricted by that unseen existence, which was also the reason for his initial struggles. Watching Lu Xing, who was wearing a maid outfit he didn't have time to take off, hurriedly rush into a clothing store, Chen Zhe saw him change into a suit shortly thereafter, and then rushed to hail a taxi, preparing to go to the meeting place he had arranged with Diana. Chen Zhe followed closely behind Lu Xing without approaching him. The reason Chen Zhe was following Lu Xing like this, while not exactly stealthily, he wasn't deliberately hiding himself, but Lu Xing was too anxious and didn't notice him at all. Chen Zhe's intention in following Lu Xing was to see him being told he was dumped, then humiliated by his ex-girlfriend and her current boyfriend, and finally, to confront Diana and slap her face hard, allowing Lu Xing to realize what it means to be a person of power. This way, Lu Xing's impression would be deeper, and he would better understand that one's own formidable strength is the foundation of everything. This principle would then follow him in his cultivation. Novels from my past life often portrayed this. Breaking off engagements, becoming a deity, showing off humiliation, and defying fate. Chen Zhe is well versed in these tropes. So Chen Zhe firmly believed that since the protagonist in the novels from his past life could soar, Lu Xing is also a protagonist, and he himself is a protagonist too. By helping Lu Xing, this protagonist can definitely take flight in a spectacular spiral. With this thought, Chen Zhe saw that they had arrived at their destination, where Lu Xing, in a suit and top hat, leaning against a tree with a rose he bought from the roadside in his mouth, was waiting for his girlfriend Diana to arrive. Chen Zhe nearly laughed out loud. However, Chen Zhe managed to restrain himself and reminded himself, this is not right. I am here to help my nephew Lu Xing regain his dignity, not to watch him make a fool of himself. I am a professional actor tested through various trials in this world. I need to cultivate my emotions. Yet seeing Lu Xing's deep demeanor, knowing the outcome, Chen Zhe couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Lu Xing's idiotic attempt at being deep was truly too comical. He might lose his composure soon. Lu Xing didn't wait long before Chen Zhe saw a pink BMW stop in front of him. A stylishly dressed girl got out of the car. Chen Zhe recognized her as Lu Xing's ex-girlfriend Diana, and he watched the unfolding drama from a distance. Things didn't change much. Upon seeing Diana, Lu Xing was extremely excited, dashing towards her after not seeing her for a long time, wanting to give her a loving hug, but that fool ended up tripping over himself. His top hat flew off, revealing the deliberately messy hairstyle Lan Shui had set for him. Then Diana criticized his ugly hairstyle and told Lu Xing that he was no longer her boyfriend. She introduced her new boyfriend Tom, and both mocked Lu Xing's hairstyle and demeanor, saying he shouldn't be with Lu Xing or he would become as uncool as Lu Xing. Basically, they made Lu Xing feel worthless. Seeing Diana and Tom's couple-like interaction, Lu Xing felt even more miserable. Indeed, people do change. Until this point, everything was just as Chen Zhe knew it. Just as Chen Zhe prepared to step in and show off to make Lu Xing worship him, he realized it seemed he had the wrong script. Because just as Diana and her current boyfriend Tom finished humiliating Lu Xing and were about to leave, another person who shouldn't have appeared showed up. Lan Shui? At this moment, Lan Shui was not driving her usual Maserati, but a Ferrari supercar. Chen Zhe saw Lan Shui drive up next to Lu Xing, get out of the car, and help Lu Xing, who was unable to rise due to Diana's words, into the vehicle, fastening the seatbelt for the still-dazed Lu Xing. Throughout this process, she didn't even glance at Diana or her boyfriend Tom, completely ignoring them. After settling Lu Xing, she left them with only the roaring sound of the Ferrari as she sped away, leaving behind a pair of stylish taillights. Chen Zhe was also stunned by Lan Shui's actions. So why am I here? I must have lost my mind coming here without eating lunch just to witness this awkward spectacle. Xiaoxue, didn't you say you were going to buy groceries? Why are you back so soon? Hey, why is the young master back with you too? Seeing Lan Shui empty-handed and Liu Xing, who was supposed to be visiting his girlfriend, but returned with Lan Shui, instead eating noodles, Baozi couldn't help but ask in surprise. Currently, the three of them were having lunch at Langshu's house, as she said they would have a big dinner later, so they just casually boiled some noodles to tide them over, saving their appetites for the evening feast. If you ask why the three of them were cooking noodles here instead of going back to their own homes, it's simply because Lan Shui agreed and requested it. Since the three of them were currently out of work due to Luxing's company's closure, and they were very familiar with Langshu's family, Luxing's family, it was a perfect opportunity to save on a meal. They often came here for free meals, so this place, Luxing's house, could be considered their second home. Oh, what's wrong with getting a free meal? Besides, it was the host's agreement. Oh, I happened to run into this idiot Xinder Wheela when I went out to buy groceries. Seeing him in such a daze, and the weather looks like it might rain, I brought him back first. I'll go buy groceries later. Hearing Baozi's words, Lan Shui initially wanted to mock Liu Xing directly, but when she inadvertently saw his dazed expression, she unconsciously changed her tone. Young master, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were going to see your girlfriend? Why do you look so glum now? Upon hearing Langshu's words, Xiaofei also noticed that Liu Xing, who was still behind Lan Shui, remained silent, as if he was enveloped in a sorrowful aura. Liu Xing was in a dazed state, completely oblivious to Lan Shui and Xiphias' words, mechanically walking towards his room. He just wanted to be alone for a while. He didn't want to think about anything else. Forget about him. Have you all eaten? Since you're back and have eaten, let's go buy groceries together. I'll buy whatever you want to eat. Seeing that Liu Xing had no intention of responding, Lan Shui, for some reason, surprisingly defended his dignity. Oh, okay, then we'll help Xiaoxue get the groceries. Upon hearing Langshu's words, Xiaofei had no intention of resting Liu Xing. After all, their young master was fine in this state. He was probably just hit hard by Xiaoxue again, which was a common occurrence, so they had gotten used to it. Liu Xing. Looking at Luxing's expression, Lan Shui murmured to herself, a bit worried, but she did not stop him. She knew that what Liu Xing needed most right now was to calm down alone. Lan Shui understood Luxing's feelings because she had seen everything he went through. Since Liu Xing was her maid, she needed to be aware of all her maid's affairs. It wasn't because she was worried about Liu Xing that she went to find him. Split line. Why did everything happen so suddenly? Suddenly it felt as if he were cursed by fate. From a rich second generation to a negative second generation, then encountering a capricious master and becoming her maid, he wondered when he could break free from her clutches. He wanted to seize September Tian to restore his name and pay off his debts, but was played by her and even teased. Now even his girlfriend Diana had broken up with him without him knowing. Everything seemed like a curse from the heavens, as if fate had abandoned him. He really was a complete failure. Lost in thought, Liuxing took out a bottle of red wine with a label that bore a string of symbols. Liuxing recognized it. It read Lafite, and the vintage was from 82. Liuxing usually didn't drink. This bottle was a collection from his father Lichuanfeng, and he didn't know where his father got it, or if it was real. But it didn't matter, everything in this house now belonged to Lanxue. Liuxing just wanted to get drunk for a while. After getting drunk, he wouldn't have to think about anything or care about anything. He could forget all his troubles, and most importantly forget Diana. What did I do wrong? Was it just because of my hairstyle? In the empty room, Liuxing's fragmented mumblings echoed. Liuxing took swigs of wine straight from the bottle without a glass, uncorking it, and drinking directly, disregarding the wine's origin, its value, or how to drink it with style. He just wanted to get drunk, and he succeeded. Liuxing, who usually didn't drink and had a poor tolerance, now felt like his head was a pile of mush, all hazy. His whole body lay limply on the bed like a lump of clay, clutching the bottle of Lafite, his head spinning, feeling uncomfortable, yet utterly empty. Indeed, there was nothing in his head. Boom. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderclap. Suddenly, the originally clear weather turned overcast, and the sun was obscured by clouds. The dark clouds overhead, with flashes of lightning and the rumbling of thunder, created a sense of oppression mirroring Liuxing's current mood. Diana, do you remember those days in school? You didn't like me playing soccer, after school you wanted me to stay with you. But I always want to find you only after finishing my game. Panting, bringing you your favorite white coffee. Every time you would get angry. But after having the white coffee, you would forgive me, and I would sit with you, under the tree watching the sun set. You would quietly lean on my shoulder. As the rain began to pour outside, the sound of the rain hitting the window echoed in the silent room, and before he knew it, Liuxing had fallen asleep. Occasionally, he would mumble a few words in his sleep. Split line. Time passed unknowingly, and before long it was evening. After Liuxing's three friends left, Lanxue, having prepared, walked to Liuxing's door, carrying a plate of crabs. Let me state first, I'm not here to apologize. I just thought he looked pitiful, and judging by his appearance, he probably didn't eat lunch. If he starved to death, I'd have to find another maid, which would be troublesome. Yes, that's the reason. Outside Liuxing's door, Lanxue, holding a plate of cooked crabs, hesitated for a long time, trying to find an excuse for herself. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocking sounds echoed, accompanied by Lanxue's pleasant voice. Shinder, will come out for dinner? I saved a plate of crabs for you. Knock, knock, knock. Seeing that Liuxing had not responded, Lanxue knocked on the door again. If you don't come out, I'll feed the crabs to Xiaona. After waiting for a while without a response from Liuxing, Lanxue pressed her ear to the door, hoping to hear any movement inside. After listening for a while and hearing nothing, her heart began to race. Wait, he wouldn't have thought of ending it all, would he? This thought made Lanxue quite anxious. The door won't budge. It seems he locked it from the inside. I'll have to pry it open with a hairpin. Liuxing, please don't do anything foolish. Thinking that Liuxing might be suicidal, Lanxue anxiously pushed against the door. When she discovered it was locked from the inside, she quickly removed a hairpin from her hair to pick the lock and rushed into Liuxing's room. Liuxing, you. When Lanxue rushed into Liuxing's room, fearing he was in danger, she saw him sprawled on the bed, snoring and mumbling in his sleep, and couldn't help but feel speechless. How silly of her to worry about this idiot doing something foolish. It seemed she had overthought it and worried for nothing. Diana, I promise I'll get a new hairstyle. Please don't leave. Don't leave. Leaning by Liuxing's bedside, listening to his fragmented mumblings, Lanxue couldn't help but sigh. He really is a simpleton. Oh well, considering how foolish you are, I'll help you get a nice hairstyle. As Lanxue finished speaking, she returned to her room to fetch a pair of scissors and headed back to Liuxing's room. Looking at Liuxing, who lay unconscious on the bed, Lanxue couldn't help but smile mischievously, placing a cloth under him to prevent hair from scattering everywhere, and then she waved the scissors at his mop of hair. Snip, snip. The room returned to silence, with only the sound of scissors cutting hair echoing in the quiet space. As he gazed out at the torrential rain, Chen Zhe's mood mirrored the dark clouds that loomed in the sky, utterly dismal. After much deliberation, he resolved to intervene directly in the workings of this world, hoping to guide Lu Xing in his cultivation, so that he could dominate the heavens and the earth, only to be thwarted by Lanxue before he could even begin to show off. He ended up being a mere spectator, having witnessed the love story between Diana and her current boyfriend Little Tom, along with the dog food that Lu Xing and Lanxue dished out. On the way back, heavy rain began to fall unexpectedly, leaving him stuck in a cafe waiting for it to stop. However, looking at the intensity of the downpour outside, it seemed unlikely to let up any time, soon causing him to miss the grand meal Lanxue had promised. All of this made Chen Zhe begin to doubt whether his luck had been entirely spent after encountering a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, why would everything be going so poorly for him? So could it be that because I am not from this world, some unseen force is meddling with my luck? Otherwise, how could his luck be so abysmal? Chen Zhe felt that with the virtues that earned him the 3 Good Student Award in kindergarten, he should not be experiencing such misfortune. Hey, excuse me. Little brother, do you mind if I sit here? Oh, since you aren't responding, you'll take that as a yes. Thank you. Hi, Miss Waitress, could I get a cappuccino, please? Make it warm, thank you. Just as Chen Zhe lamented his bad luck, inside a magnetic male voice reached his ears, interrupting his train of thought. In that moment, a young man with long hair and sharp eyes greeted him before sitting down opposite him. Did I ever agree to this? Looking at the man who was already ordering coffee from the waitress and flirting with her, Chen Zhe couldn't help but twitch his lips, wanting to say, I do not agree. However, since the man had already seated himself, Chen Zhe glanced around and noticed that due to the sudden downpour, many people had sought refuge in the cafe, filling most of the seats, leaving only one spot opposite him vacant. After the man sat down, Chen Zhe began to scrutinize him. This young man appeared to be in his 20s, handsome and well-groomed. As a reclusive person, Chen Zhe did not recognize whether the man's clothing was designer, but it certainly exuded an air of sophistication. Perhaps sensing Chen Zhe's gaze, the man ceased to flirt with the waitress and instead posed in what he deemed a suave manner, beginning his self-introduction. Hi, little brother, nice to meet you. Since we meet, I shall introduce myself. I am the renowned genius detective Qi Xiaosa, famous for solving 999 cases. I am also a legendary high school detective, the savior of the police and the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era. Washing machine. And a legendary genius detective, is that the kind of thing one says during a self-introduction? Pooh, how shameless. I Chen have never encountered someone so brazen. Wait, what did he just say his name was? Qi Xiaosa. After mocking the man's narcissism for a moment, Chen Zhe suddenly realized the identity of the person before him. He never expected to run into Qi Xiaosa here, the hidden ace of VV Academy. Mr. Tailing. So you are brother Xiaosa, no wonder. No wonder he was so narcissistic and shameless. Little brother, do you know me? Ha ha, as expected, my fame as Detective Qi Xiaosa is quite significant to encounter someone who knows me so casually. Since we are so fated, I can even give you a free autograph. Hearing that Chen Zhe actually recognized him, Qi Xiaosa couldn't help but feel a bit astonished by his own fame. Indeed, having too much fame can be troublesome. Wherever he goes, he encounters fans. Even though he tries to keep a low profile, there are still fans who recognize him, wanting his autograph. The troubles of a celebrity are many. I'm not. Listening to Qi Xiaosa's words, Chen Zhe's lips began to twitch. Why would I be your fan? Doesn't he know the extent of his own fame? Don't be shy, little brother. Actually, wanting my autograph isn't a big deal. Although I usually keep a low profile, since we are fated to sit together, I wouldn't mind giving you a signed copy. As Chen Zhe was about to say he wasn't his fan, he barely got out 3 words before being interrupted by Qi Xiaosa, who had already decided he was his fan. Chen Zhe was truly speechless. This guy managed to use his 7th sense at the last moment to replicate and fuse 8 elements, becoming a demigod, sacrificing himself to buy enough time for the final victory. Looking at the self-promoting Qi Xiaosa before him, Chen Zhe found it hard to connect this guy with the demigod Tanlong, who sacrificed himself to buy time. Observing Qi Xiaosa's demeanor, Chen Zhe could only say this guy truly is raised by that old fool Pajun. He has completely inherited Pajun's unorthodox and shameless ways, even surpassing him. Alright then, may I ask the illustrious detective Qi Xiaosa, given your fame, you must have come to F City for some major case to handle, right? Looking at Qi Xiaosa, who thought he was being ignored because he was shy and thus began to flirt with the waitress bringing his coffee, Chen Zhe couldn't help but interrupt his antics. This guy really had enough. He ordered a cappuccino and started flirting with the waitress as soon as she brought it over. Saying that cappuccino means I love you and I like you, he even told the waitress, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I realized you are my cappuccino. Ugh, hearing such shameless words made Chen Zhe's skin crawl, truly shameless. But why did Chen Zhe feel that the waitress didn't seem to mind? In fact, she appeared to be laughing and flustered. Do young women nowadays actually like this kind of shameless flirting? This made Chen Zhe question if he was becoming outdated. However, with Chen Zhe's interruption and the unrelenting rain, someone needed a refill, causing the waitress to reluctantly leave, throwing glances at Qi Xiaosa as she departed, which made Chen Zhe's lips twitch again. Little brother, have you thought it over? I can give you an autograph right now. Where would you like me to sign? After the waitress' lingering gaze finally disappeared and she busied herself with other tasks, Qi Xiaosa turned to Chen Zhe and asked. This guy completely ignored Chen Zhe's question and was still fixated on giving him an autograph, causing Chen Zhe to feel that what he encountered today might not only lead to lip twitches, but his entire face was cramping. No thank you. I was asking how Mr. Qi Xiaosa came to F City. Hearing Chen Zhe's question again, Qi Xiaosa finally stopped obsessing over the autograph. Even if someone is a fan, it doesn't necessarily mean they want an autograph. Perhaps he was just too shy. Isn't it also encouraged to be rational when chasing stars? I can understand. Oh, I came to F City because someone invited me. Have you heard of the Langston Museum? Their curator invited me to protect his collection, the seven-color cat's eye. He received a theft notice from the notorious thief Jiu Yuetian, and I'm here to capture him. This is confidential. I'm only telling you because I see you are my fan, so don't leak it. Well then, farewell, little brother. If our paths cross again, do try to shed that shyness. Though I keep a low profile and maintain an aloof demeanor, I'm quite indulgent toward my admirers. And as those words faded, Chen Zhe watched with a darkening expression as Qi Xiaosha's figure swiftly vanished into the sea of pedestrians. Only after Chen Zhe disappeared from view did Qi Xiaosha murmur softly to himself, and let us never meet again. I shouldn't have been so curious about his seventh sense in the first place. Nor should I have invited him to dinner. This fellow may look young, but his audacity is boundless. When someone treats him to a meal, he shows no courtesy at all. His stomach seems bottomless. Looks like tonight I'll have to seek out Mr. Han, or else sleep on the street. And while Qi Xiaosha grumbled inwardly about Chen Zhe, the latter, still gazing at the spot where Qi had vanished, was muttering his own grievances in, how does one become so shameless? He promised to treat me, yet bolted before I'd even finished eating. Truly mastered old Pujuan's temperament down to the very last grain. And it's already past 10. Blamed Qi Xiaosha. The rain stopped long ago, yet he insisted on dragging me along, leaving me half-starved for dinner. I wonder what Lan Shui prepared tonight. Surely a lavish feast. And in glancing at the time, Chen Zhe walked slowly, lost in reverie over Lan Shui's promised banquet, so vividly that his mouth watered. By now they must have finished eating and retired. Nothing's likely left. Just thinking about it makes me want to drag Qi Xiaosha back and eat him dry. The rain had actually ceased around 7 o'clock that evening. At 7, Chen Zhe could still have made it home in time to enjoy Lan Shui's feast, but Qi Xiaosha detained him. Thanks to his Saiyan heritage, Chen Zhe possessed a remarkably sculpted physique, unlike his previous life as a sedentary homebody. His sharp, youthful features gave him the air of a radiant boy, and Qi Xiaosha seized upon that, recruiting him as a wingman to charm the waitstaff. In exchange, Qi promised to treat him to dinner. Though Chen Zhe never revealed he too attended VV Academy, making them in effect comrades, he saw no harm in playing wingman. After all, Qi had pledged to foot the bill. It wasn't until 8 o'clock that Chen Zhe and Qi Xiaosha finally emerged from the cafe, after which Qi led Chen Zhe to an upscale hotel for dinner. Chen Zhe hadn't eaten lunch throughout the rainy afternoon. He'd only consumed coffee and pastries, hardly enough to stave off hunger. So when Qi offered to treat him, Chen Zhe ordered without hesitation. It's common knowledge the more prestigious the establishment, the steeper its prices, and the more disproportionate the portion-to-cost ratio. And Chen Zhe's appetite. Even under ordinary circumstances, it rivaled that of a legendary glutton. Watching Chen Zhe devour dish after dish, his stomach seemingly insatiable, his pace unrelenting, Qi Xiaosha's heart sank deeper with every bite. Yet he forced a mask of nonchalance onto his face, preserving the dignity of his celebrity persona. Only when Chen Zhe was on the verge of consuming his entire fortune did Qi Xiaosha finally intervene, halting the half-satiated youth just as he reached for the menu once more in, little brother, you're done eating, right? Silence means consent. Waiter, please bring the bill. Thank you. Before Chen Zhe could utter a word, Qi summoned the waiter, paid in haste, and hurried the stunned youth out of the hotel. Chen Zhe ambled leisurely back to Lan Shui's villa, only to find the mansion darkened and silent. They've surely gone to bed. Looks like I'll have to rely on stored energy for tonight. 5/10 full. Rounded up, that's essentially fasting. And in Qi Xiaosha's treat had left Chen Zhe only halved, an outcome indistinguishable from starvation in a Saiyan's worldview, where satiety exists in only two states, full or empty. Is eating until 5/10 or 8/10 full healthier? Apologies, we Saiyan's don't recognize such nuance. Without fullness, there's no strength. Without strength, how can one be called a warrior race? A hungry Chen Zhe briefly considered finding a restaurant, but patting his pockets reminded him finances forbade it. He knew his own appetite well, and in sighing inwardly, he fumbled for his key and slipped inside, moving with quiet care, not wishing to disturb Lan Shui or Lu Xing. Click. Though Chen Zhe moved with stealth the moment he locked the door and turned toward the stairs, a soft click of the light switch flooded the living room with brightness, and Lan Shui's voice cut through the silence. And where have you been? You dashed out without warning, and returned this late, creeping about like a thief. Did you do something shameful? Though Chen Zhe's combat prowess was formidable, reflexes remained primal, instinctive. The sudden light and Lan Shui's abrupt voice startled him deeply. Shui, you're still awake. It's so late. Where's Lu Xing? Is he all right? Seeing Chen Zhe evade her question, Lan Shui's eyes narrowed slightly before she replied in, I assumed you'd rushed off for some urgent matter, so I waited for your return. As for Lu Xing, he drank and fell asleep. And you haven't answered, where were you? As my hired bodyguard, you require formal leave, yet you abandoned your post without permission. Well, it wasn't anything serious. I just wanted to check on Lu Xing. As for why I'm back so late, because of the rain. Chen Zhe winced under Lan Xue's scrutiny. And in truth be told, her logic held weight. Technically, he was her employee. Even Lu Xing needed leave approval before visiting his girlfriend. So yes, this qualified as unauthorized absence. Lan Xue's eyes narrowed again, clearly unconvinced. The rain had ended by 7. Lu Xing's 3 friends had dined and departed by 8. Glancing at the clock in the living room, it was nearly 11. Not pressing further, Lan Xue simply asked, her tone calm and detached. You left in such a hurry. Did you eat dinner? I saved some food for you. If you haven't eaten, reheat it yourself. I'm going to bed. And in with that, she turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Chen Zhe behind without another glance. Though nominally Chen Zhe served as Lan Xue's bodyguard, both understood the truth. She'd taken him and not out of authority, but because she couldn't best him in combat. Their arrangement was merely ceremonial. So long as his actions bore no consequence for her, she cared little where he went. Seeing Lan Xue dismiss the matter with only a perfunctory inquiry, Chen Zhe set aside his embarrassment and called after her in Xue. I swear it's true. While waiting for the rain to stop, I ran into someone I knew. And when he offered to treat me, I accepted. That's all. And thank you for saving me food. Honestly, I'm still ravenous. He promised dinner, but fled the moment I'd barely begun eating. Also, may I formally request leave? Right now. Though Lan Xue feigned indifference, Chen Zhe sensed her quiet concern. She'd waited for him despite having told him not to trouble himself over dinner, and even saved him food. She might not fully trust him yet, but after all this time with no breaches of conduct and shared daily life, she'd come to regard him as a friend. She was simply too proud to admit it aloud. Halfway up the stairs, Lan Xue paused, though she didn't turn. A faint, subtle curve lifted the corner of her lips. Moments later, as Chen Zhe held his breath in anxious anticipation, her voice drifted down from the landing. You've passed, barely. But leave requests. Forget it. 1 day's unauthorized absence means 3 days pay deducted. Relief washed over Chen Zhe. At least he hadn't been cast out, though now he had to play the victim. He truly had no money left to eat. Xue, you can't do this. I haven't even received my first salary, and now you're docking it. I literally can't afford food. Oh, my God. This is unbelievable. Is that me? I'm actually this handsome. The next morning, the bathroom echoed with Lu Xing's ecstatic shouts at dawn. Gazing at his reflection, hair worthy of a fashion model paired with his face, Liu Xing realized for the first time how striking he looked. If he were not of heterosexual orientation, he might well fall in love with himself. How could such handsomeness be enjoyed alone? Joy is meant to be shared. It is better to delight with many than to revel by oneself. Knock, knock, knock. Dashing off with toothpaste still foaming at his lips, Liu Xing paid no heed to manners and bounded up to the second-floor door of Lan Xue's room, pounding on it with unabashed excitement. Xiao Xue, come out. Come see me, there's a surprise. Huh. What is it so early in the morning? Hearing the knocking, Lan Xue, yawning and rubbing her half-open eyes, asked lazily at the door. She usually went to bed after 10 because the books said the hours between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. were the bonus prime period for growth and were good for health. Her schedule was already chaotic because of tasks, and last night, she had stayed up past 11 waiting for an absent, incompetent bodyguard. Now at this early hour, the fool Liu Xing had come to rouse her. Seeing as he had been dumped, she thought perhaps she could spare him. If not, she would teach him precisely who ruled this household. Liu Xing paid no heed to Lan Xue's sleepy demeanor and, oblivious to her thoughts, exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Xue, look at me. Am I not handsome? Lan Xue, who had appeared half asleep moments before, snapped awake at his words. Seeing Liu Xing grinning like an idiot, she was at a loss for what to say. It was I who styled your hair. Well, never mind. Considering what happened to him yesterday, they'll let it pass this time. Watching Liu Xing revel in himself, Lan Xue decided to give him face and shoo him away so she could resume her beauty sleep. Fine, fine, you're the handsomest. Huh. Could you at least rinse the toothpaste off the corner of your mouth? Seeing the foam at his lip, Lan Xue yawned, waved a dismissive hand at Lu Xing's foolish grin, and prepared to shut the door. None of that matters. Look at me. Handsome, right? Heaven must have taken pity on my recent misfortunes and blessed me with this new hairstyle. After all my kindness. You can be the stupid. I suppose I was too good to you. Lan Xue halted mid-shut of the door, suppressing the urge to give the imbecile before her a good, thrashing, muttering through gritted teeth. This fool was incorrigibly dense. He could not see the obvious. Xiao Xue, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Lan Xue trembling as she fought to contain herself, Liu Xing asked with concern. Could she be overwhelmed with excitement at his handsomeness? Truly, he joked, he was adored by all everywhere. People, flowers, even cars. Well, that last one was a joke. Lan Xue withdrew her composure. That idiot deserved a lesson. Unforgivable. Thud. Xiao Xue, what are you doing? I'll be gentler. Are you jealous that heaven made me so handsome? Stop, I was wrong. He had been beaten by Lan Xue at the crack of morning. Still clutching the impulse to share his joy, Liuxing concluded that she must be jealous. Since she could not appreciate him, he would seek someone who could. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle Chen Zhe, are you awake? Come out, I have a surprise for you. If Lan Shui could not appreciate him, Uncle Chen Zhe surely would. After all, only a man could truly appreciate another man's handsomeness, he thought. Click. Ah, good morning, Liuxing. What are you doing so early? Who hit you? Chen Zhe, roused by the knocking, opened the door half asleep, then froze at Liuxing's battered face. Who had he angered this early? Had he missed some spectacle last night? Why was his face bruised and swollen? What had happened during the time Lan Shui had him? Your focus is odd, he thought. Uncle, that's not the point. Tada, don't you notice anything different about me? Ignoring Chen Zhe's question, Liuxing accompanied his entrance with a little fanfare and struck what he believed to be his most dashing pose. He looked at Chen Zhe with hopeful eyes, convinced his uncle would understand. Liuxing, calm down. Even though Diana dumped you, you mustn't despair. There will be girls who like you. Same-sex attraction is repulsive, it leads nowhere. It's deviancy. Beautiful girls are whom you should pursue, like Xiao Shui. See, isn't she beautiful? Seeing Liuxing with his hand on his chest and his brow half closed in a languid, dreamy gaze, Chen Zhe was alarmed. He hurriedly pushed Liuxing out and tried to close the door. What terrifying thing had happened to Liuxing while Lan Shui had him? In that short time had his orientation changed. He knocked on my door this early, looking at me with that nauseating expression. Was this some uncertain future born of my presence? Had I merely entertained a thought, and already the world tilted so wildly? This was too extreme. Stop, Uncle Chen, what are you saying? What nonsense? Whether Xiao Shui is pretty has nothing to do with me. Wait, why are you closing the door? Seeing Chen Zhe about to shut the door, Liuxing hurried to stop him and wedged his foot into the gap, preventing it from closing. Chen Zhe felt awkward. He could close the door, but that might hurt Liuxing, physically or psychologically. Given how pitifully this boy had become over a single notion, he felt guilty about injuring him further. To avoid being pestered, Chen Zhe decided to sacrifice his teammate. Look, nephew, I'm a normal man, so why don't you go to your three buddies? They're your close friends, they won't turn you away. Baozi Xiao Fei de Zhuang. Sorry, gentlemen. As Liuxing's close friends, now that your young master has turned out like this, it is time for you three to fulfill your obligations. Uncle, what are you talking about? I just want you to see my hairstyle to see if I'm especially handsome now, nothing more. Hearing Chen Zhe's irrelevant remarks, Liuxing was bewildered, but soon realized what Chen Zhe feared. He shouted defensively at his uncle, who seemed to be bracing against something. Really? You know I'm a strong fighter. I'm warning you, if you make any untoward move, don't blame me for not being merciful. Chen Zhe found that hard to believe, but stopped closing the door and warned Liuxing nevertheless. You came at dawn with a bruised face, flung open my door, and struck those poses. If you say you're not a pervert, do you even believe it yourself? Uncle, I just wanted you to notice my hairstyle. Didn't you see it's different? My hair, aren't I handsome? Seeing Chen Zhe still wary, Liuxing felt stifled and explained his purpose with a flush of embarrassment. Oh, it's the hairstyle. Say so next time. You really invite misunderstanding with that behavior. Only then did Chen Zhe finally notice Liuxing's hair and winced slightly. All that fuss over a haircut. Although the style suits you and is handsome, couldn't you have just said so instead of striking such a nauseating pose? Chen Zhe yawned and asked him with cool indifference. All right, now that the hairstyle inspection is done, why are you still lingering at my door? Do you need anything? Although Liuxing had already explained himself, Chen Zhe felt weary at the sight of him, bruised and battered, knocking on his door so early and disturbing his sleep. Liuxing typically rose early to perform his duties as a maid. Because he drank yesterday and overslept, he had woken up even earlier this morning. When Chen Zhe glanced at the clock, it was not yet 6. Ordinarily, he would sleep until around 8 and only stir when Liuxing began preparing breakfast. Since Chen Zhe had sensed that inscrutable presence, he dared not reveal anything unusual about himself before Liuxing and the others. He reserved the use of his seventh sense for secrecy, practicing only at night. Chen Zhe was concentrating chiefly on mastering the modulation of his power. Because of his bloodline, his energy rose incessantly. He used the seventh sense to command each cell to adapt, even to rejuvenate them, forging a mightier body. This regimen left him sleeping only 2 to 3 hours each night, which sufficed most of the time. Last night, however, he had eaten poorly, and so lacked strength and vitality. Food had long been Chen Zhe's primary source of energy. Although Lan Shui had saved some provisions for him yesterday, thinking he might not return to eat, she left a large platter of crabs and several pig hocks, kept especially because Chen Zhe favored them, but such fare was hardly enough even to satisfy him. As a result, he failed to replenish his reserves and had to draw upon the energy stored within his cells to cultivate during the night, consuming more than half of the energy he had banked with his seventh sense. The sensation was that his body had been hollowed out. Liuxing, oblivious to the hint of dismissal in Chen Zhe's tone, pondered for a moment before asking, Uncle, how did you know I was dumped by Diana? Did Xiao Shui tell you? That girl, he scoffed, offended that someone would delight in broadcasting his embarrassment and making his private disgrace public. She even beat me out of jealousy just now. What a malicious woman, he muttered, convinced she would pay for the spectacle she enjoyed. Someone like that will never find a husband. Oh, I'll be there to witness her humiliation. Watching Lu Xing flit from scorn to gloating amusement, Chen Zhe's mouth twitched in exasperation. The boy's imagination was boundless. Still, Chen Zhe had no intention of pinning the blame on Lan Shui. He was not one to shift responsibility heedlessly. Adopting the air of an elder, Chen Zhe interjected with authority, "Stop. It wasn't Xiao Shui who told me. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't wrong her. I'm your uncle. My concern is that of an elder. I saw it yesterday. If she hadn't brought you home, you would have been in an even worse state. You ought to thank Xiao Shui properly." Lu Xing's commotion had effectively ruined any chance Chen Zhe had of returning to his bed for a nap. The interruption, however, reminded him to continue with the plan he had set in motion the day before. Even without the in-person embarrassment intended to deliver the fullest effect, the outcome could still hinge on sentiment. After all, Diana was Lu Xing's first love. Time had shaped that affection into an obsession. It was like an online romance. Before meeting, everything thrummed with fantasy, but once confronted with reality, the illusion died in the light. Whatever longing remained would dissipate after a period of mourning, then slowly subside. Having drunk to excess, Lu Xing would likely have let go of most of it, yet a first love still stirs a trace of emotion, something nearly everyone understands. "Uncle, you followed me. You actually tailed me out of sheer curiosity," Lu Xing exclaimed, suddenly animated as if he had discovered a new world. Chen Zhe thought incredulously that Lu Xing had seized upon the wrong point. His focus was oddly askew. Why would he tell him such things? He wondered. Chen Zhe could not maintain his stern elder posture and gave an awkward cough. "That's not the point. I was concerned for you." "Yes, it is concern. What an elder feels for his kin." He would never confess, of course, that a part of him had felt a little pleased when Lu Xing was rejected. Jealousy had a way of disfiguring one's face. No, absolutely not. The dignity of an elder must not be sacrificed. Impossible. Never. The dignity of an elder must be preserved. Chen Zhe's expression grew grave. "Enough, my dear nephew. This matter ends here for now. There is another question I must ask you, one that is important. Consider it carefully before you answer." Lu Xing, bewildered by Chen Zhe's sudden solemnity, suspected he was stalling. "Well, you are the elder. Fine," he relented inwardly. "What is it?" "Uncle Chen Zhe, you still haven't answered my question." "All right, ask. He'll think it over seriously before replying." Chen Zhe fixed him with a look that silenced further interrogation. The elder's glare sent Lu Xing back into obedient silence. "If you keep pressing me, what face will I have left as an elder?" Chen Zhe demanded. Chen Zhe felt a surge of satisfaction watching the boy stifled and wordless like a scolded child unable to protest. A most gratifying sight. "Come inside my room. Standing here at my door, Xiao Shui might see you and assume something improper between us. Don't ask anything yet. Listen to me first." He led Lu Xing into his room and stopped him from speaking, then continued in a measured tone. "This world is not as simple as it appears. There are many things you do not know and many dangers you cannot foresee. Let me tell you a story, one about an apocalypse. It begins 9,000 years ago." Chen Zhe closed the door, seated Lu Xing on a chair and himself on the bed, and began to recount the tale of the Guxelin Kingdom and the Seventh Sense. The prophesied apocalypse now approaches, and the elements said to end it have largely manifested. "I see much potential in you, which is why." Before Chen Zhe could finish, an impatient Lu Xing blurted out, "So you want to teach me to cultivate and end the prophecy? Am I the protagonist destined to end the apocalypse?" Chen Zhe was taken aback. When did this boy become so perceptive? In a manner of speaking, yes and no. It's close enough. "So what would you do?" he asked. Flushed and embarrassed, Lu Xing glared at him until the air went out of him like a punctured balloon. With a weary sigh, he said, "All right, uncle, I won't scold you for following me. Stop using those stories to fool me. I'm not a child you can trick with fairy tales." Chen Zhe's expression darkened. He had just praised the boy's cleverness. Now he was being evasive. "Who said I was trying to trick you? It's all true. You are indeed one of those who might end the apocalypse, if only among others. If you learn from me now, one day you will thank me." Lu Xing, unmoved and teasing, replied, Uncle, you speak grandly. When I come begging you later, I hope you'll be magnanimous." "Don't be so sure," Chen Zhe warned. "When you do come begging, I won't be so obliging." "Ah, it's nearly 7. I haven't cleaned Xiao Nao's litter, I haven't tidied up, and Xiao Shui will be getting up soon. I haven't even made breakfast yet." Lu Xing fretted as he prepared to leave. "I won't keep you, uncle. I have to get busy. Hurry and get up yourself." With that, Lu Xing stepped out of the room, leaving Chen Zhe with a tightening in his chest. "That brat, when you come begging me later, just wait and see how I deal with you." By the time Chen Zhe leisurely finished his morning routine, Lu Xing had already prepared breakfast. Lan Shui had been called to join them, and by the time they finished eating it was well past 9 o'clock in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the three of them were savoring their coffee after breakfast, a sharp rapping echoed at the door. Saiyan opened the door. See who's there. Lan Shui, lounging on the sofa with a cup of coffee in hand, lazily instructed Lu Xing, who still bore faint bruises across his face, hastily tended, but far from healed. Having gone to bed late the previous night, and then abruptly woken early by a certain fool, she'd slept fitfully all morning. Now with her blood sugar rising after breakfast, drowsiness settled over her like a soft, heavy veil. At Lan Shui's command, Lu Xing reluctantly shuffled toward the door. How mortifying, to appear before others looking like this, swollen and discolored. Why couldn't Uncle Chen Zhe do it himself? He wasn't busy. He was just lying there idle as ever. Of course, such thoughts remained strictly internal. To voice them aloud would be to invite Uncle Chen Zhe's uniquely paternal brand of discipline, an education in life's harsher truths. Wow, is that master so handsome? 3 startled exclamations burst from the doorway. Chen Zhe didn't need to look to know who stood there. Lu Xing's 3 childhood friends. Staring at their master, whose new hairstyle transformed him as utterly as if he wore another man's head, they gasped in unison. Yet their awe faltered upon spotting the adhesive bandage on Lu Xing's forehead and the lingering bruising on his face. Reminders of yesterday's incident when Lan Shui had sensed something amiss about Lu Xing's rendezvous with his girlfriend. A sudden mischievous memory flickered across their faces, then vanished the instant they caught Lu Xing's darkening expression. Survival instinct flared, instantaneous and acute. Baozi, I think Master looks coolest with that bandage. Xiao Fei, exactly. I agree completely. Dazhuang, but doesn't it seem a little out of character for Master? Their overlapping cries brimmed with desperate self-preservation, yet one voice inevitably remained stubbornly out of step. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled impacts followed in rapid succession, each a fist meeting skull, as all 3 friends collapsed onto the floor clutching their heads. Clearly their belated survival instincts had failed them entirely. Lu Xing had delivered a crisp, precise knuckle rap to each of them. No mercy, no delay. Oh, it's you 3. Good morning. Would you like some coffee? Lan Shui, still reclining indolently on the sofa, offered the greeting without lifting herself from her languid repose. Good morning, Xiao Shui. Good morning, Uncle Chen Zhe. No coffee, thank you. We're here because Master summoned us. He said it was urgent. In response to Lan Shui's greeting, the trio bowed respectfully toward her on the sofa, and also toward Chen Zhe seated opposite her. Lan Shui merely waved a lazy hand in acknowledgement. These 3 visited so often they knew the house better than many residents. Excessive formality would only create distance where familiarity belonged. Chen Zhe offered an equally lackadaisical reply. Like Lan Shui, he'd slept poorly, disrupted by that same foolish nephew, and he already knew why Lu Xing had called his friends over. It was almost certainly another attempt to capture the elusive thief, Jiuetian. Chen Zhe had suspected as much yesterday after running into Xiao Sa, and the outcome required no speculation. Lu Xing stood no chance against Jiuetian. Chen Zhe glanced across the sofa, at Lan Shui, herself the very embodiment of Jiuetian, and stifled a yawn. He turned his attention elsewhere, leaving Lu Xing and his friends to plot their doomed pursuit. For now, Chen Zhe resolved to remain exactly as he'd been upon arriving, a tranquil, uninvolved bystander. Such stillness preserved the natural course of fate. He'd wait until Lu Xing came begging for help, then deliver a thorough scolding before offering guidance. After all, hadn't Lu Xing just rejected his assistance this very morning? Today you ignore me. Tomorrow you'll find me beyond your reach. Chen Zhe had considered teaching Lan Shui, but hesitated. He dared not gamble. Lan Shui, Jiue, was the true protagonist of this world, destined to ascend as a true god. Were Chen Zhe to introduce her to the Longzhu system, now who could predict the consequences? Other anomalies posed no real threat. Even the reappearance of the Tomb of the Gods from that alternate future wouldn't unsettle him. Even if that immortal girl survived, he could simply hurl the tomb back into deep space. Glancing inward at his steadily growing power, Chen Zhe calculated confidently should crisis arise, he would quell it. What truly frightened him was the possibility that Jiue might fail to attain godhood, unable to gather the world's primordial stones. Then the dawn would sleep forever. And Chen Zhe swore, absolutely irrevocably, that he would never consume stone. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xing retreated to his room and returned with a book, then settled with his friends in the living room to begin the day's serious discussion. Master, why bring out a treasure compendium? Xiao Fei asked, puzzled, as Lu Xing laid the volume on the table. Lu Xing ignored the question. Instead, he pointed to the compendium and addressed all 3. Right, let's get down to business. Last time I told you I'd identified Jiuetian's next target with absolute certainty. Back then I wasn't yet certain, but now I am. Her next heist will target the 7-colored cat's eye at the Lantern Museum. But Master, I still don't quite understand. Dazhuang scratched his head, bewildered. Xiao Fei and Baozi mirrored his confusion, staring intently at Lu Xing. Under his friend's rapt gaze, a wave of deep, quiet satisfaction rose within Lu Xing. Suddenly, he felt exalted, vindicated. Ever since becoming Lan Xue's indentured maid, yes maid, his authority had eroded steadily. How could he possibly command respect while wearing frilly black and white livery? How long had it been since his friends looked at him like this, with awe, with expectation? How long since he'd savored that rare, intoxicating clarity, the soul's sober mind amid a sea of folly? Once such stares had annoyed him, proof of their slowness. Today, pure, unadulterated delight. On the surface, her thefts seem random, whimsical even, but they're not. Every artifact shares a cultural lineage. Observe here. Savoring this rare moment of intellectual triumph, Lu Xing patiently guided them, pointing to several entries in the compendium. These are all treasures she's stolen, and each originates from the ancient Xilan civilization, 9,000 years old. He paused deliberately. Ancient Xilan. Why did that sound familiar? A flash of recollection struck him. Uncle Chen Zhe's story this morning. Could it be that Uncle Chen Zhe's tale wasn't mere fabrication? What is it, master? What connects them? Dazhuang's voice snapped Lu Xing back to reality. No, Uncle Chen Zhe was undoubtedly spinning fantasy. His story defied reason, violated every law of science. Shaking off the absurd notion, Lu Xing continued. Nothing, let's proceed. See here, the purple star gem and the tear of the goddess once adorned the Xilan crown and scepter. From this I deduce her next target will be the seven-colored cat's eye, the centerpiece of the Xilan imperial belt. Oh, so that's how it fits together. Hearing Lu Xing's analysis, his friend stared at him as though he'd just unveiled celestial mechanics. Truly, their master remained the same erudite genius of old, merely enduring temporary hardship with stoic grace. Their effusive admiration sent Lu Xing soaring, light-headed, weightless, euphoric. Yet in his elation, Lu Xing failed to notice Lan Xue. No longer languid, no longer detached. Her posture subtly sharpened, her gaze now keen and focused. After hearing his deduction, Lan Xue feigned keen interest and seamlessly inserted herself into the circle. She listened intently to his plan, and then volunteered with charming enthusiasm to assist in its execution. Chen Zhe observed it all, yet made no move to intervene. Instead, stroking his chin, he pondered silently. If memory serves, Xiao Sa will soon arrive here pleading for refuge. Should I reveal his identity to Xiao Xue? Should he expose Qi Xiaosha, the very man who had promised to treat him to a meal only to vanish midway, leaving him homeless on the streets? The thought left Chen Zhe torn. Though the idea sent a quiet thrill through him, exposing Qi Xiaosha might derail the world's natural course, undermining the profound bond between Xiaosha and Lu Xing, as well as his relationship with Jiuyu. That in turn could erode Lu Xing's resolve to ascend to demigodhood and rewrite every thread of fate thereafter, bringing him right back to that absurd eating stones dilemma. Fine, no exposure. Honestly, this Shu Guang fellow keeps robbing him of joy every single time. And bewildered by the cascade of consequences, Chen Zhe inwardly screamed in exasperation. To have transmigrated into a beloved manga world, yet be forbidden from interfering with or altering the destinies of its characters, even basic spontaneity denied. What kind of protagonist was he truly? Other protagonists wield absolute freedom. He meanwhile must stealthily cultivate strength, never daring to flaunt, never daring to recklessly surge forward. This transmigration experience is abysmal. Where then can one file a formal complaint? I'm leaving a 1-star review, no explanation necessary. And then how did that old saying from his past life go? Returning home in wealth without fanfare is like wearing brocade robes beneath the night. Granted, the analogy isn't quite precise, but the essence remains. Being unable to show off is genuinely agonizing. Lu Xing and Lan Xue paid no attention to Chen Zhe whatsoever, wholly absorbed in refining Lan Xue's infrared enhancement plan, interspersed with Lu Xing's love-struck chuckles and his three companions' eager affirmations. Chen Zhe sighed, faintly shook his head, and rose, deciding either to return to his room for a nap or resume cultivation. Lu Xing would surely ask Lan Xue for leave again soon, to pursue Jiuyu Tian. And ever since Chen Zhe had confessed everything to Lan Xue, his daily duty of training Lu Xing had quietly ceased. Nor did Lan Xue require Chen Zhe to shadow her like a true bodyguard, step for step, moment for moment. In truth, his role as protector was astonishingly idle. Resting, or cultivating, was far preferable to sitting here, watching Lu Xing flounder helplessly in circles. Carry on chatting then. I'm off to rest. Unless it's mealtime, please don't disturb me again. Yawning, Chen Zhe rose and strode toward his room, deliberately locking eyes with Lu Xing, who had turned at the sound of his voice. Yet Lu Xing, genuinely guileless and utterly oblivious, failed entirely to grasp the unspoken meaning behind that glance. Staring at Chen Zhe's retreating figure, he blurted in genuine surprise. Huh, Uncle Chen Zhe, why retire so soon? You've barely risen. Are you unwell? I'd hoped you'd join me in capturing Jiu Tian. With your strength beside me, she'll have nowhere left to run this time. Gazing at Lu Xing's artless expression, Chen Zhe realized, beyond doubt, that the boy hadn't deciphered his silent message at all. A profound weariness settled over him. He glanced sideways at Lan Shui, who now watched him in quiet, unreadable silence, and found himself utterly at a loss for words. Nephew Lu Xing, never mind. I'm perfectly well. Truly, I simply need rest. Wishing you swift success in capturing Jiu Tian. After a long lingering look, Chen Zhe sighed, deeply patted Lu Xing's shoulder, and walked away without another word, closing his door firmly behind him, leaving Lu Xing bewildered and speechless. For a fleeting instant, Chen Zhe had nearly blurted, Lu Xing, you fool, abandon the chase. Barring my own unforeseen interference, you'll never capture Jiu Tian in this lifetime. You intend to apprehend Jiu Tian, yet rely entirely on the very strategy she herself devised for you. If you succeed under those terms, it would defy all reason. Staring at the closed door, replaying Chen Zhe's hesitant, unfinished words, Lu Xing felt an urgent pang of impatience, the agony of half-spoken truths. Still, he dared not press further, not directly. He knew full well that if he pursued Chen Zhe, the answer would remain withheld. Worse, Chen Zhe might grow irritated and subject him to the dreaded existential triad. Who am I? Where am I? What precisely was I meant to do? Phew, what was Uncle Chen Zhe trying to say? So odd, no matter. This infrared grid is dense enough to bar even a fly's passage. We will catch Jiu Tian. Shaking his head to dispel the clutter of thoughts, Lu Xing silently fortified his resolve, turning his focus fully back to the plan, refining it alongside his companions. Once inside his room, Chen Zhe had intended only to reclaim lost sleep, a well-rested slumber being the very essence of life itself. Yet perhaps buoyed by satiety, a sudden surge of energy welled up from his bloodline, flooding his cells with raw, untamed power. Recalling how his feeble strength had compelled him to transmigrate here, and how that weakness now forced him into cautious, hidden cultivation, he decided cultivation then. After all, wasn't there a saying? Why linger in slumber while alive when eternal rest awaits beyond death? And in it wasn't merely satiety. It was the sudden volatile influx of uncontrolled energy and the fierce desire to one day unleash unrestrained power. And no, it was to honor time itself, to seize each second, forging relentless growth. Having resolved to cultivate, Chen Zhe settled into meditation, using it to master his seventh sense, thereby gaining dominion over the power swelling within him moment by moment. In the Dragon Ball universe, Saiyans, a warrior race, traditionally ascended through combat. Battle remained the swiftest path to mastering one's own strength. For an untrained Saiyan, overwhelming power proved perilous. Either they obliterated foes unintentionally, or lacking self-mastery, they arrogantly challenged stronger opponents and perished ignominiously. Chen Zhe belonged to the former category, born with immense latent energy steadily intensifying until reaching his bloodline's apex. Even reckless, unrefined bombardment rendered him invincible across most realms. Yet no one in this world could push him to fight at full capacity, let alone near death, where Saiyan resilience would catalyze exponential growth. Thus, battle offered no viable path to mastery here. Chen Zhe never grew complacent, even amid exhilaration. True joy lay not in possessing power, but in commanding it utterly. Not long ago, his strength approximated Vegeta's upon first arriving on Earth. Having mastered over half of it, he now sensed a fresh surge, his current energy likely rivaling Vegeta's post-recovery level. To clarify, in the original canon, Vegeta's initial Earth assault, unleashed at full force, could barely destroy the planet. After recovery, he effortlessly surpassed his prior self. By that measure, complete mastery of his power would grant Chen Zhe stellar-level destructive capability. Of course, dimensional laws differ. Whether he could truly shatter Earth remained uncertain, but detonating Kalankaea as a great Saiyan post-transformation seemed eminently achievable. Yet he dared not attempt it. During the latest energy surge, he'd again felt that ethereal tightening constraint, the oppressive sensation of unseen surveillance. That discomfort fueled his urgency to master his power. Who knew what catastrophe might erupt from a single misstep? As a Saiyan, such restraint chafed against his innate pride, filling him with stifling frustration. Moreover, he burned to identify that intangible presence, and with Saiyan defiance annihilate it. Reality, however, demanded humility, for now he must coil his tail low and cultivate unseen. And therein lay his fiercest motivation. Xiaoxue, uncle, am heading to the Langston Museum. I met someone impressive this time, and if we team up, we will definitely catch Jiu Tian. Wait for my good news, bye. Hearing his words, Lan Shui, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room calculating the bills, waved her hand casually as a response. Chen Zhe watched Lu Xing, who had already walked out the door as the conversation ended, feeling too lazy to even wave back. He really didn't think much of that fool Lu Xing. Being led by Juyue Tian and still wanting to catch her. Dream on. And the main character is sitting right here, what can you catch? Met someone impressive. Chen Zhe guessed that the person Lu Xing was talking about was Qi Xiaosa. Indeed, Qi Xiaosa could be quite formidable if he didn't drop the ball, but that guy often did. When he first saw Juyue Tian, he noticed she was a beauty and his first thought was not to catch her, but to pose and show off. What kind of teammate is that? Are you scared? That's the side effect of being raised by that old fool Pajun. As Lu Xing left Chen Zhe's side and glanced at Lan Shui, who was still sitting on the sofa calculating the end-of-month bills without a hint of movement, and couldn't help but smirk. Xiaoshu, look at how proactive Lu Xing is in preparing to catch you. Shouldn't you cooperate with him a bit? You're still so leisurely calculating the bills here, isn't that a bit unfair to Lu Xing's enthusiasm? Yet Lan Shui seemed not to have heard Chen Zhe's words at all, completely ignoring his hint, and continued to mumble to herself, while calculating, wait, why are the bills so high this month? Just the food expenses for this month have nearly cost 2 million. What on earth did that fool Lu Xing buy every day? It must be a mistake, I need to recalculate. I bought clothes and shoes toys for Xiao Nao, and Chen Zhe didn't specifically listen to Lan Shui's mumbling, so he didn't catch what she said. Although Chen Zhe as a Saiyan had very keen senses, he usually controlled them to be like an ordinary person when not in battle. Otherwise, overly sensitive senses could easily hear or see things they shouldn't, especially since this is a residential area, not just Lu Xing's villa, but also many other houses nearby. When Chen Zhe couldn't control his senses at first, he found it hard to sleep at night, as he could always hear indescribable noises coming from the house not far away. Looking at Lan Shui, who seemed to ignore him, and was still calculating bills while occasionally talking to herself, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Lu Xing. He wondered how Lu Xing would feel knowing that the person accumulating his debts was the one responsible for turning him into a negative second generation, especially when Lu Xing was so hopeful and serious, while this source of his troubles seemed so indifferent. Just as Chen Zhe was lost in thought, Lan Shui's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Hey Chen Zhe, you usually go grocery shopping with Lu Xing. Tell me what that fool buys every day, and how could the food expenses this month be 198,000? Is he buying gold every day? Listening to Lan Shui's furious shout, Chen Zhe was at a loss. So it turns out after all this time calculating, she was just fixating on the monthly food expenses. Can I say that the reason the food expenses are this high is that every time I follow Lu Xing, we end up spending this much. And if Lu Xing hadn't been holding me back, I bet we would have spent even more. But Lan Shui did not pause her tirade due to Chen Zhe's confusion. She continued angrily at him. Does he still think he's the same young master as before? Every day it's delicacies from the mountains and the sea, and a month's food expenses alone are 198,000. I haven't seen him cook anything precious either. You go with him every time, tell me, did he secretly hide the money? What does that idiot need so much money for? If he needs money, wouldn't he just say so? Am I the one withholding his money? That fool. That Xiaoxue. Actually, listening to Lan Shui's words, Chen Zhe wanted to express his views. Feeling guilty, he struggled to sound convincing, but was completely ignored by Lan Shui. Chen Zhe wanted to indicate this was his fault and had little to do with Lu Xing, but looking at Lan Shui's furious expression, he wisely chose to stay silent. It's better to let her vent her anger before discussing anything. The risks of provoking her are too high. A rich lady like Lan Shui is hard to come by. What if she kicks me out? Do you think that idiot is being threatened outside? Otherwise, why would he secretly take so much money? He doesn't usually need that much money. Do you think he's encountered some difficulties and urgently needs money, or is he trying to rekindle his romance with his ex-girlfriend? Chen Zhe watched as Lan Shui rambled on, her expression shifting from worry to a bit of grievance, and he couldn't help but think that she resembled a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. It wasn't until Lan Shui had sulked for a while that Chen Zhe felt she might have calmed down and cautiously said to her, Xiaoxue, calm down a bit. Actually, those expenses are because of me, you know I have a big appetite. After saying this, Chen Zhe felt embarrassed, awkwardly touching his nose and cautiously looking at Lan Shui, who was now looking at him with interest. Your appetite is big enough to eat 198,000 in a month. Are you a gourmet from another world? You don't need to cover for him, he must have rekindled his romance with his ex-girlfriend. Yet Lan Shui completely disregarded Chen Zhe's words, firmly believing that Lu Xing was getting back with Diana. Indeed, girls in love, no matter how smart they usually are, always seem to go dumb at such times. This left Chen Zhe feeling awkward, unsure of how to respond, and he couldn't help but keep touching his nose. So Xiaoxue, you trust me this much, but sorry Xiaoxue, it seems I have betrayed your trust. Looking at Lan Shui, who was getting angry again, Chen Zhe awkwardly coughed and continued, Xiaoxue, this really isn't Lu Xing's fault. Although I may not be as much of a glutton, I do eat quite a bit. One of the methods I use to improve my strength is eating. Now it was Lan Shui's turn to be baffled. Eating can enhance strength. What kind of species are you from another world? Are all beings from your world this peculiar? Wait, you were originally forced to stay in my house with your strength and am daily providing for you to enhance your strength. Am I not aiding the enemy? Lan Shui kept staring at the awkward Chen Zhe for a long time until he felt too embarrassed to make eye contact, and she slowly said, "How long have you been here? Is it over a month now? I haven't paid you a salary yet, have I? Did the topic shift this quickly? I'm struggling to keep up with your train of thought." Although Chen Zhe felt a bit lost in Lan Shui's logic, seeing her suddenly calm expression was like the calm before a storm, making him swallow hard and decide to follow her thought process. "It's been over a month. Counting today, it's been a month and a half. You haven't paid me a salary. By the way, Xiaoxue, how much is my salary?" Chen Zhe followed along with Lan Shui's questions, and as he spoke, he suddenly realized something. Lan Shui had indeed mentioned that he was getting paid. At 8 in the evening, a distracted young man walked alone down the bustling street. "Sai, both of them are out. Xiaoxue only gave me 10,000 yuan for living expenses, and she said it's my advance salary." "Sai." Chen Zhe sighed as he touched the bank card in his pocket. 10,000 yuan for a month's living expenses. For an ordinary person, that would be quite a generous salary, but for Chen Zhe, Saiyan, this amount was barely enough for his meals. Tonight is the day mentioned in the forecast by the thief Lan Shui, the day to retrieve the colorful cat's eye from the Langston Museum. In the morning, Lu Xing went ahead to set up the scene, while it was time for Lan Shui to transform into September and commit the theft at night. So neither of them is home today, which means no one is here tonight. Dinner. As a shootin', Chen Zhe spent his previous life immersed in anime and novels, and now he was focused on cultivation, lacking any skills related to cooking. In his past life, he could survive on instant noodles, but now the energy from instant noodles was insufficient to support his cultivation needs. Since Lu Xing and Lan Shui were not home, he had no choice but to eat out. The 10,000 yuan he had was something he had awkwardly asked from Lan Shui. "Sai, whatever, I guess it's just an advance. It seems the apocalypse predicted by the ancient prophecy will happen in a few months. Who knows what it'll be like 10 years from now." Chen Zhe sighed and consoled himself internally, but even as he thought this, it was his first time experiencing the feeling of being in debt. Whenever he thought about owing money, he couldn't help but remember his father. In their past life, neither of them had a habit of saving money. His father, Chen Quan, would say that they lived carefree, taking each day as it came. Saving money was pointless. When they had it, they spent it, and when they didn't, they earned it. Otherwise, they might end up in a situation where, when living, there's no money to spend. When dead, the money remains unspent, which would truly become a joke. He only recalled one instance of his father saving money, which was when he was young. To not interfere with his studies, his father had saved some money for his education, but after he dropped out to work with him, they never saved again. Now, Chen Zhe didn't know if it was misfortune or luck that he was struck by dawn. Given their attitudes toward money in their past life, it was likely his father was now borrowing money for his funeral. Probably. This was the first time he was in debt, and it was the kind that would take 10 years to repay. "Sai, if that's the case, I wonder if this counts as a bond between my father and me. Either we don't owe money or we owe together." As he walked, Chen Zhe reflected on this. People just can't sit idle, or once they do, they start to think too much. I should focus on getting something to eat first. I remember there's a restaurant with great deals just past this alley. As Chen Zhe was lost in thought and entered a small alley, a white-headed eagle suddenly swooped down towards him at high speed, like an arrow released from a bow. "Oh, what is that?" Just as the white-headed eagle was about to collide with Chen Zhe's, Saiyan instincts kicked in, allowing him to instinctively sidestep and evade its attack. The white-headed eagle, missing its target, did not attack again, but flew straight up into the sky, circling above where ordinary people could hardly see it in the night. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. No one on the street noticed the situation as the night concealed it. No one observed that a hawk, rare even in the wild, was circling above the bustling street. What is that? How can there be a white-headed eagle in this city? Isn't that something only found in America? Did it take the wrong medicine to come here and even attack me? With his exceptional Saiyan eyesight, Chen Zhe immediately spotted the white-headed eagle circling high above. The eagle had a white head while the rest of its feathers were black. In Chen Zhe's understanding, this was the American national treasure, the bald eagle. My, wait, a bald eagle in the city deliberately attacking me where ordinary people can't notice. Could it be controlled by that guy from February? Looking at the white-headed eagle circling above, preparing for another strike after missing its first, Chen Zhe couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this a greeting from the Black Moon Iron Cavalry? Could it be that because he was living with Lan Shui now, October was jealous and decided to greet him this way? Why was Lu Xing unaffected? Was it because October was indeed the dominant one? The white-headed eagle in the sky seemed to notice Chen Zhe's gaze and let out a cry as if saying, "Follow me," and flew in a specific direction. The clear call of the eagle made people on the street stop and look around. If not for the cover of night, this eagle circling and calling in the city would have drawn attention and caused a commotion. Haha, it really is greeting me. Is it trying to lead me somewhere? All right, I will go as you wish. Seeing the white-headed eagle flying far away, Chen Zhe grinned and used his flight technique to soar into the sky following the eagle. Since the Black Moon Iron Cavalry used such a special greeting to invite him, Chen Zhe didn't mind meeting them, and it would be a good opportunity to express his enthusiasm. Chen Zhe still remembered that these original stone descendants of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry had no side effects, while he, the original stone son, had energy consumption side effects. It was quite unbalanced. So is he here yet? In a wooded area not far from the city, a handsome young man dressed in black tight clothing with silver hair, looking about 18 or 19, asked a boy beside him who was wearing loose clothing and had scars on his face. He's here? That guy is indeed not an ordinary person. He even flew here. I wonder what his sixth sense is. You need to be careful, October brother. The boy replied to the handsome young man, but despite the warning, there was no hint of worry on his face, clearly confident in the young man. The responding boy was February from the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, and the handsome young man was October, as indicated by February's address. Everyone be cautious. This person's abilities are unclear. It was reckless to bring him here so suddenly. Although we have all members present, let's still be careful. The young man instructed the boy and the other 7 members around them. Yes, October brother. Upon hearing October's instructions, the previously indifferent members of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry responded seriously. Yes, it was the Black Moon Iron Cavalry that brought Chen Zhe here, all members except for September and Songxian. Not long after the Black Moon Iron Cavalry was on high alert, Chen Zhe followed the white-headed eagle controlled by February and discovered all members of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry waiting for him. Upon spotting the main group, Chen Zhe no longer followed the white-headed eagle. He sped up and overtook the eagle, landing directly in front of the waiting Black Moon Iron Cavalry. Chen Zhe deliberately did not control his landing speed, crashing to the ground and creating a large pit with debris flying, making a grand entrance. Oh, so many people are waiting for me. The entire Black Moon Iron Cavalry. I truly feel honored. As soon as he landed, Chen Zhe cheekily greeted the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, whose faces changed dramatically due to his entrance. Indeed, you are not an ordinary person. Today we have boldly disturbed you merely to understand your purpose of lurking beside September with your strength. Seeing Chen Zhe's impressive entrance, the Black Moon Iron Cavalry members were well aware. October stepped forward, discreetly shielding the other members behind him, and inquired of Chen Zhe. Observing the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, who were all ready to act due to his grand entrance, Chen Zhe slightly curled his lips and continued to cheekily say, "Well, do you really want to know? Then I just won't tell you to infuriate you. Ha ha. Since you refuse to speak, it seems we can only see the truth of the matter through action." In response to Chen Zhe's teasing, after a moment of silence, October spoke to the still cheeky Chen Zhe, who seemed not to take them seriously, in a deep voice. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if a great battle was about to break out. A soft breeze stirred the hems of garments as the two contingents faced one another in the outskirts grove. Neither side made the first move. Weren't we supposed to let skill decide the outcome? Why do you still hesitate to strike? Must I make the first move? If I do, you will have no chance to act. Watching the Black Moon Iron Cavalry remain stern-faced, yet entirely unwilling to attack, Chen Zhe curled the corner of his mouth and replied with a trace of flippancy. Chen Zhe had no intention of striking first. He wanted to gauge the 7th sense of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry to roughly assess the strength of the fallen angels on Lucifer's side. From the original account, the fallen angels targeted Black Moon Island by exploiting the Iron Cavalry's weaknesses, so even if the fallen angels now outmatched the Iron Cavalry, the margin likely would not be great. These two organizations set the benchmark of power in this world, allowing one to infer the general scale of strength that prevailed here. Moreover, if Chen Zhe struck first, he estimated few among the Black Moon Iron Cavalry could withstand even 3 of his blows. One exception was Shiriyue, standing now before him. Given his prowess and the protagonist's aura that clung to him, Shiriyue should manage to endure 3 exchanges. Nearby, the twins Chiyue and Baiyue, sibling pair, stood not far behind Shiriyue. Chen Zhe knew little of Caillou's absolute defense, but coupled with his sister Baiyue, who was famed for that defense, they ought to hold out for 3 moves. Baiyu's 7th sense was mind-reading. Chen Zhe did not fully understand its nature, but judging by how her talent affected the fallen angel Carmen in the original account, if Chen Zhe took the fight seriously, she could at most withstand a single blow, and that only by anticipating and preemptively evading, for sheer gap in power cannot always be bridged by foresight. Sometimes, even if you know how I will move and think, you still cannot avoid me. As for the other members of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, Chen Zhe frankly considered them little threat to him. Little Yu's 7th sense caused objects she touched to explode, yet Chen Zhe judged that even if she detonated herself upon him, he could hold his defense intact. The animals under Aryu's command were merely ordinary beasts harmless to him. Sanyue and Siyue lacking a seventh sense and relying on sixth sense physical techniques were nothing but playthings for Chen Zhe to toy with as he pleased. Yu's body petrification turned him into stone in the original tale. Even Shiyu's scorching attack barely stopped him. With such fortitude, Chen Zhe believed a single punch from him would be enough to leave Yue motionless. As for Liu Yue, his sonic attacks were intriguing. Without having experienced them directly, Chen Zhe could not gauge their true power. Still, Liu Yue could be a threat capable of withstanding 3 of Chen Zhe's strikes, yet Chen Zhe felt he could endure it. Chiefly because he had never felt the warning instinct of a Saiyan bloodline. Hold your formation and screen for me. I will probe his depths first. If I cannot prevail over Yue, then you too should use absolute defense to cover a retreat. Ignore me then. No, Shiryu brother, we can fight too. Yue mentally objected to Shiyu's order, but Shiryu cut her off. We do not yet know his full measure. You need not all engage, withdraw if necessary. That is an order. Yue still wanted to argue, but when Shiryu fixed her with a solemn gaze she yielded. But, very well, I understand. If I cannot hold him, do not trouble yourselves for my sake. I have ways to extract myself. Faced with Chen Zhe's provocation, Shiryu observed Chen Zhe's confident bearing and his manner of arrival. He quietly instructed Yue behind him before replying aloud to Chen Zhe. If you are so confident, then I shall not decline your challenge. Without waiting for Chen Zhe's answer, Shiryu surged forward and unleashed his signature move, Chibanjiu, mid-charge. A bird-shaped blaze condensed by Shiyu's seventh sense, flame manipulation, hurtled straight toward Chen Zhe. Chibanjiu was the compression of flame through his seventh sense, and its potency could not be underestimated. Chen Zhe scoffed at the incoming Chibanjiu, yet simply avoided it with a deft sidestep. As the old adage goes, never be reckless. Although Chen Zhe could have withstood the Chibanjiu outright, he remembered the fallen angel Masatima from the original tale, who won once against Shiryu, but was killed the second time through recklessness. In any battle, never underestimate any opponent. One may dismiss an adversary strategically, but tactically, such disdain invites sudden catastrophe. Mindful of such lessons, Chen Zhe avoided Shiyu's Chibanjiu, then watched Shiryu raise a flaming fist, and with a sudden flash Chen Zhe slipped behind him, as if teleporting. Chen Zhe formed his hand into a blade, and aimed a chop at Shiyu's neck, a strike to the throat, with sever combat capability at once. Although momentarily caught off balance by Chen Zhe's speed, Shiyu's seasoned combat instincts alerted him to Chen Zhe behind him. Sensing the incoming handblade, he rapidly summoned the surrounding flames with his seventh sense to wrap himself in fire. A fire vortex. Feeling the fire vortex's force, Chen Zhe could not gauge its full power and prudently retreated a short distance. Seeing Shiryu encased in swirling flame, Chen Zhe quelled some of his earlier contempt. Shiryu had wrapped himself in flames that spun into a dragon-shaped cyclone. As Chen Zhe fell back, Shiryu seized the momentum and sent the blazing dragon surging toward him. Chen Zhe did not dare belittle the oncoming flame vortex. Because an unseen force had previously suppressed him, he could not be certain that taking the blow heed-in would not trigger further restraint, so he countered with a qigong blast against the vortex. Boom. The clashing energies drove sand and trees into a chaotic whirlwind. Under the sand-blinded sky, Chen Zhe suffered little. Feeling Shiyu's presence, he surged forward so swiftly, he left afterimages in his wake. Smack! Chen Zhe's velocity was immense, but Shiyu's lifelong combat experience was no trifling matter. Just as Chen Zhe's fist was about to strike Shiyu's handsome face. Perhaps fearing for his visage, Shiryu at the last instant formed a Chibanjiu in his palm as a buffer, taking Chen Zhe's blow with it. He was nevertheless carried airborne by the force, and only managed to right himself and brace against a tree before landing. Few this one strong. He may not even be using his full power, but at least he did not employ flight in the fight. Gasping on the ground, Shiryu did not immediately press the attack. He watched Chen Zhe, who showed no sign of exhaustion, as Chen Zhe rested and weighed his options in silence. Why would such a formidable man lurk near Jiyue? What does he intend? Humph. Such a dangerous presence should be removed from Jiyue's side before we can feel secure. Seeing Shiryu refrain from attacking again, Chen Zhe remained unhurried. From their exchange, he estimated Shiyue's present strength to be somewhat below Pujuan. What are you afraid? If your flame Shiryu has only that much strength, then today all of you will be soundly taught a lesson by me. After a while, with Shiryu still not resuming the offensive, Chen Zhe taunted him anew. Shiryu, however, discerned a different implication beneath Chen Zhe's words. This fellow had seemed passive from the start, and now spoke of merely beating them, not killing. Could it be that he bore no malice toward Jiyue? Perhaps they had misjudged him. Yet Chen Zhe's tone was infuriating. If that was the case, Shiryu would show him his strength, so that even if he harbored ill intent he would think twice. Having sensed Chen Zhe might not mean harm, Shiryu chose not to unleash his uncontrolled, desperate technique of opening all 7 senses. Instead, he resolved to use the strongest skill he could command reliably to cause Chen Zhe to feel caution and force any malicious intent to be measured. Shiryu narrowed her eyes as she gazed at Chen Zhe standing not far away, his expression still carefree and mocking. Since you wish to test my ultimate technique, I shall accept your challenge, with one condition. This man before her possessed formidable strength, and yet had shown no hostility toward her group. There was no need then to unleash the power she had not yet fully mastered. It was too overwhelming, and losing control could easily harm both others and herself. His allegiance remained uncertain, friend or foe. First, she must uncover his origins. This time she had acted rashly, driven by Jiu Yu's predicament. Just as Mr. K had foretold, the prophecy draws near, and with it all manner of specters emerge from the shadows. She would need to recalibrate her mindset. This man's strength was extraordinary, only his lack of ill intent spared them catastrophe. Even victory would have been pyrrhic, bitter, costly, and hollow. A sobering reminder indeed. Chen Zhe froze upon hearing Shiryu's words. A condition? What condition? Were they not already at a disadvantage? By what right did they presume to set terms? Do you truly believe that with you and the rest of the Black Moon Cavalry you stand a chance against me? Delusion. Yet Chen Zhe was curious. What scheme did Shiryu harbor? Disciplining this band would be effortless. Still, acquiescing too readily would make him appear pliant, easily manipulated. So he fixed his gaze on Shiryu and asked, what condition? You provoked me first, yet now you dare impose terms. You hold no such authority over me. Though Chen Zhe cared little for their stipulations, one truth remained unassailable. Why should their words carry weight? They lured him here under pretense of battle, only to retreat when outmatched and demand concessions. Are you the protagonist, therefore infallible? Must I obey your whims? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Perhaps I'll strike you lightly, but a beating you shall endure, else my Tao heart remains unsettled. You, before Shiryu could respond, Yu, the youngest and most impetuous among the onlookers, nearly erupted in furious retort. But Ba Yu swiftly silenced her with a restraining hand. Be silent. Do not hinder brother Shiryu. This man is no ordinary foe. From the moment he engaged Shiryu in combat, his demeanor had been effortlessly nonchalant, yet not a single blow had landed upon him. It was then she sensed an oppressive aura radiating from him, so potent it stirred primal dread. Most unsettling of all, her 7th sense, the mind-reading art, proved utterly useless against him. But Yu bristled at Ba Yu's rebuke, only to recoil beneath a single icy glance. Yu feared Ba Yu deeply, not merely because rank within the Black Moon Cavalry was earned through strength and Ba Yu stood second only to Shiryu, but also because of her 7th sense. Who among them dared harbor secrets before such perception? That glare, amplified by years of unchallenged authority, instantly stilled Yu. Meanwhile, Chen Zhe and Shiryu paid the exchange no heed. Shiryu dismissed it entirely. Chen Zhe merely thought, I'll deal with Yu later. Extra attention perhaps. A trivial matter after all. Since you bear us no ill will, and since we erred first, I offer my sincere apology. Setting aside Yu and Ba Yu, Shiryu addressed Chen Zhe directly, bowing deeply in formal contrition before continuing. Might you hear my condition first? You stand to lose nothing by doing so. I acknowledge your overwhelming strength. I may well fall before you alone. Yet if I cast caution aside, I am certain I can bind you long enough. Though Shiryu left the implication unfinished, Chen Zhe understood perfectly. He knew her meaning. She would stall him while the Black Moon Cavalry converged, turning his solitary might against their collective force, rendering victory elusive for both sides. Truth be told, Chen Zhe was genuinely curious to hear what she proposed. Since she offered a dignified exit, he chose to descend the staircase she'd built. Very well, he would listen. The beating would come regardless. There was no rush. Adjusting his expression to conceal his thoughts, Chen Zhe replied coolly, speak your condition. Let us see whether I can accept it. Relieved that Chen Zhe had agreed, Shiryu steadied herself and declared with solemn resolve, one strike decides all. I shall unleash my strongest technique, known to me now. Should you withstand it, we depart immediately. Should you fail, if you cannot endure it, you shall reveal your identity and your purpose in approaching Jiu Yu. A conspiracist again. Why must everyone assume my presence near Jiu Yu conceals some sinister design? Shall I confess I simply lost my way and sought shelter, sustenance, and rest? That is all. Jiu Yu suspected the same. Now you do too. Does the entire Black Moon Cavalry suffer from paranoid delusions? And even were my motives truly hidden, as the phrase implies, why on earth would I disclose them to you? On the basis of a flippant wager. You dream sweetly. At over 9,000 years old, counting the millennia spent frozen in ice, you remain astonishingly naive. Moreover, should you lose, you imagine you may simply walk away. Think again. Not even Muir V would intervene. This beating is inevitable, I decree it. Though Chen Zhe had already resolved to disregard Shiryu's terms, he replied impassively agreed. But I too have a condition. If I withstand your strike, I shall administer a thorough reprimand to each and every one of you. By the final words, his composure cracked, tinged with palpable resentment that left Shiryu bewildered. Though baffled by his bitterness, Shiryu accepted without hesitation. Agreed. Then here I come. If defeated, they would retreat immediately. If Chen Zhe pursued, they would meet his assault heated, and besides, defeat was not assured. Mantra Seal Mahabrahma. Shiryu unleashed her most potent technique, the pinnacle of her current mastery. Harnessing her seventh sense, she compressed roaring flames into a blackened rotating swastika, hurtling toward Chen Zhe with terrifying velocity. Chen Zhe watched the mantra seal approach, neither startled nor impressed, only faintly disappointed. He recognized it instantly as signature technique from his past life. Once hailed as Shiryu's ultimate art, it had been effortlessly nullified in the original chronicle by Mastema, the fallen angel who absorbed its full force unscathed. Chen Zhe had anticipated either her seventh sense fully awakened, the blazing Azura, or the profound esoteric art immovable Vairocana. This mantra seal, Mahabrahma, incapable even of breaching Mastema's defense, left him profoundly disillusioned. Shiryu's current strength remained too feeble to gauge the world's true power hierarchy. How could he calibrate his own might, ensuring neither overextension nor suppression? Sigh, how vexingly difficult. With casual precision, he launched a reinforced ki blast, its collision with the mantra seal igniting a cataclysmic detonation. Shiryu's face paled. She roared to the watching Black Moon cavalry, "Flee, now. I will hold him." The cavalry froze, stunned. Their invincible brother Shiryu defeated. Yet instinct prevailed, they moved to execute their prearranged retreat. Then Chen Zhe's voice slithered into their ears, like a demon's whisper, attempting escape. "I honor my word. This beating shall occur. Your opponent is me. I'll restrain him. Go." Seeing Chen Zhe close in on the retreating cavalry, Shiryu lunged, desperate to intercept. He ignored her completely. Beyond the city's edge, in an unremarkable grove, agonized cries pierced the silence, startling flocks of birds into frantic flight. Hiss, he's finally gone. Is everyone all right? This time I dragged you all into trouble. Hiss, my handsome dashing face. Now it is purple and bruised. How am I supposed to face Sister Jiuyu? He promised not to strike the face, yet every blow found my cheek. What a bastard. No, it's nothing. It's just that Qi Yu's and Wu Yu's seventh sense were broken and rebounded a bit. Lu Yu was struck before he could trigger his seventh sense and was knocked unconscious. The others are largely fine. After inspecting his comrades, Yu, the least injured, answered Shiryu's apology. And brother Shiryu, don't burden yourself too much. We all volunteered for Sister Jiuyu's sake. Sorry everyone, my selfishness caused this. After this mission, I will properly strengthen my seventh sense training. Despite Bayu's consolation, Shiryu did not abandon his guilt. He drifted off to a corner alone, lost in thought. Watching Shiryu, Bayu opened her mouth, sighed, then called to the others, US-san, USC, are you all right? If so, get up and prepare to leave. Remember this lesson. Don't be so careless next time. Yes. US-san, you and CU answered solemnly, though each harbored their own private thoughts. You thought this guy is heartless. I must steer clear of him in the future. Sen, you thought he's too powerful. I must train twice as hard and defeat him next time. See, you thought Asan Yu is getting carried away again. I must keep a close eye on him. This partner is really troublesome. Faced with the three replies, Bayu nodded in satisfaction. She then looked at the little girl, Iwe, who was still sobbing, and with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, gently comforted her. Little Iwe, be good. They'll buy you another lollipop later. Don't cry, we'll go home now, okay? Hearing Bayu's words, EU finally stilled her crying, struggling to hold back her tears as she recounted the crime. Sister Bayu, that mean person stole all my lollipops. Promise you'll buy me some later. I want lollipops and hard candy. Seeing the youngest sister attempting to be brave, Bayu's heart melted, and she hurriedly promised to make it right. What a scoundrel! Who would steal a little girl's lollipops? All right, let's go. Time to head home. While the Heiyu Tiechi comforted themselves, Shiryu waved to them from a short distance away, cast a glance at the grove that had been left mangled, and pictured the next time he would meet Chen Zhe. Next time, he'll make them pay for today. Still, this proved he bore no malice towards Sister Jiuyue, so perhaps he'll show some restraint next time. Ow, that really hurts. Humming a careless tune and sucking on a lollipop, Chen Zhe felt wonderfully content. All that pent-up grievance has finally been vented. My whole body feels relieved. Here we are. I heard this buffet is pretty good. After some action, a hearty meal is pure bliss. After roughing up the Heiyu Tiechi, Chen Zhe returned to the city and headed to the destination Lu Xing had recommended. The seafood buffet at last came into view. Welcome to the seafood buffet. 300 yuan per person grants you full access to all our seafood. The hostess greeted him as he entered. Thank you. Just one, please. Very well. Please pay here. All drinks and food are included for you to enjoy. Chen Zhe followed the hostess to the cashier, paid, then casually picked a seat and went to pile his plate with food. Although billed a seafood buffet, the place offered much more roast lamb chops, suckling pig steaks, just fewer varieties than the seafood section. Faced with the dazzling spread, Chen Zhe's eyes sparkled. Haha, Lu Xing did not deceive me. This is heaven. I can finally eat my fill. 98, 97, 99, 100. 100 in all. He's eaten 100 roast suckling pigs and whole roasted lambs. Incredible, where is he even putting it? He must be the same fellow from earlier. Look at the seafood station. Before tackling those pigs and lambs, he polished off a great deal of seafood. The later platters were prepared at his special request. He belched contentedly. Ah, so satisfying. Finally full. Chen Zhe ignored the stunned patrons around him. After finishing the last suckling pig, he belched with satisfaction and rose to leave. Just as he was about to go, someone called after him, "Please wait. Young man, please wait." Turning around, he saw a man of about 40 calling to him, accompanied by the hostess, who Chen Zhe recognized from earlier. Chen Zhe, a little wary, asked, "Are you calling me? What is it?" "I already paid. If need be, I can give you more money." He glanced about the now emptied serving area, once piled high with food and now reduced to a few scraps, and felt a pang of guilt. 300 yuan, almost emptied their buffet. Is this old man here to demand compensation? Should I run? After a moment's wheezing with the hostess helped the middle-aged man recovered his breath. Seeing Chen Zhe's guilty look, the seasoned businessman understood the boy's thoughts and said, No extra payment needed, young man. I didn't stop you to collect money. I came to propose a business arrangement. Oh, I'm embarrassed I mistook you. My name is Manyo, I run this buffet. He reached into his pocket and offered a business card. Seeing the man was not here to demand compensation, Chen Zhe finally exhaled and relaxed. Because Lu Xing knew Chen Zhe's prodigious appetite, he had gone further. He had given Chen Zhe the addresses of every nearby buffet, understanding that ordinary restaurants could never satisfy him. This was the first of them. If his overeating at the very first place landed him on a blacklist, then, since most establishments in this trade were connected, his chances to indulge at other buffets would vanish, leaving him nowhere to go. Hearing Chen Zhe's concerns, Manyo did not answer immediately. He beckoned for patience, surveyed the assembled diners, and then addressed them with a bow. Dear friends, we sincerely apologize. As you have all seen, we will close early today. To express our apologies, today's charges will be half price on me. Please collect a half-price coupon at the cashier. You may use it on your next visit. We are truly sorry. After saying this, and giving a brief instruction to the hostess, once the onlookers dispersed, Manyo turned back to Chen Zhe. Come with me inside, young man. Let me tell you my idea, and then you can tell me your thoughts. Though unsure of Manyo's motive, Chen Zhe felt bold, and a little embarrassed by the earlier spectacle, he followed the man into the restaurant's back rooms. Should I accept the position of ambassador for this eating competition? It's really giving me a headache. Walking home, Chen Zhe pondered over Manyo's proposal. The owner of the self-service restaurant where Chen Zhe had eaten earlier, Manyo, was the one who consulted Chen Zhe about this matter. Manyo wanted to combine all his ventures and industry friends to host an eating competition to boost his own fame. He happened to notice Chen Zhe's astonishing appetite and wanted to invite him as their ambassador. The conditions offered were quite generous. During the period leading up to the competition, Chen Zhe could dine at any restaurant under Manyo's name for free, with unlimited food supply until he was full. Not only that, but he would also receive 10% of the total revenue earned within a year after the competition. Of course, with such benefits came obligations. As the ambassador, Chen Zhe would have very little free time during the promotional period for the competition, having to participate in all the activities arranged by Manyo. Nevertheless, compared to the rewards Chen Zhe would gain, his obligations seemed rather trivial. If the earlier condition ensured that Chen Zhe would not lose out, the latter condition promised him substantial profits. One should not underestimate that 10%. According to the information Chen Zhe just gathered on his phone about Manyo, despite his unremarkable appearance, he was a billionaire. That 10% could not possibly be less than 10 million, right? It would definitely be enough for Chen Zhe to pay off his debt to Lan Shui, and all of this would only take about a month. As for why Manyo would offer such significant benefits, Chen Zhe believed it was simply because his role as the ambassador could bring Manyo even greater profits. Since ancient times, people have valued fame and fortune, and merchants are born to pursue profit. Manyo's idea was to hold this eating competition to promote his brand, thereby gaining fame. As the saying goes, fame comes first, followed by profit. With fame comes fortune. Manyo's self-service restaurant already had a small reputation in F-City, but the fierce competition in the industry had reached a bottleneck, and Chen Zhe was the breakthrough point Manyo had identified. It was a win-win situation. Manyo could achieve the increased visibility he desired, while Chen Zhe would have a place to eat to his heart's content and most importantly make money. However, the 1-month commitment for promotional cooperation made Chen Zhe feel a bit troubled. Chen Zhe, little brother, don't you think these terms are good? I assure you I'm not trying to trick you. Just think about it for a week. The promotional date for the competition is in a week. Of course, regardless of whether you agree or not, as long as you come here to eat, just give me a heads up, and I'll provide you with unlimited food. You might not believe it, but I just think you're a likable guy. Remembering Ma Niu's enthusiastic and hospitable demeanor at that time, Chen Zhe felt a bit overwhelmed. It was just too warm. He was so warm that Chen Zhe felt a bit embarrassed to refuse him directly, so he could only say he would think about it before giving a response. Although there's a saying that those who are overly kind without reason are either deceitful or have ulterior motives, Chen Zhe didn't know if Ma Niu had any other schemes, nor did he care. After all, Chen Zhe estimated that apart from the ultimate September true god and the existence in the dark, no one in this world could pose a threat to him, and that was the confidence he had as a Saiyan. As for the two who could threaten him, Ma Niu was not in contact with them. Alas, is this what they call a successful businessman? Indeed, they are all talented individuals, and they speak so nicely. Forget it, I still have a week to consider, let's talk then. Huh. It's almost 11 o'clock, oh, I need to get back soon. Under the bright streetlights, Chen Zhe stopped dwelling on it, and slowly disappeared into the crowd. Meanwhile, at Ma Niu's location. Mr. Ma, why are you so interested in this young man? Why did you offer him such generous terms? After Chen Zhe left, the beautiful receptionist entered the temporary office prepared for Chen Zhe and Ma Niu's discussion. She asked Ma Niu, who was still smiling, in a soft voice, displaying a demeanor of respectful subordination. Upon hearing the beautiful receptionist's question, Ma Niu smiled lightly before helplessly replying. Xiaoya, how many times have I told you not to call me Mr. Ma? Since there's no one else here, drop that tone. Are you still upset that your father arranged for you to work as a receptionist? You still acknowledge me as your daughter. I don't care if it's your fault. You could have just casually handled my mother's request. Why do you have to be so formal? Hearing Ma Niu's helpless words, Ma Ya finally shed her previous respectful demeanor towards her superior, complaining to Ma Niu as if she had become a different person before continuing to question him. You haven't told me why you're so interested in that guy. He can eat a lot, but isn't that a bit scary? I was worried something might go wrong, which is why I came to find you. As she spoke, just thinking of Chen Zhe's terrifying appetite made Maya feel as if she were in a surreal situation. Who could eat so much? One person nearly cleared out all the food in the restaurant. How did he manage to fit so much in his stomach? He's simply a monster. Looking at the girl before him, who had so openly revealed her true nature, Ma Niu felt a sense of exhaustion, like a father whose little girl had grown up and no longer provided warmth, but instead let in the cold wind. This girl, clearly very intelligent, just lazes around at home, every day pondering all sorts of nonsensical things. To allow her to live peacefully, her mother had worried herself sick, specifically arranging for her to work as a receptionist to help her meet more people and communicate with different individuals, lest she just sit around thinking nonsensically. Simply put, it was to prevent her from idly thinking about irrelevant things. There was no way around it. Originally arranging for her to work as a waitress would have kept her the busiest, but this girl had been spoiled since she was little, so how could she handle that kind of work? Even if she could, neither he nor his wife would want her to be so exhausted. After much thought, the position of receptionist was the most suitable. Oh, it allowed her to be beautiful and kept her busy enough to prevent her from daydreaming. Yet now he found himself being blamed for it. Alas, his daughter had grown up and was no longer as affectionate as before. Dad, I'm asking you something. You're ignoring me. Am I still not your most beloved daughter? Seeing Ma Niu lost in his memories, oblivious to her, Ma Ya couldn't help but walk over and wrap her arms around Ma Niu's, employing her tried and true method of charming him. Alas, stop it. My old arm can't take it anymore. If you shake me anymore, it will break. Ma Niu, who had no resistance to his daughter's charms, looked at Ma Ya's adorable antics and couldn't help but chuckle. But Ma Ya ignored her father's words and continued shaking his hand, asking, If you don't say anything, I'll keep shaking. You don't love me anymore. Dad, you don't love your most obedient daughter anymore. Hearing Ma Ya's feigned cries, even though he knew it was all an act, Ma Niu still felt a pang in his heart and helplessly replied, Alas, I really don't know what to say. You're already so grown up, yet you still love to act spoiled, always making me upset. If you have the ability, go annoy your mother. Hee, that's only because you love me, Dad. If it were Mom, she would have chased me with a broom already. Ma Ya playfully stuck out her tongue in response to Ma Niu's words. Ma Niu truly didn't know how to respond to Ma Ya. Didn't I tell you before? Your father is a businessman, and businessmen must be amiable to prosper. Besides, I feel that young man is quite different. Looking at Ma Ya's puzzled expression, Ma Niu continued. It's hard to explain, I just feel he's special. Just by being able to eat so much, he's definitely not an ordinary person. You see, don't you think it's much more interesting to meet various people every day than just sitting at home thinking nonsense? As he spoke, Monyo took the opportunity to share amusing stories and benefits with his daughter, unaware that her eyes were lighting up as if she had discovered a new world. Uncle Chen Zhe, it's time for dinner. Hearing the call from outside the room, Chen Zhe casually replied, ending his internal struggle about whether to go or not, and prepared to step out for a meal. As they say, the biggest thing in the world is eating. 3 days had passed since the time given by Monyo, and Chen Zhe still hadn't made a clear decision about going or not. If he goes, there would be a significant income, but he would lose a month of freedom. Because Chen Zhe had dealt a blow to the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, it should correspond to altering the plot, so he was uncertain about what changes might occur during that month, and whether it would affect Lan Shui and the final outcome. If there were indeed unforeseen changes, at least being by Lan Shui's side would allow him to adapt and do his best to ensure her fate didn't veer too far off course, allowing the true God Jiu to appear, otherwise that would be a bit of a loss. If he doesn't go, then the money he owed Lan Shui would probably remain unpaid, and since he was still eating and drinking at her expense, the debt would only grow, making Chen Zhe feel increasingly uneasy. Perhaps it was because he was now a pure-blood Saiyan, but Chen Zhe felt his pride was particularly strong. He felt he couldn't be the kind of person who borrows money and shamelessly keeps eating and drinking. I won't tell you that my greatest wish in my past life was to find a rich woman so I wouldn't have to struggle and could live a laid-back life like I do now. These two conflicting feelings made Chen Zhe find it difficult to enjoy his meal. He had only eaten 10 bowls of rice and felt he couldn't eat anymore. He lost his appetite. "Sai, you all eat, I'm done." Finally unable to hold back his sigh, Chen Zhe put down the large bowl, typically used for soup, and spoke to Lan Shui, Lu Xing, and Lu Xing's 3 little friends who were still slowly dining. Tonight, Lan Shui had treated Lu Xing's friends to a feast to reward them, steamed buns. The reason, according to Lan Shui, was that the steamed buns were injured while trying to catch the great thief Jiu Tian and needed to be rewarded. In reality, Lan Shui had been too careless when she last tried to steal the colorful cat's eye gemstone and nearly got caught by Lu Xing due to being hit by his tranquilizer gun. It was thanks to the steamed buns that she managed to escape last time. As for Lu Xing, his resentment was considerable. They were so close to capturing Jiu Tian this time. 30 billion gold coins were just flying away from his eyes. However, Lu Xing's opinion was of no consequence to Lan Shui. It was, of course, ruthlessly ignored. Moreover, when the steamed buns expressed their wish to be treated like an emperor and have servants to serve them, Lu Xing was directly designated by Lan Shui as the servant for the steamed buns. So at this moment, when everyone had nearly finished eating, Lu Xing, having escaped the fate of serving the steamed buns and finally able to eat, heard Chen Zhe's words and curiously asked, "Uncle, what's wrong with you? Why are you sighing? Is the food I made today not tasty? Even the amount you ate is so little." Looking at Chen Zhe, who had only finished 10 bowls of rice, Lan Shui couldn't help but twitch her mouth and expressed, "Lu Xing, you're right, this guy indeed ate less today. Usually he would at least eat 20 bowls before feeling somewhat full. He's practically a rice barrel. So before I calculated this month's bill, every time we ate together, he only ate 3 bowls, because Lu Xing, you secretly gave him extra every time, right?" Hearing Lu Xing's question, Chen Zhe was lost in thought and didn't reply. Just thinking about whether to go or not made him sigh again. He already had a bit of a decision-making disorder, and now it was simply torture. "Uncle, what is wrong with you? Did something happen?" Seeing Chen Zhe not answer, and instead sighing with a look full of worries, Lu Xing couldn't help but press further. "Uncle, if something really happened, just say it. Even if I can't help, Xiao Shui can help you." Hearing Lu Xing's words, Chen Zhe felt a bit embarrassed. Wasn't he troubled precisely because he owed Lan Shui money? Although Chen Zhe knew Lan Shui had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, it was still not good to keep being in debt. How to put it? Was it because he ate too much? Ugh. He was exceptionally gifted, and someone noticed him, inviting him to be an influence ambassador. But seeing Lu Xing's concerned expression and the 3 little friends who stopped eating to show concern for him, Chen Zhe felt warmth in his heart. Forget it, face is nothing compared to genuine feelings. It's just right to let them help him consider and give some advice. "All right, thank you all for your concern, but it's not a big deal. I'll tell you, but don't laugh." Since he had made up his mind, Chen Zhe shared with Lu Xing and the others about his invitation to the buffet, of course, while using a skill called making friends out of thin air during the narration. "That's how it is. Come, give me some suggestions, don't laugh, okay? If any of you laugh, humph," Chen Zhe said, looking at the expressionless group, twisting his fists as a warning. However, after hearing Chen Zhe's words, everyone's reactions completely exceeded his expectations. "Lan Shui, is that it? You're just troubled because of a month without freedom. Lu Xing, uncle, where is this? If your friend isn't going, I will." The 3 little friends' uncle Chen Zhe asked that boss if he still needs people. "We can actually go too." Looking at the reactions of Lu Xing and his 3 little friends, Chen Zhe was completely dumbfounded. Besides Lan Shui, did any of you notice the key point? But fortunately, it seemed they had no intention of laughing at him, which made Chen Zhe breathe a sigh of relief. He then ignored Lu Xing and his 3 little friends' words and turned to Lan Shui, replying, "Yeah, that's what I'm troubled about." A month of time is too long for my friend, as very important things might happen to him during that month. Uncle Chen Zhe. Upon seeing that Chen Zhe completely ignored him, Lu Xing hurriedly called out to Chen Zhe, wanting to express his presence, but was silenced by a glance from Chen Zhe. Lan Shui also did not pay attention to Lu Xing, instead pondering the meaning of Chen Zhe's words. What very important matter would happen to Chen Zhe within this month? Lan Shui knew that Chen Zhe had mentioned he came from another world. There were no friends for him in this world, and this friend could very well refer to himself. Moreover, Chen Zhe had also said that he could see parts of the trajectory of fate. His mention of a very important matter was worth pondering. After contemplating for a moment, Lan Shui calmly asked Chen Zhe, just a month, what very important thing could happen to your friend? Upon hearing Lan Shui's question, Chen Zhe was completely unguarded and replied without thinking, well, it's just that my friend doesn't know what will happen either. Maybe nothing will happen, that's why he's troubled. Hearing Chen Zhe's words, Lan Shui thought he was trying to hide his identity as someone from another world, so she nonchalantly replied, oh, I see. And then there was silence. It seemed he had seen some changes in the future, but this change was something even he didn't know how it would turn out, which was why he was troubled. Meanwhile, Lu Xing watched the two of them engage in their cryptic exchange, utterly confused. What on earth are they talking about? I can't understand a single word. But forget it, I'll first answer Uncle Chen Zhe's question, and he will answer mine later. Uncle Chen Zhe, isn't your friend troubled about what will happen during this month? That's easy to solve. Since you don't know what will happen and don't even know if anything will happen, then why worry about it? It's just a month. There are at least several 100,000 jobs. Why should you be at odds with money? Or you could ask your friend. Chen Zhe chose to feign deafness, completely ignoring Lu Xing's words. As time passed, unknowingly, everyone finished eating and drinking. Lu Xing's three friends took their leave, and Lu Xing tidied up the aftermath of the meal, still in her maid outfit, resting on the sofa. Chen Zhe also sat on the sofa waiting for Lan Shui's answer, or rather for a decision from Lan Shui. Ding dong, just as Chen Zhe was waiting for Lan Shui's opinion, Lu Xing, who was about to ask Chen Zhe again after being ignored, heard the doorbell ring. Cinderella, go open the door and see who it is. Lan Shui instructed Lu Xing, who had just sat down upon hearing the doorbell. Oh, Lu Xing reluctantly replied as she stood up and walked towards the door, glancing at the clock on the wall, muttering softly as she walked. Seriously, I just sat down. It's 9:30, so late, I wonder who it could be. Hi darling, we meet again. As Lu Xing opened the door, a handsome and suave man appeared, not looking at Lu Xing, but instead flipping his hair, with a distant gaze, striking a classic melancholic pose as he greeted her. I heard you were injured, I'm here to check on you. The man, originally planning to charm his way into staying, suddenly faltered upon seeing Lu Xing in her maid outfit, completely losing his composure. What the heck, this guy actually has such a hobby. Forget it, I'm here, seeking refuge, facing such a big shot. I should just worship. It's clear that the man was stunned by Lu Xing's unique style. Looking at the man before her, Lu Xing was also surprised. Xiao Sa, what brings you here? Yes, the man at the door was indeed the handsome one Chen Zhe had encountered, who had recently teamed up with Lu Xing to guard the colorful cat eyes against being stolen by Jie Yutian, Qi Xiao Sa. He was the one who abruptly settled the bill halfway through a meal and fled. Faced with Lu Xing's question, Qi Xiao Sa's expression stiffened. Then he cleared his throat to mask his shock from Lu Xing's outfit and to cover his embarrassment. After Lu Xing kept looking at him, he casually said, Ahem, I heard you were injured, so I wanted to come check on you. After all, we're partners, right? Lu Xing, noticing the fleeting change in Qi Xiao Sa's expression, glanced at his suitcase and a pile of personal items, expressionless as she said, Are you really here to check on me? Hearing Lu Xing's words, Qi Xiao Sa nodded vigorously, declaring, I'm really here to check on you and express my concern for my partner. Looking at Qi Xiao Sa's reluctance to admit, Lu Xing remained expressionless as she said, Oh, it's fine, I'm okay now. The checkup is over, you can leave. As she prepared to close the door, she thought, does he really think I'm that gullible? Who brings a suitcase to check on someone? And he still refuses to admit it. Uncle Chen Zhe was right, like people who show excessive kindness without cause definitely have ulterior motives. It's best to keep my distance. Seeing Lu Xing about to shut the door, Qi Xiao Sa hurriedly stepped in front of her, blocking her attempt to close it, pretending nothing was happening. In this city, he was only familiar with this uniquely dressed guy before him, and now he had no choice but to seek refuge here. Sigh, if it weren't for my overwhelming curiosity that led me to lose all my money, I wouldn't have failed this commission task and ended up in this situation. Lu Xing halted from closing the door, looked at the still oblivious Qi Xiao Sa, then at the suitcase beside him. After recalling their failed mission, a bold guess surfaced in her mind. I guess you were fired and came to seek refuge with me, huh? Upon saying this, Lu Xing clearly saw Qi Xiao Sa freeze in place, as if she heard the sound of a heart shattering. Qi Xiao Sa, a direct hit to the heart. Damn. Life is hard, you bastard. Originally, Qi Xiao Sa planned to get close to Lu Xing through a sympathetic visit and then casually mention that he needed a place to stay. Given his understanding of Lu Xing, she was easy to deceive. At that point, he could not only secure a place to stay, but also maintain his reputation and dignity. It was perfect. So why is this girl not playing along now? It seems he can only resort to plan B. Since he can't save his reputation, he should just discard it and use a softer approach to secure a place to stay. Based on his observations, this girl shouldn't refuse. With that in mind, Qi Xiaosa dropped his pretense of indifference, quickly adopting a pitiful expression as he said to Lu Xing, "You got it right, please take me in. I'm homeless now." Indeed, just as Qi Xiaosa expected, Lu Xing, though a bit dim-witted, was genuinely a kind-hearted, naive male protagonist. Faced with Qi Xiaosa's pleading, she found it hard to directly refuse and reluctantly said, "I'm no longer the owner of this house. Everything here is decided by the lady of the house. I'm just a victim." To prove she wasn't lying, Lu Xing pointed at her maid outfit. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Qi Xiaosa instantly transformed from his earlier pitiful self to exude confidence, boldly asserting, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't you know that a handsome man like me makes women eager to serve as their slaves?" Hearing Qi Xiaosa's self-absorbed words, Lu Xing felt speechless and her stomach churned. Despite finding Qi Xiaosa's self-appraisal absurd, Lu Xing still planned to take him in to ask Lan Shui if she could let him stay. At that moment, since Lu Xing had been away from the door for so long, Lan Shui's voice came from inside. "Cinderella, who is it? Why are you taking so long to open the door?" "Oh, nothing, he'll be right in." After replying, Lu Xing gestured for Qi Xiaosa to come in with her, leaving his luggage outside until they got Lan Shui's approval. Once Lu Xing brought Qi Xiaosa into the living room, she found that no one was sitting on the sofa anymore, and she had to call out to Lan Shui upstairs. Is someone looking for me?" Having prepared to rest, Lan Shui, hearing Lu Xing's call, walked down while brushing her teeth, dressed in pajamas, appearing relaxed, her pink hair casually draped, looking at Lu Xing with a puzzled expression. As for Qi Xiaosa beside Lu Xing, the moment he saw Lan Shui coming down, he seemed to vibrate with energy, his eyes sharp, and his expression serious, his whole demeanor elevated to its best state. "Did he notice me?" Qi Xiaosa's sudden shift alerted the sixth sense of Lan Shui, who was sensitive to her surroundings, and she noticed Qi Xiaosa's transformation, making her feel uncertain. As Qi Xiaosa got closer, Lan Shui grew increasingly vigilant. Though this guy had often messed up during the last capture, he was still a troublesome individual. It was because of him that Lu Xing almost captured her with the tranquilizer gun. Step by step, as Qi Xiaosa approached, Lan Shui's nerves tightened. If this guy discovered her, she was ready to flee at any moment, yet her expression remained calm. Just as Qi Xiaosa stopped in front of Lan Shui, looking serious, Lan Shui felt compelled to take action. Qi Xiaosa directly knelt before Lan Shui, holding a rose of unknown origin, and passionately declared, "My angel, my goddess, today I shall bow before your skirt and willingly become your slave. Let me go find Manyo." In the room, Chen Zhe was pondering Lan Shui's suggestion, muttering softly, "So I forget it, Lan Shui is right. I might really be overthinking. It's just a month and nothing significant might happen." With that thought, Chen Zhe decided to go find Manyo and earn enough for the meal expenses first. I'll look for Manyo tomorrow. I should rest now to have more energy later. So time to sleep. Chen Zhe decided not to cultivate tonight and to rest early so he could leave a good impression on his future boss tomorrow. Although both are Saiyans, Chen Zhe stated that he is completely different from the two lazy fellows Kakarot and Vegeta. He wanted to be a working Saiyan. If he returned to the Dragon Ball world and met those two, he could proudly say that they were freeloading off others. He even had his slogan ready, using a famous saying from his past life: "Workers of the world unite. Only through hard work can one become great." As for who said this famous saying, it was Lu Xun. Yes, that's right, it was Lu Xun who said it. As the saying goes, if you find a phrase familiar but don't know who said it, it was said by me. Lu Xun. With his mind wandering, Chen Zhe gradually drifted off to sleep. As for Qi Xiaosa outside the door, Chen Zhe thought, who is that? Do I know him? The one who promised a treat but ran off halfway. Not familiar, thanks. Directly blacklisted. While Lu Xing was outside chatting with Qi Xiaosa, Lan Shui took the opportunity to ask Chen Zhe, "Is the important matter you mentioned guaranteed to happen, or does it have a significant impact?" Chen Zhe replied at the time, "It's not necessarily guaranteed to happen, and the impact is uncertain." Hearing this answer, Lan Shui asked again, "Is it related to me or to Lu Xing? Is there any life-threatening danger?" At that moment, Chen Zhe thought for a moment, and then said to Lan Shui, "Yes, it is related to you, but there is danger, though it should not be life-threatening." The reason he said this is that Chen Zhe knew these tribulations were trials set for Lan Shui by that guy Xian Yue, who is also known as September. There will be dangers, but not life-threatening ones. These arrangements were laid out by Xian Yu using the eighth sense from a future perspective, and no one can disrupt his plans. Thus, no one could clearly understand his calculations. This pertains to the demon Mu Er V, which brings about the end times in the prophecy. If Chen Zhe remembered correctly, Lan Shui would soon steal the last fragment of the ancient Xilan ruins map, the crystal mask. Then she would encounter her siblings, the Black Moon Iron Cavalry's interference, almost getting captured by them, but was saved by Lu Xing. Afterward, following the ancient Xilan ruins map's guidance, they would arrive at the ancient Xilan kingdom from 9,000 years ago, now the Persian Gulf, accompanied by the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, who learned the address using February's 7th sense. Even if they almost died trapped in that underground palace, they would turn danger into safety. Currently, Chen Zhe's dilemma was that he had just beaten up the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, which slightly altered the predetermined world trajectory. He didn't know if the Black Moon Iron Cavalry would act the same as in the original story he had read in his past life. If it was different, that would be an unknown. After organizing his thoughts, Chen Zhe explained everything to Lan Shui, and her final response was, "Go earn money, you still owe me over 1 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhe was stunned, wanting to shout at Lan Shui, "So you know there's no life-threatening danger, and just kick me to earn money? Aren't you afraid this is like the joke a man met God who told him he would live to 80, and then he lived carelessly until he had an accident, and ended up a vegetable until 80. Chen Zhe thought this way and retorted to Lan Shui, but she countered with, "Pretty girls are favored by heaven. How could a girl as beautiful as me have such bad luck?" This statement left Chen Zhe unable to refute, and he silently expressed admiration for Lan Shui, deciding to follow her advice and earn money to repay the debt. Of course, it wasn't just Lan Shui's words that persuaded Chen Zhe. It was after he recalled the plot that he realized. Although he had beaten up the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, which might slightly alter the trajectory of the world, it didn't seem to have a significant impact. Whether the Black Moon Iron Cavalry would intervene when Lan Shui stole the crystal mask seemed unimportant. She would ultimately take it away. As for whether the Black Moon Iron Cavalry would go to the Persian Gulf, the difference wasn't substantial. In the end, it was still thanks to the old lady Ba Chi Daer using her life to activate the 7th sense that they escaped the crisis of the underground palace. This was also arranged by Xian Yue, setting a trial for Lan Shui to experience sacrifice and feel the pain of loss. A night passed without incident. Chen Zhe didn't cultivate at night and had the rare opportunity to sleep well. Early in the morning, Lu Xing didn't come to disturb him, which was delightful. After waking up naturally, Chen Zhe stretched his body and prepared to wash up. Once Lu Xing prepared breakfast, he would go find Man Yo. He needed to discuss in detail what work he needed to do, what preparations were required, and explore the specifics of their collaboration. However, just as Chen Zhe was about to open the door, he heard Lu Xing and Qi Xiaosa talking outside, and since it was related to him, he decided to listen a bit before going out. If they were talking bad about him, then he would let these two guys experience how loving the iron fist from an elder could be. Qi Xiaosa: "Elders, I feel offended." Chen Zhe slap. "Please ignore, thank you." Bo's outside the door. Qi Xiaosa pointed at Chen Zhe's room and asked Lu Xing, "Whose room is that? Why do I have to share a room with you? My pure and virtuous body has been exposed to you. My reputation." Lu Xing, seeming to have not slept well, yawned and said, "That room belongs to my cousin, he's the bodyguard here." And then, Lu Xing paused and yelled at Qi Xiaosa, "Do you think I want to share a room with you? I'm really fed up with having to worry about which position looks cool before sleeping. Knowing you are narcissistic, but I didn't expect you to be this obsessively so. You, a grown man, not only picky about how to sleep, but also complaining about my room not being good enough. And on top of that, you're worried about how to sleep to look better. What position gives off the vibe of a quiet, handsome guy? Who are you trying to impress while sleeping? Me? I. Breathe deeply, calm down. I can't be too expressive. Even if that's the case, you still want to drag me into giving you advice. I want to sleep. I'm really tired." Qi Xiaosa, however, didn't care about Lu Xing's complaints and stated that someone as handsome as him wouldn't understand the troubles of a common person. "Then tell your cousin to share a room with you, and I'll have a room to myself." Looking at Qi Xiaosa's shameless yet proud expression, Lu Xing directly replied, "Get lost. I really don't want to experience that youthful rush and the loving iron fist again." Lu Xing then seemed to remember some unpleasant memories and shuddered. Watching Lu Xing's frightened expression, Qi Xiaosa became even more curious. "Sai, is your cousin very fierce? You look so afraid of him." Hearing Qi Xiaosa's question, Lu Xing recalled how Chen Zhe had caught him for special training when he first arrived and couldn't help but shudder. The memory was too beautiful to contemplate. Remembering this, Lu Xing realized how terrifying Chen Zhe's hearing was. They were discussing him now, oh if he heard it. Thinking of this, Lu Xing hurriedly responded to Qi Xiaosa, "Don't ask, I need to make breakfast now. Little Shui and my uncle will want to eat when they wake up." After saying that, Lu Xing ignored Qi Xiaosa and walked into the kitchen. Seeing Lu Xing's frightened demeanor, Qi Xiaosa became even more curious. What kind of person is Lu Xing's cousin that seems to frighten him so much? And doesn't the owner of this house, Lan Shui, care about it either? This is really interesting. I truly want to see what kind of person this cousin is. I really want to see what kind of person Lu Xing's uncle is. seeing how scared Lu Xing is of him. I must discuss with him about possibly switching rooms. Lu Xing's taste is utterly atrocious. There are only 2 rooms on the first floor, and now they are both occupied. I have no choice but to share a room with Lu Xing. I, a renowned detective who has solved 999 cases, have fallen to the point of seeking shelter and sharing a bed with someone, especially a man. Sharing a bed with someone is actually not that bad. I must heed the goddess commando, otherwise I won't even have a place to stay. But I would prefer to have a room to myself. There are indeed rooms on the second floor, but the owner of this house has taken over the second floor, not allowing me to stay there. I am so handsome and charming. Have you finished washing up? Come out, you are blocking the way. Once again lost in self-adoration, Qi Xiaoxiao failed to notice that the door to Chen Zhe's room was already open and Chen Zhe had come to his side. Seeing Qi Xiaoxiao, who was in the bathroom admiring himself in the mirror, Chen Zhe felt a headache. Due to someone running away early, Chen Zhe's impression of him was quite poor. Coupled with the fact that he was blocking the way, Chen Zhe's tone was naturally ungracious. This person is really narcissistic. He can become so entranced just by looking in the mirror. With such thick skin, it's no wonder he could promise a treat and then run away. If Chen Zhe hadn't read the original work and knew that this guy was usually unreliable but never faltered at critical moments, he would definitely not believe that this person before him would have the resolve to sacrifice his life for the future of this world. Chen Zhe's voice finally snapped the self-absorbed Qi Xiaoxiao back to reality. Due to the positioning, the mirror couldn't reflect Chen Zhe's figure, but Qi Xiaoxiao could still guess who the voice belonged to. As a detective who has solved 999 cases, sharp observation skills and deductive abilities are essential. The voice was different from both Lu Xing's and the owner of the house, Lan Shui. The only person who could be in this house early in the morning apart from Lu Xing and Lan Shui was Lu Xing's uncle, who had entered the room last night. This unfamiliar voice must belong to Lu Xing's uncle, whom I didn't see last night. Although he is a man, I will use my charm to win him over, so I can have a room to myself. After some inner speculation, Qi Xiaoxiao revealed what he considered his most amiable smile in the mirror. Almost losing himself again, he reminded himself of his purpose and turned around with a smile, saying, "Ah, you must be Lu Xing's uncle. I moved in last night." "Huh, a little brother, it seems we are fated to meet." With a smile on his face, Qi Xiaoxiao, who intended to use his charm to secure a room for himself, stiffened when he turned around and saw Chen Zhe's words caught in his throat. What a coincidence. I ended up seeking shelter because this guy ate all my money, and now I can only share a room with Lu Xing because of him. This fate is truly peculiar. Moreover, this guy has awakened his 7th sense. According to the information I've gathered with my divine hand, his 7th sense controls cells and belongs to a warrior type who fights with his physical body. No wonder Lu Xing is so afraid of him, the youthful exuberance in the sunset and the iron fist of love, so that's how it is. This guy looks younger than Lu Xing, yet Lu Xing calls him uncle. Perhaps it's similar to the situation with Pajun and the others due to the side effects of the 7th sense. However, from what I know, the only ways to awaken the 7th sense currently are through VV Academy, the Black Moon Iron Riders, and Lucifer. Perhaps others with connections to the ancient Shalon Kingdom also possess methods, but such individuals are rare and have greater side effects. I really don't know which side he belongs to, whether he is an enemy or a friend. As Qi Xiaoxiao analyzed in his mind, he maintained a facade of calm, still appearing awkward as if caught boasting. Looking at the awkward Qi Xiaoxiao, Chen Zhe briefly felt the urge to punch him, but ultimately suppressed it expressionless as he repeated, "Are you done yet? Are you done? Come out." Chen Zhe held a great deal of resentment towards this guy. It was one thing to assist him in courting girls as a lifelong single dog, especially since a reward was promised. But the promised reward, treating him to a meal, was called off before he had even eaten to his fill. Feeding him dog food, but cutting off the promised meal, how could he endure that? This absolutely cannot be tolerated. Of course, although Qi Xiaoxiao ran off midway, he did settle the bill before leaving, which Chen Zhe appreciated. Otherwise, he would have definitely wanted to hit him every time he saw him. Currently, although Chen Zhe was indifferent to him, he wasn't at the point of wanting to hit him, so after repeating his question without waiting for Qi Xiaoxiao's answer, he directly pulled him out of the bathroom and began preparing to wash up. "After breakfast, I need to go earn some money. This guy is still blocking my way. If I didn't know his character, I would definitely want to hit him." Being forcibly pulled out of the bathroom by Chen Zhe, Qi Xiaoxiao felt even more awkward. Although he was secretly impressed by Chen Zhe's strength, he maintained a facade of normalcy, pretending to be nervous, yet excited as he said to Chen Zhe, who was washing up, "Little brother, wow, you are quite strong. I didn't expect we would meet again. This is fate. Look at how fated we are. You are my fan, so could you please switch rooms with me? I can exchange it for my autograph." After saying this, he struck a pose he deemed cool and winked at Chen Zhe, as if completely unaware of Chen Zhe's abnormality. This wink made Chen Zhe, who was brushing his teeth, gag slightly. He quickly finished brushing his teeth and washed up, then signaled Qi Xiaosa, who had been chattering in his ear about wanting to switch rooms, to follow him. Looking at Qi Xiaosa, who was playing dumb and trying to annoy him, Chen Zhe couldn't hold back any longer and decided to give him a good beating to vent his anger. I had already decided to let him off the hook, but this guy actually came over to provoke me. Does he really think I wouldn't notice when he tried to use his divine hand to absorb and copy my seventh sense? In truth, Chen Zhe had discovered Qi Xiaosa's attempt to absorb his seventh sense a long time ago. However, since Qi Xiaosa is from VV Academy and Chen Zhe is also from VV Academy, now it wouldn't be a problem if he found out. The main reason was that Chen Zhe was too lazy to deal with him. However, seeing his current foolish and annoying demeanor, Chen Zhe decided to settle old and new scores together and give him a beating to relieve his anger. Chen Zhe greeted Lu Xing, who was busy in the kitchen, mentioning he was going out for a morning workout. Following Chen Zhe's lead, although Qi Xiaosa didn't know why, he also greeted Lu Xing and followed Chen Zhe. Perhaps it was because this big uncle felt embarrassed in front of his nephew and wanted to talk to me outside. Sai becoming my fan shouldn't be something to be embarrassed about. With my charm, isn't it basic to appeal to both young and old? Isn't it perfectly normal to become my fan? Qi Xiaosa, who thought Chen Zhe was shy, completely unaware of his own fate, followed Chen Zhe to a deserted construction site. Little brother, there's actually nothing embarrassing about being my fan. You don't have to come to such a remote place just to avoid Lu Xing. Mr. Tonglong, why aren't you answering? Looking at Qi Xiaosa, who had stiffened and was now watching him warily due to his words, Chen Zhe couldn't help but smirk slightly, teasingly asking Qi Xiaosa. To dominate the scene and not lose in momentum, the performance must remain strong. Master Chen, who has yet to face a setback in his acting career, is about to showcase his prowess. In order to intimidate Qi Xiaosa and prevent him from fleeing before Chen Zhe's performance concludes, Chen Zhe unleashed his aura not only to suppress Qi Xiaosa from escaping, but also to enhance the atmosphere and instill some fear in Qi Xiaosa, making him remember this lesson. With narrowed eyes and a slight smirk, his demeanor oscillated between a smile and indifference, causing Qi Xiaosa to feel an overwhelming pressure. 3 parts disdain, 3 parts mockery, and 3 parts ridicule combined with an air of indifference frightened Qi Xiaosa into feeling he could not move an inch under the immense pressure. Though Chen Zhe's expression was hard to describe, the effect was achieved. Qi Xiaosa became even more vigilant, yet dared not make a rash move. Watching Qi Xiaosa's tense demeanor, Chen Zhe remained silent, casually observing him while maintaining control over his aura. In the world of stolen stars, there should be no battles decided by aura. Typically, one can suppress their opponent's aura only when there is a significant gap in strength. In the stolen stars world, the so-called aura is merely the psychological suppression of the superior over the inferior, a mental effect that can be avoided if one has a strong enough heart. However, in the Dragon Ball world, there exists a method of training one's combat style through meditation, where 2 individuals face each other and release their aura to feel and clash in battle training. When the strength disparity between 2 individuals is not particularly large and the environment is not suitable for direct combat, in the original Dragon Ball, Krillin and Goku's son Gohan used this method for battle training while traveling to Namek. In the Dragon Ball world, aura battles typically involve the 2 auras confronting each other, equivalent to not engaging in physical combat directly, but instead fighting with their aura and heart. Of course, the aforementioned aura clashes only work on beings of the same life dimension, excluding the divine aura suppression in the Dragon Ball world, which belongs to the realm of life dimension suppression and not aura suppression. The 2 remained silent, with Chen Zhe not resorting to the Dragon Ball method of bullying Qi Xiaosa, not because he hadn't figured out how to do it, yet only using his aura to suppress Qi Xiaosa to see how long he could endure. The reason for this was to test Qi Xiaosa's strength, to better understand the limits of this world and to facilitate better interactions in the future. It was not because Qi Xiaosa had not only stood him up, but also kept bouncing around in front of him looking for trouble. After all, he wasn't a bad person, was he? At first, Qi Xiaosa saw Chen Zhe simply releasing his aura without attacking, and not knowing Chen Zhe's strength, Qi Xiaosa also released his aura to counter it for safety. I, Qi Xiaosa, am not a weakling. You to think you can defeat me in aura alone is to underestimate me. I am the ace of VV Academy, the infamous Tanlang. As time passed, Chen Zhe gradually increased his control over his aura, while Qi Xiaosa felt increasingly oppressed, his back soaked with cold sweat, veins on his forehead bulging, starting to seep with fine droplets of sweat. At this moment, in Qi Xiaosa's eyes, Chen Zhe's figure resembled a towering mountain, his aura as deep as the ocean, nearly suffocating him. No, this can't go on any longer. If it continues like this, I will be completely finished. I must think of a way to escape quickly. With Chen Zhe's aura growing stronger, Qi Xiaosa felt as if he were carrying a mountain on his back, about to reach his limit and be crushed. Now facing Chen Zhe, he felt he lacked the courage to fight. Who exactly is this cousin of Liu Xing? Just the aura alone is terrifying. I can barely hold on against his pressure. So far he hasn't made a move against me. According to the seventh sense copied from God's hand, his seventh sense belongs to physical combat, which is extremely terrifying. This strong individual I've never even heard of before. I don't know where he came from. Are they an enemy or a friend? Considering the current situation, they are probably an enemy. Seeing Qi Xiaosha nearing his limit under the pressure of his aura, Chen Zhe felt that the lesson should be sufficient. If he pressed on, Qi Xiaosha would truly kneel here. This guy is probably sufficiently scared now. The lesson has been profound enough, and I can let him off the hook. I initially planned to give him a beating, but I didn't expect him to be so easily frightened. Now that he's at his limit, if I strike again, he might fight back desperately. Brother Xiaosha. Feeling the mountain pressing down on him vanish, Qi Xiaosha decisively used the earth manipulation technique copied from Pajun. He opened a hole in the ground to prepare for his escape without hesitation. As long as I have the green hills, I need not worry about firewood. I will remember this debt, and when the time comes, I will avoid you. Fortunately, there was no one around to witness his embarrassing state. I am still the most dazzling one in the world. Watching Qi Xiaosha escape without hesitation, knowing he was no match, Chen Zhe felt a headache coming on. This guy. Indeed, he has been raised by Peijun. Qi Xiaosha has perfectly learned the old man style. However, Chen Zhe could not let Qi Xiaosha escape so easily. He still had matters to discuss with him, needing him to report safely back to VV Academy. Having disappeared for over a month, VV Academy must be looking for him. He had promised to return to Ligay, but now that so much time has passed without news, Lian Jun must be anxious. Qi Xiaosha used the earth manipulation technique to burrow underground, quickly burying himself before he could dive deeper, creating a small mound on the surface resembling a water surface. Chen Zhe swiftly rushed to the small mound and struck it with his hand. Boom! With a loud crash, the small mound was smashed to pieces by Chen Zhe, creating a large pit in the ground, and Qi Xiaosha, who had hidden underground using the earth manipulation, was also forced out. Earth manipulation, thunderous strike. As Chen Zhe struck down, he held back slightly, and the pit he created was in front of Qi Xiaosha, who stopped as Chen Zhe's strike descended. Though he was blasted out of the ground by Chen Zhe, Qi Xiaosha was uninjured, and as he returned to the surface, he immediately launched a strike at Chen Zhe using the thunder manipulation technique he had copied from Wu Qiu. Seeing the lightning bolt flying towards him, Chen Zhe dodged swiftly, leaving behind a residual shadow. Because Chen Zhe moved so quickly, the shadow appeared as if he were still standing in place. This is the residual image punch that Chen Zhe had devised. Using the residual image punch to divert Qi Xiaosha's attack, Chen Zhe now flashed behind Qi Xiaosha, preparing to deliver a blow to incapacitate him and prevent another escape. However, after the lightning struck Chen Zhe's residual image, Qi Xiaosha sensed something was off. The earth manipulation technique was too late, and he quickly used thunder manipulation to wrap himself in electricity. Thunder manipulation, lightning wrap. This is easy. Chen Zhe's strike landed on Qi Xiaosha, who was enveloped in lightning, causing him to momentarily feel numb. Good opportunity, earth manipulation, heavy hammer strike. At that moment of hesitation, Qi Xiaosha, who had already been sent flying, gritted his teeth and forcefully used earth manipulation to condense a mudstone hammer, striking it towards Chen Zhe. Boom! Qi Xiaosha seized the perfect moment, just as Chen Zhe was paralyzed, and instantly employed earth manipulation art to slam him deep into the ground. Qi himself was hurled backward, crashing violently into a crumbling wall. Dust billowed thickly into the air. Cough. That should settle it. Wait, no? His seventh sense. I must flee now. Collapsed onto the ground, Qi Xiaosha spat blood as he gazed at Chen Zhe buried beneath the earthen maul. He murmured to himself, only to snap back to awareness in an instant. Wasn't his own seventh sense, the one currently healing his wounds, copied directly from that very man? Cellular control, even if not as miraculous as Dr. Amy's ultimate regeneration technique, was still potent enough to mend injuries or at least halt their progression. That man was still battle-ready. Boom. As if answering Qi Xiaosha's dread, a deafening explosion tore through the silence. The massive earthen maul, forged by Qi's earth manipulation art, shattered into dust under the impact of a radiant energy sphere. From the swirling haze emerged Chen Zhe's silhouette. Before Qi Xiaosha stood Chen Zhe, his clothes smudged with mud, his face streaked with grime, his posture disheveled, yet utterly unharmed. His expression, once languid and dismissive, had hardened into icy severity. His gaze locked onto Qi Xiaosha, still sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise, and darkened with mounting fury. Chen Zhe unleashed his suppressed aura, previously reined in, with deliberate force pressing down upon Qi Xiaosha, where he lay, freezing him utterly in place. He had underestimated him. Qi Xiaosha's lightning manipulation art had stunned him. Something Chen Zhe had assumed was merely a copied ability, weak and diluted. Yet its potency surpassed even October's flame control, a contradiction that defied reason. Then again, perhaps it wasn't so illogical. October's current strength paled beside those VV Academy students whose seventh senses had stabilized, reducing their side effects and amplifying their control. So Qi Xiaosha's earth and lightning manipulation arts outmatching October's. Plausible, but hardly comforting. If so, then all Qi needed was to copy the seventh sense of any formidable opponent, and for a limited time he'd wield that power himself. How could anyone compete with that? No wonder VV Academy kept him hidden as their ultimate trump card. This was beyond unfair. Yet in the original chronicle, Qi rarely fought, except at decisive moments. And yes, he did possess a critical weakness. Charge for 60 minutes, operate for 10. Well then, no cause for alarm. If the Divine Hand's effect lasted only 10 minutes, then, for absolute certainty, he would first suppress Qi with sheer aura for the full duration, then retaliate once the ability cooled. Having resolved this, Chen Zhe remained impassive and silent, his strides slowing as he approached Qi Xiaosha, calm, unhurried, deliberate. Around them silence descended, thick and heavy like the hush before a cataclysm. Tap, tap, tap. Each footfall struck Qi Xiaosha's ears like thunderclaps. It echoed the rhythm of a haunting verse, 1 step, 2 steps, each a clawed advance, each a devil's tread. Indeed, he's unscathed. That body is monstrous. Lightning manipulation barely stunned him for an instant, earth manipulation couldn't even wound him. Watching Chen Zhe draw near, Qi Xiaosha made no move to attack. Instead, he focused inward, using cellular control copied from Chen Zhe himself to accelerate his recovery, while racing to devise an escape. 2 minutes have already passed. The Divine Hand has less than 8 minutes remaining. I'll proceed cautiously and adapt as I go. But who exactly is this man aligned with? Though it felt like an eternity, from Qi's attempt to flee via earth manipulation to his current immobilization, it had been precisely 2 minutes. And the dwindling time of the Divine Hand was now his sole window of escape. Though pinned motionless by Chen Zhe's oppressive aura, Qi Xiaosha required no physical movement to activate his seventh sense, only willpower. Yet he dared not stir again. His earth and lightning manipulation arts had left Chen Zhe nothing more than dusty and disheveled, without inflicting a single wound. Qi Xiaosha understood his attacks were futile. Judging by the sheer force behind Chen Zhe's earlier punch, the man likely harbored some unstated intent. For now he must listen, then seize whatever chance arose to flee. Direct confrontation was impossible. Tap. For safety's sake, Chen Zhe halted 3 meters away from Qi Xiaosha. That distance was neither too close nor too far. Should Qi attempt flight, it offered no advantage. Should he strike again, Chen Zhe could respond without haste. Chen Zhe said nothing. With 7 or 8 minutes still remaining before the Divine Hand's expiration, there was no rush, only the quiet, deliberate weight of intimidation. Death itself was not terrifying. What truly tormented was the dreadful anticipation of its approach. Chen Zhe had no intention of killing Qi Xiaosha, perhaps only a swift chastising blow, but Qi didn't know that. A brooding silence and a storm-darkened expression were enough to fray his nerves from within. Seconds ticked by. Sweat beaded thicker upon Qi Xiaosha's brow. Neither spoke. Neither blinked. They stood locked in tense, wordless confrontation. Damn it, what does he want? The Divine Hand has only 6 minutes left. Lying prone, Qi Xiaosha had already restored his injuries using cellular control, copied from Chen Zhe, and now repeated the countdown inwardly. He readied himself to seize any opening, because once the Divine Hand expired, he would be utterly defenseless meat upon the chopping block. Qi Xiaosha tracked the Divine Hand's final minutes in silence. 5 minutes, 4, 3, time to gamble. Earth. Just as Qi prepared to act, Chen Zhe spoke. Master Tanlang, we may speak plainly now. If you agree, blink once. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall first release my suppression. Truth be told, for those few minutes, Chen Zhe had simply watched Qi Xiaosha in silence, and she had watched him back. 2 men, unmoving, unblinking, engaged in a standoff steeped in existential gravity. It was awkward. More importantly, Chen Zhe knew they weren't enemies. To press further risked driving Qi to desperate resistance. Offering hope was essential to enable negotiation and ultimately future coexistence. At Chen Zhe's words, Qi Xiaosha blinked rapidly, once, twice, thrice. Chen Zhe honored his word instantly. His oppressive aura receded, freeing Qi, and then continued speaking. We are not adversaries. In fact, I am also affiliated with VV Academy. I joined just recently. Lightning manipulation, lightning bind. Lightning manipulation, 10,000 thunderbolts. Earth manipulation, rapid subterranean escape. Before Chen Zhe could finish, Qi Xiaosha, liberated, raised a lightning shield, launched a lightning barrage to distract him, and the instant Chen Zhe evaded, plunged underground using earth manipulation, fluid, seamless, decisive. Who would believe such a claim? You're from VV Academy. Since when? My life belongs solely to me. I'll trust no one else with it. Whether Chen Zhe spoke truth or deception mattered less than survival. While the divine hand still held power, escape was imperative. If later proven honest, an apology could follow. If false delay meant death, this was no longer about trust. It was about sovereignty over one's own life. The prophesied apocalypse drew ever closer. The Black Moon Cavalry and Lucifer's faction grew bolder. Strange powers and aberrant individuals multiplied across the land. Though Qi Xiaosha appeared carefree, he grasped these truths clearly. And watching Qi vanish underground, Chen Zhe's expression darkened, deeply displeased. So, he refused dialogue and fled instead. Clearly he required a firm lesson before he'd learn to listen. Qi blast, barraged. A sharp percussive silence followed. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless bombardment of Chen Zhe's energy blasts, Qi Xiaosha ultimately could not escape his grasp. Just as he used the earth manipulation technique to burrow underground, Chen Zhe blasted him out. After being blown out, Qi Xiaosha realized he could not run away anymore. He wanted to plead for mercy, but before he could utter a word, Chen Zhe threw another energy blast, forcing Qi Xiaosha to use earth manipulation to control the surrounding soil, forming a shield to protect himself. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhe's anger flared up. As soon as Qi Xiaosha raised a mud and stone shield, Chen Zhe destroyed it. Well, indeed, you are someone who could sacrifice yourself to save the world in the future. What? Are you planning to wear me down, huh? All right, with your spirit, I will accommodate you. I want to see how long you can hold out. Chen Zhe controlled the power of the energy blast just enough to destroy only Qi Xiaosha's shield. Occasionally he lost control, but it only made Qi Xiaosha a bit dirty without injuring him. Recently, Chen Zhe had been quite focused on controlling his strength. Qi Xiaosha looked at Chen Zhe's mocking gaze and wanted to shout for mercy. However, the continuous energy blasts left him with no chance to speak, forcing him to convey his message through his eyes. Yet Chen Zhe misunderstood, thinking Qi Xiaosha was preparing to resist to the death. 3 minutes passed in this manner, and just as Qi Xiaosha's divine hand technique reached its limit, Chen Zhe finally ceased his bombardment and casually tied him up with a rope. I tried to talk to you nicely, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you've become a prisoner, and you don't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Slap. Not bad, pretty tough. Do you know your mistake now? Chen Zhe threw the bound Qi Xiaosha onto the ground, clapped his hands, and squatted in front of him, looking down and asking. I know my mistake. Qi Xiaosha, with his hands and feet tied by Chen Zhe, could only crawl on the ground, looking at Chen Zhe's malicious expression and replying with frustration. Although Qi Xiaosha didn't understand what Chen Zhe was talking about or what mistake he had made, that did not stop him from answering along with Chen Zhe's words. As a man, one must be adaptable. The world is so vast, and there are so many beautiful women. I can't just fall here, can I? Moreover, based on Chen Zhe's earlier behavior, Qi Xiaosha had already determined that the guy binding him was slightly malicious, but had no real ill intent towards him, or rather he was still useful to Chen Zhe, so he was not in immediate danger. Seeing that Qi Xiaosha was finally cooperating with him, Chen Zhe expressed his satisfaction. However, his wicked enjoyment would not dissipate so easily. I'm very good. Since you know your mistake, tell me where you went wrong. Qi Xiaosha. Who knows where I went wrong? Isn't it human nature to try to escape when you know you're not the opponent and are unsure if the person is friend or foe, especially while you still have the strength? Although Qi Xiaosha wanted to say this, upon seeing Chen Zhe's squinted eyes and his malicious smile, he decided it was better to be a bit more careful and tentatively said to Chen Zhe, my mistake was not being subdued by you directly, but resisting. Or perhaps my mistake was being too handsome. Chen Zhe. Damn, even at this point you're still narcissistic. You must not have learned your lesson yet, huh? Hearing Qi Xiaosha's words and seeing him look like he had been bullied, helpless and pitiful, Chen Zhe's forehead twitched and he felt his temper rising uncontrollably. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, Chen Zhe gritted his teeth and said to the still fidgeting Qi Xiaosha, I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Think carefully before you speak. After saying this, Chen Zhe slowly gathered an energy blast the size of a soccer ball in his hand, only a finger's length from Qi Xiaosha's head. Qi Xiaosha could clearly feel the scorching aura of the energy blast. You. Just speak properly, it was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? Wait, what do you want to know? Seeing Qi Xiaosha still joking around, Chen Zhe grew tired of the banter and pushed the energy blast toward Qi Xiaosha's face, scaring him into immediate submission. Upon hearing Qi Xiaosha's plea for mercy, Chen Zhe halted his actions, staring at him expressionlessly. The energy blast was now less than 5 centimeters from Qi Xiaosha. Gulping, Qi Xiaosha felt the power of the energy blast and dared not joke any longer. Time passed in this silence. Qi Xiaosha was too scared to speak while Chen Zhe was organizing his thoughts on how to explain his situation to Qi Xiaosha. Anyway, the fact that he got lost could never be known to the people at VV Academy. After a long time, Chen Zhe, who had thought for quite a while, but still didn't know how to say it, grew impatient with Qi Xiaosha and threatened him, well, listen carefully. I need you to help me with something, But if you dare to tell anyone. Hmm. Hmm. This prolonged sound frightened Qi Xiaosa, making him too scared to speak, or even move as Chen Zhe's energy blast came even closer to his face. Seeing Qi Xiaosa's reaction, Chen Zhe nodded in satisfaction and continued, I need you to tell VV Academy that I'm safe, and that'll be back in a while. And Mitchum, go on. Whatever you say, he'll agree to it, but whether I can do it depends on the situation. Qi Xiaosao mumbled to himself and waited for Chen Zhe's next words, but after a long wait, he didn't hear anything and looked up at Chen Zhe. Seeing that Chen Zhe had finished speaking and was waiting for his response, Qi Xiaosao just wanted to shout, is that it? Come on, brother, do you really need to make such a big deal out of something so trivial? And wait, something seems off. You want me to help you deliver a message to VV Academy saying you're safe and you'll be back soon. Are you really from VV Academy? Grasping the key point in Chen Zhe's words, Qi Xiaosao asked in shock, forgetting about the energy blast that was nearly pressed against his face. Faced with Qi Xiaosa's sudden realization, Chen Zhe was speechless. I already told you from the start, you just didn't believe me. However, looking at Qi Xiaosa's expression, Chen Zhe was too lazy to argue with him. He had business to attend to, going to discuss cooperation with Manyo, and he had already wasted too much time on this. Yes, I told you from the beginning that I am from VV Academy, and I joined just a month ago. So does that mean we are actually on the same side? You also know about me from VV Academy. Then hurry up and let me go. This is truly a case of floods washing away the Dragon King Temple. Family members no longer recognize each other. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver your message. Seeing Qi Xiaosao, who would have patted his chest to guarantee if his hands and feet weren't tied, Chen Zhe finally put away the energy blast, untied the rope, and said, remember, just say you're safe, and that I'll return when I have the time. Absolutely no extra details. Too much information leads to trouble. If they find out I ended up here because I got lost, it wouldn't matter if others didn't know. That old bastard Pajun would definitely laugh at me, and such an embarrassing incident cannot be made public. Although Qi Xiaosao was curious about Chen Zhe's words, he repeatedly assured him. Watching Qi Xiaosa's demeanor, Chen Zhe stared at him until Qi Xiaosao felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and then he said, well, let's go back. Just act as if nothing happened. Luxing's breakfast should be ready. After eating, I still have things to do. As he spoke, Chen Zhe headed in the direction of Lan Shui's house. After Chen Zhe turned around and walked back in a place unseen by him, Qi Xiaosao, who had previously appeared carefree, changed his expression to one of seriousness as he gazed at Chen Zhe's distant figure, his mind unknown. I'm leaving now, you all take your time eating. At 9 in the morning, Chen Zhe, having settled the matter, returned home feeling refreshed. After finishing the breakfast made by Lu Xing, he greeted Lu Xing and the others who were still eating before turning and walking out the door. Seeing Chen Zhe leave the door as if he had something on his mind, Lu Xing was taken aback and couldn't help but ask Lan Shui, what is Uncle Chen Zhe going to do? He seems to be in such a hurry. Does he have something urgent? Hearing Lu Xing's question, Lan Shui rolled her eyes at him and replied, didn't he say he was going to be the ambassador for that big stomach king competition? Isn't he going now? Lu Xing was a bit startled by Lan Shui's answer. Wasn't he still hesitating? When did he decide? I was still thinking that if he didn't go, I would go. It's just a month with a few 100,000. Uncle Chen Zhe, who had been indecisive all along, how did he make a decision all of a sudden? Lan Shui looked at Lu Xing's gloomy expression and stared at him with her dead fish eyes. That guy still owes me money, how could he not go? Besides, with your physique, Lu Xing, you won't have the appetite to be the ambassador for that big stomach king competition, right? Lu Xing, however, completely ignored Lan Shui's sarcasm and continued speaking to himself. Uncle Chen Zhe doesn't know what he's doing lately. He could find such a high-paying job just from going out to eat. This morning he said he was going out for a morning exercise, but when he came back he looked all dirty. He wouldn't say what happened when I asked him, acting all mysterious. At this point, Lu Xing couldn't help but curiously ask Qi Xiaosao, who was also having breakfast, by the way, Xiaosao, weren't you supposed to go out for morning exercise with my uncle this morning? Do you know what happened to him? You seem to be worse off than Uncle Chen Zhe. What were you two doing this morning? With Chen Zhe's usual display of strength, who could make him look so disheveled? Lu Xing was genuinely curious about this. Qi Xiaosao. Faced with Lu Xing's curiosity, Qi Xiaosa's mouth twitched, unsure how to answer him. He couldn't just say, it's my fault Uncle Chen Zhe turned out like that. Aside from my efforts, I used nearly all my strength to take advantage of his carelessness to make him look disheveled, while I ended up tied up like a salted fish, making me seem even more miserable. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who would tell you the truth? I, the renowned detective, the ace of VV Academy, Mr. Greedy Wolf Xiaosao, going to lose face. Thinking that speaking about this would affect his brilliant image and expose his identity, Qi Xiaosao could only silently eat, pretending he hadn't heard Lu Xing. Lu Xing didn't mind Qi Xiaosao not answering. It wasn't the first time he had been ignored. Being ignored is the norm after a while Lu Xing was already planning how to catch September sky. Next time Qi Xiaosa casually asked Lu Xing, "By the way, Lu Xing, what kind of person do you think your uncle is? Can you tell me something about him?" Hearing Qi Xiaosa's question, Lu Xing, who had been thinking about his plan, was interrupted and momentarily stunned before replying to Qi Xiaosa. "Xiaosa, why are you asking this? Could it be that the reason you two were so disheveled this morning was that you fought with my uncle? Are you trying to gather information about him from me?" As he spoke, Lu Xing began to demonstrate his qualities as a detective. A candidate for a VV detective is still a detective speculating about Qi Xiaosa's motives. No, looking at the two of you this morning, it's obvious that you were the one who suffered, so you are gathering information here to prepare for a counterattack. Let me tell you that's impossible. I will never betray my teammates. Qi Xiaosa. I simply asked a question to understand his situation. Even if you say it's gathering information, and as you guessed I was taught a lesson by him, where did you get the conclusion that I would retaliate against him? Could I even beat him? Qi Xiaosa felt a bit exhausted and didn't want to deal with Lu Xing anymore, but then thought about the heavy pressure that Chen Zhe had placed on him. Such a powerful guy suddenly appeared, and I don't even have any information on him. If he is an enemy, then the consequences. Yikes, just thinking about the consequences made Qi Xiaosa feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Chen Zhe's aura had left a huge impact on him, almost giving him a psychological shadow. No, how could this be? We all live together now, so getting to know each other would make it easier to get along in the future, right? Lu Xing, what do you think of me, Xiaosa? Facing Lu Xing's speculation, Qi Xiaosa quickly denied it and explained his intentions. Upon hearing Qi Xiaosa's explanation, Lu Xing immediately believed him. He then began to recount his experiences with Chen Zhe. From meeting Chen Zhe for the first time to being taught a lesson by him several times to the torment he had suffered at Chen Zhe's hands recently, the underlying message was clear. My uncle is very powerful, and forget about revenge, you won't be able to defeat him. So I hope that sharing this will help me avoid a conflict between Uncle Chen Zhe and Xiaosa. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaosa was listening seriously, carefully organizing the information about Chen Zhe in his mind, while his mouth twitched, clearly understanding the implications of Lu Xing's words. Qi Xiaosa really wanted to say, I know he's very powerful. I've experienced it firsthand, you don't need to emphasize it so much. All of this was seen by Lan Shui, who was quietly eating breakfast, seemingly uninterested in anything. Always inquiring about that guy's information, going out with him in the morning and returning with both of them looking disheveled. Even if she looked more miserable than him, being able to make him look so disheveled probably meant that she wasn't simple either. At least Lan Shui believed she couldn't do it. How did I attract so many strange characters by casually choosing this house? Except for that idiot Lu Xing, none of them are simple. Oh, I don't even know if it's good or bad. In the midst of their various concerns, Chen Zhe, having finished breakfast, arrived at the place he had agreed upon with Manyo, the seafood buffet restaurant, the same place where he first met Manyo. Since Manyo had other matters to attend to and was discussing some details about the Big Stomach King competition with a partner, he would take a while to come. Chen Zhe was greeted by the hostess here, who was also Manyo's daughter, Maya. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him who was staring at him intently, Chen Zhe, a homebody in both his past and present lives, felt a bit flustered. Miss, no young lady, this is only our second meeting, right? You staring at me like this makes me feel very pressured. Hello, I'm Chen Zhe, nice to meet you. May I ask what your name is? Unable to endure the intense gaze of the girl, Chen Zhe broke the awkward atmosphere, but since he rarely interacted with unfamiliar people, especially beautiful girls, he appeared particularly tongue-tied at this moment. Upon hearing Chen Zhe's awkward opening, the girl withdrew her fiery gaze and graciously extended her hand to Chen Zhe, saying, Hello, I'm also very glad to meet you. My name is Maya, and the person you'll be talking with later is my dad. Seeing the girl's outstretched hand, Chen Zhe also reached out to shake Maya's hand. After the handshake, he immediately let go as if the girl's hand had something terrifying on it, actually fearing being seen as a rogue. The girl noticed this scene and, seeing Chen Zhe's slightly reddening face, couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, such a cute little brother, still shy. Chen Zhe, awkward. No way. Whether in this life or the last, Chen Zhe was a homebody. In his past life working at a construction site, where would he encounter beauties? The people he met now, like Lan Shui and the members of the Black Moon Iron Knights, were characters he recognized from comics he read in his past life, and he was aware of their destinies. Maya was the first completely unfamiliar girl he encountered in this world, or rather in both his past and present lives, and she was also a beautiful girl. Hearing Maya's laughter, Chen Zhe felt his face was about to catch fire. Ha, little brother, you look so cute when you're shy. I really want to pinch your cheeks. Seeing Chen Zhe's flushed face, Maya felt her hand had a mind of its own, struggling to control it. This special little brother is really cute, and that shy look is so obedient. Could it be that those with special powers are all this good looking? The person who saved me when I was almost in despair was also incredibly handsome. When he appeared, his perfect posture was like a god. This little brother before me is not only good-looking, but his aura is also captivating. This world is definitely not as simple as it seems. There exists an aspect of this world that we are unaware of. Mom and Dad, just wait. I will definitely uncover the truth of this world, and I will prove that I'm not just daydreaming. Maya, you can do it, go for it. The first step in my strategy starts with this cute little brother. In this life, Chen Zhe's looks are still very high. The Saiyan's tough aura combined with Chen Zhe's inherent shyness as a homebody creates a strong impact that ignites Maya's youthful heart. Her already fiery gaze became even more intense, like a burning flame, while Chen Zhe was intimidated by Maya's stare. Are all these beautiful ladies this forward? How is it different from what I understood in my past life? In my past life, I was a complete otaku. So that's not relevant. What the heck? In my past life, I also encountered beautiful ladies, okay? But none of them looked at me like this. On the contrary, if I had met a beauty like Maya in my past life, I would have secretly pretended to accidentally glance over, not daring to look directly. When she looked over, my gaze would immediately dart elsewhere, afraid of being labeled a peeping pervert. How sordid it was. Author, this script doesn't match. Author whispers, this script is completely fine. Ooh, just look in the mirror at your current face. Hearing a voice from nowhere, Chen Zhe secretly wiped the very clean glass that could actually reflect shadows and took a look. Oh wow. The sharply defined face that originally looked very tough had a hint of youthfulness due to his current age, and his piercing gaze no longer seemed intimidating because of his current shyness. The naturally spiky hair of a purebred Saiyan stands upright, yet it doesn't feel abrupt or clumsy. Coupled with Chen Zhe's currently proportioned figure, it feels very well matched. In a few words, I would describe my current self as perfect, handsome, cool. Let's not get too hung up on word count. There are 4 in the Heisei trio and 5 in the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, which is basic stuff. Ooh, just stay calm. So that's how it is. It's not that the world has changed, but that I have changed. Back to the point. Looking at Maya's fidgeting hands, Chen Zhe felt a bit anxious. She's just a girl, and a pretty girl at that. That's important. If she were a guy, Chen Zhe would have acted directly. Miss Maya, could you not call me little brother? I should actually be older than you, and the term little brother feels a bit. Chen Zhe felt that if he remained silent, the girl across from him would directly take action, so he cleared his throat awkwardly to break the silence. Chen Zhe wasn't wrong. He was 22 when he crossed over, and although he had shrunk in size, being called little brother repeatedly by a girl who looked to be not yet 20 was making him feel like he was losing face. Moreover, the term little brother just feels a bit sinister. Being called that by such a girl made Chen Zhe feel as if he had a mouthful of old phlegm stuck in his throat. He couldn't spit it out or swallow it down. That feeling was truly sour. Upon hearing Chen Zhe's awkward words, Maya was taken aback. Little brother. What do you mean, Chen Zhe? You look like you're in your teens. Your age definitely appears to be younger than mine. Are you saying you're older than me now? Could it be that after gaining that special power, one can revert to a younger age? After the initial shock, Maya felt invigorated. Who could resist the temptation of reverting to youth? Chen Zhe, on the other hand, was unaware of Maya's thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely tell her yes, exactly. After gaining special powers, developing the 7th sense, one can revert to youth. But it's irreversible. One can only keep getting younger until they eventually disappear. Listening to Maya's question and seeing her gaze, which had inexplicably turned fiery again, different from the previous fiery gaze directed at him, Chen Zhe sharply sensed that this gaze was even more dangerous. However, as a grown man, being called little brother repeatedly is unacceptable, but directly saying it's because I shrunk due to time travel would make me seem insane. It's impossible to speak the truth directly. Even if I did, she wouldn't believe it. So after some thought, Chen Zhe finally replied, actually, my real age is 22. It's just that due to some special reasons, I currently look like a teenager. Special reasons. It seems that this world indeed has an unknown side. My suspicion is correct. There are many secrets in this world that I need to explore. Upon hearing Chen Zhe's vague answer, Maya felt a bit excited, but tried her best to calm herself down. After taking a few deep breaths to settle her excitement, she quietly asked Chen Zhe, the special reason you mentioned. Could it be that you possess abilities that are different from ordinary people, like superpowers? For example, teleportation, or directly manipulating someone's body. Although Maya was doing her best to suppress her excitement, her voice still trembled slightly. Chen Zhe, upon hearing her words, changed from his shy demeanor to a serious one. How do you know about these? Where did you hear about them? Teleportation is a power that Chen Zhe knows is possessed only by Nightingale, while the ability to directly manipulate others, Chen Zhe isn't sure who possesses it, but the one Maya described alongside teleportation would likely be Xianyu. That guy Xianyu is currently known as the fallen angel Lucifer. How could an ordinary girl like Maya survive after encountering a guy like Xianyu? Perhaps it's because Chen Zhe is no longer an ordinary person now, so when he became serious, Maya was startled by this sudden change. Perhaps frightened by Chen Zhe, she spoke up that's because I encountered it not long ago. But my parents don't believe me and think I'm just daydreaming. After saying this, Maya felt something was off. What's wrong with me? Why am I so compliant with this guy's words? Am I intimidated by this guy who claims to be older yet looks younger than me? Even if he possesses special abilities, this is still my home. How untrustworthy. I'm sorry I got too excited. Can you elaborate? Hearing Maya's words and noticing she seemed startled by him, Chen Zhe softened his tone and asked gently. Upon hearing Chen Zhe's apology, Maya, who was trying to encourage herself to regain control of the conversation, couldn't help but say it's fine. If you want to know, I'll share, but you must promise not to laugh and also agree to let me understand your circle afterward. Listening to Maya's conditions, Chen Zhe hesitated. You should know that because of the impending prophecy, this time is very dangerous. If I rashly join without strength, I could easily end up dead, and Maya is just an ordinary girl. However, Chen Zhe was also very concerned about matters regarding Xian Yu, and not for any other reason, but because Xian Yu's eighth sense could see the future. Seeing Chen Zhe's hesitation, Maya, fearing he wouldn't agree, directly stated, that happened 6 months ago. Back then during the holidays I went abroad with some friends, but we encountered a group of kidnappers. With Maya already starting to tell her story, Chen Zhe couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Soon the whole world will face the destruction caused by Murvi, so whether it's dangerous or not, it's all the same. It's just about being a fool or a wise man. This time I'll consider it a favor owed to her and take her along. Moreover, she's a beauty. After 2 lives, shouldn't I be able to break the single status? A month ago, Maya and a few of her friends traveled to the United States. The United States is a country with a low population density where most areas belong to the suburbs, and it has a unique characteristic that China does not. Gun ownership is permitted. Maya joined a gun enthusiast club in the United States, and this time she and her friends were headed to a shooting range. However, on their way through an uninhabited area, they encountered a group of people whose car had broken down and were blocking the road asking for help. Given the unique situation in America and being in an uninhabited area, Maya and her friends initially planned to ignore them. However, upon seeing a person in that group with a Chinese appearance, she called out to her friends and after a vote decided to lend a hand. Of course, the willingness to help was primarily because there were only 3 people in need, while Maya and her group consisted of 8 equipped with 2 cars and firearms. It was precisely because of this act of kindness that Maya encountered another side of the world for the first time. Among the 3 individuals, 2 blocking the road were American whites, one tall and sturdy and the other shorter and rather plump. The remaining individual was the one Maya had noticed with a Chinese appearance sitting in the car. Hey guys, do you need assistance? After stopping the car, Maya's friend George greeted the 2 white men blocking the road. Once they stopped, the 2 men walked towards them, and George got out of the car to meet them. While in the car, they hadn't noticed anything unusual, but as the 2 men approached, Maya and her friends realized something was off. The way the 2 men walked was extremely strange. Their knees did not bend, their arms were perpendicular to their bodies, and they appeared very rigid. Their faces were pale, eyes wide with bloodshot sclera, and saliva dripped uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths. Hey, brothers, why aren't you speaking? What's wrong with you? Hey, stop. If you come any closer, I will shoot. After realizing something was wrong, George drew the handgun he had concealed at his waist and warned the 2 men. However, they showed no intention of stopping. As they approached within 5 meters of Maya and the others, the tall white man suddenly lunged at George. Seeing the man charging at him, George instinctively pulled the trigger. However, an unbelievable event occurred. The bullet struck the man's leg without any effect. George fired 5 shots in total, 4 of which hit the man, yet he continued his relentless advance towards the stunned George, seizing George's arm and attempting to bite his neck. By the time George regained his senses, he realized the man's strength was overwhelming and he could not break free. Bang! Just as George was about to be bitten, Maya's other companion, a shooting enthusiast who called himself the 5-meter sharpshooter, an American black youth named Johnny, shot the attacking man in the head. Smack! The man's head burst like a watermelon, finally causing him to collapse to the ground. Witnessing someone being shot in the head, the women in Maya's group were horrified. George, being the closest, turned pale, but mostly felt relieved. However, before George could feel thankful for long, another short and plump man charged at him. This time George was prepared. Having already shot one person, he thought it was not much different to deal with another. Moreover, both men's conditions were quite odd, resembling zombies from movies. Bang! Bang! George fired 2 shots in quick succession, but missed. The plump white man was unexpectedly agile. George was again tackled to the ground, but this time he was ready and did not seem completely helpless. He desperately held back the man's mouth as he lunged at him. Despite using all his strength, the man's force was surprisingly strong. Fortunately, he seemed to favor attacking George's neck. After knocking him down, he focused solely on that, forcing George to dodge and prevent the man from biting him. As George kept dodging, it was not ideal to use his gun for an attack. Seeing George in such a perilous situation, the other 3 men in Maya's group also got out of the car to help. As a skilled shooter, one must have a good physique to handle firearms. Johnny quickly reached George's side, using both hands to firmly grip the neck of the white man attacking George, preventing him from moving. The two Chinese companions, Chen Wei and Ma Dong, each held one of the man's arms tightly, allowing George to escape. "Hey George, go get a rope from the car. This guy is too strong, or remember to get a thick one." After subduing the white man, Johnny said to George, who had managed to free himself. George quickly agreed and headed towards his car, where he had prepared ropes, as they are essential for any travel, sometimes saving lives. After George brought back a thick climbing rope, they struggled to bind the short, plump white man. Phew, this guy's strength is incredible. Even with several of us holding him down, he almost broke free. What on earth is wrong with those two? After securing the man, Johnny sat down on the ground, exhausted, complaining. Hearing his words, George also felt grateful, saying, "Luckily we killed one earlier, otherwise we might not have been able to handle the two of them. Look at him, doesn't he look just like a zombie from the movies?" Listening to George, the others turned to look at the plump man, who although bound continued to struggle and howl, sending a chill down their spines. The man's behavior was strikingly similar to a zombie's. Since they met, he had not uttered a single word and had just been groaning. "Hey, are you all okay? I've brought the medical kit." As George and the others fell silent, witnessing that they had subdued the strange white man, a woman from Maya's group still in the car finally got out. One of the white women carried the medical kit prepared in the car and called out to them. Hearing her shout, George replied, "I'm fine, just a minor scrape. Please check if any of them are injured. That guy was really strong." The woman with the medical kit, named Jenny, was the doctor of the group and George's girlfriend. However, she did not believe George, as he was known to be someone who liked to show off, and directly began examining him for injuries. The other two women, a black woman named Chin, who was Johnny's girlfriend, and Zhang Li, Chen Wei's girlfriend, both rushed to check on their boyfriends. Maya also approached her brother Ma Dong to see if he was hurt. After checking and confirming that George and the others only had minor scrapes and were not seriously injured, they all fell silent as they looked at the corpse lying not far away and the man tied up, who was still howling like a zombie. They had originally planned to practice shooting, but encountered such an incredible situation along the way. It turned out that there really were zombies in this world. This felt like a dream. In the midst of the silence, Maya finally remembered something. There were originally 3 of them. There is still one person in that car. The others also snapped back to reality and looked toward the broken-down car. Indeed, there was still someone sitting in the back seat, a young man with a Chinese face and a smirk, as if he were watching an interesting show. "Hey friend, could you come out of the car? Don't worry, we won't harm you. Can you explain what's going on with those two?" Seeing that the person appeared normal and did not exhibit the symptoms of the bound man, Ma Dong stepped forward to try to communicate. The man got out of the car. Seeing that he looked like a normal person, Maya and her group sighed in relief. Ma Dong then asked, "Were you trapped in the car by those two? Do you know why they are like this? Can you tell us what happened?" However, the Chinese man seemed to ignore Ma Dong's question and spoke to himself. Trading those two useless beings for several of you good materials is quite a bargain. In the end, we were rescued by a strikingly handsome man with long blue hair, but he seemed to be in league with the kidnapper who had blocked our path. I heard the kidnapper address him directly Lord Lucifer. Maya continued recounting her experience to Chen Zhe. "Unfortunately, that's all I know. I have no idea why he saved us, or how he even appeared there so suddenly. He and the silver-haired man whose face was concealed materialized together in the forbidden zone with a soft whoosh." As she finished speaking, Maya grew especially animated, gesturing vividly with her hands as she addressed Chen Zhe. Watching her excitement, Chen Zhe hastily signaled for her to calm down, nodding to indicate he understood. Only after she concluded did he fall silent, deep in thought, pondering Xian Yu's true intentions. From Maya's description, Chen Zhe was certain the savior she encountered could only be Xian Yu. The title Lord Lucifer confirmed it beyond doubt. Yet why would Xian Yu save Maya and her companions? When Xian Yu chose to become Lucifer, he had willingly embraced all sin and darkness. To suddenly spare, or rather deliberately release, a handful of strangers defied all logic. Even more perplexing, he had specifically intervened to free Maya's group from the very subordinates who had been acting under Chen Zhe's own orders. This could not be mere coincidence. Xian Yu's actions bore deliberate hidden purpose. But why? Chen Zhe had never met the others, but in his perception, Maya was simply an ordinary young woman, unremarkable in every way. Could one of the others possess some extraordinary trait? Or was Xian Yu executing a deeper, more intricate plan? Damn it, Xian Yu's 8th sense is nothing short of a glitch. His machinations remain utterly inscrutable until the final moment. Saiyans were never renowned for their patience or analytical depth, and this cascade of unfathomable conjectures rapidly eroded Chen Zhe's composure. Ugh, why must people with sharp minds complicate everything? Can't they just speak plainly? Why not charge forward headlong? Simplicity and directness, aren't those virtues? All this convoluted scheming risks leaving one utterly bald from sheer mental strain. Wait, Xianyu does have long hair. Does that make him superior? All this twisting and turning will surely leave him bald sooner or later. Frustrated, Chen Zhe silently railed against Xianyu in his mind. His frantic, scratching Gathis head demeanor caused Maya's lips to twitch faintly at the corner. Had she misjudged him entirely? This man seemed profoundly unreliable. Was this jittery, near-leaping figure truly the same shy, bashful boy she'd met moments before? Give me back that quiet, modest, dependable little brother. And, wait, why was the floor trembling? An earthquake. Feeling the subtle tremor beneath her feet, and watching Chen Zhe's near-explosive agitation, Maya ventured timidly, "Are you all right?" What was he doing? Startled by her voice, Chen Zhe blinked, then snapped back to awareness. What on earth am I doing right now? Coming to his senses, he realized his fingers had unconsciously raked through his hair, transforming his carefully styled, edgy coiffure into a tangled bird's nest. Worse still, his habitual leg shaking in moments of anxiety had resumed, causing his entire frame to stiffen in mortified disbelief. He had utterly shattered every shred of dignity. Even after being reborn, he still hadn't shaken off his former life's otaku habits. When you shook your leg, just now the floor trembled along with it. How did you do that? Unfazed by Chen Zhe's frozen embarrassment, Maya remained wholly absorbed by the image of the floor quivering in time with his restless motion. This youth, who claimed to be 22 yet looked far younger, must be extraordinarily powerful within his circle. Even an unconscious gesture could induce seismic resonance. How she longed to wield such strength herself. Could I ever become as strong as you? Acting on impulse, Maya asked, expectantly gazing at the still-dazed Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe, caught off guard, hesitated, then asked quietly, "Did the floor truly tremble when I shook my leg?" He genuinely hadn't sensed it, his own involuntary tremor resonating through the ground. Unperturbed by his silence, or his counter-question, Maya answered candidly, "Yes. But look." She pointed to the teacup she'd poured for him on the low table. "I first noticed it in the water's surface. I thought I was imagining things, so I stepped onto the floor myself to feel it directly. It was faint, but unmistakable. With focused attention, one could clearly perceive the floor vibrating in perfect synchrony with his tremors." Stunned, Chen Zhe abandoned further reply and instantly activated his seventh sense, centering himself inward to probe his own body with quiet, precise awareness. After several minutes of meticulous self-examination, a wry grimace tugged at his lips. Of course. His cellular reservoirs had lost over half their stored energy, meaning his inner chi had surged anew. The power he'd only recently begun to master had once again slipped beyond his control. No wonder the floor trembled. It wouldn't take much to collapse this entire building. And this surge arrived at the worst possible moment. This sudden amplification had rekindled his loss of control, an ominous warning. That unconscious tremor shaking the floor was no trivial anomaly. It was a harbinger of catastrophe. One misplaced twitch of force, and this structure would crumble into ruin. A full-blown disaster. Though increased power was welcome in theory, Chen Zhe felt no joy, only dread. After painstaking effort, he'd finally calibrated precisely how much strength he could safely wield without attracting the attention of that ineffable presence governing this world. Just as he'd begun cautiously indulging in life's freedoms, that window had slammed shut. Through prolonged observation, and drawing upon memories of anime and novels from his past life, Chen Zhe now held a 50% certainty about the nature of that unseen force. It was the world's own fundamental law. He drew its notice because he was an outsider, and because his latent power threatened total annihilation of this world. Should he ever manifest destructive intent, the world's law would descend upon him with crushing inevitability, enforcing mutual destruction. Like the celestial Tao of ancient mythic tales, though less omnipotent, confined to this small realm, this law retained sufficient ferocity to fight Chen Zhe to mutual extinction. It would erase him. In his final moments, he would shatter Earth, depriving the law of its anchor, causing its own dissolution. For some time, the world's law had tacitly accepted his presence, so long as he refrained from interfering with its natural order or exceeding the realm's intrinsic tolerance threshold. Now, all that progress was undone. Reckless indulgence was impossible. He must begin anew, relearning mastery over his own strength. His plan to accompany Maya back to the Sahara Desert, locate Ligay, and confront Xianyu to uncover his motives had evaporated. In his current unstable state, even a minor misstep might unravel reality itself, triggering the world's law to descend upon him in lethal fury. Already he sensed its cold, watchful gaze reasserting itself. Damn it! Until he regained control, movement would be perilous. His meeting with Monyo, already uncertain, had now dissolved entirely. "Sai, I'm leaving. When your father arrives, please tell him I've unexpectedly encountered urgent matters and won't be able to accept his commission." The instant he felt the world's law fix its attention upon him, Chen Zhe's spirit plummeted. Waving listlessly toward Maya, who watched him intently, he murmured, then turned to depart. Rising to his feet, he muttered softly to himself, "Looks like I'll need to rigorously train Lu Xing. Push this world's power ceiling higher. Only then can I escape this accursed scrutiny." That was the sole path he saw to elude the world law's relentless vigilance. He recalled the manga's later arcs, the Karenkea, Star the Shadow Realm, even Juyue's ascension to godhood and reversal of time. These were forces of staggering magnitude. He knew he couldn't replicate them, and neither could this fragile world. Yet the law currently tracking him, he believed he could obliterate it, if forced to unleash his full might. A mere world law, yet coupled with those latest abilities from Steel Star September becomes divine, he surmised this realm was not static but actively evolving, or perhaps already undergoing self-actualization. No wonder it resisted any deviation from its ordained trajectory. If he elevated Lu Xing, the realm's native prodigy, to greater power, its structural tolerance threshold would inevitably expand. But that idiot Lu Xing refuses to cooperate. The mere thought brought fresh anguish. Sigh, what a monumental task lies ahead. As Maya hurried to intercept him, alarmed by his abrupt departure, she blurted, "Hey, what's going on? Why are you leaving so suddenly? Even if you won't help my father, you promised to introduce me to your world." Chen Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Maya, standing resolutely before him. Perhaps Lu Xing wasn't the only option. Maya too was native to this world, and far more eager. Moreover, she was a young woman. Training her promised infinitely more motivation than wrestling with Lu Xing's stubbornness. With that realization, Chen Zhe's expression hardened, solemn and decisive, as he asked Maya, "Do you truly wish to enter our world? Know this, it is perilous beyond measure. One misstep means death." Maya met his gravity with equal seriousness. "Yes, I am certain. I fear nothing. And didn't you promise to guide me?" she added with a disarmingly innocent blink. At her playful glance, Chen Zhe's lips curled into a sharp, approving smile. "Very well. From today onward you train under me. You are my disciple. La 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 la." Chen Zhe hummed an unknown tune as he walked home, appearing in good spirits. Although he didn't make money this time by collaborating with Manyo, he did gain a cheap apprentice who happens to be a beautiful woman. While Chen Zhe currently has no other thoughts about Maya, at the very least, she is a feast for the eyes. He can also experiment with his assumptions, trying to shake off that troublesome character Lu Xing. Being watched by the world's rules made Chen Zhe feel quite uncomfortable. As long as he doesn't recklessly alter the trajectory of the world's operation and affect its inherent self-evolution, the world's rules would merely keep an eye on him. However, the feeling of being monitored at all times is genuinely disgusting. If Chen Zhe weren't uncertain about how the world's rules operate, whether they are instinctual, without consciousness, or possess self-awareness, and didn't know how to rid himself of them, he would definitely confront them. Humming a disorganized tune, afraid of losing control due to walking too fast, Chen Zhe finally returned home slowly, only to find Lu Xing tidying up. "Huh, Uncle Chen Zhe, didn't you go to work? Why are you back so soon? Did they not want you anymore?" Having learned from Lan Shui what Chen Zhe was up to, Lu Xing looked surprised at Chen Zhe's leisurely return. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Chen Zhe instantly felt a black line appear on his forehead, squinting his eyes at Lu Xing. "What do you mean by that, Lu Xing? So do I not appeal to you at all? Are you hoping to taste Uncle's iron fist again?" Seeing Chen Zhe's gaze gradually becoming dangerous, Lu Xing felt goosebumps all over his body, and with a strong desire to survive realized that his previous words were inappropriate, quickly remedying the situation. "No, what I meant was, why are you back so soon? Is work going smoothly?" "No. I mean, did you finish work so quickly?" "Huh. No, wait. It's..." Watching Lu Xing become flustered and incoherent from fear, Chen Zhe rolled his eyes. "Am I really that intimidating? Fine, I'll let it go this time. I just gained some power, and am still not quite adept at controlling it. If I accidentally hurt him while teaching a lesson, that wouldn't be good." Seeing Lu Xing still trying to explain, but becoming increasingly flustered, Chen Zhe waved his hand to signal him to stop, indicating that he understood. All right, I get what you mean. I came back on my own as something came up, and I won't be doing that job anymore." Looking at Chen Zhe, who finally stopped regarding him with that spine-chilling gaze, Lu Xing let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Thank goodness this time it's past. I must control my mouth in the future." Uncle Chen Zhe's gaze was truly dangerous just now. Upon entering the house and seeing the empty living room, Chen Zhe casually asked Lu Xing, "Are you the only one cleaning at home? Where are Xiao Shui and Xiao Sa?" You're asking about Xiao Shui and Xiao Sa?" Chen Zhe's sudden voice startled Lu Xing, who was silently reminding himself. Realizing Chen Zhe was asking where the other two were instead of questioning him further, Lu Xing replied, "The two of them." Xiao Shui said she went shopping, and Xiao Sa said he went out to take care of something, but he didn't specify what. "Oh, I see. Nodding in response to Lu Xing's answer, Chen Zhe then headed toward his room as he had merely asked casually. It's hard to say what Lan Shui is up to. Perhaps she's genuinely out shopping as she said, or maybe she went a doctor. Hugh again. This doesn't concern me much. As for Qi Xiaosa, he's probably off contacting VV Academy to verify his information. Observing Chen Zhe's casual demeanor, Lu Xing appeared somewhat hesitant. Should I tell Uncle Chen Zhe? Although Uncle Chen Zhe is quite strong, Xiaosa's hurried demeanor when he left was a bit suspicious. Hesitating for a moment, Lu Xing ultimately decided to give Chen Zhe a heads up. Uncle Chen Zhe, wait a moment. There's something I want to tell you. What's the matter? Hearing Lu Xing call out to him, Chen Zhe stopped and looked at him with curiosity. Seeing that Chen Zhe was listening, Lu Xing organized his thoughts before speaking. Uncle Chen Zhe, did you get into a fight with Xiaosa this morning? Upon hearing Lu Xing's question, Chen Zhe looked at him in surprise. How does Lu Xing know about that? Did that guy Qi Xiaosa tell him? That doesn't seem likely. As a trump card of VV Academy, he shouldn't expose himself like that. Moreover, he lost the fight and got tied up by me. Such a humiliating thing that narcissistic guy wouldn't dare to talk about it. Looking at Chen Zhe's expression, Lu Xing finally confirmed that his guess was correct. These two must have indeed fought this morning. Noticing Chen Zhe's calm demeanor, Lu Xing continued. This morning Xiaosa asked me some information about you, and then hurried off to who knows where. Also, why did you two fight? Well, it's a long story, but it's fine. You don't need to worry, Xiaosa won't do anything to me. He can't beat me. But, watching Chen Zhe remain indifferent, Lu Xing wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Chen Zhe waving his hand. You don't understand now, but soon you will. Xiaosa is not a bad person, he's someone you can trust. Hearing Lu Xing's words, Chen Zhe could sense his concern, but how should he respond? Currently, Lu Xing hasn't been accepted by VV Academy, and he hasn't encountered the other side of this world either, nor does he know what the seventh sense is. It's hard to explain. Last time when he tried to teach him about the training system of the Dragon Ball world, Lu Xing probably didn't believe a word. Having not been exposed to it, he likely wouldn't believe it again now. The specifics will have to wait until he receives the acceptance letter from VV Academy and passes the trials before discussing it with him. For now, I need to control this suddenly gained power quickly to avoid unintentionally attracting the world's rules to confront me. Although Chen Zhe is eager to fight the world's rules, his sharp instincts as an extreme Saiyan tell him that he is not yet a match for them. A heating clash would only lead to mutual destruction. Chen Zhe trusts his instincts. Although he is influenced by his bloodline to love fighting, he doesn't want to seek death, mutual destruction, or anything. Better to be cautious. It's not easy to live a second life, is it? Alright, stop overthinking. I need to rest. You continue cleaning and call me for dinner later. Not wanting to explain to Lu Xing, Chen Zhe dismissively replied to Lu Xing, who still wanted to say something, and walked into his room, closing the door. Watching the door Chen Zhe just closed, Lu Xing's mouth twitched. Am I being dismissed? Forget it, if he isn't worried, why should I be? Besides, from what I know of Xiaosa, he isn't the type to seek revenge secretly. I must be overthinking it. It sounds like Uncle Chen Zhe knows Xiaosa quite well, and the way they acted this morning didn't seem like their first meeting. Could they know each other? Then why say that I still don't understand now, and will know soon? Fine, you two do whatever you want, I won't get involved. Just as Lu Xing was about to return to cleaning, Chen Zhe's closed door opened again, and he poked his head out, saying to Lu Xing, by the way, I consumed quite a bit today. Prepare early and make more food, otherwise there won't be enough to eat. Alright, I understand. Lu Xing weakly replied. Receiving Lu Xing's response, Chen Zhe nodded in satisfaction and then closed the door again. Speaking of which, Chen Zhe feels he will be quite busy lately and needs to make a division of labor plan. First, he needs to gain control over his power. This power has been increasing rapidly these past few days. Just recently he gained some, and now it has increased again. It's a significant project to master his power. However, once he adapts to this body that has been rapidly evolved from an infant state to a 16-year-old state, the growth won't be so rapid, and he will find it much easier to grasp his own power. Next, he needs to create a training plan for his new apprentice Maya. This is his first time taking on an apprentice. Although he hasn't resolved his own issues and doesn't know how to teach, he can't let his momentum falter, right? He must teach well. Ahem, of course, although it's awkward, he should make her prepare for the tuition fees, as he also needs to eat, and he is currently in debt. But how do I even bring up the tuition fees? It would greatly affect my image. I need to think carefully. What? You mean Chen Zhe refused to take on my assignment? Fine. After all, such matters must be mutually agreed upon, and no terms had even been settled yet. But now he actually intends to take you away. While Chen Zhe pondered how best to guide Maya, she herself was explaining to her father Manyo that Chen Zhe had suddenly become unavailable to serve as the brand ambassador, and incidentally had accepted her as his disciple and planned to begin her cultivation training. What do you mean, accepting you as a disciple? What could he possibly teach you? That man is merely deceiving you. Ma Niu now felt a pang of regret. Never had he imagined that his own well-intentioned gesture would unwittingly invite a fraud, and worse, that his daughter had truly fallen under his spell. It was all his fault. He had only wanted his daughter to venture out more, to meet new friends, to distract her from those wild, unfounded fantasies. But instead someone had exploited precisely that vulnerability. Unforgivable. What do you mean, take me away? He said I should first ask your permission. If you agreed, he'd begin teaching me cultivation. Interrupted mid-sentence, and facing her father's furious glare, Maya pouted. Dad, what on earth are you saying? Do you really think I'm that gullible? Come on, Dad. Can't you at least let me finish speaking first? There's nothing left to discuss. I absolutely forbid it. And I'll tell your mother. She'll handle you. Seeing his daughter still poised to argue, and knowing full well he stood no chance against her, Ma Niu resorted to summoning his wife as leverage. Dad, if you run to Mom with tattletales then I'll ignore you completely. Maya stamped her foot in exasperation. Hearing his daughter's threat, Ma Niu faltered, yet recalling how easily she'd been swayed by a stranger, he resolved to hold firm. For his beloved daughter's sake. What tattletales are you two whispering about? Yeah, have you gotten into trouble again? Just as father and daughter locked eyes in silent, stubborn standoff, a gentle feminine voice drifted in. They turned toward the doorway to see a woman in her 40s, casually dressed, yet radiating effortless composure. Mom, what brings you here? Bewildered by her mother's unexpected arrival, and suddenly flustered, Maya glanced nervously at her father, who was already opening his mouth to speak. In one swift motion, she stepped forward, hooked her arm through her mother's, and began steering her toward the door. Mom, it's nearly noon. Let's go home for lunch. Dad can mind the shop. I haven't tasted your cooking in ages. I'll eat a whole bowl today. The household's matriarch had arrived. She had to be whisked away immediately, or else once Dad lodged his complaint, Maya would face serious consequences. Li Huru, the mother of Maya and wife of Ma Niu, had been named with hopes she'd embody grace and gentleness. Alas, her paternal surname was Li. Thus, true to her name, she was anything but graceful or gentle. Outwardly, she possessed formidable will and unyielding temperament. Ma Niu's ascent to a fortune exceeding billions owed at least half its foundation to her shrewdness and resolve. Though age and motherhood had softened her edges, tempering the fiery intensity of her youth, her authority within the household remained absolute. Huru, tell her, your daughter has. Mom, let's go home now, I'm starving. Panicked at the sight of her father about to launch his accusation, Ma Niu cut him off sharply, this time determined to physically remove her mother from the room. Hold on, you stop right there, young lady. Feeling Ma Niu's urgent tug, and sensing the unmistakable tension beneath it, Li Huru, mother of her flesh and blood, immediately detected the hidden drama. So eager to drag me away. What mischief have you stirred up now? With a subtle shift of weight, she effortlessly guided the off-balance Maya straight to her side. Meeting her mother's gaze, calm not stern, Maya, stricken by guilt, grew inexplicably restless. Instinctively, she leaned in, nestling into Li Huru's embrace and blinking up at her with practiced charm. Mommy. No way. I swear Dad's just making things up. You know your own daughter better than anyone. I'm adorable, I'm gentle. How could I possibly? Her bravado dissolved mid-sentence as Li Huru remained utterly unmoved, pinned beneath that impassive stare. Ma Niu wisely chose humility over hubris. Though her words trailed off, Maya, knowing evasion was futile, resorted to her signature tactic, affectionate pleading. Nestled in her mother's arms, she rubbed her cheek against Li Huru like a drowsy kitten. Watching her daughter's transparent ploy, Li Huru sighed inwardly. This was her cherished down jacket after all, even if with age it had begun to develop a few drafts. Though wistful, she kept her sentiment carefully veiled. Otherwise, this girl who'd outstripped even her elder brother in mischief since childhood would surely inflate with pride. With serene composure, Li Huru waited silently as Maya fell quiet, then turned to Ma Niu, who had drawn near to speak, and gestured for him to explain. Lao Ma, what's happened now? This girl again. And you coddle her endlessly. You know exactly how unruly she is. Hearing this, Ma Niu rolled his eyes inwardly. You tell me, she's agreed to become the disciple of a man she's met only a handful of times, without so much as consulting us. Ma Niu recounted Ma Niu's earlier account, interweaving it with his own interpretations. He explained how he'd initially found Chen Zhe pleasant-faced, and hoped to enlist him as ambassador for their upcoming Big Eater competition, only for Chen Zhe to divert his attention toward Ma Niu instead. Perhaps Ma Niu speculated Chen Zhe had been captivated by Ma Niu's charm, and sought to exploit it. He lamented how Ma Niu, now grown, still indulged in flights of fancy, how readily she'd been deceived, and urged Li Huru to instill discipline before she vanished into some stranger's clutches. Throughout his monologue, Ma Niu repeatedly attempted to interject, only to be silenced each time by her mother's steady, unblinking gaze, leaving her thoroughly frustrated. That's how it stands. You'll need to set her straight. She's no child anymore, yet behaves like one. As for Chen Zhe's claims, surely you can discern their truth. As he spoke, Ma Niu pointed pointedly at Maya, still nuzzling affectionately into Li Hiru's arms, eliciting an indignant grimace from her instantly quelled by her mother's sharp glance. Having heard Ma Niu out, Li Hiru sat in silence, her expression thoughtful, so deeply absorbed that neither father nor daughter dared disturb her. In that hush their eyes communicated volumes. Maya glared. Dad, you actually tattled on me. I'm ignoring you. Ma Niu replied wordlessly. I did it for your own good, to protect you from deception. Maya pouted. I won't listen. I won't listen. I'm having a full-blown tantrum, and I refuse to be consoled. Ma Niu. After a long pause, Li Hiru broke the silence and addressed Maya directly. You truly felt the floor tremble beneath his footsteps. Startled, Maya abandoned her silent exchange with her father and nodded vigorously, insisting she hadn't been deceived. Receiving her daughter's emphatic confirmation, Li Hiru paused, then asked, when precisely does he intend to begin your cultivation training? At the word cultivation, Li Hiru's brow furrowed. Something about it felt unsettlingly implausible. In all her experience and knowledge, no such practice existed. Oblivious to her mother's unease, and relieved not to be scolded, Maya hurried to reply. He didn't specify a date, only said he'd return soon to discuss it with you first. Li Hiru gave a quiet, thoughtful nod. I see. Then lapsed once more into contemplative silence. I see. What did that even mean? Was she granting permission, or refusing outright? Maya's impatience flared, but she dared not utter a sound. Though indulgent, her mother's discipline was legendary. Maya recalled many a frantic, laughter-filled chase across the house. Now patience was the only wise course. Ma Niu, observing Li Hiru's apparent contemplation, not punishment, prepared to speak again, only to be halted by a single raised hand. Li Hiru sat in silence, her gaze distant, her thoughts inscrutable. Hello, is this VV Academy? Please connect me to Pajun. After Qi Xiaoxia finished speaking, the person on the other end remained silent for a moment. Unhurried, Qi Xiaoxia waited, until at last a low, muffled voice emerged from the receiver. Hello, this is Pajun. May I ask who's calling? Hearing that dull voice and the question, Qi Xiaoxia's lips twitched. Suppressing an urge to retort, he growled into the phone. Who do you think I am? Only a fool would ask that. The voice on the line darkened further, its tone now thick with gravity, as if volume alone could command authority. Speak respectfully, or face consequences. Who dares speak so boldly, knowing full well I am Pajun, and still daring to curse me? If I ever learn your identity, I'll summon earth manipulation and march straight to your doorstep to beat some sense into you. At Pajun's words, and the weight behind them, Qi Xiaoxia felt the veins on his forehead pulse with autonomous indignation. Who am I? Very well, I'll tell you plainly, I am Tan Lang. Right now I'm inside a public phone booth at Block B No. 24 Huangho Avenue, F City. Is that enough? Just thinking of that old fraud pretending ignorance made Qi Xiaoxia's blood boil. He had urgent business, and no time for theatrics. Still not enough. Then hear this, you're using a voice modulator right now. And if my memory serves, you stole it from Wu Chu, didn't you? Shall I inform her? Still not satisfied. Then, wait, did someone just say my name over the line? Hey old man, who's on the phone? A clear youthful voice, like a silver bell, rang out from the receiver just as Qi Xiaoxia prepared to unleash another volley of incriminating truths. Recognizing that voice instantly, Qi Xiaoxia replied without hesitation. Is this Master Wu Chu? This is Tan Lang. I need to speak with you about Pajun. Click. Beep, beep, beep. Before Qi Xiaoxia could finish, Pajun hung up. Staring at the dead line, Qi Xiaoxia felt a jagged pulsing vein rise like a kanji character, anger, on his temple. That unreliable old man had just severed the call without warning. I hadn't even asked about that person yet. Damn it. With the prophesied event drawing ever closer, and a formidable stranger appearing out of nowhere utterly untraceable in all prior records, Qi Xiaoxia felt profoundly unsettled. Since the stranger claimed affiliation with VV Academy, Qi Xiaoxia had no choice but to verify it by phone. So what precisely was that irresponsible old man doing instead? The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he grew. Yet at last he forced himself to inhale deeply, striving for calm. Breathe in, breathe out. He repeated silently, that man is a fool. His unreliability is nothing new, and yet haven't I survived to this age precisely because of him? Stay calm. Stay calm. This is simply his standard operating procedure. Just adapt. Yes, adapt. After several long breaths and countless rounds of self-reassurance, Qi Xiaoxia finally exhaled the knot of tension within him. He picked up the receiver once more and redialed the same number. Meanwhile, on the other end, Pajun had just hung up. Now Wu Chu stood before him, gaze sharp and unwavering, scrutinizing him like a forensic examiner. I heard clearly. He identified himself as Tan Lang. What exactly did he say about me? Why did you hang up so hastily? Jun stammered, shifting uncomfortably under that piercing stare, his guilt palpable. Is that so? Yet you seem rather suspicious. Your face is flushed, your brow drenched in sweat. Wu Chu's skepticism deepened as she watched Jun falter. Ding-ling-ling. Just as arcs of electricity began crackling across Wu Chu's fingertips, preparing a jolting massage, the phone rang again. Wu Chu paused mid-motion. Jun exhaled in sheer relief and snatched up the receiver. Hey, you old fraud. It's Tan Lang. I have something critical to discuss. Hang up again, and the next time we meet, I'll expose every single thing you've stolen. Jun barely lifted the receiver before Qi Xiaosha's furious roar erupted through the line. Sensing Wu Chu's mounting pressure behind him, and seized by pure survival instinct, Jun cut him off sharply. Tan Lang. My apologies, I was only teasing. Go ahead, what's urgent? I'm listening. Turning briefly to Wu Chu, Jun covered the mouthpiece and spoke with exaggerated solemnity. We'll talk later. I'm handling official business with Qi Xiaosha right now. You heard him yourself. He said it was important. First stabilize Wu Chu. As for that brat Qi Xiaosha, daring to threaten me, when next we meet, I'll teach him the true meaning of respecting his elders. Wu Chu studied Jun's earnest expression, then recalled Qi Xiaosha's unmistakable urgency. After a moment's reflection, she nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll settle accounts with that old fraud later. He won't escape. Even collateral damage is acceptable. His hide is thick and he's never been wrongfully accused. Consider this in advance on his due punishment. With Wu Chu's acquiescence, Jun breathed inwardly, relief flooding his veins. Crisis averted, for now. Once I finish with Qi Xiaosha, I'll vanish. Wu Chu doesn't yet know what he revealed, and given her temperament, she'll likely forget the whole affair in a few days. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Jun turned back to the receiver and asked casually, so, what's the emergency? Sounds dire. Did the fallen angels track you down? Not quite, but it's scarcely better. I encountered someone extraordinarily powerful. My seventh sense modeled after yours and Master Wu Chu's couldn't withstand even a single blow. Qi Xiaosha choked on the reply. Couldn't that old fraud utter one encouraging word? Then again, being targeted by Chen Zhe, a figure whose existence he'd never even glimpsed in intelligence reports, perhaps it was no less terrifying than facing a fallen angel. Hearing Qi Xiaosha's uncharacteristic gravity, Jun dropped his nonchalance entirely and pressed. Who was it? Do you know him? Is he one of Lucifer's newly appointed fallen angels? Qi Xiaosha's seventh sense was formidable, albeit burdened by side effects. And with his divine hand ability, even genuine confrontation with a fallen angel would likely end in escape. Moreover, no intelligence indicated Lucifer had dispatched any of his 12 fallen angels to intercept Qi Xiaosha. His identity as Tan Lang remained securely concealed. Had Lucifer somehow uncovered his identity and sent a newly recruited fallen angel to eliminate him? If Qi Xiaosha truly faced an opponent so overwhelming he couldn't counter even a single strike, that boded ill indeed. I don't know his identity, but he claims affiliation with VV Academy. He joined recently and asked me to relay a message of safety to Lianjun. Relieved that Jun was finally listening seriously, Qi Xiaosha began recounting everything he knew about Chen Zhe. Though Jun's habitual unreliability grated on his nerves, Qi Xiaosha couldn't deny. When real crises arose, that very unpredictability somehow anchored him. Before Qi Xiaosha could continue, Jun interrupted. Was he around 10 years old? Exceptionally skilled in martial arts, and capable of launching radiant energy spheres of considerable destructive force. How did you know? Do you know him? Though startled by the interruption, Qi Xiaosha blinked stunned. How could that old fraud possibly know such details? Had he mentioned them earlier? Jun's lips twitched faintly in response to Qi Xiaosha's confirmation. How do I know? I was the one who escorted him to VV Academy and personally invited him to join. Of course I know. Yet after his last departure, he vanished without trace. I even searched the Sahara Desert, the location he'd cited, and found nothing. Now inexplicably he's resurfaced. Enough. I understand. You needn't concern yourself with him. Though our intel on him remains scarce, his emergence feels sudden, almost inexplicable. He has indeed joined VV Academy. After a brief pause, Jun shifted tone, delivering verified intelligence on Chen Zhe, determined to prevent Qi Xiaosha from provoking a fatal confrontation. In sum, he is trustworthy. Dr. Amy herself has confirmed it. Is that so? Then I'm reassured. Qi Xiaosha responded, having received the answer he sought. If Dr. Amy, whose eighth sense remains classified, had personally vetted Chen Zhe, then trust was warranted. As one of VV Academy's innermost circle, Qi Xiaosha knew her judgment was infallible. After a moment's silence, Qi Xiaosha asked, Old man, is Master Wu Chu still there? I need to speak with her. Why ask? Yes, she's here. What's the matter? Jun blinked, bewildered by the abrupt pivot. Hadn't they just been discussing Chen Zhe? Pajun handed the receiver to Wu Chu. Instantly, Qi Xiaosha's voice rang out, Master Wu Chu. Did you know Pajun stole your voice modulator and used your voice to flirt with academy students? Pajun froze, eyes wide with horror. Damn it, Qi Xiaosha, you traitorous wretch. Don't believe a word he says. I didn't. I swear I didn't, Af. As Pajun's pained yelp echoed down the line, Qi Xiaosha calmly ended the call. Stepping out of the weathered phone booth, he gazed upward and found the sky impossibly bathed in serene golden light. His heart too felt lighter. Time passed day by day, and before he knew it, a month had gone by. On this day in Lan Shui's villa, Chen Zhe's room, which had been closed for a month, finally opened. Stepping out of the room, Chen Zhe couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, finally, it hasn't grown again, or if it had, I would have felt like I was going insane." This was the longest time Chen Zhe had locked himself in a room. Even in his past life as a recluse, he would at most stay in for a week. Any longer would be unbearable. This time it had been an entire month, just like the closed-door training in novels where every day was spent adapting to the new power he had gained through his seventh sense, only to find it growing again and again, requiring further adaptation, repeating endlessly. During this month, Chen Zhe was extremely cautious, as the unseen rules of the world seemed to be watching him, fearing that he might disrupt these rules and face dire consequences. That suffocating feeling was unbearable, and now he was finally out of seclusion. "Liuxing, is there anything to eat? Bring me some. I'm about to starve." Chen Zhe walked into the living room and called out a few times for Liuxing, but received no response. It was strange. Why was there no response? Xiao Xue and Xiao Sao were not around, but why was Liuxing also missing? After calling out several times without an answer, Chen Zhe finally confirmed that he was the only one in the house, leaving him even more puzzled. Where had these guys gone? They were here last night. Why was there no one today? With no leads, Chen Zhe patted his growling stomach and headed to the refrigerator. Forget it, let's see what's in the fridge to fill my stomach for now. I can eat a proper meal when Liuxing gets back. As he opened the refrigerator door, Chen Zhe immediately noticed a large bowl of beef noodles in the most prominent spot, next to which was a note and a small package. Seeing the note, Chen Zhe couldn't help but feel a bit curious, so he picked it up. The note read, "Uncle Chen Zhe Jiuetian sent me a message today, saying her target this time is in the Persian Gulf. I originally planned to sneak out this morning, but Xiao Xue found out, so we all went together. You told us not to disturb you, so I didn't call you. I didn't know when you would come out, so I made you a bowl of beef noodles and left it in the fridge. Just make do with it for now. If it's not enough, go for a buffet. I've also left some money. We should be back in about a week, so don't worry." The note ended with, "Liuxing." Oh, so they all went to the Persian Gulf. No wonder there's no one at home. Chen Zhe thought as he read Liuxing's message, finally remembering where the story had progressed. So Xiao Xue did get the crystal mask. It seems the story hasn't changed because of me. In the original work, Liuxing and the others went to the Persian Gulf because Liuxing saved Jiuetian from the Black Moon Cavalry, who then gave Liuxing a bracelet and informed him that she would be going to the Persian Gulf. Originally, Chen Zhe thought that by beating up the Black Moon Cavalry he would change the course of events, but it seemed that the world's rules had reverted back. After knowing where Liuxing and the others had gone, and looking at the beef noodles message and meal money left for him, Chen Zhe fell silent. After a while, he helplessly remarked, "Why did Liuxing put this note and money in the fridge? Honestly, shouldn't these things be placed on the coffee table in the living room, or somewhere more visible? Does Liuxing really think I would just go to the fridge looking for food? What does he take me for? Am I the sort of person who only knows how to eat? It seems Liuxing really guessed that right, facepalm. He knows too much. For the sake of my image, should I silence him?" Chen Zhe shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and then heated up the beef noodles Liuxing had left in the fridge. After finishing the beef noodles while rubbing his still grumbling stomach and looking at the meal money left by Liuxing, Chen Zhe couldn't help but sink into thought, Liuxing really understands me well. Liuxing thought so far ahead that Chen Zhe even felt a bit embarrassed. Looking at the meal money on the table, he decided to go for a buffet. Deciding to fill his stomach at a buffet, Chen Zhe then remembered the disciple he had decided to take a month ago, Maya. Since Liuxing is so considerate, I shouldn't waste his good intentions, right? I should also go check on how Maya is doing with her considerations. During this month, Chen Zhe had been familiarizing himself with the power he had gained, but every time he was close to mastering it, new power would erupt, causing him to adapt all over again. What he thought would take at most a week ended up dragging on for a month. During this time, except for eating to replenish energy, Chen Zhe basically spent all his time in the room, fearing that if he lost control, he might hurt Liuxing and the others. He would quickly eat and then return to his room, not even bothering to check on what was happening with Liuxing and Lan Shui outside, let alone collect Maya, his cheap disciple. Thinking about how he hadn't replied to Maya in a month, Chen Zhe felt a bit guilty. I wonder if she will still agree to be my disciple. Will she think I'm a fraud who tricked her? Previously, when Chen Zhe's power suddenly went out of control and time was tight, he had only verbally agreed to take Maya as a disciple, telling her to discuss it with her family, without specifying when he would find her, saying it would be after some time. And now this had stretched into a month. It was a classic case of a fraud. Forget it, I won't think about this anymore. After all, I never said when I would go, so going now wouldn't count as breaking my promise. Moreover, Liuxing should soon realize who he is. Originally, Chen Zhe intended to take Maya as a disciple just because of Liuxing's non-cooperation. He feared that by beating the Black Moon Cavalry, he might change the future trajectory, causing Liuxing to miss the chance to save a beauty and not realize he liked Lan Shui because he didn't have the power to protect her. Now none of that mattered because of the world's rules correcting themselves. Lan Shui would still be trapped in the tomb and nearly die, but would return after some time. After this incident, Liuxing, thinking that Lan Shui was in danger, but comforting himself that she was fine, would probably come to seek him out, making Ma Ya's situation no longer a matter of whether to agree or not. Now all he needed to do was fulfill his promise. If she agreed, he would teach her. If not, he wouldn't mind being seen as a fraud, and he would just consider it as going for a buffet. Speaking of which, the buffet at Ma Ya's family does taste quite good, with a full variety and generous portions. I hope she won't think I'm a fraud. As he thought this, Chen Zhe walked out the door. In truth, Chen Zhe hoped that Maya wouldn't see him as a fraud and refuse him. After all, not to mention that Maya was a pretty girl, just the fact that her family ran a restaurant. Was it wrong for a disciple to treat a master to a meal at their family restaurant? This would provide a solution to his meal problem. The debt he owed Lan Shui mainly consisted of meal expenses, so this way he wouldn't owe her any more money. In Mingwei community, at Ma Ya's villa. You stop. Where are you planning to run off to again? As Chen Zhe was preparing to find Maya, she was about to sneak out of the house to wait for him at her family restaurant when her mother Li Huru caught her in the act. Hearing Li Huru's voice, Maya turned around with difficulty, glancing at her mother's half-smiling, half-serious expression and the feather duster in her hand. She couldn't help but swallow hard and stiffly said, "Mom, I just wanted to go buy some food. I saw that there was nothing in the fridge at home." Seeing her daughter's pathetic appearance, Li Huru smiled, even more dangerously, saying gently, "Really? But why do I feel like you're lying, Yiya? I'll give you one more chance to rephrase your words." Looking at the feather duster in Li Huru's hand, Ya awkwardly swallowed again and began to seriously organize her words in her mind. How could she elegantly and gracefully explain her disobedience and her intention to sneak out without getting punished? Waiting online, very urgent. Mom, feeling the increasingly dangerous gaze of her mother due to her silence, Maya knew that her mother had seen through her thoughts, but could not come up with a countermeasure, so she had to use her signature skill reserved for her little cotton-padded jacket once again. Hearing Maya's sweet and prolonged tone of acting cute, Li Huru couldn't help but shiver, feeling goosebumps all over her body, and instinctively hugged herself. Her daughter, she didn't know who she learned it from, was so sweet when acting cute that it could melt someone. Combined with that quirky and thick-skinned demeanor, it really made it hard for her and her husband to be stern. Sure enough, seeing Li Huru's expression, Maya leaned towards her, brazenly wrapped her arms around the hand, holding the feather duster, shaking it, and then discreetly snatched the duster from Li Huru's hand, tossing it to the ground. "Mommy, I've just been cooped up at home for too long. I want to go out for some fresh air." "Stop it. If you keep shaking, I'll break your hand." Feeling her daughter's readiness to act spoiled, Li Huru felt a headache coming on, but looking at Ma Ya's current state, her heart also relaxed. But this little cotton-padded jacket from childhood is now full of holes, and she can both act cute and be willful, leaving her helpless. Sigh, what a headache. Oh, seeing Li Huru's expression, Maya obediently responded, then fell silent, lowering her head to secretly observe her mother's expression, ready to run at the slightest hint of trouble. Looking at her daughter suddenly becoming exceptionally obedient, even though she knew this was her tactic, Li Huru still couldn't bear to reprimand her. Shaking her head, she helplessly said, "Yo, are you planning to run to the shop again? It's been a month. You must have been deceived. A month is just too long." Originally, Li Huru thought Chen Zhe was someone special, but now that so much time has passed without seeing him, it was clear he was a fraud. How could her silly daughter be deceived so easily? Yet she was still unwilling to accept it. Looking at her mother's expression, hearing her words, feeling the overwhelming concern, Ma Ya's heart softened, but what she had experienced was undeniably real. Though she didn't know why her brother and his friends had forgotten, she knew it to be true, not a dream or her imagination, and the power Chen Zhe displayed was beyond the understanding of this world. This action of exploring the unknown parts of the world made Maya feel her heart racing, and after Chen Zhe's appearance, it proved she hadn't made a mistake. That kind of excitement was beyond words. However, Chen Zhe had promised to take her as a disciple and lead her into that world, yet nearly a month later, there was still no news from him. This disparity left Maya feeling deeply disappointed. She just wanted Chen Zhe to clarify things, but he hadn't contacted her at all. This situation of high expectations, but ending up empty, made Maya feel utterly miserable. This feeling was akin to a boyfriend taking his girlfriend out, filled with anticipation, planning to spend time together after midnight. The girl, though shy, was also reluctant to reject him. Just as they were about to find a hotel, she unexpectedly ran into her girlfriend on the way, and her shyness led her to be taken home. That feeling was enough to make anyone explode. Although Maya and Chen Zhe were not in such a situation, her mood was pretty much the same. Seeing Maya's listless expression, the Manyo couple assumed she was feeling unwell due to being deceived. Fearing their daughter would be tricked again, they stopped letting her work in the shop and interact with others, bringing her back home a week ago. Li Huru also stopped working to take care of her. All of this left Maya, who was only becoming aware of the situation, at a loss for words. When she tried to explain to Li Huru, she was misunderstood as having become too obsessed and was shut in. However, after being confined, Maya was determined to wait for Chen Zhe's answer at the shop, and it had turned into a battle of wits with her mother. In these past days, she was chased around, leading Li Huru to believe that this could finally help her regain her spirits, using a feather duster to block her every day. Faced with Li Huru's actions, Maya really wanted to say, "Mom, I just want to go out for some fresh air, I'm not sick." Although Maya resented her mother for not listening to her explanations and confining her at home, she thought about how her mother had been at home with her instead of working these past few days. Seeing her daughter being chased around and seemingly recovering despite the issue of her age, Maya felt deeply moved, even though she kept complaining and insisting she couldn't move. Now seeing Li Huru's helpless expression, Maya could only helplessly explain again, "Mom, I just want to wait for an answer. I swear, I really have no other thoughts." As she spoke, Maya playfully raised 4 fingers in a cute voice, swearing to Li Huru. Seeing Maya's demeanor, Li Huru was not happy at all, but rather felt overwhelmed. Every time it was like this. Was it really necessary to sneak around every day just for an answer? Can't we just talk it out? This girl must have been bewitched by Chen Zhe, right? No way, I cannot let my precious little cabbage be easily deceived by someone. I have to keep an eye on her. Looking at her daughter, Li Huru always felt that she would be deceived at any moment, so she earnestly said again, "Yiya, why do you always act like this? He hasn't contacted you in a month. I've never heard of this person. He must be a fraud." At this point, Li Huru paused, noticing that Maya was lost in her thoughts and not paying attention to her words. Then she casually continued, "Are you really interested in him? I heard from your dad that Chen Zhe looks younger than you by a few years. You can't be an old cow eating tender grass." After saying that, Li Huru gave Maya a disdainful look, as if to say that if Maya really was like she claimed, she would immediately sever ties with her. Maya heard this and was instantly filled with black lines. It was always like this. Every time she tried to explain, her mother would say a whole set of things, never listening to her, and would still insist that she was not explaining. What was she supposed to do? "Mom, your imagination is simply too rich." Looking at her mother, Maya felt her heart was exhausted. "Mom, what do you want?" "I really just want an answer. It's not as complicated as you think. Besides, I'm only 18. "Really?" Li Huru expressed disbelief. "Really?" Maya affirmed, but seeing Li Huru's expression still written with disbelief, she felt like she was about to collapse. "Even if I don't go to the shop, at least let me go out for a walk and get some fresh air. It has been a week since I've been locked up. I'm going to go crazy." Seeing her daughter Maya looking exhausted and about to break down, Li Huru's heart softened. "Saiyan, I've told your dad and the people at the shop that if Chen Zhe comes looking for you, just give me a call and I'll take you." "Really?" This time it was Maya's turn to be surprised. Her mom still loved her. Facing Maya's question, Li Huru nodded affirmatively. After receiving confirmation, Maya joyfully rushed into Li Huru's arms, acting cute. "Mom, I knew you were the best. But I really want to go out shopping now. I've been cooped up at home for a week." "Alright, let's go out shopping. You go change your clothes first." Seeing her daughter finally not obsessing over Chen Zhe anymore, Li Huru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to Maya, she gently patted the still acting cute Maya. "Yes, I'll be ready right away. This week has been so stifling." Finally able to go out, Maya hurriedly rushed back to her room to change into something to go out. Watching her daughter so full of energy, Li Huru also showed a knowing smile, finally back to normal. While Li Huru was waiting for Maya to change her clothes, her phone suddenly rang. Li Huru saw it was a call from Manyo. After answering, she heard Manyo say on the phone, "Huru, that Chen Zhe is here. He's eating at the shop now. Do you want to bring Yiya over?" "Uncle Ma, could you stop looking at me like that? With that gaze, I feel as if I'm a heinous criminal." Chen Zhe faced Manyo's scrutinizing eyes, which seemed to see him as a criminal, making him feel completely uneasy. He couldn't help but weakly say to Manyo. In the seafood buffet restaurant back in the meeting room where Chen Zhe had discussed matters with Manyo last time, he clearly sensed that this meeting room was different from before. Compared to before, the glass in this meeting room had been replaced with soundproof glass of exceptional quality, and it was one-way glass, allowing those inside to see outside, while those outside couldn't see inside. As Chen Zhe followed Manyo into this meeting room, he felt as if he had entered another world. No matter how noisy it was outside, he couldn't hear a sound within. Watching the hustle and bustle outside, while sipping tea inside, felt like being an enlightened person in the mundane world. Chen Zhe could only say wealthy people really know how to enjoy. Initially, he had planned to come for a meal and casually ask about the discussion with Maya and his family, but as soon as he entered the restaurant, Manyo brought him to the meeting room. Upon hearing that Chen Zhe came to eat, Manyo didn't let him go out to the dining area, but had someone bring the food and leaving Chen Zhe feeling a bit dazed. "What's up with Manyo? I haven't done anything, so why is he looking at me like that?" In response to Chen Zhe's question, Manyo didn't answer, but continued to scrutinize him with that examining gaze. This time, he not only stared at the front of Chen Zhe, but also circled around him. This made Chen Zhe lose his appetite. Seeing Manyo ignoring him, and instead becoming more intrigued, Chen Zhe helplessly said again, "Brother Ma, since I won't call you uncle anymore, can you tell me what exactly is wrong with me? What do you mean by looking at me like that? Was it just because I didn't agree to be your image ambassador after my energy suddenly increased last time? There's no need to look at me like that during this meeting." After carefully examining Chen Zhe, Manyo finally replied, "I don't see anything particularly special about you. Moreover, I kindly invited you to be my image ambassador, and you had the audacity to deceive my daughter behind my back." He finished with a glare at Chen Zhe, his eyes filled with anger. Where does this guy get the confidence to say he wants to take my daughter as a disciple? My daughter is foolishly being led around in circles. Having examined him, I still couldn't find anything impressive about this guy. Just an ordinary teenager, perhaps a bit more fit due to regular exercise, and yet he looks decent. Could it be true what Hui Rose said, that my daughter has taken a liking to this guy? With how this guy looks, it's easy for him to fabricate a lie. My naive daughter falling for it isn't surprising. I even considered having him as my image ambassador when I first saw him. Because within this month, Chen Zhe had finally begun to grasp his powers. While he wasn't completely in control, he could at least manage to keep his chi from leaking out like an ordinary person, so Manyo didn't notice anything different about him. However, how could I let go of the precious cabbage I've raised for 18 years so easily? It's unforgivable that he left my daughter in a state of despair for an entire month without news. With such thoughts in mind, Manyo's gaze towards Chen Zhe began to grow more hostile. Facing Manyo's accusation and his suddenly unfriendly gaze, Chen Zhe was left utterly bewildered, not knowing what to say. "When did I deceive your daughter? She insisted on clinging to me. Besides, I was even planning to take her as a disciple, because I was worried she might encounter danger due to her curiosity. How am I deceiving her?" In response to Chen Zhe's speechlessness, Manyo became even more convinced of his suspicions. This guy just wants to run off with his daughter whom he has raised for 18 years. The more Manyo thought about it, the angrier he became, but years of cultivation allowed him to suppress the urge to beat Chen Zhe on the spot. Taking a deep breath, he said seriously to Chen Zhe, "I don't care who you are, but I hope you don't have any designs on my daughter. Yeye has been pampered since childhood and has never faced the dangers of the world. If you have any intentions towards her, I will make you regret it." Regardless of whether this guy truly possessed extraordinary abilities, he absolutely could not be allowed to take away his precious cabbage. If what he said was true, he must be kept away from his cabbage. Everything I have endured will absolutely not be allowed for my daughter to experience again. I must kill any potential for this in its infancy. Faced with Manyo's sudden threats, Chen Zhe furrowed his brows, his tone no longer polite. "Uncle Ma, I respect you as an elder and appreciate the good job you prepared for me, but what do you mean by that?" As he spoke, Chen Zhe slightly exerted force, crumpling the stainless steel chopsticks in his hands into a ball of scrap metal. Originally, Chen Zhe had a good impression of Manyo for inviting him to be his image ambassador and offering such good treatment. He also felt a bit guilty for suddenly breaking his promise, but Manyo's sudden threat made Chen Zhe start to feel displeased. "What? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Do you believe I can crush your head in a heartbeat?" Seeing Chen Zhe's movements, Manyo's eyes narrowed, and hearing Chen Zhe's impolite tone, his expression darkened. "You should understand my meaning. Even if you possess extraordinary abilities, I can still deal with you if you have any designs on my daughter." After saying this, Manyo raised his hand, and suddenly a metal cage enveloped Chen Zhe's sitting area. Then two tall figures approached Manyo. Everything happened so suddenly. Chen Zhe only wanted to give Manyo a warning and hadn't expected Manyo to retaliate so quickly, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What's going on? Where did this iron cage come from? Manyo, are you trying to stir up trouble?" After a moment, Chen Zhe regained his senses. Once he understood the situation and saw the cage around him, his expression grew serious. This Manyo is definitely not a simple merchant. Facing someone who could effortlessly crumple stainless steel chopsticks and remain unfazed enough to take the first move, and with this suddenly appearing iron cage that felt oddly familiar, Chen Zhe recalled that this was molecular reorganization technology. The reason why Chen Zhe found it familiar was that when he first moved into the Lan family's house, Lan Shui, suspicious of him, had once tried to use this technology to trap him. He had also seen this technology at VV Academy. Although this technology might seem like a small trick in his eyes to ordinary people, it is undoubtedly a precious treasure. Ordinary people would never have access to such things. Seeing Chen Zhe trapped in that specially designed cage and glancing at the two super soldiers beside him, Man Yo felt that Chen Zhe shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Thus he said to Chen Zhe in a deep voice, "Do you see this? Even if you truly possess extraordinary powers, I can capture you. The power behind me is unimaginable to you, so now tell me, do you still intend to deceive my daughter?" Facing Man Yo's question, Chen Zhe realized that perhaps Man Yo did not have any intention of openly confronting him due to uncertainty about his abilities. Bringing up the power behind him was merely a tactic to intimidate him, hoping he would be sensible. However, snap! With a crisp sound, Chen Zhe directly broke the cage that had enveloped him. Faced with this turn of events, Man Yo was taken aback. The two individuals protecting Man Yo reacted swiftly. One pulled Man Yo behind for protection, while the other charged directly at Chen Zhe. Without even glancing at the one charging at him, Chen Zhe swiftly maneuvered around him at incredible speed. Whoosh! Chen Zhe reached Man Yo's front before the protecting individual could react, grabbing Man Yo and returning to his original position. As Chen Zhe held onto Man Yo, the two individuals protecting him were cautious, staring at Chen Zhe, but not daring to act rashly. Looking at the captured Man Yo, Chen Zhe teased softly, "Uncle Ma, do you still feel like you have me under control? Uncle Ma, do you still think you've captured me?" Chen Zhe's words gently echoed in Man Yo's ears, sounding soft, yet resonating like thunder. How could it be so fast? Even the super warriors sent by Hui Rou to probe didn't react, and I was captured instead. These super warriors are capable of taking on 10 opponents each. Hearing Chen Zhe's mocking words after being captured, Man Yo felt a bit flustered inside, but maintained his composure on the surface. He discreetly touched something in his pocket, calming himself before speaking to Chen Zhe. "I may not have captured you, but do you really think that if you hurt me you can walk out of here?" Listening to Man Yo's confident words, Chen Zhe's curiosity was piqued. He pretended to threaten Man Yo fiercely. "Oh really? Who gave you the courage? Do you think that if I were to take you down right now, those two could stop me to protect you?" As he spoke, Chen Zhe pointed at the two super warriors still watching him, as mentioned by Man Yo. Noticing Man Yo's tense body, yet maintaining his calm demeanor, Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes and spotted Man Yo's left hand clenched into a fist. He then said, "Or do you think that with that thing in your hand, your little trick of molecular reorganization can save you?" Chen Zhe had already sensed the presence of these two. They were both individuals who had just begun to awaken their sixth sense. However, while these two were experts among ordinary people, for Chen Zhe, even standing still, they wouldn't be able to harm him even if they tried their utmost. As for the object that Man Yo held, Chen Zhe recalled the iron cage that Man Yo had initially used to trap him, and after a brief connection, he understood that it was likely a molecular reorganization device. Yet such a thing was merely a trivial trick to Chen Zhe. Regardless of whether it was those two so-called super warriors who had just begun to awaken their sixth sense, or the molecular reorganization device, either of them was not something an ordinary businessman like Man Yo could have access to. Moreover, the two super warriors gave Chen Zhe the impression that they were not just ordinary bodyguards. He sensed a fierce aura emanating from them. And now those two fierce super warriors were hesitant to act against Chen Zhe because he had captured Man Yo. It seemed that Man Yo's identity was not simple. Perhaps his identity as a businessman was merely a facade, which piqued Chen Zhe's curiosity. "You actually know this?" "Indeed." Upon hearing that Chen Zhe had seen through his trump card, Man Yo could no longer maintain his composure. It seemed he remembered something, and his expression grew increasingly grim. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Tell me, what is your purpose for approaching Yiya? I guess you must have been sent by her, right?" Seeing Man Yo's expression as if he had mistaken him for someone else, Chen Zhe was taken aback. "Indeed. Indeed what? Who sent me? Can you please not speak halfway, you idiot?" Seeing that Chen Zhe did not respond, Man Yo thought that Chen Zhe did not believe him. To show his sincerity, Man Yo threw the molecular reorganization device to the ground and said, "All I ask now is that you don't harm Yiya. Whatever your purpose is, I will tell you everything." "Mr. Ma, you." Hearing Man Yo's words, Chen Zhe had yet to respond when the two super warriors could no longer sit still. The burly one who had rushed towards Chen Zhe could not help but shout at Man Yo, but was interrupted when Man Yo waved his hand. "Be quiet, Jixiang. I know what I'm doing, but I only have this one daughter." But, having his words interrupted, Jixiang felt as if a bomb had been detonated after hearing Man Yo's words. He wanted to say something, but was pulled back by another super warrior. "Xianghua, don't be impulsive. Mr. Ma knows what he's doing." Xianghua held back Jixiang and secretly signaled him with his eyes. Jixiang glanced over and saw Man Yo's right hand half-clenched, his thumb seemingly sliding in and out nervously among the other four fingers. This was a hand signal code among Man Yo and his associates, meaning find a way to get someone out first, then go for support and come back. Jixiang calmed down immediately, although he pretended to remain unperturbed. He forcibly broke free from Xianghua's grasp and angrily said to Man Yo, "I never expected Mr. Ma to be so cowardly, traitor. I misjudged you." Kid, hurry up and take him down. At worst, he'll go find Colonel Li to take the punishment later. I won't protect you anymore. After saying that, he stormed towards the door, while Xiong Xian Hua seemed to want to hold him back, and the two of them walked angrily toward the guest room's door, one trying to persuade, while the other was charging forward. Manyo felt as though he might spew out the blood from his heart when he heard Xiong Zhixiang's accusation of being a traitor. These two fools, this isn't how you act in a play. I can't bear this accusation. And, do you two even know how to act? The way you two are acting now clearly shows something is off. Watching the hilarious antics of Xiong Zhixiang and Xiong Xian Hua, Manyo felt like, if it weren't the wrong time, he would definitely cover his face. It was too embarrassing to watch. Meanwhile, Chen Zhe, who had been watching their performance, was genuinely shocked. Observing the antics of Xiong Zhixiang and Xiong Xian Hua, he wanted to shout 666 loudly. Their reflexes were spot on, their expressions and emotional control were also very much in place, and their performance flowed seamlessly without feeling abrupt. It's just, wasn't that a bit too much? Just because of one sentence you directly called him a traitor. Moreover, even an ordinary bodyguard wouldn't simply throw out a statement like that while their employer was being held hostage. Furthermore, the two of you trying to go out to find someone is way too obvious. Xiong Xian Hua, Zhixiang, don't act like this. You should know what kind of person Mr. Ma is. Even if you go to find Colonel Li, she won't be home. Xiong Zhixiang, brother, don't say that. I know where Colonel Li is. I'll go find her right away. Even if she takes me to the team for punishment, I accept it. The captain can't disobey Colonel Li's orders, and you'll definitely be taken to the assault team. Teacher Lian Zhen won't go easy on you. Listening to their back-and-forth dialogue, Chen Zhe felt a headache coming on. Do you really think I am as foolish as you two? This obvious hint, do you really think I wouldn't pick up on it? Wait a moment, that familiar name. Lian Zhen. Wait, is Manyo's backing also connected to VV Academy? No, and there's also Colonel Li. Traitor. Could it be that Manyo is backed by the Huagua government? Looking at Xiong Zhixiang, who had already walked out of the guest room, Chen Zhe could have stopped him, but chose not to because his head was starting to hurt. Chen Zhe knew that VV Academy had connections with the world government, and Huagua was one of the most powerful nations within the world government. Just now hearing the conversation between Xiong Zhixiang and Xiong Xian Hua, could it be that they were educated by VV Academy? No wonder they could awaken their sixth sense, and Manyo even possessed the technology of molecular reorganization from ancient Shalon. All I wanted was to have a meal. At most, I intended to take on a disciple. How did I end up in such a situation? And just now the teacher Lian Zhen mentioned in their conversation. It couldn't be Lian Zhen, right? Even if someone else came, or even Pajun, it would be fine. Why did it have to be Lian Zhen? Just thinking about that fool possibly calling Lian Zhen over, Chen Zhe felt it would be better to leave early. Since I now know this is a misunderstanding, I don't intend to make things difficult for Manyo anymore. So I released my grip on Manyo and smiled awkwardly as I looked at him, who appeared somewhat disheveled after being caught. While helping him straighten his slightly messy clothes, I awkwardly smiled and said, Uncle Ma, this really is a misunderstanding. I truly had no intention of deceiving your daughter. I just wanted to take her as my disciple. Watching Manyo, who seemed confused due to my sudden change in attitude after I helped him fix his clothes, I awkwardly continued, if the Lian Zhen you mentioned is the same person I know, then we're actually on the same side. Looking at Manyo, who still hadn't come to his senses and was staring blankly at me, I thought that Lian Zhen might arrive at any moment. I gritted my teeth and said to Manyo, Uncle Ma, I think I should leave first. As for taking on a disciple, I won't do that anymore. You guys can discuss it further. I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving. After finishing my words, I dashed towards the door at my fastest speed. The wind I created even causing Xiong Xian Hua, who was still at the door, watching Xiong Zhixiang leave, to stagger. With Chen Zhe's departure, only Manyo, who was still in a daze, and Xiong Xian Hua, who had been blown off balance, remained in the guest room. The two exchanged glances, watching Chen Zhe, who seemed to have fled in a panic. Ding ding ding. Sitting in the car heading to the seafood buffet, Li Hiru's phone rang again. She picked it up and saw that it was another call from Manyo. Hello Hiru, are you on your way? Is Yaya coming with you? After Li Hiru answered the call, Manyo's voice came through the phone, sounding somewhat deep and indicating he was not in a good mood. This was not only because he had been taken hostage, but also because things had escalated beyond control. Hearing Manyo's murky words, Li Hiru sensed that something was wrong. She replied into the phone, I'm on my way. I won't bring Yaya until I understand the situation with Chen Zhe. I just casually mentioned that I had something to do and didn't bring her along. What's wrong? Upon hearing that Li Hiru hadn't brought my Yaya along, Manyo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief before responding. There was a bit of an accident here. That Chen Zhe really possesses extraordinary power. Even Zhixiang and Xian Hua are no match for him. Did you have a confrontation? Do you have any injuries? Are you hurt? Upon hearing that Chen Zhe indeed had unusual strength and that even Xiong Zhixiang and Xiong Xian Hua were not his opponents, Li Hiru interrupted Manyo before he could finish, anxiously asking, Are you okay? Feeling Li Hura's concern, Man Yo felt a warmth in his heart and gently replied, "It's fine, I'm not hurt. He just left for some unknown reason and said some strange things." "Strange things? What kind of strange things?" "Never mind, as long as you're fine, I can reach there soon." Hearing that Man Yo was unharmed, Li Huru felt relieved and told him over the phone. After listening to Li Hura's question, Man Yo began to recount some details about what happened before Chen Zhe left. Upon hearing Li Huru say she would arrive soon, he suddenly remembered that he had just indicated to Xiong Zhixiang to find help, and likely Xiong Zhixiang was going to look for Li Huru. Now that Chen Zhe had left and Li Huru said she would arrive shortly, he thought about Xiong Zhixiang looking for rescue. "Ahura, have you seen Zhixiang?" Thinking that Xiong Zhixiang still didn't know he was safe, Man Yo asked Li Huru. If he didn't ask, considering Xiong Zhixiang's intellect, if he hadn't encountered Li Huru, he would probably head straight to the assault squad for help, which might escalate the situation. His wife had finally stopped managing those dangerous matters and was able to live a normal life. He couldn't let her get dragged back into it. More importantly, his daughter. His son had already entered that perilous world due to responsibility, and Man Yo only wished for his daughter to live a simple and peaceful life as an ordinary person. To this end, the whole family kept everything from their daughter. Li Huru, when asked, looked bewildered. "Didn't I send Xiong Zhixiang to protect you? Why are you asking me? I haven't seen him. Wasn't he with you?" Li Huru asked, Man Yo puzzled. Upon hearing that Li Huru hadn't encountered Xiong Zhixiang, Man Yo felt a headache coming on, preparing for the worst. "I just sent Zhixiang to find help. If you haven't seen him, he must have gone to the assault team. You barely escaped, and if this situation is a mess, alas, it's all my fault. Why did I choose Chen Zhe as my ambassador? I thought he could handle it." Hearing Man Yo's account and thinking of Xiong Zhixiang's silly demeanor, Li Huru felt a headache coming on. She rubbed her temples and sighed. "Well, as long as you're okay, that's what matters. We'll talk about the rest later. If we really can't keep it from Yaya, we should just be honest with her. It's better than her going out to find out herself, which could be more dangerous. If it truly can't be hidden any longer, she would have to come clean to her silly daughter. It's frustrating that even in such a dangerous world, she had kept everything from her to protect her, yet her daughter seemed so drawn to it. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I'm hanging up now." After confirming Man Yo was unharmed, Li Huru waited for Man Yo to respond before hanging up and began to ponder Chen Zhe's intentions. What exactly were Chen Zhe's intentions in approaching her husband and daughter? They were just ordinary people. Could it be that Chen Zhe knew her true identity? But her identity was very secretive. Publicly, she was just the wife of a powerful president of a catering company. Moreover, which faction did Chen Zhe belong to? When he said they were actually on the same side, what did he mean? Oh right, he only said that after hearing the name Lian Zhan. Could he also be from that place, VV Academy? But she hadn't heard of anyone like him from there. Could he be a hidden powerhouse from that place? Li Huru murmured softly in her car. That makes sense. That place is indeed filled with experts, so it's not surprising to find another one. But why does it seem like he doesn't know my identity? Aside from her current identity as the iron-fisted female president, she had another hidden identity. Head of the Special Incident Assault Team in City F, part of a national special department, holding the rank of colonel. This was due to the ancient meteorite that brought the power of gods to the kingdom of Guxalan, the seventh sense, which has been around for 9,000 years. During this time, fragments of that broken original stone have circulated worldwide, and among the myriad of people, some can resonate with those fragments, gaining extraordinary powers. Some of those people awaken their sixth sense, or even develop their seventh sense. Some choose to live quietly out of fear, while others become inflated with a sense of divinity, driven by desire. These individuals vary in strength, and the Special Incident Assault Team is responsible for managing people with special powers, specifically those who have awakened their sixth sense, or weaker individuals who have awakened their seventh sense. There is one such assault team in every city in Huagua. Previously, those responsible for this were the most elite soldiers selected from the military, along with a small number of weaker abilities willing to obey state arrangements. Each time they encountered someone who had developed the seventh sense, they determined casualties based on what that seventh sense was. When encountering an overwhelmingly powerful seventh sense, sometimes it required sacrificing lives. Until half a century ago, an organization named VV Academy appeared, and this situation began to improve. The organization named VV Academy suddenly appeared during a world conference at the World Government Building and displayed their terrifying power. They then stated to the world government that they would send people to each country to establish an assault team to teach them how to awaken their sixth and seventh senses. Li Hura's two bodyguards, Xiong Zhixiang and Xiong Xianhua, were part of that assault team. Initially, the world government thought VV Academy aimed to control the world, but the people from VV Academy did not show such intentions. They genuinely just sent people to each country to teach. And now the head coach of the Special Incident Assault Team comes from that place, namely VV Academy. If Chen Zhe is also from VV Academy, He should definitely know who she is. Whoosh, just as Li Huru was deep in thought, she suddenly noticed a large black rat scurry past her car window. Breaking her thoughts, she looked back at the somewhat familiar large figure outside, and remembered what Ma Niu had just said. She couldn't help but shout at that figure, Xiong Xixiang. Who's calling me? That voice sounds familiar, but I have important matters to attend to. Mr. Ma is waiting for me. Hearing someone call him, the figure stopped, and then saw Li Huru, who had already gotten out of the car. His face lit up with surprise as he quickly walked over, and said, Colonel Li, you arrived just in time. Hurry, Mr. Ma is in danger. As he spoke, Xiong Xixiang prepared to take Li Huru to rescue Ma Niu, who he thought was still captured, but was stopped by Li Huru. It's okay, I already know. My husband is fine now. I just spoke to him on the phone. Xiong Xixiang looked a bit confused. How long had he been out? It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes, right? Why did it suddenly feel like his news was outdated? At the seafood buffet in that special meeting room, after a thorough examination and confirming that Ma Niu was truly unharmed, Li Huru felt relieved and sat down with Ma Niu to discuss Chen Zhe's background, while Xiong Xixiang and Xiong Xianhua stood at the door to prevent anyone from suddenly interrupting. In just an instant, he captured you, and Xixiang and Xianhua didn't even have time to react. Li Huru listened to Ma Niu's detailed account, her expression becoming increasingly grave. At first, Li Huru thought Ma Niu was caught due to carelessness, but now it seemed that things were entirely different from what she had imagined. Xiong Xixiang and Xiong Xianhua were super warriors who had activated their sixth sense. Although it was just the initial stage in the world of ordinary people, even a world champion in combat could at least handle 10 opponents. Initially, Li Huru believed that Chen Zhe was at most someone who had just begun to awaken his sixth sense, given his age. Therefore, she had arranged for Xiong Xixiang and Xiong Xianhua, both also initial sixth sense warriors, to act as bodyguards. Now it seemed that Chen Zhe was at least a powerful figure who had developed his sixth sense to a very high level, and he might even have developed a seventh sense. But his age? Wait, could it be? That would be terrible. Suddenly thinking of something, Li Huru's expression turned extremely grim. Seeing his wife's suddenly troubled expression, Ma Niu felt a pang in his heart and quickly asked with concern, What's wrong? Why does your face suddenly look so awful? Looking into Ma Niu's concerned eyes, Li Huru silently buried her suspicions deep within her heart and pretended to remain calm as she replied, It's nothing, just suddenly thought of something. They'll confirm it when I get back, you don't need to worry. Li Huru spoke in a very calm tone, as if discussing a trivial matter, but how could Ma Niu not understand that she didn't want to worry him? Noticing Ma Niu's increasingly worried eyes, Li Huru tried to ease his concern by changing the subject, saying, By the way, I had promised that girl Yaya to go shopping with her, but after this incident, I lied to her that I had something urgent to attend to. I promised I'd cook for her when I get back. Now that you seem to be fine and the time is getting late, I have to go back, or that girl will complain about me again. After saying this, she stood up to leave, but was called back by Ma Niu. Wait. What is it? Hearing Ma Niu call her back, Li Huru turned to face him, but as she looked at his serious face, her gaze faltered. Li Huru, who always appeared strong on the outside, had a little habit that Ma Niu knew. She wouldn't look him in the eyes when she was lying. Seeing his wife like this, Ma Niu suddenly felt useless. As a man, he couldn't even protect his wife and son, and now he had also put his daughter in danger. Although Li Huru didn't say anything and pretended to be calm after living together for more than a decade, Ma Niu could already see everything just by looking at her suddenly troubled expression. Ma Niu opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. Eventually, he could only sigh helplessly and sit down on the sofa, saying weakly, It's nothing, you must pay attention to your safety. No matter what, I support you. Li Huru replied softly, and then walked out of the meeting room, giving a few instructions to Xiong Xianhua and Xiong Xixiang, who were guarding the door. Looking at Ma Niu's expression, Li Huru wanted to explain everything to him, but some things were beyond what an ordinary person like him could change. Knowing would only make him more worried. She could bear these matters alone. If Chen Zhe was indeed, as she suspected, a subordinate of that person, then involving her father and daughter would be too dangerous. Watching Li Huru leave, Ma Niu sat silently on the sofa in the meeting room, lost in thought. After leaving the seafood buffet and getting back into her car, Li Huru took out her phone and made a call. After a while, a woman's voice came through. Colonel Li, what can I do for you? Ku Ling is Mr. Lian Jun from the assault team available. Please transfer me to him. Sure, please hold on. Ku Ling's voice came from the phone, and then there was no further response. Li Huru wasn't in a hurry. After a while, a voice came from the phone, but it wasn't Lian Jun's voice that Li Huru wanted to reach. Instead, it was a deep male voice. Hello, Colonel Li. Lian Jun is currently unavailable. I am Zhu Men. What can I do for you? Hearing it wasn't Lian Jun, Li Huru was momentarily taken aback. However, since the man said he was Zhu Men, she didn't dwell on it. After all, he was also a formidable presence from VV Academy, so it wasn't a big deal. So it's Mr. Zhu Men. I've discovered a young yet powerful individual who has easily defeated 2 activated sixth sense super warriors. After a brief pleasantry, Li Huru went straight to the point. He is not a member of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry that you mentioned, and I have not seen any information about him. I suspect that if he is not a hidden powerhouse, he might be what you refer to as a fallen angel. Her last statement was delivered in a very serious tone as she wanted to emphasize its importance to Ju Min, given that it concerned the safety of her entire family. What? Are you serious? Hearing Li Huru's words, Ju Min also became serious. Wherever fallen angels appeared, there were definitely some ulterior motives. Over the years, they had encountered many of the fallen angels' tactics at VV Academy, and even they were quite wary of Lucifer's power. Hearing that her words had drawn Ju Min's attention, Li Huru secretly let out a sigh of relief and continued, I can't be sure, but it's just a guess. A month ago, he said he wanted to take my daughter as a disciple, but there has been no word from him for a month. Not long ago, he even captured my husband. When my subordinates said they were going to find Mr. Lianjun, he claimed to be from your VV Academy, and then let my husband go, yet he didn't recognize me. Special Event Assault teams are composed of elites selected from the Special Event Assault class, and the head coach of the Special Event Assault class consists of the most core figures from VV Academy. As the head of the Special Event Assault team in City F, Li Huru was fully responsible for all supernatural phenomena in the city. It was impossible for anyone from VV Academy not to recognize her. Even if they didn't know her before, they would definitely make contact upon arriving in the city she managed. Yet to this day, she had not received any notification. Hearing that Li Huru said this was just her speculation, Ju Min pondered whether any members of VV Academy had recently visited the city. Then Ju Min recalled that Qi Xiaosa seemed to be in this city, and moreover, what Li Huru mentioned was very much in line with Qi Xiaosa's characteristics. Ju Min couldn't help but twitch his mouth and asked with a sigh, is he a man around 20 years old with straight long hair, who is also very narcissistic? If all of these characteristics matched, then it was undoubtedly that guy Qi Xiaosa. If the people in the academy found out, that old man Pajun would surely be chased around by Wu Chu. Such a spectacle. No, that's not it. That person looks like he's only in his teens, and although he has long hair, it's not straight. Just as Ju Min began to feel troubled, Li Huru on the other end of the phone was baffled by Ju Min's remarks and quickly replied, after a moment of hesitation. So you really have someone I don't know here. But the one I encountered is not him. Although Li Huru had never met Chen Zhe, she had heard Ma Nyo and Maya mention that Chen Zhe's hairstyle was a unique and memorable one, unmistakable at first glance. Hearing Li Huru's denial, Ju Min was also taken aback. It turned out it was not Qi Xiaosa. So is there another person from VV Academy here? After a moment of surprise, Ju Min became serious and somewhat affirmed Li Huru's speculation, but further confirmation was needed. He said, I will check with the academy about this and get back to you with an answer. All right, it's hard to convey everything over the phone. I'll come over now and we can discuss it in person. Hearing Ju Min's response, Li Huru felt a lot more at ease, but she also insisted on meeting in person as this involved her family. Leaving Chen Zhe, who had been at Ma Nyo's place, he dared not return home to avoid any potential encounters with Lian Jun, and instead wandered down another street, hoping to confuse anyone who might follow him. Chen Zhe didn't know why, he just didn't want to meet Lian Jun. Even the thought of her possibly coming over made him feel uneasy all over. It was an indescribable feeling, a mix of fear at the thought of seeing Lian Jun awkwardly, yet a hint of anticipation at the idea of truly seeing her. The awkwardness stemmed from Lian Jun having seen his embarrassing moments, while the anticipation, perhaps it was the maternal love he felt from her, something he had never experienced before. After a while, noticing that it seemed no one was following him, he finally let out a breath, feeling both disappointed and relieved. He muttered, seriously, how could someone working in the government disguise themselves as the owner of a buffet restaurant? And they were also connected to VV Academy. Coincidentally, this person seemed to have ties to Lian Jun. Luckily, no one was following him. To be honest, Chen Zhe held a certain reverence for the government. After all, in his past life, he was just an ordinary person living under the red flag, a model citizen. Let alone the lofty special institutions of the government, or just thinking about it made Chen Zhe feel, well, there's no other way to describe it, just extremely impressive. What's more, even if you claimed to be from a special department of the government and had ties to VV Academy, why in the world was Lian Jun associated with this side of VV Academy? Even if he switched to Pajun, Chen Zhe still felt he wouldn't be as unsettled as he was now. Thinking about how his bad luck had led to him impulsively deciding to take on an apprentice because of Lu Xing's lack of cooperation, Chen Zhe felt that his fortune was indeed quite unfavorable. All this cursed luck, I need to go eat a big meal to turn my luck around. After wandering aimlessly for a while and confirming that no one was truly following him, Chen Zhe finally relaxed, roaring in his heart. Originally, Chen Zhe went to Ma Nyo's place to fill his protesting stomach, but after Ma Nyo's antics, he ended up eating nothing at all, He hadn't felt it earlier due to being preoccupied, but now that he relaxed, his stomach started protesting again. Is there a buffet restaurant around here? I'm not familiar with this area. Hearing his stomach's protest, Chen Zhe had no choice but to start looking for a place to eat. It was already around 10 in the morning, nearly mealtime. I remember Lu Xing mentioned that there was one around here. I need to look. Is there a barbecue buffet? As he recalled Lu Xing's previous descriptions, Chen Zhe was also looking around. Fortunately, in this life, Chen Zhe was no longer an ordinary person. Even after such a long time, he still remembered Lu Xing's words, not because he was greedy for food, and he finally found the buffet restaurant Lu Xing had mentioned. The neighborhood where Lu Xing lived had several streets, and when Chen Zhe went grocery shopping with Lu Xing, they usually went to the closest street. Although Lan Shui sometimes whimsically took them around, Chen Zhe didn't often come here, as he usually stayed at home, so he wasn't very familiar with the area. Entering the barbecue restaurant, seeing the food area filled with meat, and smelling the aroma of barbecued meat in the air, Chen Zhe swallowed hard and said, "This is the one." While Chen Zhe was aimlessly searching for a restaurant, a rebellious girl who had been cooped up at home for a week and felt like she was going crazy finally escaped. On a certain street. Looking at the bustling crowd and the busy street ahead, Ma Yi suddenly felt an urge to cry. Recalling her experiences over the past week filled her with emotion. Taking a deep breath, she couldn't help but stretch her arms towards the sky and exclaim loudly, I finally made it out. I can finally breathe the fresh air outside. This is the taste of freedom." After shouting her heart out, Ma Yi immediately regretted it. Sure enough, hearing her strong and powerful shout, passers-by all stopped in their tracks, searching for the source of such easily misunderstood words, and soon spotted the girl with her arms raised towards the sky. After glancing at her outfit, they all shook their heads and dispersed. How could such a cute girl be a dangerous person just released from custody? It seemed they had misjudged her, judging by her appearance, she was likely just freed from school for the holidays. After receiving a wave of attention from the passers-by, Ma Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and she quickly covered her face and fled from this embarrassing place. After running for a while, and confirming that there was no one around who had witnessed her shameful moment, Ma Yi finally stopped. That was really embarrassing. Luckily, I ran fast. Leaning against a wall, Ma Yi panted, as she felt deeply ashamed of her earlier actions. After resting for a while and calming her breath, Ma Yi couldn't help but start planning how to make the most of her hard-won free time. It's almost lunchtime. I'll grab something to eat first, then go shopping to relax. Looking at the time on her watch, Ma Yi prepared to find a place to eat, while also contemplating how to explain her absence to her mother. Later, when I go back, I'll sneak a visit to Dad's store to gather some information. If Mom catches me, I'll just say, I went to see Dad, that way she won't pursue my escape. I'm so clever. Originally, Li Huiro had promised to accompany Ma Yi outside, but because of Chen Zhe's issue, she left and warned Ma Yi not to go out alone. However, feeling like she was going crazy after being cooped up for a week, Ma Yi seized the opportunity while she was away to escape. In order to avoid being locked up again by her mother when she returned, Ma Yi exerted a lot of effort. Now let me think about where to eat. For the past few days, she had been pursued by her mother and had not been able to eat, and now she was starving. After thinking about her excuses for when she returned, Ma Yi touched her protesting stomach and began to consider what delicious food was around here. During the days Ma Yi was locked up, she had accumulated quite a bit of pent-up frustration and had no appetite at all. Now that she had finally escaped, Ma Yi felt the sky was bluer, she felt more energetic, and the air smelled sweeter. Even her stomach felt hungrier. Sniff, sniff. Smelling the aroma wafting through the air, Ma Yi couldn't help but look in the direction of the scent. It smells so good. Is this a barbecue buffet? Is this the place Dad said could rival his own restaurant? Ma Yi gulped at the sight of the buffet restaurant not far from her. Ma Yi had heard her father Manyo mention this restaurant before. It was an old establishment known for its secret seasoning recipes and reasonably priced barbecue, and it was her father's biggest competitor. Usually Ma Yi would never enter such a barbecue restaurant because eating too much meat could lead to weight gain. But now Ma Yi felt she could eat an entire cow. Her soul seemed to fly away with the aroma. Wiping the drool that was about to spill from her mouth, Ma Yi began to hypnotize herself. I'm not going to eat, I'm going to scout the enemy for Dad. Yes, if I gain weight, it counts as work-related injury. With this self-hypnosis, Ma Yi walked into the restaurant. As soon as she entered the restaurant, Ma Yi saw a large crowd gathered around a table, and she overheard some people talking. Is this person a glutton? Won't he get tired of eating so much barbecue? Brother, you're late. He's eaten far more than this. What kind of life must it be to make someone this hungry? I guess his parents had a hard time raising him. Why does this scene look somewhat familiar? Out of curiosity, Ma Yi took her time ordering and squeezed into the crowd to see what was happening that garnered so much attention. After finally squeezing into the crowd, Ma Yi saw a familiar sight. A young man with one hand holding meat and the other wielding chopsticks rapidly stuffing food into his mouth like a whirlwind. Looking at the figure before her reminiscent of a starving ghost reincarnated, Maya was stunned and then excitedly approached him saying, "It's you. Where have you been for the past month?"